I was originally the only genius who awakened as a curse master in the world, but I was still ridiculed by everyone as the most rubbish waste. Even the principal of the academy once advised me to give up awakening, just because those who awaken as curse masters must consume their lifespan to release attacks. Once the number of attacks released is too high, they will instantly fall dead, and only by consuming life can the skill attributes be strengthened. Just when everyone thought my life was about to end, I just sneered and said, "What a bullshit about consuming life. I am immortal. It's just because I also obtained the eternal life system when I awakened, not only gaining 1 year of lifespan every minute, but also having unlimited life." But I didn't care about the ridicule of others. Instead I checked my own attribute panel. Name, Subai. Level 1. Occupation, Master of Curses. Lifespan, 130 years. Gaining 1 year of lifespan every minute. Skill 1. Curse Power. Can consume lifespan to strengthen one's own skills or equipment. Skill 2. Curse Aura. Each time you use a basic attack or cast a spell, you will consume lifespan, but all damage caused will be increased by an additional 100%. Skill 3. Curse Judgment. Can consume 3 days of lifespan to deal 100% mental damage to enemies. After seeing my own panel, I just want to say 2 words. Awesome. As long as my lifespan is long enough, I can continuously strengthen my attributes. However, just as I was celebrating, a sweet voice sounded in my ear. Subai. Let's break up. You have disappointed me too much. The profession you awaken can't even live for a few years. Don't come looking for me in the future. Gu Qinghan showed a disdainful expression, didn't even look back, and walked away. She didn't want to be a widow, but soon she found solace in the arms of another man. This young man was none other than Kai Kuan. Gu Qinghan threw herself into Kai Kuan's arms, looking up at him admiringly. Brother Kai Kuan, you are really amazing. You actually awakened an S-level profession. Kai Kuan smelled the fragrance on Gu Qinghan's body and showed a sly smile. Gu Qinghan was the school flower of class 3, not only beautiful but also from a good family. He had been secretly in love with Gu Qinghan for 3 years, and now he finally had her. But when he thought of me as Gu Qinghan's ex-boyfriend, he became more and more angry. How could a loser like me be worthy of being Gu Qinghan's boyfriend? Subai, I'll give you a chance now. As long as you kowtow to me, I can consider taking you as my little brother. Others don't even have this opportunity to be my little brother. At this moment, Gu Qinghan also looked at me with disdain. Subai, hurry up and kowtow to brother Kai. Maybe he will take you as his little brother if he is merciful. But I just sneered. Are you even worthy? Before I could finish my sentence, I directly consumed 180 years of lifespan, all added to my mental points, leaving only 10 years of lifespan in reserve, and my mental points instantly increased to 200 points. How dare you disgust me? Who gave you the courage? Kneel down for me. With a snap of my fingers, the two of them knelt down on both knees. Subai, what have you done? Gu Qinghan widened her beautiful eyes, looking incredulous. Wait, he consumed lifespan. Subai, you loser. How dare you make me kneel down too? Kai Kuan threatened, wanting to control his body, but his body didn't obey, and his head was getting closer to the ground. The commotion also attracted the attention of the surrounding students. Damn! Kai Kuan and Gu Xiaohua want to kneel down to Su Xiaochao. Is Subai their father? I don't know who shouted, but I ignored the whispers around me, just looked at the two and said, you want me to kowtow, right? Then I'll fulfill your wish. You want me to kowtow once, I'll make you kowtow 100 times. That's fair. At the moment in the minds of the two men, Subai was a devil who made others kowtow at the drop of a hat. Bang bang bang, the sound of the forehead hitting the ground, the blood flowing down, couldn't even stop. It was too dedicated. Subai wanted to give them an award. Let's just call it a kowtowing dame. After 10 minutes, the two stopped kowtowing and Subai shook his head a bit tired. Although the spirit was as high as 200 points, controlling two people for too long was still a serious strain. You guys can fuck off. The two wanted to put down a few harsh words, but noticing Subai's eyes, they could only stop there. Subai, I will definitely come back, you wait for me. After saying these words, the two turned around and ran without looking back. How arrogant they were when they came. How wretched they were when they left. Subai ignored the gazes of the people around him. He returned to his residence. Slums. Subai turned on the old light bulb. This room is very small, only 10 or so square feet. Was left to him by the original owner's parents before they were born. Subai took a Coke in the fridge, with fries, and pulled out his cell phone to play. After finishing tired, I lay down on the bed and fell into sleep. After waking up the next day, Subai glanced at the panel and his lifespan had grown to. Name Subai. Level 1. Occupation, Lord of the Damned, only. Strength, 10. Physical fitness, 10. Agility, 10. Mental, 200. Lifespan, 610 years, 1 year automatically gained for every minute. Life expectancy grew to 610 years. More than 10 hours passed. Adding all the points of spirit, the spirit can break through 800 points. But the short board is also obvious. One touch will break. And the constitution is only a pathetic 10 points. 300 plus spirit, 100 plus physique, and 210 points reserved for backup, to strengthen skills, with equipment. Physical fitness, 10,110. Spirit, 200 500. Even a level 10 awakened person with a main addition of spirit might not be as high as himself. You're only level 1 yourself. 210 years of life left. Enhance your skills to get it going. It takes 100 years of life to strengthen the cursed power to bronze. Cursed aura enhanced to bronze requires a 50-year lifespan. Cursed judgment enhanced to bronze requires 10 years of life expectancy, while cursed judgment only requires a 10-year lifespan. Cursed power requires a full 100 years of lifespan. A full 10 times. Does it have to do with not only quality but also quality? I have 210 years of lifespan now. Strengthening 3 skills will consume 160 years of lifespan, leaving 50 years of lifespan as a backup. Even if it's not enough, you can lie down for a while first. Having figured this out, Subai upgraded each of the 3 skills. You consume 100 years of your life, and the power of the curse is upgraded to bronze level. You consume 50 years of your life. The cursed aura is upgraded to bronze level. You have expended 10 years of your life, and the cursed trial has been upgraded to bronze. Subai viewed the panel attributes changed drastically. Name Subai. Level, 1. Occupation, Lord of the Damned, only. Strength, 10. Physical fitness, 110. Agility, 10. Spirit, 500. Lifespan, 50 years, 1 point gained automatically every minute. Skills, Cursed Power, Cursed Aura, Cursed Judgment. Cursed Power, bronze consume the corresponding lifespan to strengthen equipment, skills, and attributes. Cursed Aura, bronze each time you pounce. Casting a spell drains your lifespan, and your lifespan flows at 20 times the normal rate, but the damage dealt is increased by an extra 200%. Cursed Judgment, bronze consume 6 days of life and inflict 200% psychic damage on enemies. Note, all skills of the Curse Master. No cooldown, only consumes life. My current attributes aren't even close to a level 10 awakened person put. There was no change in the power of the curse after it was raised to bronze. Subai estimated that it should be related to the attribute cap, equipment quality, and skill quality. The upper limit of attributes should have a number. Exactly how much, Subai would not know, but quality of the equipment is likely to be. The power of the no-good curse could only strengthen no-good equipment, and the power of the bronze curse could strengthen bronze equipment. Ditto for skills. No item strengthens no item. Bronze strengthens bronze. Cursed aura negative impact is directly doubled. Pulse attack. Spell casting consumption doubled. Before Subai, pulse attack consumed 1 day of life. Spell casting skill was 3 days. Now it changed to pulse attack 2 days. Spell casting skill 6 days. He himself has the immortality system, not panicking in the slightest. The power had also increased a lot, dealing an additional 200% damage. What a concept. Originally it could deal 10 points of damage. Now it became 30 points, tripling it. There is also a final skill, Cursed Judgment, which consumes 6 days of life and can attack opponents remotely, as well as deal 200% psychic damage. I have 500 points of spirit right now, and a single shot of Cursed Judgment can deal 1000 damage. Plus, with the ability, Cursed Aura, it can deal 3000 damage straight away. It was simply terrifying as hell. And while this world didn't have full stats and no blood count, the more damage you did, the faster you could kill monsters. 3000 damage. Even for a level 10 awakened person, eating a blow head-on would be crippling without dying, and Subai is only level 1. Who would be able to withstand this? The most crucial thing was the skill that he had cast. There was no cooldown time yet. As for consuming 6 days of lifespan, it really wasn't that much. A minute of himself would automatically gain 1 year of lifespan. The next step is to head to the weapon store to buy equipment. Name, New Lawfare. Level, 1. Spirit, +1. Description, this is an ordinary magic weapon, which can be worn by novices. Price, 2,000 blue star dollars. Novice sets are divided into, staff, hat, pants, shoes, top. 5-piece set, each set is worth 2,000 blue star coins. A total of 10,000 blue star coins. Subai's face darkened. This was 10,000 blue star coins, corresponding to the 10,000 dollars in his previous life. He had emptied his small treasury to get that much before. It was true that awakened people were very expensive. The cheapest equipment was so expensive, and the attributes were still pitifully small. Spirit +2, Constitution +2, Agility +1. Just 5 attribute points. waiting for 5 minutes by himself. He could gain so many attribute points. If he didn't have the ability to strengthen his equipment, beating him to death, he wouldn't have bought the novice 5-piece set. After returning home, Subai took out 5 pieces of equipment. You've consumed 10 years of your life, reinforced by a new method of warfare. You consumed 10 years of your life. Novice hat enhancement. You spent 10 years of your life. Novice pants enhancement. You consumed 10 years of your life. Novice shoe enhancement. You consumed 10 years of your life. Novice top enhancement. Enhancing 5 pieces of equipment consumes a total of 50 years of life. It took half an hour to travel to the store and return home, gaining another 30 years of life in that time. Subai checked the equipment properties. Name, new lawfare. Level, 1. Spirit, plus 100. Introduction, this is a strengthened magic weapon with greatly enhanced attributes. Spirit plus 200. Physique plus 200. Agility plus 100. Gain a total of 500 attribute points, a full 100 times over. Strengthening the equipment only consumed 50 years of life, and if you added some attributes, you could only add 50 attributes. However, strengthening the equipment increased the attributes by a full 500 points, a difference of 10 times, and the gear has abilities attached to it as well. Newbie gear doesn't have words. Bronze, silver equipment comes with words. If you strengthen bronze equipment, will the words be boosted 100-fold? It would be somewhat counterintuitive to be able to this ability. Some equipment will be plus 1% blitz, or 1% lifesteal, directly strengthened 100 times, become 100% blitz, 100% lifesteal. Who can top this? Subai checks the panel. Name, Subai. Level, 1. Occupation, Lord of the Damned, only. Power, 10. Body mass, 310. Agility, 110. Spirit, 700. Life expectancy, 30 years, every minute automatically gains 1 year of life. Skills, Cursed Power, Bronze, Cursed Aura, Bronze, Cursed Judgment, Bronze. Equipment, Novice Battle, Enhanced, Novice Hat, Enhanced, Novice Pants, Enhanced, Novice Shoes, Enhanced, Novice Top, Enhanced, except for the Strength which was a bit lower. The other 3 attributes broke through 100 points, so he could head to the replica and fight the monsters to upgrade. The newbie copy, where many people converge. Recruit teammate 4 short of 1 warrior to come. Recruiting teammates is 1 output position short. Recruiting teammates, we have 4 sisters on our side and need good-looking little brothers, with strong ones. Those who need to clear a newbie copy can come to us. The Brothers Gang. For only $10,000. Package clearance. Most people were looking for teammates in the neighborhood, and some people with low potential would take over substitute trainers in charge of helping those newcomers upgrade and be able to earn some money. These people were generally older with little potential for growth in the future. There are others who simply believe that it is too dangerous to go down alone. One more person is more powerful. Someone broke the record for novice copies? I went to this record seems to have held for 10 years put. In the end, who broke it? Gifted. I know him from Kai Kuen's squad. He awakened S-rank talent. A rare genius. S-rank talent? I've only awakened F-rank. If only I could awaken an S-rank talent. The woman next to him seems to be called Gu Qinghan, awakening A-grade talent. It's no wonder the Gu family can break the rookie record. What do you guys say I go up there and Kai Kuen will pull me into the team? The 40-something-year-old uncle asked with a smirk. You are afraid to think of farts to eat. Next to the 3 people talent is not bad or awakened B-level talent. The old king your head with others then. You just F-level career dream what I'll have. Hey, the saying that good talent can change your fate is true. Hearing the comments around him, Kai Kuen raised his lofty head. He loved this feeling of being surrounded by stars. The other 3 also dabbled in Kai Kuen's favor as they patted their asses on the side. Kai Xiao is just too good. Not only is he talented but he's also very low-key. Yeah, it's an honor to team up with Kai Xiao. Unlike that one called Subai who actually awakened the curse master really laughed me to death. A cursor to a dog. And the dog hates it. Ha ha ha. In the process of contact, the 3 learned that Kai Kuen hated this one called Subai. So as long as they said bad things about him, Kai Kuen would be very pleasurable. With a free S-rank teammate. Doesn't it smell good? Just a few bad words on the side. Frustrated to hear these words, Kai Kuen more confident. Novice copy of the record of others cannot be broken for 10 years. Their own casually a moment to break. Brother Kai Kuen, you're just too powerful. Your future achievements are unlimited. A sweet voice rang out from behind. Gu Qinghan is very satisfied with his decision. It is true that breaking up with Subai is a correct choice. You look at Subai, and look at Kai Kuen. A cursor, an S-rank pyromancy. Any fool knows how to choose. Just then, a figure walked towards the novice copy. He wore a mask to see his appearance, but he could tell that this person must not be very old by his figure. Brother planning to go down alone? You can entrust it to our brotherhood. There's strength in numbers. There are many cases of solo copies, but the death and injury rate is just too high. For only $10,000, you can hire the 4 of us to take you leveling. Subai stopped in his tracks with a suspicious look on his face. Take yourself to practice? You're kidding. Now his own spirit is up to more than 700. Physique more than 300. Single data. Even level 10 awakened may not be as strong as himself. If you team up with these people, not only will it slow down the speed of leveling, burst out of the good things have to be shared equally. The most critical thing is that Subai is now in the pocket than the face of the cleaner. Purchasing a newbie 5-piece set cost almost all of my savings. So, Subai wasn't going to team up. No. Subai shook his head and entered the copy alone, his figure disappearing with him. Kai Koen and the others noticed the situation over here and smiled disdainfully. This kid, Kai Xiao, is also too arrogant to dare to make a copy alone. There are just too many people like that, and he'll pay for his behavior. There's going to be a good show later. Kai Koen was a genius who had awakened an S-rank profession, and he didn't even dare to challenge the copy alone. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. No one will refuse to eat melon when they have nothing to do. Big brother, this kid is quite brave. Surprisingly, he dares to go down to the copy alone. Well, go ahead and pull the plug. The middle-aged man shook his head, not taking this to heart. People like Subai have not seen 100 people. There are also 10 people. There is only one end that is death. The person in question, Subai, didn't know that they were talking about themselves, and even if they did, they wouldn't care. Joke 700 plus mental, 300 plus physical out there. If I can't get through it, who can? Copy, Cobalt Savannah. Copy level, 1 to 2, novice copy. Requirements, kill the goblin warrior to pass the level. Introduction, kobolds are a group of ferocious and cruel guys. They capture human males, will torture and then kill them. And capture human females will be reduced to a tool for them to reproduce their offspring. Warning, don't get caught by them or you'll end up miserable. Subai ignored the copy prompt. Every awakened person would receive basic information about the copy when they entered it. Goblin Prairie. You don't need to find monsters by yourself. Monsters will be automatically refreshed in front of you. And as long as you defend yourself against a few waves of monster attacks, you will be able to meet the goblin warriors. Hint, the first time you enter the side game, you can choose a code name for yourself. And the code name can't be changed. Then let's call it Black Knight. Subai didn't intend to use his real name more than once. Code name Knight confirmed. Whether or not to open the challenge. Monster descends in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 0. After the countdown went to 0, a monster appeared in front of Subai. This head of kobold is very small in size, not even 1 meter 5. Holding a wolf tooth stick, the general awakened encounter can be single killed. Only need to take some time. Yada yada yada. The kobold swung his wolfsbane and charged at Subai. Trial by curse. A black light emerged from the spell and shot at the kobold, and it directly turned into a puddle of blood. Seconds. No suspense. You spent 6 days of your life. You killed a level 1 kobold and gained 1% experience value. The hunt begins now. You killed 2 level 1 kobolds and gained 2% experience. You killed 3 level 1 kobolds and gained 3% experience. You killed 4 level 1 kobolds and gained 4% experience. The hit alerts continue to swipe the screen. The first wave will have 1 monster. The second wave will have 2 monsters and so on. No wonder. The newbie copy requires multiple teams, encountering 5 kobolds at the same time. Even awakening a S-rank profession was not a small danger. Luckily, Subai's skills only consumed lifespan with no cooldown. Killing monsters was so efficient that the kobolds were killed in seconds before they even got close. The number of kobolds in Wave 10 has changed from 1 to 10. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. You spent 6 days of your life. You spent 6 days of your life. You spent 6 days of your life. Every time he cast a spell, he had to consume 6 days of his life. Subai didn't care at all. You automatically get 1 year of life in 1 minute, which translates to 365 days, can cast skills dozens of times. Subai transformed into a moving turret, and the 10 goblins were directly killed in seconds. They couldn't even get close. With the death of these kobolds, the kobold warrior appeared, and at 1 meter 7 it was comparable to an average male. Heavy armor was still on his body, and in his hand he held a large round wolfsbane, with fierce eyes. Roar! The kobold warrior roared. Tier 2 monsters are still bosses, and the average boss is frankly 10 times more powerful than regular monsters. A level 1 kobold has a few hundred blood. A boss of the same level has a few thousand, and a level 2 monster only has more, because the world is not fully data mined. One can only guess. Subai glanced at his panel. A single round of Cursed Judgment could deal several thousand damage, not sure if it could kill a goblin warrior in seconds. Charge! The goblin warrior unleashed his charge skill, and Subai didn't dodge it. Trial by curse. The goblin warrior was hit by the skill and stopped charging and fell straight to the ground, losing his life. It's good to be young and fall asleep, Subai teased. You kill a kobold warrior and gain 50% experience value. You rise to level 2. Strength plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Agility plus 10. Spirit plus 20. Ding, host leveling up detected. Benefits increased. Gain 2 years of life every minute. No upper limit. Each 3D attribute is increased by 10 points each for each level. And the main attribute is increased by 20 points for a total of 50 points. For the awakened strength profession, the main attribute was strength. And for the awakened mage profession, the main attribute was spirit. 1 minute 2 years of life. An hour is 120 years. A day is 2,880 years. The benefits will also increase as you level up. Congratulations on passing the Kobold Step Copy. The following rewards will be issued. 1. You gain 40% experience value. Ratings are being determined at scoring, time plus number of monsters killed equals final score. Time, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Final rating, SSSS. Additional reward, plus 60% experience value. A bronze treasure chest. Passing the level normally only gives you 40% experience value. Counting the experience value gained from the kobolds you killed earlier. A total of 145% experience. With a group of 5. The experience has to be split equally 5 times, which is not even 30%. But now Subai had leveled up 2 consecutively, gaining 205% experience value and a bronze treasure chest. You rise to level 3. Strength plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Agility plus 10. Spirit plus 20. Ding, congratulations to the host for rising to level 3. Base gain increased. Ding, gain 3 years of life every minute. 1 minute 3 years of life. 60 minutes is 180 years. 4,320 years a day. Fully tripled. Subai only wanted to say one word, cool. It's just too good. Is this what it feels like to get stronger? Other people enter the copy as 9 deaths. They enter the copy. The boss has just revealed 3 seconds by their own a round of cursed trial seconds? Is there any justice in the world? Is there any law in the world? Congratulations. You're free to leave after you've passed your copy. A white glow appeared. Subai did not leave immediately. Instead, he took out his newly acquired bronze treasure chest. Whether or not to open the treasure chest, you have opened the bronze chest. You have obtained an all-attribute fruit, bronze. You've obtained green cloud shoes, bronze. A red peach. Name, fruit food with all attributes. Quality, bronze. Introduction, this is a fruit that contains energy. After taking it, all attributes plus 10. Note, fruit food with full attributes needs to be consumed at once. One level up could only gain 50 attribute points. This full attribute fruit food, which could add 40 attributes, was equivalent to an additional level up. Subai took a bite. The meat was so deliciously full. All attributes plus 1. A few bites down. The full attribute fruit food was finished. Subai was still a bit back. Not even dates. The full attribute directly added 10 points. He checked the attributes of the green cloud shoes. Name, Xingyan shoes. Quality, bronze. Level, 3. Agility, plus 6. Word, footsteps reduced by 1%. Introduction, this is a pair of shoes containing aura, which has an unexpected effect when worn. Assassin's dream love outfit. Not only increase agility, the most critical is to reduce the sound of footsteps. Imagine what it is like to be close to an assassin. You didn't even hear his footsteps as he tapped you on the shoulder behind you. Man, way to go. And then it's gone. Of course Xingyan shoes could only reduce the sound of footsteps by 1%, and couldn't yet do the job of coming behind you silently. But Subai had the power of the curse to strengthen his equipment. Attributes of novice equipment are doubled 100 times after strengthening. So what's the effect of strengthening bronze equipment now? While lowering footsteps is not for you, there is much more to be gained from strengthening your equipment than adding a few attributes. 1 year of life is equivalent to 10 points of attributes. The Xingyan shoes need to be reinforced for a 60-year lifespan. You've spent 60 years of your life to strengthen your Xingyan shoes. Green cloud shoes, enhanced, quality, bronze, level, 3, agility, plus 600. Word, footsteps reduced by 100%. Take off your novice shoes and replace them with green cloud shoes for plus 500 agility. Agility, 640. Spirit, 750. Level 10 awakened people would be in tears when they saw their attributes, right? Total attributes surpassed the 1,000 mark. Subai tried to take a few steps and realized that he was like a ghost without a single footstep at all. It's cool. It's just so cool. As for the newbie shoes, they can still be sold. Don't underestimate it. Plus 100 agility is enough to get a large amount of money. He stepped into the white light figure disappeared. Meanwhile, outside, there's someone out. It's him. It's him. It's him. He just went into his copy for a few minutes and he's out so soon? How? How is that possible? Even Kai Xiao and the others took nearly half an hour. He entered the copy for less than 3 full minutes even, and he was still alone. Is this sure it's new? No, it can't be. Absolutely not. You can't leave your copy after entering it unless you pass. That means it only took him a few minutes to clear the copy? There's another possibility. He has the means to detach himself from the copy. It said that the detachment scroll will be able to force him to leave the copy, but the price is very high, so I think he must have used the detachment scroll. Someone who can use a disengagement scroll must not be bad with money. Why doesn't he hire a few bodyguards already? That's who knows, maybe he wants to show his sainthood in front of us and play a wave of pussy. It's really too young. Who says it isn't? Young people these days really don't take money seriously. Wait, is there a possibility that he passed the copy? It can't be. The youth was just about to retort when he saw that the record belonging to Kai Kuan had been set. First place, Blackout Solo, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Second place, Kai Kuan, Gu Qinghan, Li Da, Li Air. Li San passed the copy in 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Third place, Li Hu 5, 30 minutes. Only 1 second separates second from third. The difference between the first and the second is a good 10 or so times. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to get through the copy, are you kidding me? Or is it one person? The people who laughed at Subai earlier only felt a burning pain on their faces. No wonder he dared to go down the copy alone. So they were the clowns. The piercing results made them close their mouths, not knowing what to think. How did this happen? Is it still human? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kai Kuan's eyes widened as if he had gone mad. Originally, I thought Subai would die a horrible death in it. Yet not only did the other party pass the level, but it only took 2.5 minutes? Who is this in connotation? It took himself almost 30 minutes to break the third place record, only to have it broken before he could even be happy for a few minutes, and in a way that he couldn't overtake. 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes. Repeated Kai Kuan, falling into self-doubt as he repeated the words. Am I really a genius? One comparison to this one called Blackout. I'm not even qualified to lift a shoe. The impact Subai gave him was too great, and at this moment, he fell into autism. The pride of awakening in S-rank profession was gone. Gu Qinghan was also shocked by Subai's strength. She knows very well how strong the monsters inside the Goblin Prairie. Around and around of monsters, no teammates to assist, can only be reduced to a display board of fish and meat to be slaughtered. Want to live are incredibly difficult, not to mention through the copy, and breaking records. How on earth did he do that? Gu Qinghan became curious. Even Kai Kuan couldn't clear the novice copy on his own, but he did, representing that the other party's awakened profession was likely to be stronger than Kai Kuan's. Is it a SS-ranked career? Or a SSS-ranked career? One must know that Shanghai City had been founded for 100 years, and there hadn't been any SSS-class professionals born at all. Could it have been encountered by her today? If she could get on with the other side, she would be flying high in the future. Gu Qinghan's gaze towards Kai Kuan changed. You look at others and looking at yourself. Boss, this kid cleared the copy and broke the record. One of the brothers' gang said. Old four, you don't want to be killed. This kind of person is something you can just call? The oldest glared at him in a bad mood. No wonder he didn't team up with us. So he has the strength to pass the level alone. Kai Xiao, even if this person is very strong, there's no way he could have cleared the copy in only 2.5 minutes. Li San analyzed. You mean? That's right. He must have cheated. He said. There are cheats for raiding copies. And it said that being able to skip the stage of fighting small monsters and directly raiding the boss can save a lot of time. Otherwise, there's no way he could have gotten through the level so quickly. Knowing that skills also have a cooldown with consumption. Hearing Li San's analysis, Kai Kuan's eyes lit up. Right. Skills have cooldowns and consume blue bars. You can't have Subai casting spells that don't consume blue without a cooldown. Having figured this out, Kai Kuan instantly regained his confidence that he was still the strongest one. However, it was undeniable that Subai was able to break the record by cheating. His strength could not be underestimated. If we can recruit him into our team, said Kai Kuan, sweeping a glance at Li San. Li San noticed this look from Kai Kuan and his smile grew wider. Kai Xiao is noticing me? Being able to strike a good relationship with an S-class potential, my future accomplishments are unlimited. Unbeknownst to him, Kai Kuan plans to kick him out and replace him with Subai on the team. Hearing Li San's analysis, Gu Qinghan came to a sudden realization. Right. Even if it was a SS-ranked profession, or even a SSS-ranked profession, it would be impossible to pass the level so quickly. There was only one answer, and that was that Subai had cheated and had a way to skip the normal monsters. No wonder he was able to pass so quickly. Not only did he break the second place record, but he was also a full 10 or so times faster. I don't think so. Even if he used a cheating method, the strength is there. Given such a little time, You're considered strong if you can survive in the hands of a goblin warrior, not to mention killing the other party in return. Besides, he's only one person. That's right, the difference between people like us and him isn't even a fraction of a star. Gee, if only I could have his talent. Most people recognized Subai's strength, and only a few revealed jealous, envious gazes. These people think that if they know the mechanics of the copy they can easily pass it as well, or even do better. It doesn't even need to be 2.5 minutes. 1 minute will do. Just then, Kai-kun walked up to Subai and raised his condescending head. My squad is missing one person. Brother interested in joining our team? Kai Shao, don't we have 5 people? Li San didn't understand why Kai-kun would say there was one person missing. Li San, you've been kicked out. Li San was the weakest of the 3, and if he wanted to raid the next copy, he had to recruit someone like Subai. Kai Shao. Li San looked incredulous. He never thought that Kai-kun was going to kick himself out, but he had just been analyzing the problem. Kicked now? Who can stand that? Li San wanted to say something else, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Kai-kun. I'm the captain, I say what I want. Do you want to disobey me? I don't dare. Li San desperately shook his head. Kai-kun had awakened an S-class occupation. His future achievements were unlimited. Offending him was a completely irrational behavior. Darkness, your decision? I refuse. Subai looked like he was looking at an idiot, not even turning his head back and walking directly towards the next copy. I've been rejected? Kai-kun had a hint of annoyance. It was the first time he had been rejected by someone. Darkness, don't think you really take yourself seriously by cheating your way through the novice copies. Let me tell you, I, Kai-kun, am a genius who has awakened an S-class profession. I gave you a chance. Don't regret it. Scram! Subai looked back. His eyes flashed cold. He naturally would not give Kai-kun a good face, prying the original owner's girlfriend even if, but also dare to threaten himself. How dare he? You! Kai-kun wanted to let out a few harsh words, but after noticing Subai's eyes, he could only hold back his subsequent words. There's a sense of déjà vu. Intuition told him that one more word of nonsense and he'd be done for. Seeing that Kai-kun was defeated, Subai didn't bother. Just a clown. There are 2 difficulties for death copies, easy and hard. Subai didn't hesitate to directly choose difficulty, and his figure disappeared after him. Kai-kun smiled disdainfully. Difficulty? How dare you on a dark night? Even he didn't have the confidence to pass the easy difficulty copy. That was why he had teamed up with Subai to propose raiding the copy together, only to be rejected by the other party. Why should I be angry with a dead man? Kai-kun was not the only one who didn't think Subai could pass the copy. Instead, Li San was relieved. It was fortunate that Subai had refused, otherwise he would have been kicked out of the team. Within the copy, Subai opened his eyes and looked around. The desolate mountains, filled with graves, gave a depressing feeling. You can still smell the pungent odor of blood. Copy, death copy, difficulty, difficult, level, 2 to 10. Requirement, kill the necromancer. Introduction, skeleton soldiers were persecuted by the necromancer in their lifetime, who refined them into a set of puppets to do his bidding, and could not go to hell until they died. Unless they killed the necromancer who started it all, they could be reincarnated. Warning, difficult copies are extremely difficult. Whether or not to start the challenge. Enemy arriving in 10 seconds. Please get ready. 10, 9, 8, 0. The tomb made a strange sound as the countdown went to 0. Stretching white arms broke the ground. The skeleton soldier moved his body. His bones made a crisp sound. His pupils flickered with spectral fire. Unusually terrifying. A large white knife appeared out of thin air in his hand. The sound of bones touching his chin. The skeletal soldiers attacked Subai. Trial by curse. The skeleton soldier was directly killed in seconds, leaving only a field of broken pieces. You killed a level 5 skeleton soldier and gained 0.5% experience value. You killed 2 level 5 skeleton soldiers and gained 1% experience. You killed 3 level 5 skeleton soldiers and gained 1.5% experience. You killed 4 level 5 skeleton soldiers and gained 2% experience. The experience required to level up to level 3 increases exponentially. You can only gain 0.5% experience by killing 1 monster, and you need to kill 200 to upgrade. It's a good thing the skull graveyard lacks everything but monsters. I'm not a murderous person either. In life you were refined into puppets and suffered injustice, and after death you were still unable to reincarnate, so you could only be reduced to your current state. I'm going to be merciful and help you guys get over the top. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. Every time he casts a spell, he needs to consume 6 days of life, but Subai doesn't care at all. I'm short of everything but my life. 1 minute and 3 years of lifespan. It would take hundreds of spells to be cast before being exhausted. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Subai kept casting spells, he wouldn't die of old age alive. After a few minutes, the skeleton graves were all strolled around, and just as they climbed out of their graves, a judgment would fall and turn them into pieces, along with their bodies. Only the last coffin remains to be searched. Subai just got close to the coffin making a violent noise. The lid of the coffin directly blew up and an old man climbed out. The flowery white-haired face was hideous and gruesome, the skin festering, and in his hand he held a black-painted staff, still rolling with smoke. Level 10 necromancer? Or is it a boss? No wonder Kai Koen and the others didn't dare to challenge the difficulty level. Subai took a look at his level and it was only 3 levels, a difference of 7 levels. A level 2 goblin warrior has a few thousand blood. A level 10 necromancer had over 10,000 blood at the very least. That's over 10,000 blood. It was important to realize that a level 1 kobold was only 100 blood. 100-fold difference. Kid, you're interrupting my clean break. I'm going to refine you into a puppet for eternity. Skeleton army. Dozens of skeleton warriors appeared. All of them were level 10 and had at least a few thousand points of blood. Subai wanted to explode a foul mouth. I'm just a level 3 kid as far as that goes? Cursing on his lips, the movements in his hands did not slow down. Trial by curse. The most recent skeleton warrior was directly killed in seconds, leaving 9 skeletons left. Stand up. Skeleton warriors attacked. They were fast. Over 100 points. It's like 300 to 400 at least. Not a single ounce of experience was gained from killing these skeleton warriors. However, with the protection of the skeleton warriors, it was still a bit difficult to kill the necromancer. Subai pulled away from the skeleton warrior. My agility is twice that of these skeleton warriors. They can't even chase me. I can teach the necromancer how to behave as soon as he dares to come after me alone. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. The number of skeleton warriors decreased crazily, and only just after the exchange of blows. A large portion of them were dead or wounded. Obviously the necromancer had no consciousness, could only rely on instinct to fight. Until these skeleton warriors were killed. They didn't touch Subai for a bit. Soul strike. The necromancer waved his spell and greenish flames struck. Para-boom? Old me hasn't been afraid yet. Trial by curse. The two skills clashed. Subai's spirit was as high as 750, a bit higher than a level 10 necromancer. The cursed aura also dealt additional damage. A blow he simply couldn't block. Necromancer suffers cursed judgment and his blood level drops by 4,500. One hit deals 4,500 damage. The necromancer wasn't dead, and the injuries on his body weren't very serious. Worthy of being a level 10 boss. If one blow doesn't kill you, then we'll do a few more until we kill you. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. A necromancer's skills require energy consumption, and a cooldown. The skills that Subai cast didn't need energy at all. The cooldown argument. As long as he had enough lifespan he could always use them. Level 10 bosses climb for me as usual. 5 cursed judgments went down and the necromancer turned into pieces. Before he died, his eyes were wide with disbelief. No. You killed the necromancer and gained 50% experience value. You rise to level 4, strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, agility plus 10, spirit plus 20. Ding, congratulations to the host for leveling up to 4 years of life gained per minute of base gain enhancement. At 4 years of life per minute, an hour would be 240 years, and a day would gain 760 years. Congratulations on passing the death copy. Reward, plus 40% of experience value. Rating, SSS. Duration, 10 minutes. Additional reward, plus 60% experience value. A golden treasure chest. You rise to level 5. Strength plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Agility plus 10. Spirit plus 20. Base gain increased, gaining 5 years of life per minute. 2 consecutive rises raised the base gain from 3 years of life per minute to 5 years of life. It took a full 10 minutes to clear the death copy. More than half of the time was spent on rushing, and except for the necromancer, the rest of the monsters were killed in seconds. You will be able to pass the death copy and leave the copy freely. Subai didn't leave immediately, but took out the newly acquired golden treasure chest. Whether or not to open the golden treasure chest, you open the golden chest. You've obtained an all-attribute fruit food, gold. You get 10 pieces of iron ore. You have obtained the scarlet mask, gold. Name, fruit food with all attributes. Quality, gold. Effects, after taking it, all attributes plus 30. Description, this is a fruit that contains mysterious power. After taking it, the body will be sublimated once. This all-attribute fruit food was a whole lot bigger than the previous one, and had a silkier texture in one bite. Gives a sense of recall. Soon the full attribute fruit food was consumed. Full attributes plus 30, total attributes plus 120 points. The gold chest also opened 10 iron ore, and 1 gold equipment. The former can be sold for some money. The latter can conceal his breath and also change his appearance. Name, iron block. Type, forging material. Number, 10. Effect, materials needed to build equipment. Introduction, iron blocks can build hard objects. Name, scarlet mask. Quality, gold. Level, 5. Spirit, plus 15. Disillusionment, you can change your facial appearance. And players with a higher level than you can see your appearance. Just this? Subai now had level 5. And after putting on the scarlet mask and changing his appearance, a level 6 awakened person would be able to see himself clearly. Good thing you can strengthen your equipment. Scarlet mask enhancement requires 150 years of life. You've spent 150 years of your lifespan on the scarlet mask and it's been strengthened. Name, scarlet mask, enhanced. Quality, gold. Level, 5. Spirit, plus 1500. Disillusionment, enhanced, you are able to change your appearance. Any part of you, not limited to male, female, and an awakened person 100 levels above you can see your true appearance. Introduction, disillusionment, I'm everywhere. This, after seeing the attributes of the scarlet mask, Subai was shocked. Spirit plus 1500. Wearing a mask, spirit directly breaks through the 2000 mark, but also can change their appearance. Not limited to the face, and even change into a woman? As long as Subai wanted to, he could turn into a little lowly, but he didn't have that fetish. I am now level 5. And awakened people below level 105 can't see my true appearance clearly. Subai put on the scarlet mask and his entire aura changed subtly. A devil-like mask with scarlet eyes. He didn't change his likeness. Subai checks the panel. Name, Subai. Level, 5. Occupation, Lord of the Damned, only. Power, 90. Body mass, 390. Agility, 690. Spirit, 2300. Life expectancy, 10 years, 5 years automatically gained for every minute. Skills, Lord of the Damned, bronze, cursed aura, bronze, cursed judgment, bronze. Equipment, novice tunic, novice pants, novice battle, novice hat, Xingyan shoes, bronze, scarlet mask, gold. Spirit is as high as 2300, and total attributes break the 3000 mark. You're only level 5 yourself. It's even more gorgeous than some level 20 awakened panels. Is this what it feels like to get stronger? Subai loved this feeling. After leaving the copy, the gazes of the people looking at him changed, leaving only shock. Crap, he's out? This, how is it possible? It's only been 10 minutes or so, right? Could it be that he cleared the death copy or the hard level? Perhaps he used the disengagement scroll to force his way out of the copy. Disengagement scrolls? You guys see the record was set by someone else. Records? Cripes. First place, 10 minutes to clear the death copy difficulty level alone in the dark. Seeing Subai pass the death copy in just 10 short minutes, they were completely nonplussed. Crap, that's genius. Kaikuin doesn't even have the qualifications to lift his shoes compared to him. I laughed at him before, thinking that he didn't know his place when he challenged the copy alone. But it turns out that the clown is myself. 10 minutes to pass the copy. It takes 10 minutes to catch up put. How did this happen? Could it be that he cheated again and skipped the minion stage to directly raid the boss? Cheating once can be done with coincidence. Cheating twice, it's simply impossible. So, he's simply strong. Black Knight God is awesome. Our squad is missing exactly one person, still all sisters. Captain, isn't there 5 of us in the squad? Now you're kicked. They are jealous when someone is better than them, but they only admire when they are too good for them. No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kaikuin's face was like ashes. He never expected Subai to be so strong. Even with his own 5-man team, he might not be able to clear the death copy or the simple level. Otherwise he wouldn't have proposed to form a team and then clear the copy together. As a result, Subai is good not only past the copy or difficult level, which pressed his face on the ground to rub back and forth. People are more angry than people. Gu Qinghan glanced at Subai and then at Kaikuin, her beautiful eyes flashing with disappointment. Look at the darkness and then look at you. You can't compare and you don't dare to admit this fact. Gu Qinghan thought in his mind. He was getting more and more disappointed in Kaikuin. However, considering that the other party was a rare genius of an S-class profession, she didn't tear her face off. Subai ignored the noisy crowd. He still remembered the faces of these people, and after clearing the copy he had no intention of staying for long, and disappeared in a flash. Find an unoccupied corner. Subai activated the Scarlet Mask's disillusionment ability. The mask disappeared into thin air, and the cheeks, the figure, the skin, the hair, all changed drastically. With handsome cheeks and sword brows, women can't help but look twice when they see it, and it's just as handsome as the majority of his readers. Not bad. There were still 10 pieces of iron where that could be sold to improve life. Store. The clerk revealed a sweet smile. Sir, selling materials needs to register his information. This was to ensure that the materials were of regular origin and to prevent cases of murder outside the city. After Subai registered the information, the clerk confirmed it with her beautiful eyes wide. You're Black Knight? You recognize me? Subai was a bit surprised. He had only just broken the death copy record. So quickly recognized. Don't misunderstand, Mr. Darkness. Our manager asked us to keep an eye on geniuses like you. We have no ill intentions. Sir, please wait a moment. This is something I need to inform the manager about. Subai didn't refuse. There was no half danger in the city now. Sometimes the benefits gained from exposing a little bit of strength would only be more. The clerk came to a room and knocked on the door. Dum 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 dum. Yes? A man's voice came from inside. Manager, the dark one you're looking for, he showed up. The clerk told the story. So soon? The door to the room was opened and the manager's eyes widened. How long had it been before we found Blackout? Wang Xiao had just sent a message asking them to find a young man who had just awakened his profession not long ago. At first he was unimpressed, just awakening his profession. Did he need to make a big deal out of it? But he was shocked after learning about Blackout's strength. It took 2.5 minutes to clear the novice copy. Still alone. And also cleared the death copy only took 10 minutes only. Still hard level. Take me to him quickly. The manager was quick on his feet. He couldn't wait to meet the teenager. Hello, Mr. Black Knight, I am the manager of this store. The middle-aged man extended his right hand to shake Subai. What is it that you are looking for me for? Subai didn't like to beat around the bush and asked directly to the point. It's like this young master wants to see you. The young master in the middle-aged man's mouth was the young patriarch of the Wang family. The Wang family belonged to a first-class family in Jiangcheng. There are only 2 first-class families in total. The Wang family, the Li family. One of them, the Wang family, belonged to the merchants, and the Li family favors force. Being able to get to know the young patriarch of the Wang family had only benefits and no disadvantages. After all, one more friend is one more way. Mr. Darkness, the young master will be here later. What materials are you selling? Subai took out 10 pieces of iron ore. Each iron ore sells for 8,000 blue star coins. 10 iron ores is 80,000 blue star coins. How about this? Mr. Black Knight, we offer 100,000 blue star coins to acquire these iron ores. What do you think? Can? Subai decisively agreed. Only a fool would mind the price given being too high. Bank card 6205 arrives with 100,000 blue star coins. 100,000 blue star dollars in hand life can be somewhat secure. 100,000 blue star coins converted into the currency of the previous life is 100,000 dollars. He made 100,000 dollars after a trip to the copy. How long will it take to work part-time? If you sell the newbie 5-piece set, Scarlet Mask, and Green Cloud shoes, it's not a problem to make millions, or even tens of millions. However, Subai wasn't going to do that. 1. This store only takes materials, versus selling them. Second, equipment want to sell high price must go to the auction cabinet, using the auction method, otherwise not earn much money. A few minutes later, a young man walked up to the store, and he was none other than the young master of the Wang family. Mr. Black Knight has heard a lot about you. My name is Wan Lei, he said. The purpose of this visit is also very simple. I want to invite you to a dinner party. Dinner party? Subai had no interest in dinner parties. Subai just wanted to refuse. Wang Lei's next sentence stifled his subsequent words. Not only is there great food at the dinner, but you get to meet a lot of people. And the kicker is the auction. There's a lot of good stuff at the auction. The kind you can't get outside. Gourmet and no people with power. Subai did not put in mind. As long as their own strength is strong enough, those big plutocrats will take the initiative to pay a visit. There is no need to find them themselves. And it wasn't Subai's character to force himself to get close to them without strength. Auction? This was a good place. Subai was still depressed that the novice outfit couldn't be sold anymore. This wasn't coming? If I can auction high-quality equipment and then strengthen them all. Thinking of this, Subai's eyes lit up and decisively agreed to Wang Lei's invitation. Black Knight will meet you tonight at 6 p.m. The dinner officially starts at 8 p.m. Don't be late. Wang Lei pulled out a business card from his chest. After the two of them had friended each other, Subai returned to the slums. It's now 10 a.m. And 8 hours until 6 p.m. Just enough time to play a few games. A few hours later, Subai's segment successfully dropped to Black Iron. Silver dropped Black Iron in just a few hours. Playing Alliance sometimes is their own pit. Sometimes it's other people's pit. He checked his panel. Name, Subai. Level, 5. Occupation, Lord of the Damned, only. Power, 90. Body mass, 390. Agility, 690. Spirit, 2300. Life expectancy, 2550, every minute automatically gains 5 years of life expectancy. Lifespan automatically increases to 550 years, all plus attributes. And you get 550 points. All plus spirit can approach the 5000 mark. 5000 spirit for a level 5 awakened person. Just thinking about it is terrifying. However, Subai didn't add points immediately. With only 390 points in physique, there was a risk of being killed in seconds even with a high spirit. And besides, reinforcing equipment required quite a bit of longevity. Enhanced equipment gains are 10 times as much, while additive attributes are 1-to-1. Call the cab to the area of the villa where Wang Lei was. The villa was big and there was a manor. And there were 2 bodyguards standing at the door. Black Knight, you're here. Wang Lei's voice sounded inside the villa. I'll show you around. Subai nodded. In his previous life he was just an ordinary office worker. And this life living in the slums is the first time I've seen such a luxurious house. The servants alone are more than 3 digits. The maids wore white knee-high socks, beautiful cheeks, and none of them were ugly looking. The manservants wore uniforms, and they bent down to greet Subai when the 2 of them passed by. Open-air pools, huge gardens, and gorgeous villas. Is this what it's like to be rich? The villa is much bigger than the high school. Mr. Darkness, I'll show you to your dressing, the old butler next to him said. Changing clothes? Subai glanced at Wang Lei's clothes, before glancing at his own. There's no harm without comparison. Wang Lei wears clothes that can't be taken down at all without 7 digits, while the clothes he wears all over his body add up to even less than 3 digits. No need. I still feel more comfortable in my own clothes. The purpose of his visit was simple, that is to participate in the auction. As for wearing flashy clothes, Subai was a bit resistant, always feeling a bit awkward. Wang Lei didn't force himself. There was still some time before the dinner party started. Darkness, we will first head to the location of the dinner. Wang Lei personally opened the door of the limousine for Subai. I have to admit, rich people really know how to have fun, not to mention living well. The car ride is also very comfortable. But Subai's eyes didn't have half a bit of longing in them. Glory and wealth are worthless in front of real strength. As long as I am strong enough, those plutocrats can only be respectful when they see me. This is the convenience of strength. Moreover, the blue planet is different from the planet in the previous life. It is not peaceful here. It will encounter fierce beasts attack. If the strength is too weak, even if the money is useless. Subai became more and more eager to become stronger. Soon the 2 arrived at the location of the dinner, the Edinburgh Hotel, which had a lot of good food. The cheapest dishes were in 4 figures. Is this the world of the rich? Black Knight, I'll take you to meet people, Wang Lei said in Subai's ear. Subai didn't answer immediately. The other people are wearing very gorgeous costumes and he looks out of place. It's not necessary. Subai didn't want to know any plutocrats, at least not right now. The dinner starts at 8 o'clock, and the auction officially starts at 10 o'clock. During this period, Subai intends to enjoy a wave. After all, in his previous life, he had eaten the most expensive things, even less than 4 digits. Naturally, you can't pass up an opportunity to have this kind of white whoring. Alright, Wang Lei didn't force himself. Originally he planned to bring Subai to know some people. After all, Subai had broken 2 consecutive copies of the record. His strength should not be underestimated. But Subai is not willing to contact these people. There is no need for him to force it. There is a saying that a strong melon is not sweet. Wang Lei went to chat with the others, while Subai looked at the food on the dinner plate. No one can resist the temptation of good food. Salmon, caviar, king crab, jumbo lobster. The dishes are varied, delicious. A sense of satisfaction surfaced on Subai's face. Had to admit that these dishes were indeed delicious, and he didn't care about his image in the slightest. The commotion over here attracted the eyes of bystanders, whose faces showed dislike, disbelief, and contempt. Subai ignored the gazes of these people. One more look at himself wouldn't cost him a piece of meat. Besides, he was in the middle of drying his meal. He didn't have the time to take care of them. Just then, a mocking voice rang out. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't think I'd run into such an unkempt person at a dinner party. Something familiar about that voice? Subai looked back. The man had a vertical center parting and was wearing a black suit. His eyes flashed with dislike. This person was none other than Kai Kuan. How do you get where you're going? You can meet this idiot anywhere. Subai grumbled in his mind, only feeling bad luck. Due to the disillusionment of changing his appearance, Kai Kuan did not recognize Subai's identity. He was all high and mighty. Security! Security! Someone has infiltrated the Edinburgh Hotel, don't you care? In addition to Subai, the other people wore gorgeous clothes, while he was all covered in ground goods. It was obvious that this person was sneaking and blending in, just wanting to freeload. He had seen this kind of person too many times. Yesterday, He kowtowed in front of Subai on the spot, unable to resist at all. This morning I met one called Black Knight, who broke 2 records in a row without saying a word, and also beat the time by 10 times or so. Isn't this a proper slap in his face? You've managed to break the record yourself, only to have it broken in less than a few minutes, or alone. Who could stand that? Not him anyway. That's why he was looking for the person in front of him to trouble out the bad anger in his heart. Gu Qinghan didn't stop. After all, she was also very upset. Her own hallowed Gu family's daughter kowtowed to an orphan. Or in public. Who could tolerate this? Just this morning the record was also broken, and the annoyance is getting worse. Several security guards came in front of Subai, and the one in the lead asked, "Sir, please show the invitation." Invitation letter? Subai was confused. Wang Lei didn't give an invitation when he brought himself to the dinner party. I don't have an invitation. Subai shook his head. Oh, no invitation letter. Still dare to come to Edinburgh Hotel to eat and drink for nothing. Like you, I have seen too many people. Kai Koen raised his proud head and despised. Get lost, you're not welcome here. The security guard saw that Subai didn't have an invitation and wanted to blow away. Wait, Darkness is my friend. I brought him here. A voice rang out from the back. The security chief looked back, his pupils gradually dilating. Captain, do we still have to blast him out? Idiot. The head of security glared at him in a bad mood. He is the young master of the Wang family, Wang Lei, and this honored guest was invited here by him. Wang Xiao, sorry, this person just arrived not knowing your identity. Do you guys still need an invitation? Wang Lei teased. No need. No need. No need. The security chief shook his head frantically, beads of sweat sliding down his forehead. First-class families don't need an invitation to bring someone. Only second-rate clans and below needed invitations, and they could only bring one person at a time. That was the difference. Go. The security chief rushed off with the people under his hand. He didn't forget to apologize to Subai when he left. Sir, we didn't know you were a friend of young Wang. I'm really sorry. At this moment, Kai Koen, Gu Qinghan was dumbfounded. The man in front of you is actually a friend of young Wang? How is it possible? Wait, what's this guy's name again? Darkness, the man who broke his own record, unexpectedly met here. Or Wang Xiao's friend, talented and good, just seemed like he was still mocking the other party? Darkness, sorry, I didn't recognize you just now. Kai Koen gave a smile that was worse than tears. He couldn't wait to slap himself right now. Offending anyone but Blackout. Even if he offended Black Knight, he also offended Wang Xiao. You're Kai Xiao, right? Subai teased. The genius who awakened an S-rank profession. In the latter sentence, Subai's voice was increased by a few points. Kai Koen's head was lowered. If in the past he would have thought that this sentence was a compliment to himself, but put it in the present. If he himself could be called a genius, then what was the person in front of him? A demon or a monster? You're joking, great god of darkness. How dare I call myself a genius? You're not only strong but also handsome. If I could have your talent and looks, I could wake up laughing in my dreams. Subai was a little surprised. He had known Kai Koen for 3 years, and the two of them didn't have a cordial relationship. It was the first time he had seen Kai Koen who would kiss someone's ass. Black Knight God is really sorry. I am the Gu family's daughter, Gu Qinghan. Please also give me a face. How about letting this go? Gu Qinghan stretched out her slender little hand ready to shake hands with Subai. A second-rate family in Zhongcheng? Gu Qinghan was smug when he heard this. The Gu family was second only to the Wang family and the Li family, so he thought that the person in front of him had gone soft. What the hell? Subai slapped away Gu Qinghan's hand. I have a system and I'm still afraid of a small second-rate family? Besides, there was already a conflict between the two. Gu Qinghan's smile instantly froze. Black Knight, this is also too rampant. Not even give his face. How dare he? She was just about to retort a few words when Wang Lei's voice came again. Good Gu family, who gave you the guts? Threaten my brother? It's better to dispense with future cooperation. Wang Lei didn't even bring hesitation. He could sort of see that Subai had a grudge against the two. A second-rate family, with a future powerhouse. Wang Lei chose the latter. Gu Qinghan's face was white. By the Wang family cancelled cooperation. Gu family not only to lose a large sum of money, in the future want to do business in Shanghai will also be incomparably difficult. After all, the Wang family was a first-rate family, far from being comparable to their second-rate family. It's all Kai Koen's fault. If it wasn't for him, the Wang family wouldn't have cancelled their cooperation with the Gu family. A lot of young sons of the family came to today's dinner. If this spreads back to the family, then the Gu family won't have a good time in the future. The guy who was not good enough to accomplish anything. Gu Qinghan wanted to slap herself. Was she blind or possessed by a ghost? Why would she look at this kind of person? Wang Xiao. Gu Qinghan just wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Wang Lei. The Black Knight auction is about to start. Aha! Subai was a bit surprised. He never thought that the other party could be so forceful. that they would directly give up cooperating with the Gu family, just for themselves. Seeing the two of them leave, Kai Koan, Gu Qinghan was pointed at by bystanders. Kai Koan I know. He came from Jianghai 3rd Middle School at the awakening ceremony and awakened an S-rank profession. S-class professions are all geniuses in our Jianghai city, right? Genius? Have you ever seen a genius kowtow to someone in public or 100? That image brings back memories just thinking about it. TSK. Not only Kai Koan but also schoolgirl Gu, kowtowing to Subai in public, just like a son kowtowing to his father. Ahaha laughed me to death. Hearing all this gossip, the two men's faces were getting white, and they wanted to find a crack in the ground to burrow into, but the auction is about to start and you can't leave now. On the other hand, Wang Lei brought Subai to a private room with a good view, where he could see the whole picture below. Darkness introduces you. This is Ice, the auctioneer this time. You can call her if you want to auction something. The woman was wearing black stockings, high heels, full breasts, hot body, a uniform, imperial model, hair flowing, giving people a feeling of desire. Subai's gaze wasn't attracted by the woman, but asked, I have a few pieces of equipment here. Can you guys take care of them? Yes. However, an auction will be held once a month, and what you take out will need to wait until next month to be sold. Next month? Subai couldn't wait that long. A month later, he didn't even know how much his strength had grown. Besides, the high martial exam was going to start in less than a week, and he was very short of money right now, not only to improve his life, but also to buy equipment and so on. Sir, sorry, this is a rule of the auction house and I can't break it. Regulations? Subai took out 5 pieces of equipment. His expression was a bit despondent, and he intentionally turned on the function where others could see his equipment. Hey, it's really too bad. Originally I was going to sell these 5 pieces of equipment. It looks like it will have to be sold to someone else now. After seeing the attributes of the novice 5-piece set, the two were dumbfounded. What is the concept of 5 pieces of equipment adding a total of 500 attributes and each piece of equipment adding 100 attributes? Ordinary novice equipment only had 1 point of attributes, which was a 100-fold difference. Even level 5 gold outfits were somewhat dwarfed by these outfits. Black Knight, are these equipments yours? Wang Lei asked a knowing question. Yes. AI. It's a pity. The auction pavilion needs to wait a month to consign things. My time is precious, I can't wait that long. Wang Lei came to a realization and shook his head. Since the auction pavilion doesn't want your stuff, our Wang family wants it. Darkness, you bid on these 5 pieces of equipment. Before the words were finished, the auctioneer was in a hurry. The auction pavilion is only responsible for consigning things, and you only need to pay a 5% handling fee. But it's not that that's most important. It's the value that comes with 5 pieces of equipment. A level 5 gold suit only adds 15 attributes. Level 1 novice suit plus 100 attributes. A difference of several times. The only drawback is that there is no word. Otherwise the cost effective will certainly be higher. Mr. Black Knight, I can't make the call on this matter, but I can ask the supervisor. You guys wait a moment. After saying these words, the auctioneer ran out of the room in a hurry. Black Knight, are you really going to sell these 5 pieces of equipment? Wang Lei asked curiously. These equipment attributes aren't low. Not low? 5 pieces of equipment only add a total of 500 attributes. A pair of bronze shoes add 600 attributes and come with words. You're telling me it's not low? Well, it was indeed a bit higher compared to normal equipment. After all, not everyone was like Subai and could strengthen their equipment. These outfits don't suit me. Darkness, can I ask you a question? You say, you can strengthen equipment? Can. Subai did not deny it. Black Knight, as long as you can help me strengthen my equipment, make me pay anything. Wang Lei said decisively. The Wang family was a first-class family in Jianghai City, and he had seen more than 3 digits of reinforcers. But these reinforcers didn't even have the qualifications to mention their shoes when compared to Subai. Being able to strengthen your equipment by 5 to 10% is a rarity. Subai was directly strengthened 100-fold, with 1 point of attributes increasing to 100 points of attributes. Okay. Strengthening a piece of equipment had a maximum lifespan of several hundred years, and Subai could still afford to pay for it. Besides, the two were in a cooperative relationship, and they could gain some benefits by helping Wang Lei strengthen it. Looking at the money in his hand, it was only a pitiful 100,000, as if he couldn't buy anything of value. Black Knight, from now on you're my big brother. Feel free to tell me anything you encounter. Another reinforcement master, and with such strength, it would be good to be able to make friends. As for, what will others think of him? The young master of the Wang family recognizes a loose man as his elder brother. Is it a shame? He didn't care. As long as it made him stronger and defeated the Li family, he would do whatever he was told to do. On the other hand, the auctioneer found the supervisor. The supervisor was an old man who leisurely sipped his tea. The auction is about to open. What are you doing here? The supervisor has someone who wants to consign their equipment. Xiao Bing, we have rules in the auction pavilion. Consignment items need to wait for a month before they can be put on the shelves. Do you not understand this reasoning? The old man had a hint of dissatisfaction. Ice is a gold auctioneer and she can forget this? But, Bing Bing wanted to say something else, but was ruthlessly interrupted by the old man. No buts, no rules, well you can go down. I just saw that Ice stood still and had no intention of leaving. Don't you even listen to me anymore? I told you there are no rules, and if he breaks them, what will people think in the future? Supervisor, the equipment he wants to auction is. Ice told the story. The supervisor had wanted to reprimand a few times, but after hearing the attributes of the 5 pieces of equipment, the person was dumbfounded. You're telling me that 5 pieces of equipment add a total of 500 attributes? Or is it newbie equipment? 10,000 grass mud horses raced through the old man's mind. If it wasn't for the fact that this was told to him personally by his own men, he would have thought that the other party was crazy. He had seen quite a number of reinforcers, but it was the first time he had seen an increase of 100 times like this, and he had never even heard of it before. Ha ha ha, quickly take me to see this senior. The supervisor fiercely got up from his stool, smiling like a flower, completely different from the person before. Supervisor, you just said there are no rules. Ice whispered. Hey, you said that was just now. He only wanted to see Subai as soon as possible now. The one who could have this enhanced strength must be a profound senior. The two of you have been waiting for a long time. I am the supervisor of the auction house, you can call me Old Yang. The old man nodded to Wan Lei. The auction house is not afraid of any family. On the contrary, the family wants to auction good things. We have to go through the hands of the auction house. If you offend each other, only 100 harms no good. Hello Elder Yang. Ha ha ha, Wang family boy, after so many years of absence. You have grown so big. You are really a talented person. Yang Lao looked around and saw only 2 figures. One was Wang Lei, the young master of the Wang family. The other person was not much different in age from Wang Lei. That senior of the Wang clan's brats? Elder Yang inquired. It can't be an 18-year-old reinforcing the gear. Seniors? Wang Lei shook his head. Elder Yang, we don't have seniors here. The person you're looking for is the employer who consigns the equipment, right? This one is. Wang Lei pointed to Subai on the side. This? How is it possible? Elder Yang looked Subai up and down, with nothing but shock in his eyes. How old is this? How can he become a reinforcer? It also increases the equipment by such a high attribute. The supervisor is indeed him. Ice spoke up from the sidelines. Elder Yang had been in the auction house for many years and had never seen this kind of genius. After a short period of shock, Yang Lao was still unable to accept the truth. This was too fantastic. Novels did not dare to write like this. Can I consign this equipment? Forget it if you can't. Can. Of course. Yang Lao quickly nodded his head, fearing that Subai would back out. But don't you have rules at the auction house? You need to wait a month if you want to consign something? Subai teased. You're joking, little friend. Rules are made by people. If other people can also take out this kind of treasure, they'll be able to cut in line just the same. If anything goes wrong, I'll take it all. Good. Subai took out the novice 5-piece set. The auction pavilion had a good reputation. There would be no blackmail. Just pay 5% of the proceeds. We'll leave you two alone. Have fun with the auction. Soon, the auction officially began. Lights like day, the dark space was lit up. There were a lot of people down there. They were all dressed in fancy costumes, and on the stage came a woman. This person was none other than Bing Bing, who could capture the hearts of countless men with a sweet smile. Welcome to the auction. I'm the auctioneer this time. Ice. Although Ice is very pretty, none of them made a single outburst of molestation. Bing Bing was the gold auctioneer of the auction pavilion and had a powerful backer behind her. Offending her was a completely irrational thing to do. Without further ado, the first lot is the Ring of Flame. Bing Bing lifted the red cloth and a jade box appeared in the crowd sight. She opened the jade box, inside lay a ring. The red color was gorgeous. Properties are shown. Name, Ring of Fire. Level, 5. Spirit, plus 15. Word 1, strike plus 1%. Description, this is a ring that contains the power of fire. And when triggered, it can hit with a bludgeoning effect. After seeing the ring's attributes, Subai's eyes lit up. There are 9 pieces of equipment: hat, mask, top, pants, shoes, cloak, primary weapon, and 2 rings. Rings belong to special equipment, are relatively rare, and storm words are even rarer. Do not underestimate the 1% storm. In the life and death struggle, if you can trigger the storm, is likely to turn the tide in the desperate situation. Some lucky people can storm 4 to 5 times out of 10 even with 1% storms. On the contrary, there are some non-casters who may not have a single blast 10 times even if 99% of the blasts hit. but Su Bai didn't need luck at all. As long as you strengthen this ring, not only do you get 1500 spirit, but you also get a full storm. And you can deal double damage with each attack. Who can top that? The current Su Bai encountered the necromancer, not to say it was a second kill. It only took 2 skills to go down and kill it. As long as you obtain this ring, a single skill shot can kill a level 10 boss in seconds. Just thinking about it is horrifying. The Ring of Flame has a starting bid of 100,000, and each increase cannot be less than 10,000. The auction begins. 100,000. Su Bai quoted a price. He only had this much money on him. I'll give you $110,000 for this ring. I'm bound and determined to win. 110,000 for a gold ring. You're afraid you're not thinking about farts. I'll give you 120,000. 130,000. The price went all the way up and soon broke through $1 million. Su Bai was a bit tearful. These rich people really don't take money seriously. Somewhere in the corner were 2 figures. Kai Koen, Gu Qinghan. Kai Koen said with a longing look on his face, "Qinghan, if I can obtain this ring, my strength will definitely skyrocket and it will be easier for us to raid the copy then." Gu Qinghan heard the meaning of Kai Koen's words. He wanted to ask himself to help him auction this ring, and after a glance at the ring's attributes, it was indeed very suitable for Kai Koen. It's well worth spending a couple million to invest in an S-ranked career. 2 million. Gu Qinghan burst out a price, and most people stopped bidding. 2 million was already a lot. Is there anyone else bidding? Ice continued. 2 million once. 2 million twice. Kai Koen was already fantasizing about obtaining the Ring of Flame. As long as I obtain this ring, Su Bai is not enough to fear. Dare to humiliate me in public. I'll take this revenge. And that one called Black Knight, do you really think you have 2 brushes? I awakened an S-rank profession. My future achievements are unlimited. Even if you are stronger than me now, it's impossible for you to surpass me in the future. I, Kai Koen, will remember today's shame. Gu Qinghan noticed Kai Koen's gaze with an obscure look on his face. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party had awakened an S-rank profession, she wouldn't even bother to take care of it. I hope this investment is the right choice. Otherwise, Gu Qinghan thought of it, and a pang of bad luck came over Kai Koen's performance. Not only was the record broken by someone else, but it also caused the Gu family's cooperation with the Wang family to be completely severed, and now the other party wanted him to shoot the equipment for him. She more or less hated it. 3 million. Just when Kai Koen thought that this equipment would be up for bid, a voice shattered his illusions. Who the hell is it? Kai Koen looked in the direction of the Solidarity, annoyed beyond measure. Seeing that it was the voice coming from inside the box, he was speechless. Only one stream families could enjoy the box. Even Gu Qinghan, the Gu family's daughter, could only sit in the ordinary spectator seats. Gu Qinghan, this equipment I'm bound to take. Kai Koen was furious as he thought of the humiliation his opponent had just inflicted. Gu Qinghan looked like he was looking at a fool. Wang Lei was the young master of the Wang family. Even if they didn't cooperate anymore, there was no need to offend each other to death. Kai Koen, you have to remember that this is my money. You want this equipment? Then you can bid for it yourself. Gu Qinghan didn't spoil the other party either. Qinghan, I'm just kidding you. Kai Koen's smile faltered. If he had the money, he wouldn't have let her help him shoot the outfit for him anymore. On the other side, inside the box, Darkness, this ring suits you. Thanks a lot, I'll help you strengthen your equipment when the auction ends. Su Bai was not a heartless person. Without Wang Lei he wouldn't even be able to enter the auction house, let alone obtain the Ring of Flame. $3 million was already a sky-high price, and coupled with the identity of the Wang family's young master, the others had no intention of competing for it. Just when everyone thought that this ring, the young master of the Wang family, was bound to win, a change occurred. Anyone else want to raise the price? 3 million once, 3 million twice, 3 million. Wait, I'll give you 3.01 million. Who on earth would dare to compete with young Wang for equipment? Doesn't he know that the Wang family is a first-class family in Zhanghai City? 3.01 million horrors, as it were. Wait, that voice sounds a little familiar to me. The man glanced in the direction of the sound support. There were only 2 boxes. The identity of the visitor had been called out. Li Long, the young master of the Li family. The Li family and the Wang family relationship is not cordial. Usually there is no shortage of fighting. As long as there are 2 big families will fight for a place. I did not think that this auction. The 2 people ran into each other again. Inside the box came Li Long's provocative voice. Wang Lei, this ring I am bound to take. Li Long, comparing financial strength with me, you're not qualified. The Li family was known for its force, and the Wang family had the most financial strength in Zhanghai City, which was more than just for equipment, more than face. Li Long also did not dare to make a blind offer. Although the Li family is strong, but it is not necessary to offend the auction pavilion. 4 million. Wang Lei quoted a price. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The price of 4 million is already very high, and it is more or less not worth it for a gold equipment. But Wang Lei doesn't care. 1. Big families take their face seriously, and anything that can be solved by spending money is not a problem. Second, Wang Lei needed to befriend Su Bai. If this equipment was snatched by Li Long, wouldn't that be a slap in the face of their Wang family? When Li Long heard the price quoted by Wang Lei, he didn't budge at all. 4.01 million. 5 million. Wang Lei didn't even bat an eyelid. After reported 5 million sky price, Li Long did not immediately offer. 5 million for him is also a lot of money. For a piece of equipment is really not worth it. Anyone else raise their bid? As an auctioneer, Bing Bing naturally wanted to see the two tearing each other apart. The only way he could make more money. 5 million once. 5 million twice. 5 million 3 times. Congratulations to the young master of the Wang family for winning this lot. The second piece of equipment is also a ring. Ice lifted the second red cloth. The ornate box was opened. Inside was a green ring. Name, Life Ring. Quality, Gold. Level, 5. Spirit, plus 15. Entry 1, Blood Drain plus 1%. Description, this is a ring that contains life force. When worn to attack a demonic creature, the awakened person can recover a small amount of their own injuries. Life Ring? After seeing the attributes of the equipment, Su Bai's eyes lit up. Strike and bloodsucking are all rare words. The former deals double damage. The latter restores injuries. Don't underestimate the 1% blood absorption, which restores a small number of injuries, such as skin wounds, after dealing damage to an enemy. When strengthened, it draws up to 100% blood and restores the same amount of blood when dealing 1000 damage. Even if Su Bai fell into a near-death state, a single strike could directly return to full strength, which was equivalent to 1 more life. As long as you can't kill me in 1 hit, I can transform into a vampire and suck blood like crazy. Can't hit me, and the damage is still high as play. This ring Su Bai was bound to take. The starting price of the life ring is 100,000 blue star coins. Each increase shall not be less than 10,000. The bidding will now begin. The ring of life starts at the same price as the ring of flame. Gentlemen, this ring suits me. Please also give my Zhou family face. I'll offer $110,000. The district Zhou family is worthy of us giving you face. I'll offer $120,000. $130,000. The price climbed all the way up, and only a little while later the price came to $500,000 and was still growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Kai Koen glanced at the equipment and then at Gu Changhan. This ring suited him well. The fire magic output was high. Even if it only had 1% blood absorption, it could still recover from injuries quickly. Everyone, I'm the Gu family's daughter. Gu Changhan, please also let me have this equipment. I'm willing to pay $1 million. Hearing the Gu family's identity, many people moved a bit. The Gu family was among the top of the second-rate families. Other people would be afraid of the Gu family, but Wang Lei wouldn't be afraid. He hadn't put it in his heart to be a second-rate family in the district. 2 million. Wang Lei directly doubled the price of the life ring. 2.01 million. Wang Lei had just exploded the price, and Li Long wasn't willing to show weakness, directly adding 10,000 to the original base. Wang Lei, this ring suits me. Why don't you let me have it? And I can pretend I don't know about your fight for my equipment just now. Li Long awakened to the berserker profession. The lower the blood, the higher the damage. It just so happened that the life ring suited him well. Don't underestimate the 1% blood draw. It has the potential to turn the tide in a battle. Make you? Oh, not to mention, Su Bai needed this ring. If he backed down now, wouldn't he be saying that their Wang family was afraid of the Li family? The big families regarded face as extremely important. 3 million. Anyone else want to raise the price? Ice continued. 3 million once. 3 million twice. Good. Wang Lei, you're good. You have to go against me, right? Li Long, here is the auction pavilion. Whoever bids the highest price is the one who owns it. 3.01 million. 4 million. 4.01 million. 5 million. Wang Lei starts with $1 million per call, while Li Long only dares to call 10,000 per call and 10,000 per call. The Wang family's financial power was simply too strong, far beyond his ability to match. In the end, the Ring of Life sold for $10 million, which was exactly double the price of the Ring of Flame. A few hours later, Wang Lei helped Su Bai auction 7 pieces of equipment. They are Ring of Flame, Ring of Life, Dark Hood, Gale Shoes, Lava Top, Lava Pants, and Magic Cloak. 7 pieces of gold armor. The cheapest are a few million, which the Life Ring is the most expensive, bidding up to 10 million. Still missing one piece of equipment. They are all gold armor on their own. The last 3 lots. The penultimate third is. Ice deliberately sold a secret. And after the audience's sense of anticipation was stretched, she lifted the red cloth. And inside the box was a skill book. Name, Flash. Quality, no quality. Introduction, consume the skill book to realize the Flash skill. Effect 1, consumes 100 magic power. Displace up to 5 meters. Cooldown 3 minutes. Surprisingly, it's a life-saving skill? Life-saving skills were precious. And although Flash was only no good, it was more precious than the average gold skill. Flash is equivalent to a life when used well in real life. Imagine an assassin profession gained the Flash skill. The enemy is so hard to converge on the big move. He a Flash directly circumvented. Came to your back to kill you with a slash. The key thing was that cursed power could upgrade skills. Flash now is no product can displacement 5 meters. If the rise to gold, an even higher effect can be imagined. Furthermore, Subai is a curse master skill does not consume magic. There is no cooldown argument as long as he has enough lives he can always be displaced. The starting price for this skill book is 1 million. And each increase cannot be less than 100,000. The auction will now begin. The competition for the Flash skill was even fiercer than it was just now. And in no time the price soared all the way up to 5 million. And there was no trend of slowing down. No matter what profession just get this skill. The means can also be a bit more. Skill books are supposed to be something that can't be found. Or a displacement skill. 8 million. Gu Qinghan burst out a sky-high price. Next, Wang Lei burst out $10 million. And this time Gu Qinghan had no intention of backing down. 10.01 million. Kai Koen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Gu Qinghan to be so giving, offending the Wang family for himself. In actuality, Gu Qinghan also wanted this skill book. She was an ice mage. She could slow down her opponents and freeze. Her ability to save her life was stronger than Kai Koen's. But no one would mind having too much life-saving ability. So it turned into a 3-man brawl. Gu Qinghan, Li Long raised the price by 10,000 each time. While Wang Lei didn't even blink and raised the price by as much as 1 million each time. Gu Qinghan was the first to lose, and at 15 million he didn't dare to continue to raise the price. Li Long, on the other hand, exploded to 19.01 million, and the skill book was eventually sold for 20 million. Ice to see this price. People are silly. Life preservation skills, although precious, but 20 million is already the price of heaven. Worthy of the 3 big families, the bottom is strong. Flash sells for a whopping $20 million. She gets a bigger cut. And she can't wait for the competition to get a little tougher. Congratulations to young Wang for obtaining this skill book. The following lot is the penultimate. Don't blink, everyone. Ice lifted the red cloth, and a gorgeous staff, with a green jewel on top, came into view, giving it a life-affirming look. Name, Life Sacrifice. Quality, Gold. Level, 5. Spirit, plus 15. Word 1, spend 1 year of your life. Your next attack deals double damage. Word 2, killing living creatures can strip them of a small amount of their souls, upgrading their weapons. Description, Life Sacrifice contains the power of a curse. Every time you cast a spell it consumes life. When life is low you will be forced to die and eventually have your soul devoured by the weapon. Life Sacrifice? After seeing the equipment attributes, Subai's breathing became rapid. This weapon is just too strong. By consuming 1 year of your life, your next attack will deal double damage. Originally it could deal 1,000 damage, which changed to 2,000, and if the damage could still be doubled if it was bludgeoned that would be 4,000 damage. And killing living creatures will also level up your equipment. Level 5 equipment adds 15 points of spirit, and more attributes are added as you level up. Wait, I strengthened my level 5 gold suit. It takes 150 years of life. Will it still need to consume life to upgrade in the future? This, Subai didn't know. Even if it requires longevity, this piece of equipment must be taken, no matter what the cost. A growth weapon that also consumes lifespan to increase damage is just too good for you. Subai lacked everything but life. Strengthening also consumes 100 times the lifespan. Consume 100 years to increase the damage by 100 times next time. For others this strike is the bottom of the barrel, and when used, it dies with it. Awakened people live longer than ordinary people. It's not a problem for awakened people below level 100 to live for more than 100 years, provided they don't damage their bodies. But of course curse masters aren't included in that. No cursor in history has ever lived past the age of 25. The profession is strong, but it takes a lot of lives. Casting skills, strengthening attributes all require lifespans. Even the pooch requires lifespans, and the flow of lifespans is still several times that of a normal human. Is it any wonder that cursors are disliked by others and live to die of old age before they can grow up? To gain more lifespan, You have to get stronger. And the prerequisite for getting stronger is to utilize skills, strengthen attributes, etc. This all requires a consumption of lifespan. How many levels of monsters can I kill with a 100-fold increase? Subai was a bit curious. The attributes of the life sacrifice, as you can see, is a growth equipment. The bidding price is $10 million. Each increase cannot be less than $1 million. The last skill book had a reserve price of only $1 million. But life sacrifice is 10 times that? 10 million, 11 million, 12 million. Hearing the price, they didn't mind the equipment being sold too expensive and even felt it was a little too cheap. Life-saving skills can be encountered later. But life sacrifice not only has the rare double word, consuming lifespan also increases damage. They still know the difference between losing 1 year of life and being killed. Ching Han, as long as you can help me bid on this equipment, I will live and die as a member of the Gu family from now on. Kai Kuan couldn't take his eyes off the life sacrifice attribute when he saw it. This equipment is just too strong. Kai Kuan, this is what you said. Gu Qinghan naturally wouldn't believe his side of the story as she pulled out a contract. Sign this contract, and as long as you violate the requirements above, you will be revolted by the heavenly Tao. The Heaven's Path contract? Kai Kuan didn't expect her to carry this with her. Good. After hesitating for a moment, Kai Kuan agreed. The Gu family is not weak, having a backer is not bad. The contract was signed and turned to dust, and a blood-red brand appeared on his brow. As long as he dared to disobey, he would be punished, provided of course that Gu Qinghan could bid on the equipment. At this point, Gu Qinghan had complete certainty. Life sacrifice is mage equipment and can only be worn by mages. As for Wang Lei, Li Long is a warrior profession, and this staff is imperative for her. 50 million. Gu Qinghan quoted a price. The others were momentarily speechless when they heard this figure. Money was arbitrary, directly taking out $50 million. This was not a small amount of money. The same was true for the Gu family. 50 million to pull together a future powerhouse. Gu Qinghan prefers the latter. Besides, if Kai Kuan accidentally falls, this equipment will also return to the Gu family completely, not a loss. 100 million. Wang Lei quoted a price. Wow! The whole room was in an uproar. It was $100 million. It's not $10 million, let alone $1 million. You don't spend money like that, do you? Who the hell is it? Gu Qinghan looked in the direction of the sound support. The price quoted by the young master of the Wang family. Wait, isn't he a warrior profession? Why bid on legal gear? Wait, Wang Lei is followed by someone. Black Knight. The equipment that was bid on before was all very suitable for mages. Could it be that he's bidding on equipment for Black Knight? How is that possible? What is the charm of the Black Knight that can make Wang Lei pay so much for him? That's 100 million. Not a small amount. Gu Qinghan, as long as you can help me bid on this equipment, I will be a Gu family member in the future. Kai Kuan compelled from the sidelines. I'm an S-ranked profession, future achievements are unlimited. You have to think clearly. Is it really worth it to spend 100 million for an S-rank career? Besides, Kai Kuan's recent performance had disappointed her. Even if the record was broken, the Gu family and the Wang family had stopped working together. It's not worth it at all. Gu Qinghan didn't continue to call the price. Kai Kuan was instantly anxious. The equipment he had his eye on was snatched away by Wang Lei. He tried to compel Gu Qinghan, but she didn't eat it at all. Li Long was a warrior who didn't need life sacrifices and had no intention of competing with Wang Lei. So this equipment was sold at a high price of 100 million. Congratulations to young Wang for obtaining the life sacrifice. There is one more lot below. One more piece? The life sacrifice was already quite unorthodox, and the final treasure was imaginable. The last lot is 5 pieces of novice equipment. Ice lifted the red cloth, and inside were 5 pieces of ordinary equipment. What? Bing bing, you can't be kidding? 5 pieces of newbie gear, are you kidding me? It's 5 pieces of level 1 equipment that can only be sold for 10,000. The auction pavilion is so down and out that it's fooling people with 5 pieces of novice equipment? Damn. I got excited for nothing, so this is it? TSK. The life sacrifice is already unorthodox, and as a result, 5 novice outfits are the finale equipment? Guys, here are the properties of the equipment. Ice opened the permissions. Name, New Law of War, Enhanced. Level, 1. Quality, No quality. Spirit, plus 100. Description, this staff is very ordinary but has been increased by a certain enhancement master, doubling its attributes by 100 times. Crap. After seeing the attributes of the novice 5-piece set, the whole room exploded into an incomparable frenzy, doubting that they had blinked. 1 point of attributes increased to 100 attributes, a whole 100 times. Reinforcers were already rare, and an increase of 5 to 10% was considered rare, and this master increased it 100-fold, which is fucking humanly possible. To know that the 5-level gold suit, but also add 15 attributes. A novice suit on the increase of 100 attributes. A difference of several times. 5 pieces of equipment is to increase 500 attributes. That's 500. It's unbeatable when used below level 10. And the only downside is that there are no words. The starting price for these 5 pieces of equipment is $1 million. And each increase cannot be less than $100,000. $10,000 equipment into $1 million. There is no justice, there is no law of the king. No one minded that the gear was too expensive though. If only it had words. I'll take these equipments. I'll bid $1 million. $1 million to buy these equipments. You're afraid you're thinking about farts. I'll offer $1 million. I'll give you $2 million. The competition was fierce. Not in any way worse than the life sacrifice. If only I could know such a big shot. Gu Qinghan laughed bitterly. Except, Wang Lei. Su Bai didn't call for a price. The whole auction pavilion was abuzz with excitement. Li Long saw that Wang Lei did not call the price smugly. Wang Lei, you're afraid? TSK. I'll laugh at these 5 pieces of equipment. Although Li Long was a warrior profession. But these 5 pieces of equipment you can't wear yourself can still be given to others. Wang Lei didn't pay any attention to him at all, but instead looked at Su Bai who was on the side. When the auction is over, the auctioneer will personally send the equipment over. Good. Su Bai added. The need to strengthen the equipment will have to wait until tomorrow. Wang Lei didn't ask too many questions. There was definitely a supreme master behind Su Bai. People who could strengthen their equipment were already rare, and he had never even heard of those who made their equipment increase by 100 times. So it was no wonder he could grow so fast. In the end, the 5 newbie outfits sold for a whopping $20 million. Bid away by Dragon Lee. Young Wang, this is the equipment for this time. Mr. Blackout has 19 million on this card, and $1 million more for fees, counting the previous 100,000. Su Bai was now a multimillionaire. When you go back you can buy a villa and then a luxury car. In his previous life, Su Bai was just an ordinary office worker, and in this life, after spending only a few days, he became a multimillionaire, and this feeling was just too good. No wonder. The principal would say that awakened people can change their destiny. It's true. If it were an ordinary person, earning this kind of money wouldn't be able to earn it in a lifetime. And it only took a few days for myself. After the two said their goodbyes, Su Bai returned to the slums. He was now very tired and needed a night's sleep. After waking up, Su Bai was refreshed and checked his lifespan, which had grown to lifespan 500 years, gaining 5 years of life every minute. Upgrade your skills first before strengthening your equipment. You have spent 1,000 years of your life to evolve into a silver level of cursed power. You have spent 2,000 years of your life to evolve the power of the curse to gold level. You have used up 500 years of your life to evolve your cursed aura to silver level. You have spent 1,000 years of your life to evolve cursed aura to gold level. You have used up 100 years of your life to evolve cursed judgment to silver level. You have spent 200 years of your life to evolve cursed judgment to gold level. Consumed 800 years of lifespan and 3 skills upgraded to gold level. Then there's reinforcing the equipment. You have spent 150 years of your life, and the Ring of Fire has been strengthened. You've spent 150 years of your life, and the Ring of Life has been strengthened. You've spent 150 years of your life, and the Life Sacrifice has been strengthened. 8 pieces of equipment consume a total of 200 years of life, a total lifespan of 6,000 years. Name, Ring of Flame, Enhanced, Type, Ring, Level, 5, Quality, Gold, Spirit, plus 1,500. Word 1, Strike plus 100%. Description, wearing the Ring of Flame. Each of your attacks triggers the Flame brand, and this attack deals double damage. Name, Life Ring, Enhanced, Type, Ring, Quality, Gold, Level, 5, Spirit, plus 1,500. Entry 1, Blood Drain plus 100%. Description, this is a ring that contains the power of life. When worn, attacking a ferocious beast or an awakened person can restore equal wounds. Name, Dark Hood, Enhanced, Type, Hat, Quality, Gold, Level, 5, Spirit, plus 1,500. Entry 1, Spirit plus 100%. Description, a hat that has been imbued with the power of darkness, and whose mental strength has been greatly enhanced. Name, Life Sacrifice, Enhanced, Type, Primary Weapon, Quality, Gold, Level, 5, Spirit, plus 1,500. Word 1, the forbidden spell consumes 100 years of your life, doubling your damage by 100 on the next hit. Entry 2, killing living beings strips them of their souls, nourishing the weapon and allowing it to evolve. Description, the Life Sacrifice contains the power of a curse. Each casting of the spell will consume the life expectancy, and when the life expectancy is insufficient, Death will be enforced. Name, Blast Shoes, Enhanced. Type, Shoes. Quality, Gold. Level, 5. Agility, plus 1500. Entry 1, Agility plus 100%. Description: the blast shoes contain the powerful force of the wind, and your agility is greatly increased after wearing them. Name, Lava Battlesuit, Enhanced. Type, Blouse. Quality, Gold. Level, 5. Physical Fitness, plus 1500. Entry 1, Physical Fitness plus 100%. Introduction: the Lava Battlesuit has high temperature resistance and will not be affected in the slightest way in a year-round high-temperature environment. Name, Lava Battle Pants, Enhanced. Type, Pants. Quality, Gold. Level, 5. Physical Fitness, plus 1500. Phrase, Physical Fitness plus 100%. Introduction: the Lava Battlesuit possesses high temperature resistance and can live for a long time without being affected in harsh environments. Name, Magic Cloak. Type, Cloak. Quality, Gold. Level, 5. Spirit, plus 1500. Word, Spirit plus 100%. Introduction: the Cloak of Magic. I am everywhere. The night is my stage. 8 pieces of equipment, all of which are incredibly effective, especially life sacrifices. The damage increase has been raised from 1x to 100x, and killing living beings strips the souls from their bodies, thus in constant evolution. Leveling up words doesn't make them stronger, only quality improvement words follow. A gold level life sacrifice could do 100 times the damage. So how much damage could a platinum level, an emerald level, or even higher, boost? Subai checks the panel. Name, Subai. Level, 5. Occupation, Lord of the Damned, only. Power, 90. Body mass, 9,570. Agility, 3,180. Spirit, 28. 800. Lifespan, 1,500 years, 5 years automatically gained every minute. Skills, Lord of the Damned, Gold. Aura of the Damned, Gold. Judgment of the Damned, Gold. Flashing, no item. Equipment, Scarlet Mask LV5, Gold. Ring of Flame LV5, Gold. Ring of Life LV5, Gold. Dark Hood LV5, Gold. Life Sacrifice LV5, Gold. Blasted Shoes LV5, Gold. Lava Battlesuit LV5, Gold. Lava Trousers LV5, Gold. Magic Cloak LV5, Gold. Cursed Power, Gold. Consume the corresponding lifespan to strengthen equipment, skills, and attributes. Cursed Aura, Gold. Each time you pounce, casting a spell drains your lifespan, and your lifespan flows at 40 times the rate of a normal human being, but the damage dealt is increased by an additional 400%. Cursed Aura, Gold. Consumes 15 days of life, inflicts 400% mental damage to enemies. Flash, no item. Consumes 30 days of life, moves 0 to 5 meters in any direction. Note, all skills of the Curse Master. No cooldown, only consumes life. The three-dimensional attributes exceeded 1,000 points, with a minimum strength of only 90 points. The spirit is upwards of 20. 000, close to 30. 000. What is this concept? A level 1 rising to 100 main attributes could only gain a few thousand points, while Subai's main attributes had already exceeded 20. 000 and were close to 30. 000. You know, Subai is only level 5. Of course, the attributes gained from upgrading are only a small part. The most important is the equipment, and the attributes gained from clearing the copies. Subai calculated the current damage. A single round of Cursed Judgment would deal 576,000 damage. Over 570,000 damage. Even a level 30 monster might not have this much blood. A shot of Cursed Judgment directly kills a level 30 monster in seconds. Just thinking about it is awesome. If you consumed 100 years of life and triggered the life sacrifices skill, the damage could still be doubled by 100 times, which would be 57.6 million. His Subai was shocked by the damage. I'm afraid a level 50 monster wouldn't be able to block this blow. Level 5 kills level 50 in seconds. It seems like he's a little too strong for his own good. Other professions live longer and longer as they become stronger, and Cursed Masters' lifespans decrease as they gain strength. Cursed Aura loses lifespan up to 40 times faster when it is raised to gold level. Even if the Cursed Master had a 100-year lifespan, he would die in less than 3 years. And that's not even counting the strength that followed. It was good that he had the immortality system, gaining 5 years of life every minute, which he could never use up. There's also no cooldown claim for flash on yourself, as long as it consumes 30 days of life. Experiment a few times. Blinking, 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 you lose 90 days of your life. 3 flashes down. Displaced 15 meters and lost 90 days of life. Crap, Subai's face turned white and he almost exploded. Shit, flash is a space skill. Although there was no cooldown, the flesh wasn't good either. And that was with nearly 10,000 body points. Otherwise, Using flash 3 times in a row will just kill you violently. With my current physical body, I can use flash 3 times in a row, after which I need to rest for a while. The next step is to help Wang Lei strengthen his equipment, consuming 1,350 years of life. 9 pieces of equipment were enhanced with 150 years of life left. Knight. Brother Knight, this is the equipment you strengthened for me? Wang Lei stared wide-eyed and even rubbed his eyes vigorously a few times, thinking that this was all a dream, not real at all. With 9 pieces of equipment increased by 100 times, it was no exaggeration to say that the current self could hang with 10 previous selves. Brother Knight, from now on you are my own brother. Wang Lei hugged Subai's thighs, with a handful of snot and a handful of tears, without any image of the young master of the Wang family. Brother Knight is just too good to me. These 9 pieces of equipment. He must have paid a great price to get that mysterious senior to put out. Thinking of this, Wang Lei is a little ashamed. A few 100 million compared to this. The two are not in a quantum leap. Do you have someone high up behind you, Knight? Subai didn't explain. Misunderstanding is misunderstanding. The attributes of these 9 pieces of equipment are just too heaven-defying. Even the 100-level equipment pales in comparison to this. The family copies will open in a few days, and at that time, the Wang family and the Li family will all participate. I am the young patriarch of the Wang family, can arbitrarily take one person to enter with me. If Brother Knight you don't mind. Before the words were finished, Subai hastily nodded his head. Okay, it was a family copy. The monsters in it were of a high level, and if you could get a generous reward for winning the rankings, only a fool would refuse. The Wang family has been fighting with the Li family for many years. Like this family copy, they haven't won once, but now it was different. Wang Lei had all this equipment and was completely able to hang Li Long. There is a fundamental difference between reinforcing no goods equipment and reinforcing gold equipment, and yet, that senior behind Subai was able to make even the gold suit increase 100-fold, which meant that the person behind him was incredibly strong. I'll keep you informed when the family copy opens. Brother Knight. Good. Saying goodbye to Wang Lei, Subai came to the villa area and spent $10 million to purchase a villa, as well as an $8 million sports car, leaving more than $1 million as pocket money. Subai drove a sports car to the new home. The rich man feels so good. After dealing with these, Subai planned to head outside the city to practice. 2 guards stood at the city gates. Registration information is required to leave the city. The aged guard spoke. Subai finished filling out the information. Darkness? You're only level 5? The aged guard looked confused. The outside of the city was treacherous, and most people dared to leave the city only after their level exceeded 10. And Subai was only level 5, apparently having just awakened his profession not long ago. A word of warning: the outside of the city is dangerous, there are many monsters. The young guard said. It would be best for you to level up a few levels before traveling outside the city. No need. The outside of the city was dangerous, but the opportunities were just as plentiful. There were less than 5 days to go before the high martial exam, and during this period Subai had to keep getting stronger. The young guard tried to say more but was stopped by the older guard, until Subai completely disappeared. The young guard did not hold back and asked, "Why don't you let me stop him? With his strength, traveling outside the city will surely die." You've persuaded him, but he has to travel outside the city. I've seen too many people like this. Little Wang, you're still too young. Everyone has their own choices and has to pay for their own behavior, including life. The young guard was silent. Yeah, he had advised Subai, but he was bent on having his own way, so he couldn't knock him out and not let him step out of the city gates. Shanghai City doesn't have this rule either. Outside the city gates, Taller of Trees had just left the city when he smelled the pungent odor of blood, both monster and human. Red blood and green blood stained the ground, stomach churning. But fortunately Subai's spirit was strong and he adapted to it in a moment. After about 10 minutes of walking, there was a sound of footsteps within the grass. Subai stopped in his tracks. A black shadow lunged from the grass. It was as fast as a stump. It was a wild dog, much larger than the average wild dog, with sharp claws that came towards Subai's neck. Trial by curse. The skill hits the wild dog and explodes into a puddle of blood. Seconds. You kill a level 10 wild dog. Experience value plus 1%. Level 10 monsters? No wonder they looked at themselves with nothing but pity. There was only one way for a level 5 awakened to meet a level 10 monster, and that was to die. This was still the weakest monster in the wild, but in Subai's hands it was no different from an ant. Killing a level 10 monster has gained 1% experience. Subai's eyes lit up. These monsters were moving experience. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. Subai traveled through the jungle. More than 20,000 spirit to play to the extreme. The monster has not yet revealed his head, he sensed in advance. A round of skills down. Directly killed without any suspense. An hour later, Subai upgraded. Congratulations on reaching level 6 and gaining strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, agility plus 10, spirit plus 20. Ding, host leveling up detected. Gaining 6 years of life per minute. On average, he was able to kill more than one monster every minute, and the only pity was that the speed of killing monsters is too fast. These corpses can't be dealt with, only to pull out the most valuable beast cores, go back and dispose of them after. The monsters within the replica are fundamentally different from the wild. Inside the replica, killing monster bodies will follow, and monsters in the wild don't disappear when you kill them. He was just about to bend down to pick up the beast core when his spiritual power frantically sensed it. Blinking, he disappeared in place, displaced 5 meters away, and where he was originally located there was a feathered arrow which plunged into the ground. Who is it? Subai looked in a direction, eyes flashed with a cold aura. Jia. Vigilance is quite strong. It's your honor to die in our hands. Big brother, this kid is quite watery, can you let me play for a while first? The woman in black licked her lips with a greedy face. Little sister, don't I look good? The skinny guy said reluctantly. Just you, with your little body and your looks. TSK or forget it. You. Alright, you two stop fighting and settle him first. The man in the lead said in a cold voice. Kid, hand over everything you have on you. We can be merciful and leave you with a whole body. There's only 3 of them? It was true that outside of the city it was treacherous. There were no laws, and it was more dangerous to meet fellow citizens than monsters, because you didn't know if they would stab you in the back or not. Trial by curse. Black light shot out. The person in the lead's level was as high as level 20. His main attribute was physique, and all of his equipment was added to his physique, and he had no intention of dodging this strike. Ha, you want to hurt me with just this strike? Crap. The strong man's eyes widened as he turned into dust after being hit by the skill. Until he died he didn't know what kind of monster he had provoked. A level 20 warrior gets a second? The 2 men's gazes at Subai changed. His strength was terrifyingly strong. It seemed like they had kicked on an iron plate. The 2 men in black looked at each other and turned to run. Want to run? Dream on. Subai once again activated flash to close the distance, and over 3,000 agility easily caught up with one of them. All that was left in the skinny man's eyes was fear. You can't kill me. If you kill me the marauders won't let you go. Plunder gang? This gang was infamous, specializing in killing and plundering goods, and many awakened had died at their hands. Now, if they dare to put their hands on themselves, there is only one thing that will happen to them. Death. Seeing Subai pause for a moment, the skinny man's heart rejoiced as he pulled out a dagger from his waist and tried to stab him in the waist, before the dagger even touched flesh and blood. The 20,000 plus spirit was played to the extreme, and the skinny man knelt on the spot. Go to hell. A shot of skill directly killed him. There is still one last person left. Subai has no intention of letting go. Either do not offend, or offend after the grass will be eliminated. On the other side, the woman in black weaved back and forth through the grass. Help! Please don't kill me. I'll do anything you want me to do if you'll leave me alone. The black-clothed woman looked back and realized that Subai was approaching at an extremely high speed, and the 2 of them were not even in the same magnitude of speed. She lifted her full breasts and tried to tempt Subai, but he didn't fall for it at all. Fuck me. As long as you offend me, it doesn't matter if you're a woman or a man. There's only one thing that will happen to you, and that's death. As for those who can't walk when they see a beautiful woman, they simply can't survive in this world. The girl in black tried to beg for mercy. Her skills had arrived. The black light engulfed her, leaving only ashes on the ground. Killing 3 people? Subai didn't feel too much discomfort. In his previous life, Subai hadn't even killed a chicken, but he had experienced too much in this life, starting with clearing 2 copies. I don't know how many monsters I've killed, and my mental power is still upwards of 20,000. Instantly, he adapted to the fact that the only way to go far in this world was to be ruthless enough yourself. After scavenging the loot and obtaining 3 black cards, as well as a few household items, black silk, white silk, fishing net stockings, bag short skirt, JK, Lolita, hanbok, all kinds of dresses are available. What's all the crap? What kind of money can you sell these things for? And they take up space in your backpack, and give them to a dog? The dog will hate it. Throw it away. Throw it away. The 3 black cards can be dealt with when they get back. The rest of the stuff takes up too much space. It would be nice to obtain a space ring. There were no laws outside the city, and Sue White was beginning to like that. Doomsday copy. There were a lot of people around. If you want to enter the Doomsday copy you have to sign this contract or you won't be allowed to enter. The Marauder took out a heavenly contract. The rule at the top of the contract is that the benefits gained from entering the replica need to be split 55 ways. Doomsday copies are a communal resource, but they're being privatized? As long as you're out there, you can get 50% of the resources for nothing. but they have to enter the copy to kill. Not only have the danger to obtain the benefits have to be handed over, even if they are dissatisfied, but also do not dare to rebel, because someone has already used the blood of the lesson to tell them. Rebel even 50% of the resources they cannot get. Bunch of goons. Old wine, this time we can make a big profit again. This time there are a dozen people coming. Don't say that so early. The youngest of them are in their 30s, which represents the end of almost all of their talent. Hey, it would be great if we could discover a genius, preferably the kind that can break the record of doomsday copies. You're afraid you're not thinking about fart eating. The record for this copy has been dominating the list for many years. Kid, sign the contract. The marauder surveyed the youth in front of him, and his eyes lit up at the arrival of a young man this time. Subai glanced at the contract, which was completely overbearing. If I don't sign it, little brother one has to bow his head under the roof. The plunder gang is very strong. It's not something we can afford to mess with. A big uncle beside him persuaded. No sign? Then go die. The man revealed a cruel smile. This copy was discovered by our looting gang. If you want to enter, you have to pay a protection fee. Subai tore the contract in his hand, and the uncle's pupils gradually dilated. This kid is a bit brave, but courage is worthless in the face of strength. Hey, still too young. Kid, you seek death. The man tried to grab Subai's collar. But powerful spiritual power swept over the man. The man directly kneeled down. This side of the commotion attracted the people in the neighborhood. They saw the man kneeling down with a dumbfounded face. Old Lee, what are you doing kneeling to a young man? Could it be? You're his bastard son. Ha ha ha. Crap. Old Lee, you're over 40 years old, kneeling down to a little doll under 20. TSK TSK. Hearing these flirting voices, the man's face grew darker and darker. This kid is causing trouble, and he's going to enter the copy without signing the contract. Crap. Dare to make trouble in our place. Kid, you looking for death? Brothers, kill him. Trial by curse. The man in front of him directly exploded into a puddle of blood mist, and Subai didn't have half a bit of mercy. Kid, how dare you make a move? Old Lee's strength wasn't weak, but in front of this young man, not only did he kneel and kowtow, he was also seconded. This kind of person had to die, or the Marauders gang would have a big enemy in the future. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. Subai incarnated as a moving turret. There was no such thing as a cooldown for his skills. They hadn't even rushed in front of him before they were more than half dead or wounded, and it wasn't even over yet. Utilizing his high movement speed, Subai dodged all the oncoming attacks. This kid is very strong. It's not something we can deal with. Run separately. When they came they were arrogant. When they left they were in a sorry state, and Subai had no intention of pursuing them. Not that he was merciful, but he needed to leave a few alive to go back and ventilate. Save yourself the trouble of going to the other side. Crap, what do I see? These people are being killed? It's good to kill. Ha ha ha. If it weren't for my lack of strength, I would have wanted to exterminate this group of people as well. That's right. Why should we share the benefits we gained with our skills? What have they done? The duplicates are supposed to be a communal resource, but they're taking it up. I'm still too old to know that it just means holding back. AI. Confused. This young warrior is very strong, but he has offended the plunder gang. The plunder gang is not weak, and this group of people is only counted as miscellaneous fish in the plunder gang. Subai ignored the gossip around him, and after harvesting the loot, he stepped into the copy. The scene around them changes radically. Abandoned school with the smell of decay filling the air in midair. Copy, Doomsday copy, level, 5 to 20. Requirement, kill the zombie mother. Introduction, catastrophe swept the world. 80% of the human race into a zombie, the whole school into the end of the world. The survivors, in order to survive, fled to the gym. They looked at the sea of corpses outside into despair. At this time, the people hiding in the gymnasium found that there are still survivors did not hide in. Some people refused them to enter, and others want to let them in. These people bind these people with great righteousness, saying that we are all companions and other words. However, after these people were let in, some of them were infected, and not long after they were let in, they turned into zombies and infected everyone inside the gymnasium. It's a small zombie copy. Due to the presence of the Virgin Mary, all the people in the gym turned into zombies and lost their lives. At the entrance of the school, there stood a zombie security guard. His clothes were already tattered and torn. His pupils were white, as if he was a walking corpse. Smelling the odor, he violently turned back to look at Subai. The zombie grandpa let out a roar and lunged and bit towards Subai. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. The short 10 meters took only a blink of an eye. Trial by curse. The security master directly turned into a streak of blood mist. You kill a zombie security guard. Experience value plus 1%. So dedicated even after death. Subai entered the school. The surroundings were in shambles. Not a single complete house could be seen. The commotion on this side attracts many wandering walkers, highly toxic zombies, biochemical zombies, zombie tanks, trial by curse, trial by curse, trial by curse. You killed a poisonous zombie and gained 1% experience value. You killed a biochemical zombie and gained 5% experience value. You killed a zombie tank and gained 2% experience. You've risen to level 7, strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, agility plus 10, spirit plus 20, gaining a boost, gaining 7 years of life per minute. That's an upgrade just after entering the copy. As expected, it was still the copy that upgraded fast. These zombies couldn't even get close to him before they were killed in seconds, and their experience value rose crazily. Blood continued to spread along the ground, and there wasn't a single drop of blood on Subai's body. With one skill, even a tank among the zombies, with a physique 2 times that of other zombies, would still be killed in seconds. The highly poisonous zombies are somewhat disgusting. They can attack remotely and fire green venom. When they are contaminated, they will continue to lose blood and be hooked up to the highly poisonous status, and their attributes will drop with them. Luckily, Subai had high agility and it was easy to dodge these attacks. After a biochemical zombie was killed, nearby zombies would gain a buff. Movement speed, attack power would be increased, and if the enemy was inside the range, they would also be subjected to explosion damage. But in front of true strength, these abilities were useless. The hunt begins. You've risen to level 8, strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, agility plus 10, spirit plus 20, gaining 8 years of life for every minute of gain enhancement. After resolving the wandering zombies, Subai ascended to level 8 and was able to automatically gain 8 years of life every minute. The school corridors. The terrain is very small and the number of walkers, however, is high. Cursed judgment was so powerful that the damage was already spilling over a bit when it landed on these walkers. A cursed judgment went down. Counting the blows, it could deal 1,000,000 damage, and even a boss would be killed in seconds. My shortcoming right now is that I don't have the ranged skills to kill only one at a time, due to the terrain being too narrow, coupled with the fact that the zombies would attack from different angles. Subai also received a hint of damage. However, in front of the nearly 10,000 points of physique, these attacks were insignificant, and with the life ring's ability to draw blood, the injuries were instantly recovered. Scratched by these zombies, you won't be infected as a zombie, but you will be harmed. And when your blood level gets too low, you will be killed alive, killing monsters while advancing. 10 minutes later, the entire school building had been searched, leaving only the last of the gymnasium unsearched. Inside the gym, there was only one walker, the zombie mother, leveled up to 20. The zombie femme fatale was wearing JK, black stockings, and her dress was already bursting with rotting flesh. The zombie mother let out a heartbreaking roar as she took a jade foot and charged towards Subai. The distance of a few dozen meters passed in the blink of an eye. Trial by curse. Before the zombie mother could run to Subai, a black light engulfed it. You kill the zombie mother. Experience value plus 50%. You've risen to level 9. Strength plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Agility plus 10. Spirit plus 20. Gaining 9 years of life for every minute of gain enhancement. Congratulations on passing your copy of Doomsday. Copy rating in. Rating, speed of passage plus speed of killing zombies equals final evaluation. Passing score, SSS. Reward, plus 40% of experience value. Additional reward, plus 60% experience value. A golden treasure chest. You reach level 10. Strength plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Agility plus 10. Spirit plus 20. Gaining 10 years of life for every minute of gain enhancement. 2 levels in a row. From level 8 directly to level 10. It was true that the experience value gained from clearing the copy was still more. 1 year of life per minute. An hour is 600 years of life. A day is 400 years of life, which translates to 400 for all attributes. If you strengthened your equipment, you would only gain more benefits. However, while equipment will be eliminated, attributes will not. Plus there is a wear limit of up to 9 pieces of equipment. Congratulations on passing your copy of Doomsday. You can leave at any time. A white glow followed. Subai didn't leave immediately, and a golden treasure chest appeared out of thin air in his hand. Whether or not to open the golden treasure chest, you've opened the golden chest. You get 20 pieces of iron ore. You've obtained an all-attribute fruit food, gold. You get the skill book of this profession *1. The golden treasure chest opens 3 items: materials, fruit and food. Skill books. The first 2 are guaranteed rewards, and the final skill book, a rare prop. The probability of being able to open a skill book in a treasure chest is less than 10%. and the probability of opening a piece of equipment is more than 90%. This skill book is still of this profession. It is even rarer. Warriors use it to gain warrior skills. Mages use it to gain mage skills. No matter what skill it was, Subai was able to ascend to the immortal level. Equipment is worth far less than skill. Subai takes the attribute fruit. Full attributes plus 30, total attributes plus 120. You consume a skill book to learn the skill of this profession. You have realized the fire of damnation. Cursed fire, gold. Spend 30 days of life to cast cursed fire on enemies within range, dealing 200% fire damage, the size of which varies depending on mental strength. Ranged skills? The battle with the zombies. Subai also realized his own shortcomings. The damage is high to terrible, but encountered a large number of enemies. There is a kind of cannon on the mosquito feeling. A round of cursed judgment down can cause millions of damage, but the little monsters have so little blood that the damage would have overflowed long ago. And as far as that goes, why not go up there with a mace and knock someone out? Their own power is only a few dozen points, can not even do to break the defense. Moreover, the Curse of Judgment is still a long-range skill. It is always faster than the magic battle knock. Now with cursed fire, you can kill or injure a lot of people with one shot. My spiritual power is now up to tens of thousands of points, and the range of the cursed flame will expand. As long as one's mental power was strong enough, one shot of skill could kill a large group of people in seconds. Test the new skills first. Cursed fire. The magic battle climbed rolling black fire. The black fire flung out. A dozen meters in a radius was swept by the flames. Blazing heat. Expanding. Not bad. Subai was satisfied with this skill. Meanwhile, outside, the crowd murmured as they noticed that someone had broken the Doomsday copy record. It's been years since a copy of Doomsday has had its record broken. So who the hell is it? It seems like only a few people entered the copy just now. Could it be Old Joe Squad? They're not weak. How is it possible? Old Joe's strength is not weak, but it's still far to break the record. You guys, look at the list. First place, Blackout solo through the Doomsday replica in 15 minutes. Second place, Apocalypse Team 5. Time 1 hour 31 minutes. First and second, a whole hour or so apart, several times over. The most crucial thing is that the first place is only one person, while the second place is a team of 5 people. The difference is not 1. 5 stars. How come I've never heard of this one called Blackout? Wait, that group of marauders that just got killed. It looks like he did it. I'll be damned. Breaking the record, not to mention killing these beasts. Good job. You keep your voice down so the guys don't hear you. So what if they heard it? Could they still kill me? Besides, they have offended a genius. You guys don't forget about the looting gang leader, who is said to be level 40. And although he broke the duplicate record, this is only a level 20 duplicate. If only we could kill these beasts. We have to share the benefits we've gained with our skills. The middle-aged man came to Subai and persuaded. Little brother, you should hurry up and leave. The ones who escaped just now must have gone to look for reinforcements. Subai was a bit surprised. Outside the city was an illegal place. Just now this uncle had reminded himself that one had to bow his head under the roof. And now he was advising himself to leave quickly, so that he wouldn't be approached by the people from the plundering gang. Thanks for the reminder, but I'm not going to leave just yet. Kid, you're the one who killed our looting gang members. You won't be able to get away today. Plunder gang. A look of fear appeared on the uncle's face. The others also stopped hemming and hawing, their heads lowered, not daring to look directly at these people. Only Subai was expressionless. Kid, I spoke to you? Are you dumb? The scarred man cursed and spat. Melee shit. If you don't want to die, get lost. This is our plunder gang's territory. Anyone who doesn't get out on the count of 3, then they'll be buried with this kid. 1, 2. Scarab threatened. The uncle glanced at Subai and then at the marauding gang, and laughed bitterly. AI. Still too young. It was time to warn, and he had already done so. He followed the main group out of here. Do you think he'll survive these people? The looting gang leader is a level 40 powerhouse, and the others aren't weak either, so it's almost impossible to survive. Hey, young people nowadays are still too impulsive. If I were 10 years younger, I would have been just as impulsive as him. Why should we share their resources, or the whole 50% of the copies we explore, just because they are stronger than us? Can they do whatever they want, even if the outside of the city is outside the law? You can't put it like that. Oh, whoever has the biggest fist is the reason. You can go to those marauders if you don't want to. You ask them if their swords answer. These marauders are lucky they don't hold a grudge against us. They came to relative safety and watched the battle. Kid, I'll give you a chance as long as you kneel and beg for forgiveness now. Maybe I can let you go. The scarred man smiled teasingly. Of course he didn't intend to let Subai go. Otherwise what face would the plunder gang have? Are you worthy? Subai looked like he was looking at a fool. Kid, You seek death, the scarred man said to his big brother on the side. Boss, leave this person to me. Aha! The scarred man was a level 35 expert, second only to himself in strength. Come on, we're in a hurry. Yes. Kid, weren't you just rampant? The scarred man raised his large knife and rushed towards Subai. Charge! The scarab launches a charge over a distance of several dozen meters, which passes in the blink of an eye, and is immune to any control in the course of the charge unless trial by curse. Unable to turn during the charge, the blow was unavoidable to him. The scarred man also had no intention of dodging. A mere move could still second himself? Are you kidding me? I'm a level 35 powerhouse. You're not enough to kill me. Crap! As soon as the black light touched his body, he exploded into a bloody mist, killing him directly in seconds, and the charge stopped. It's easy to interrupt a charge, and that's by spiking the opponent during the charge. Hiss, the marauder sucked in a breath of cold air. The vice gang leader has been second-guessed at this point? Vice Gangmaster is a level 35 powerhouse. How did this kid do it? Is he stronger than the gang leader? How is it possible? Looking at his age, it wasn't long before he awakened his profession at most. Brothers, dare to kill the vice master to avenge him. Kill this brat. The person in charge was well aware of Scarman's strength. Even if he wanted to defeat him, it would take some time, and as a result, he was directly seconded. No, this person has to die, or else the plunder gang will likely be wiped out. Boys, kill him for me. I'll reward anyone who can kill him. Facing the people rushing towards him, Subai did not have an ounce of fear. If you want to kill me, you're not qualified. Cursed fire. The top of the magic battle was engulfed in rolling black fire, and a radius of 10 or so meters was covered in flames. Fuck me. The black flames scorched everything. Everything they touched turned into dust, and they died without even uttering a scream? After glancing at the battlefield, there was only one person still standing there, and that was the looting gang leader. As he was unsure of Subai's exact strength, he didn't rush up and saved his own life, but instead of being relieved at the moment, he was even more nervous. Monster! The man in front of him must be the devil, killing at the drop of a hat. Up to this point in the exchange, they had suffered heavy deaths and injuries without even touching the corner of Subai's clothes. No, I have to run. I don't want to die yet. He turned around and wanted to run away from this bogeyman, but Subai had no intention of letting him go. A demonic whisper echoed in his ears. Since you're here, then stay. No, I beg you not to kill me. I'll do anything you want me to do if you'll just leave me alone. It's already late. The flames burned everything, and he was dead before he could even beg for mercy out loud. Wow! The people in the distance saw a scene that would be unforgettable in their lives. The plunder gang was annihilated by the regiment, or a teenager's hand. It was just like a dream. It was just too fantastic. The exchange of hands was less than 10 seconds, including the plunder gang leader. The whole team was killed. You know, the looting gang leader is a level 40 powerhouse. Old one, you pinch me. I shouldn't be dreaming. Crap, that hurt. I wasn't dreaming. Hiss. I was just worried about this teenager being killed, but as it turns out, my worries were more than slightly. Ha ha ha, beautifully done. These 1,000 dagger bastards are finally dead. Well killed. Wonderfully killed. Hey, if only I could have his strength. You're afraid that you're thinking about fart eating. People like us have almost no growth potential, and with the marauding gang being destroyed, we won't have to be robbed of the benefits of exploring in the duplicates in the future. Ha ha ha, he's our hero. Old Joe, if I remember correctly, you were just flirting with the other party, saying that the other party is just too young and does things too impulsively. Oops, I'm old and confused. Young people should behave like young people, retreating all day long. What a shame. Exactly. I knew he was extraordinary the first time I saw him. Their faces turned as fast as a book, but none of them dared step out from behind cover. The young man's ruthlessness in killing was deeply engraved in their bones. Just then, the uncle came out from behind the bunker and bowed to Subai to thank him. Young warrior, thank you for your help. These marauders don't usually do a lot of bad things. It's fine. Subai picked up the loot and turned to leave. They dared to come out only after seeing Subai leave. I'm horny as hell now. Wait, that young warrior seems to be soloing through. Why don't I try? Just you? Not that I'm laughing at you. I'll count you as strong if you can stay in there for 10 minutes. Also, in the Black Wolf territory, Subai glanced at the life sacrifice, and the devouring soul had risen to level 10. Spirit plus 3000. Not far from evolving, the glow became more and more dazzling. Keep upgrading. The magical creatures in the Black Wolf area, which were in packs, practiced a bit more efficiently than other places. For others there was danger, but for Subai he would only resent killing monsters too slowly. Just after stepping into the Black Wolf territory, they were surrounded by several demonic creatures. Their size was bigger than ordinary wolves, A whole circle. Their eyes were blood red. Their teeth and claws were sharp and incomparable. They didn't make a move right away, but hovered around. Cursed fire. A dozen meters in a circle was covered in black fire, and they were seconded without even uttering a scream. You kill a level 20 black wolf. Experience value plus 0.5%. You kill a level 25 black wolf. Experience value plus 1%. You kill a level 30 black wolf. Experience value plus 1.5%. The experience value given by the wild monsters wasn't much, but it was a good amount, and the kill prompts kept brushing the screen. He didn't even bother to deal with the corpses, mainly because of the speed of killing the monsters. It was just too fast. No, it was the flames that were too powerful. These black wolves even had their fur burnt to dust. After 10 minutes or so, the 5 of them arrived at the black wolf territory. One of the young girls got down on the ground and sniffed hard with her nose. Hoshi, are you sure that person is here? The one known as K. 2 ears appeared on the top of her head. She nodded obediently, held up her fly, and said confidently, Captain, don't you know what I'm capable of? Even after 3 days and 3 nights have passed, as long as there are traces of a battle, I can sense it. But, Captain, do we need to send out so many of us to deal with one kid? That kid K isn't weak. He regimentally destroyed the looting gang, and the looting gang leader is a level 40 powerhouse. So what? The girl who was eating a lollipop took out her lollipop. Captain, the 5 of us are all level 50 powerhouses. Even a level 60 awakened may not be our match. Yeah, Captain, that's a little petty put. You guys don't need to worry about this matter. Kill him as soon as possible. The woman's eyes flashed with coldness. It's best if you can capture him alive. But if not, kill him. You've risen to level 11. Strength plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Agility plus 10. Spirit plus 20. Gaining a boost. Gaining 11 years of life per minute. After resolving the black wolf in front of him, Subai rose to level 11. And when he looked around, there was a cave there. Inside the cave, there was a black wolf with a treasure chest beside it. Guarded treasure chest. Note, kill the guardian to open this chest. Surprisingly, it's a wild treasure chest? There is no such thing as quality in a wild treasure chest. However, there were also different levels, depending on the strength of the town's guardians. And this black wolf was ranked as high as level 40. Level 40 Black Wolf King. The Black Wolf King opened its blood-red eyes and surveyed the prey in front of it. It let out a hiss and rushed towards Subai, as fast as a stump. Trial by curse. As early as before entering the cave, Subai was prepared for the battle, and as a skill went down, the Black Wolf King was severely injured, and his full attributes dropped along with it. Due to the semi-data mining, when injured, the attributes would fall along with it, and the Black Wolf King in a severely injured state had less than half the full attributes it had in its heyday. Surprisingly not dead? Subai was a bit surprised, knowing that he could deal 1,000,000 damage with a single casual strike. The Black Wolf King's blood level was over 1,000,000. It was worthy of being a level 40 boss. Its blood level was really thick. Still, it's going to be seconds in your own hands. Trial by curse. Another skill, due to the terrain being too small, plus, due to the injury, this strike it could not dodge at all. You killed the Black Wolf King and gained 100% experience value. You've risen to level 12. Strength plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Agility plus 10. Spirit plus 20. Gaining 12 years of life for every minute of gain enhancement. With the Black Wolf King's death in battle, the treasure chest became openable, and Subai just wanted to open the treasure chest when his perception frantically warned him. With a spirit of up to tens of thousands of points, he was unusually keen on things around him, able to capture even the trajectory of a mosquito flying around, not to mention a sneak attack from behind. Blinking, a feathered arrow pierced through the air and shot on top of the bag box, and Subai had already disappeared and appeared 5 meters away. Subai looked back and saw 5 figures. The woman at the head was wearing sexy clothes, with full breasts, a perfect body, and long legs, giving people an inviolable feeling. Quite a quick reaction. To be able to dodge my feathered arrows? The archer girl took the bow and arrow in her hand and aimed it at Subai. As long as he dared to move, the feathered arrow would shoot out. 5 people and all girls? Surrounded myself. They were all beautiful looking, but Subai didn't dare to be careless. The 5 were not weak, at least much stronger than the looting gang leader. And looking at the lineup of the 5, they were still a team, which made it even trickier. Finally, I found you. I never thought that you would be able to kill the marauding gang leader. You look like you just awakened your gift not long ago, right? As long as you don't resist, we won't kill you. Instead, we can give you some benefits. Subai didn't reply. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, he would have hiccuped long ago if this arrow hadn't gone down. Warrior, shooter, tracker, nurse, and wait a minute. People are missing. As he spoke, the assassin was already hidden in the shadows. Cursed fire. Subai didn't hesitate to directly launch the ranged skill. The assassin was still close to scoring a hit, but the range of the strike was just too wide. If she forcefully attacked Subai, then she would also be affected by the flames. She didn't dare to gamble. Assassin returned to his original position. Shadow swap? Subai only felt a little tricky. Monsters have stronger attributes than awakened, but awakened abilities have many. The different professions work together to also make up for shortcomings. This assassin, for example, was very good at sneaking up on people, and it would have been hard to force her out if it weren't for her newly acquired ranged skills. Being able to swap places with the shadow allows you to retreat even if you don't get a hand. If you try to rush up yourself, you'll fall for their tricks. The woman at the head was a warrior, and she stood in the front. Archer girls are always ready to draw their bows and shoot arrows. 3 combat professions, 2 support professions. They were able to find themselves, so they must have been tracked by the beast-eared lady. The nurse, with the beast-ear woman, can be behind in the breakdown. Having figured this out, Subai didn't have a trace of fear. Instead, he revealed an expectant look. What's the point of going all the way across the board? Fighting at a higher level is more fun. I'm only level 12 now, and I wonder what it's like to kill 5 level 50 powerhouses in reverse. What anticipation! Trial by curse. A black light shot out, coming towards where the assassin had landed. Careful! The warrior stepped in front and blocked the blow with his shield. Bang! The two forces collided with a deafening sound. The spirit is as high as over 20,000 points. Trying to block my full strength strike is a dream. The damage was over 1,000,000. The shield instantly disintegrated. The warrior's eyes widened. He was a level 50 neat titan. Even if he was hit by a boss of the same level with an all-out strike, his shield would not shatter. Could it be? This kid is stronger than a level 50 boss. How is it possible? Without giving her time to think, the skill had arrived. Shield of Holy Light. A golden light wrapped around the woman, and cursed judgment collided with the golden shield. Spider webs appearing on it. Bang! The golden light shattered as the cursed judgment energy was depleted. A random strike destroyed the shield and shattered it. This person was frighteningly strong. It's just getting started. I'm a curse master. Skill doesn't have a cooldown. Don't you guys want to kill me? That depends on whether you have a life or not. Cursed fire. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. Cursed fire forces back the assassin and prevents her from getting close, while cursed judgment attacks the warrior. The archer's sister kept pulling her bow, the feathered arrows breaking through the air and being obliterated directly by the cursed judgment. Don't your skills have to cool down? The shooter's sister shut herself down. The feather arrow collided with the skill without the slightest suspense. It simply couldn't penetrate through. And the most irritating thing was that the speed at which Subai cast the skill was a bit faster than the speed at which she shot the feather arrow. Agility increases movement speed, casting speed, and attack speed is increased. 3000 plus agility wasn't high, but it wasn't weak in front of a level 50 awakened. Her main attribute was strength, and agility was a secondary attribute. One person suppressed 5 people and they were all level 50. If this went viral, they wouldn't have the face to meet people. Back off. This terrain is not for us. Go outside. The warrior ran at the end, holding Subai back. Try to run. Dream on. Subai glanced at the lifespan. Upgrading a flash required 100 years of lifespan. You spend 100 years of your life and flash up to bronze. You consume 1,000 years of your life and flash up to silver. You consume 2,000 years of your life and flash up to gold. After spending 3,100 years of his life, Flash rises to gold, and his maximum displacement becomes 20 meters, a full 4 times. Subai was less than 50 meters away from the entrance of the cave. The 5 people across the street were less than 30 meters away from the cave. As long as they were blocked in the cave, there was only one thing that could happen to them. Death. Flashback. 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 Subai unleashed 3 consecutive flashes and directly displaced to the outside of the cave. His face was incredibly white. Flash has no cooldown, but continuous use is a heavy load on the flesh. Cursed fire. Cursed fire. Cursed fire. 3 skills went down, blocking the entrance. Previously, Subai was still facing off against them inside the cave. Next, Subai came directly behind them and asked if you are afraid. The 5 were covered in black fire, taking huge amounts of damage every second. The cat's ear nymph had little combat power. She could only track her opponents, and the higher her level the stronger her tracking ability became, and was the first to fall in the fire. She was followed by the nurse, who put a layer of status on the warrior and gave her teammates blood. With the skill already on cooldown and unable to give herself back blood, after the 2 fell, 3 remained. I'm going to kill you. The warrior looked like she had gone mad. It was the demon in front of her that had killed her best sister. But before she could rush out, the the assassin died. She managed to break out of the fire, but her teammates were all dead. I'm going to kill you, you devil. Devil? Subai looked as if he was looking at an idiot. You're the ones who want to kill me. Do I have to stand still for you to kill me? The warrior was silent. Yeah, they were the ones who were outskilled and got killed back. Darkness, the queen won't let you go, she said. When the queen finishes exploring the copy is when you die. Queen? The 5 were from the queen's gang, all female members, and the plundered gang was one of their affiliates. The Marauders gang was overthrown by themselves, and the queen sent someone to kill them, but killed them back because they were too strong for their own good. The queen, as the warriors call her, is the founder of the gang, and she is very powerful. Levels are all at least 70. The queen's gang was now exploring a large replica and couldn't spare the time to mobilize these 5 people. As for, why did Subai know? It's very simple, and that is to force the issue. Subai is not a good person, the kind who can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. Others want to kill themselves. It would be merciful not to do anything yourself. It's okay if you don't say it, then I'll torture you until you want to say it. The warrior was in poor condition, with less than 1/10 of his full attributes, and had no chance of resisting. Level 70 awakened does have some trouble using the life sacrifices ability. I wonder if it's possible to kill in seconds after increasing the damage by 100 times. Even if he could kill in seconds, Subai did not intend to do so. The queen's gang is less than 100 strong. There were even more than 10 level 60 powerhouses, and if the current self encountered them, there would only be one end: death. As for the woman in front of him, Subai did not intend to let go. After learning the answer to the question he wanted to ask, a shot of cursed judgment went down and took her straight to the second. After devouring the last soul, the life sacrifice was upgraded. Subai view properties. Name, life sacrifice, enhanced. Type, weapon. Quality, platinum. Level, 12. Spirit, plus 4,800. Word 1, forbidden spell consumes 200 years of life and increases the damage of the next blow by 200 times. Entry 2, killing living beings strips their souls from them, nourishing the weapon and allowing it to evolve. Description, the life sacrifice contains the power of a curse. Each casting of the skill will consume the life expectancy, and when the life expectancy is insufficient, death will be forced. New effect, set enhancement. 1/3 not unlocked. January 5th not unlocked. January 9th not unlocked. Spirit grows from 1500 to 4800, more than twice as much, and the weapon upgrades do not consume life. Equivalently, Subai had hoarded out 3,300 attributes after spending only 150 years of his lifespan. Word 1 effect is directly doubled from 100x damage to 200x. I don't know if this strike will go down and kill the queen in seconds. The queen is at least level 70, and you're just a little Karami at level 12. The biggest difference between the gold suit and the platinum suit is the suit effect. The gold suit only has loose pieces without a set, but the platinum suit has a set. Just collect them all to trigger the effect. Subai never expected that the life sacrifice would be a set before the enhancement. Although the life sacrifice could be upgraded infinitely, it could not be evolved and raised from gold to platinum. Life sacrifice words are so sick. I wonder how effective they'd be if you collect the 9-piece set. As the Black Wolf King is killed, the treasure chest becomes openable. Whether or not to open the treasure chest of the town, you've opened the treasure chest. You have been awarded a Freedom Fruit Food, gold. You get a space ring, special item. When taken, the Freedom Fruit Food gains 120 free attribute points, which can add points to 4-bit attributes. Be a little better than the full attribute fruit. You take the Freedom Fruit Food and gain 120 points of freedom attributes. The space ring has 1 cubic meter and can store dead things, materials, equipment and other items can be placed inside. You'll never have to worry about running out of backpacks again. Carrying a bag every time is just too conspicuous. 1 cubic storage space. The market price can be sold more than 10 million. Or unattainable equipment. Special equipment does not occupy the equipment column. You spent 100 years of your life, and your space ring has been strengthened. Name, space ring, enhanced. Quality, special item. Effect, space ring with 100 cubic meters of space inside. Capable of stockpiling dead things. Description, this is a ring containing the power of space. 1 cubic meter expands to 100 cubic meters. A direct 100-fold increase. Lifespan, 3,900 years. Free attributes, 120 points. Physique was close to 10,000 points. Agility was only a pitiful few thousand points. And spirit was not lacking for the time being. You consume 3,880 years of your life. Your constitution plus 1,000. Agility plus 2,880. You expend 120 free attributes, plus 120 agility. Subai checks the panel. Name, Subai. Level, 12. Occupation, Lord of the Damned, only. Power, 190. Body mass, 12,870. Agility, 9,380. Spirit, 39,210. Blood absorption, plus 100%. Strike, 100%, full strike. Life expectancy, 20 years, 12 years automatically gained for every minute. Physical. Mental breakthrough of 10,000 points. Agility was upwards of 9,000 points, and all attributes were high except for weak strength. My current spirit is 39,210, and a single skill shot can cause that. 156,8400. More than 1,000,000 damage. If you consume 200 years of lifespan and trigger the life sacrifices ability, the damage doubles 200 times. 300 million in damage. Just thinking about it is horrifying. The actual damage is lower than that. And both monsters and awakened have physical damage exempting means. A level 12 full power strike can deal 300 million damage. The cost is just as great, requiring 200 years of life to be expended, and only 12 years of life to be gained in a minute, requiring about 20 minutes to use the ultimate move once. I wonder, can a 100-level powerhouse block a blow with his full strength? Each copy has entry conditions and cannot be entered without reaching a certain level. Large replicas required a minimum of level 30 to enter, and even if Subai now had strength beyond his own, he couldn't enter. Large replicas belong to open replicas, which can be encountered by people within the replica, which means that Subai can be in the replica and tackle the Queen's gang. He was never a merciful man. Either you don't offend, or you have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots. He knows this very well. The danger factor of large replicas was high, and likewise the rewards were abundant, which was one of the reasons why Subai wanted to enter the family replica. Level 30? There are less than 5 days until the high martial arts exam. In these 5 days, I have to level up to 30 and enter a large copy. Level 12 to level 30 requires 18 consecutive levels. Wild monsters don't give much experience. Even if you brush them day and night, it's an unknown whether you can rise to level 20, let alone level 30. A copy of Doomsday Frenzy, with many people converging around it. Our team is one person short of a warrior for the copy. Is there any big brother who will take me down with him? I am an assassin. Assassins are also worthy of teaming up? It's not that I'm talking about you. A copy of Doomsday Frenzy with a constant stream of monsters. An assassin can only play on the sidelines. It's only 100,000, and our squad can take one person down with no guarantee of a pass. Just then, a small team forced their way out of the copy. The Doomsday Frenzy copy belongs to the challenge copy. Even if you don't pass the level, you can still leave the copy, but only if you are out of the monster's hate range. Generally, challenging copies require a profession that disengages from hatred to ensure safety. All 10 were in a sorry state, but luckily their lives were saved. The crowd was not surprised to see this scene. They were all considered lucky. There were many people who went down to the copy and never came back. Awakened people can obtain things that ordinary people can only dream of. But there is also a price to pay. Little brother. Just 100,000. We can take you down to the copy. We can't guarantee the pass, but safety can still be guaranteed, the man said confidently. No. Leaving aside the fact that it was impossible to pass the level, it was completely uneconomical for a group of 10 people to have to share the experience equally, only to see Subai step into the copy alone. One person dares to enter the copy. This is crazy? Crap. I've seen the Unafraid to Send to Death for the first time I've encountered it. The Doomsday Berserk copy is different from other copies. Even a 10-member team may not be able to evacuate unharmed. How dare he? Is there a possibility that he entered the copy, and then directly after exiting, tried to put on a show in front of us? TSK. Young people nowadays value face more than life. I certainly wouldn't enter alone if I were him. It's also safer to spend $100,000 on a couple of substitutes to be in a copy. I just lasted 1 minute and the brothers asked if you were bullish. Only 1 minute? Brother, you're not doing well here either. I lasted 2.5 minutes and counter-killed 10 monsters. Unfortunately, I didn't even last 30 seconds, and that's with a group of 10 people. Most people didn't think highly of Subai. After all, Doomsday Frenzy was a 10-player copy. There is only one thing that can happen to a person who goes down this road: death. This is a lesson learned by those who have gone before us. Inside the Doomsday Frenzy replica, the scene around them changed radically. Dilapidated buildings. A trail of blood appeared on the ground, both human and zombie, which had already dried up, and a pungent smell filled the mid-air, which was nauseating. Copy, Armageddon. Level, 10 to 20. Difficulty, normal. Number of persons, maximum 10, currently, 1. Requirements for passage, 1 hour in a wave of zombies. Introduction. The global mutation has ushered in a dark age for mankind, With radiation sweeping the globe and 80% of mankind turning into zombies, busy buildings every night, there are many pedestrians. Due to the advent of the Dark Age, they turned into zombies, lost their sanity, tearing the nearby pedestrians. Soon, these pedestrians also joined the zombie army as part of the zombie army. You need to fend off the constant tide of zombies, successfully hold out for an hour to pass the level. No wonder, the zombie frenzy can be entered by a group of 10 people. Where it gets hard is not in killing the final boss, but in surviving the zombie wave. The so-called copy is more like another world, and a copy of Zombie Mania is a parallel world. Blue Star suffered an abyssal invasion, copies descended, and humanity ushered in the era of universal awakening. Entering the side quest enables you to keep getting stronger and stronger against the monsters in the abyss. If Blue Star is completely crushed by the abyss, will it also become a copy? Subai didn't know, and he didn't want to know. This is not an individual crisis, but a crisis for all of humanity. Zombies arrive in 10 seconds. A blood-red prompt appeared, and the countdown followed. And when the countdown returned to 0, the black pressurized zombies in front of them rushed in as if they had gone crazy. Zombie fighters, zombie shooters, crawling zombies. There were all kinds of zombies. Crawling zombies were very fast and belonged to the vanguard. The first batch of zombies rushed in front of Subai, the fire of judgment. The black flames covered a circle of nearly 20 meters, and they were killed in seconds before they could even let out a scream. Black flames blocked these zombies from approaching, and the zombie shooters pulled their bows and arrows. The feathers and arrows covering the sky could not penetrate the flames at all, and were obliterated. No half experience was gained from killing these zombies, not even souls. The monsters in the replica are still different from the monsters in the wild. The former cannot strip the soul, the latter can strip the soul. A copy of Doomsday Frenzy needs to be cleared in order to settle the rewards. Cursed fire, cursed fire, cursed fire. The cursed fire roll manifested itself, and every time this skill was cast, it could kill a large swath of zombies in seconds. Due to the sheer number of zombies, Subai had been surrounded, with zombies on all sides. Unable to get out of the monster's hate range, you can't leave the copy, which is the reason for multiplayer groups. The 4 cursed flames cover a 20-meter radius, and if you want to attack yourself, you have to go through these flames. The power of the cursed fire was less powerful than the cursed judgment, but it was not something that these zombies could fight against. It could deal hundreds of thousands of damage per second, and unless a boss appeared, normal monsters couldn't even wear it. You killed a level 20 zombie and gained 1 point. You killed a level 20 zombie and gained 1 point. You killed a level 20 zombie and gained 1 point. The kill prompts kept brushing the screen. There were many walkers crawling on the high floor. Crawling zombies, with their sharp claws, stabbed into the wall, can walk freely, jumped over the cursed fire range, jumped to Subai in front, with a body mass of up to 10,000 points. Their attacks could only cause superficial wounds, drawing up to 100% blood. Even if one is caught in a state of near death, one can still get back to full strength immediately, not to mention the traumatic injuries. After killing these zombies, their bodies were baptized with green light and directly returned to their full strength. Even if Subai's efficiency in killing monsters was fast, the number of zombies did not decrease in the slightest, at least to the naked eye. Normally, other people go down to the book and need to hide in a safer place, while hunting walkers, and Subai is good to charge directly. So what if there are more zombies coming? As long as you guys can't spike me, I can keep drawing blood. Cursed fire, each casting of the spell costs 30 days of life, and 1 minute automatically gains 12 years of life. Even if one keeps using the skill, one still has plenty of life left. After 10 minutes, Subai's points exceeded 4 digits, and he was killing more than 1 zombie every second on average. After 30 minutes, Subai's points had exceeded the 5,000 mark. After 60 minutes, Subai's points finally broke through 5 digits, killing more than 10,000 zombies in just 1 hour was horrifying just thinking about it. Congratulations on passing the Tide of Doom. Ratings in progress. Score, number of kills equals final score. Rating, SSS. Reward, plus 50% of experience value. Additional rewards, plus 50% experience. A challenge chest. You've risen to level 13. Strength plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Agility plus 10. Spirit plus 20. Gaining 13 years of life for every minute of gain enhancement. The colors of the challenge chests are different from the normal chests, with a reddish tint. You open the challenge chest, you get 200% experience. You're up to level 14. You're up to level 15. Gaining 15 years of life for every minute of gain enhancement. Having leveled up 3 consecutively. Doomsday Frenzy belonged to the experience copies. Meanwhile, outside, this kid hasn't come out yet. Shouldn't he have died inside the copy? It's been an hour. Even a group of 10 people would have a hard time holding out for that long. Having courage is good, but blind confidence is bad. Indeed, if we didn't have someone in our group who could disengage from the fight, we'd have died in there. And he only had one person who couldn't disengage from the fight at all. Is there a possibility that he seems to have passed? I don't know who said it. The others looked like they were looking at fools. No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. The man hadn't even finished his sentence, only to see that the record had already been set. First place, Blackout passes alone. Kills 10,000 zombies. Earns 10,000 points. Second place, Zaywang's 10-member team. 520 zombies killed. 520 points earned. Third place, Do You Believe in Light? 10-member team. 519 zombies killed. 519 points earned. Crap, what do I see? The first place got 10,000 points. The second place, and the third place only got more than 500 points. A difference of nearly 20 times? Is there any justice in heaven? Is there any law in heaven? The scariest thing is, he's only one person. Just now we were laughing at this kid and would die inside. But it turned out that not only did he pass the level, but he also broke the record, with more than 9,000 points. So it turned out that the clowns were ourselves. Wait, even if he's as strong as he is, it's impossible for him to gain so many points, right? You know, skills need to be cooled down and consume magic power. Could it be that he has skills that don't need to consume magic power, much less cool down? Is there a possibility that he's not a mage at all, but a warrior? No, it can't be. Warriors don't perform as well as mages in Doomsday Frenzy. That's strange. It said that there's cheating in copies. So maybe he found some loophole and used it to gain so many points. That's the only possibility. Otherwise it doesn't make sense how he was able to gain 5-digit points and kill an average of almost 3 zombies per second. The crowd didn't dare to face this fact because the strength that Subai had displayed was too terrifying. If he barely broke the second place record, they would still consider the other guy strong. But this score that was almost 20 times higher could no longer be described as strong. It was simply a monster. You guys, look at him coming out. Hearing the noisy sounds around him, Subai directly ignored them. Complicated emotions surfaced on their faces. There was envy, and more often than not, there was jealousy. What does the gossip of the sidelines have to do with me? Just some fling? Subai's gaze rested on the second copy. Doomsday Frenzy, difficult. Normally, it takes a group of 20 people to raid this copy. A minimum level of 15 is required to enter. My friend, you are very strong, but the difficult level is not half a star harder than the ordinary level. We're in second place in our squad, and we're just short one person. Do you want to join? There's strength in numbers. The man didn't come up with a taunt, for no other reason than that. Subai had already proved his strength by being able to kill 10,000 zombies. Even if the method he used was cheating, it was already strong. Second place? Subai glanced at the leaderboard. The second place only gained 520 points, while he himself gained 10,000 points, which was nearly 20 times that of the other party. The difference was not half a star. The speed of killing monsters by yourself is likely to be faster than taking a group of people with you. Joining them will not only decrease your earnings, but also the number of monsters you can kill. It's not necessary. After saying these words, Subai entered the difficult copy. You can't pick the difficulty of most copies. Only a few copies can be selected for the mode. Death copies, copies of Doomsday Rapture, all fall into the latter category. However, there's not much difficulty you can choose from. Only normal and hard options. As for higher options, there are none. Crap, this person is a bit brave. Surprisingly, he dares to go down the copy alone. If the Little Busters squad invited me, I'd agree. Just you? Better not dream. Little Buster squad has not only broken the record for the Doomsday Frenzy easy level, but has also cleared the hard level. How long do you guys think he'll last? It's hard to say. He's proven his strength by killing 10,000 zombies. Doomsday Frenzy difficulty level. Copy, Armageddon. Level, 15 to 30. Difficulty, difficult. Introduction, the seawater was polluted, and when the animals drank the water, they underwent some kind of mutation and turned into monsters. Zombie animals? Monsters will be arriving in 10 seconds. Please get ready. A blood-red countdown appeared and went to 0 before a strange sound came from the forest. Trees were knocked down and a black mass of zombie monsters approached. Zombie boars? Their size is much larger than normal boars. Sharp horns hit the tree, directly collapsed. If hit, even if not dead, will be crippled. Tortured pigs? Cursed fire. Cursed fire. Cursed fire. The surroundings were covered with flames, and before the boar could get close, it turned into dust, and couldn't even send out a scream. Aren't you guys good at running? Then I'll give you a ride. The boars have no sense at all. They just charge and can't put the brakes on. As soon as the flames were extinguished, the cursed flame moved again immediately afterward. In this way, the number of wild boars became smaller and smaller, until the vanguard was eliminated, without touching Subai even once. Roar! A few figures swept across the sky. Zombie birds, they're fast and agile, and most importantly, they can fly. Bullying me for not being able to fly? Trial by curse. Black light shoots out in direct seconds. The zombie bird tried to get closer. The black flames floated in midair, and just as it got closer, it would be engulfed in flames. It was a good thing that the number of zombie birds was small. Otherwise, the speed of killing monsters would have been greatly affected. The zombie magic eagles. Their speed was faster than the zombie birds, and in the blink of an eye, a black shadow appeared behind Subai. Tear. Wounds appeared on the body and blood flowed down. Trying to recover from injuries in a torn state would be exponentially higher, but it didn't have a single effect in the face of 100% blood absorption, and with a single round of cursed judgment, it was back to full status. The 4 cursed flames prevented the monsters from closing in, and the cursed judgment struck wherever it pointed. Even a level 30 monster would be seconded under this blow. It's not over. Zombie spiders, zombie centipede, zombie scorpion. Animals that turn into zombies are trickier than humans, especially the zombie spiders. They spewed out cobwebs that were not only wide-ranging but also bound when hit, and the flames had been extinguished several times due to the sheer number of monsters. Even if Subai could keep casting skills, he was somewhat unable to resist. No wonder. Hard levels require a group of 20 people to be able to defend themselves. If anyone else had been here, they would have spat a few words. Nima. The challenge copy had a constant stream of monsters, and it was already a miracle that you could survive this long without finding a place to hide. But instead, you went head to head with them. The bloodsucking came through, and as long as they couldn't kill themselves in seconds, he could come right back up. There is a disadvantage to having too many monsters, and that is that monsters crowd monsters, and they can't launch attacks together. Even some of the attacks will hit their own companions. Under the night, Subai kept using cursed fire, cursed trial. The black flames continued to expand, and the temperature around them rose by a large margin. After 10 minutes, Subai gained more than 3,000 points. Half an hour later, Subai's points broke through the 10,000 mark. An hour later, Subai's score exceeded 20,000 points. The monster disappeared with it. Difficult level copies. The monster attributes are much stronger than normal level. The same was true for the quantity, which led to the fact that the amount of points Subai gained was more than 1x that of a normal copy. Congratulations on passing Doomsday Frenzy hard level. Rating, SSS. Reward, plus 100% of experience value. Additional reward, plus 100% experience value. You get a challenge treasure chest. You open the treasure chest and gain 300% experience. You're up to level 16. You're up to level 17. You're up to level 18. After 5 consecutive levels, the game grew from 1 year of life per minute to 20 years. A minute is 20 years. An hour is 1,200 years. A day 800 years. First place, Blackout passes the copy alone, killing 21,000 zombie animals, gaining 21,000 points. Second place, received 321 points. Third place, received 320 points. Upon seeing the list, the crowd's pupils gradually dilated, and some people even rubbed their eyes vigorously, suspecting that they had blurred their eyes. What the hell is 21,000 points? The second place, and the third place, only gained a few hundred points, a difference of dozens of times. Is this really what people can do? The bottom line is, he's only one guy. For a moment, they were silent. Cheating once can still be used as a coincidence. Cheating twice is not a coincidence, but the other party really has the strength. 21,000 points, killing tens of thousands of monsters in an hour. How is it possible? He gained more than a full 1x more points than the normal level. Could it be that there are too few normal level monsters? Not enough for him to kill. Who just said? Night God cheated. Open your dog eyes and see. 21,000 points. Killed tens of thousands of zombies. Show me how to cheat? Captain. He refused to team up with us because we are too weak? Afraid we'll hold him back? Captain Zay was silent. He had just invited Subai to join him like a joke. As the team member said, they teamed up with Subai. Not only would he not be able to obtain such a high score, but he would also have to share the benefits equally. Only a fool would agree to that. Sometimes there's a bigger gap between man than man and dog. It was a moment of self-imposed isolation for all. The pride of the past was gone, crushed at the soles of his feet by this young man. If they could all be called geniuses, then what was he? Monster, or demon? 3 days later, Subai finally rose to level 30. In the past few days, Subai kept brushing copies. After ascending to level 20, the experience of upgrading was massive. He had already forgotten how many duplicate records he had set, and others had recognized him as a number 1 character and gave him a title, Night God. As long as he's around, records will be set, or the kind that can't be broken. He checks the panel. Name, Subai. Level, 30. Occupation, Lord of the Damned, only. Power, 370. Body mass, 13,410. Agility, 9,740. Spirit, 63,390. Lifespan, 108. 000 years, 30 years automatically gained every minute. Lifespan is up to 108. 000 years. What kind of concept is that? Add one more attribute and you can break 100. 000 straight away. Level 70 awakened person is very strong. The old man attributes up to 100. 000. A shot of skill can kill. However, Subai did not intend to add a single attribute. This shortcoming is just too obvious. There is also a risk of getting spiked for too much damage. And even though it draws up to 100% blood, it's a good idea to take your head and draw blood if you get spiked. Upgrade your skills first and add some attributes. You consume 4,000 lifespans. Cursed power upgraded to platinum. You consume 2,000 years of your life, and your cursed aura rises to platinum level. You consume 400 years of your life, and the curse of judgment rises to platinum level. You consume 4,000 years of your life and flash up to platinum. You consume 400 years of your life's cursed fire to rise to platinum level. Consumed 10,800 years of lifespan and skills all upgraded to platinum level. 97,200 years of life left. Simply level up all your skills to emerald. Another 21,600 years of life were consumed and all skills were raised to emerald level. Emerald rising to diamond requires a 216,000 year lifespan. A tenfold increase. 75,600 years of life left. Spirit plus 30,000. Physique plus 22,800. Agility plus 22,800. Strength plus 0. Allocated lifespan. Subai has 30 years of lifespan left. Gained automatically. He checked the attributes again. Name, Subai. Level, 30. Occupation, Lord of the Damned, only. Power, 190. Body mass, 81,810. Agility, 55,340. Spirit, 153,390. Blood absorption, 100%. Strike, 100%. Life expectancy, 30 years, every minute automatically gains 30 years of life. Skills, Lord of the Damned, Emerald, Cursed Aura, Emerald, Cursed Judgment, Emerald, Flash, Emerald, Cursed Fire, Emerald. Equipment, Scarlet Mask LV5, Gold, Ring of Flame LV5, Gold, Ring of Life LV5, Gold, Dark Hood LV5, Gold, Life Sacrifice LV30, Platinum, Blasted Shoes LV5, Gold, Lava Battlesuit LV5, Gold, Lava Battle Trousers LV5, Gold, Magic Cloak LV5, Gold. Cursed Power, Emerald consume the corresponding lifespan to strengthen equipment, skills, and attributes. Cursed Aura, Emerald each time you pounce. Casting a spell drains your lifespan, which flows at 60 times the normal rate, but deals an additional 600% more damage. Cursed Judgment, Emerald consumes 18 days of life. Inflicts 600% psychic damage to enemies. Flash, Emerald consumes 180 days of life. Displaces 0 to 30 meters in any direction. Cursed Fire, Emerald spend 36 days of life to cast Cursed Fire on enemies within range, dealing 300% psychic damage per second, the size of which varies depending on psychic strength. Note, all skills of the Curse Master. No cooldown. Only consumes life. The Spirit is up to $150,000. Physique and Agility all surpass the 50,000 mark. It was hard to break through his defense with 80,000 points of body mass, and even if he did, he had 100% blood absorption and could get back up in less than a second. The gold skills don't improve significantly when upgraded to emerald. Cursed Light extra damage has been increased by 200%, and flash distance is 10 meters farther. My current physique can already support the continuous use of flash. Use it up to 10 times in a row and then you have to take a break. With 10 flashes, it can displace a full 300 meters. Previously, in front of you. Next, came right up behind you and tapped you on the shoulder. Dude, I'm behind you. Just ask you if you're scared. Cursed Fire, the higher the spiritual power the greater the range. The initial Cursed Fire can only cover a distance of 10 meters in a circle. Now it can cover almost 100 meters. It's time to head to the large replica and settle the score with them. Copy entrance. There were many people gathered and they lined up in an orderly fashion. There was a group of women on the opposite side. They were members of the Queen's gang, and there was a prerequisite for wanting to enter the replica, and that was to sign the Heaven's Path contract, or else they would want to dream of going in. The rule of the Tendo contract is a 55 split, with the benefits gained to be split in half. It seems fair, but it's not. Copies are a public resource, not a private product. There are a lot of opportunities in the open copy, but it's also very dangerous. About 1 out of 10 people will be lucky to come out alive. Even if some people are not happy, they do not dare to make trouble here. Signing the contract can get 50% benefits. Not signing the contract will only end in one death. Little Fish, come over here for a moment. A sweet voice came from behind. The person known as Little Fish glared at these openers. Be honest here. If you want to enter the replica, you will have to sign a contract or suffer the consequences. After saying this, the two women came to an unoccupied corner. What's up, Ray? Something should have happened to Hoshi and the girls. No, it can't be. Shelby and the girls are all level 50 professionals. Even if that kid's strength is strong, it's impossible for him to be their opponent. Even a level 60 professional could only retreat in the case of 5 people joining forces. Ray shook her head. It's been 3 days and no word from them yet. The most crucial thing is that this one called Blackout is still doing well, breaking many records. You haven't known about this lately in your busy schedule. Xiaoli told Subai's deeds, the whole process, and Xiaoyu's pupils grew bigger and bigger, shocked beyond measure. Even if you break the record, you're still alone. Number 1. And the gap to number 2 isn't even a half a star kind of thing, and it's almost impossible to break it again. Each copy has an entry limit. Low-level copies could only be entered by low-level professions, which meant that Subai was not a high level. Xiao Hui's 5 people were all level 50 professionals, and the one who killed them was a low-level professional. This was too magical. She wouldn't have dared to believe this fact if Ray hadn't told her herself. Fish, the Queen and the girls are opening copies. It's our duty to not only get these people to sign the contract, but to confirm their code names. If that Blackout guy gets mixed up in it, there's a good chance something will change. Aha! I've signed the contract. Wait. Fish picked up the contract in her hand, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. What else? The man was a little disgruntled. The contract had already been signed. What else did the other party want? Let me see your code name. What? Although the code name is not the real identity, but the code name cannot be changed. There are a lot of people have turned on the hidden function. Just do not want others to know their code name. You have not gone too far. I have signed the contract. Excessive? A man named Darkness killed one of our Queen's gang. If you don't show us the code names, we suspect that you are the knight. This, if you don't enter a copy, big deal. You miss your chance. But if they were mistaken for Queen's gang haters, it would end differently. Can I just show you? The man laughed bitterly. One sword for all time. Very dominant name. Glancing at the middle-aged uncle, whose hair had fallen out, the image didn't seem to fit, either. You can go in. Next, the people in the back could only be forced to open the code names even if they were unwilling to do so. Someone's code name is very middle-aged. Someone's code name is pretty killer. Most are over 30 years old and their monikers are still from their youth. There's a feeling of reading a small essay written 10 or so years ago, and being viewed by someone else. Disdain appeared on Little Fish's face. A bunch of losers. Sign this contract. Codename function on. Fish repeated the previous operation. If I can't. A teasing voice rang in his ears. Fish looked up and there was a teenager smiling at himself. Black. Before she could finish her sentence, a black light shot in. Trial by curse. Blood mist splattered everywhere, and he died without even uttering a scream. Previously, Fishy was still registering information and the next second he was killed. The commotion over here attracted members of the Queen's gang. How dare you come here? Black Knight. Dare to kill our Queen's gang sisters, how dare you? Now that you're here then stay forever. Sister Lee killed this kid. Sister Lee moved her long legs. Her beautiful eyes flashed with killing intent. Kill. Subai had no intention of retreating at all. The black flames climbed the spell battle. The blazing heat spreading rapidly. Dots of sparks floating in midair. Cursed fire. 100 meters in a circle was wrapped in flames. They couldn't even get close. And the warriors who rushed in the front row were directly killed in seconds. It's not over. Flashback. The figure disappeared into place and when it reappeared, it had already arrived 30 meters away. Cursed fire. Another attack that was 100 meters in circumference, and not an inch of grass was left in its path. On the battlefield, Subai transformed into a killing machine. Non-stop displacement. The engagement until now. They didn't even touch the corner of Subai's clothes. They were more than half dead or wounded. Monster. Monster. Ray leveled up to level 60, but after facing Subai, she realized what it meant to be powerless. The strength of both sides was simply not in the same dimension. Even if the Queen met him, she would be in a bad way. Withdraw. Want to run. Dream on. Flashback blocked their way back, 10 meters short of entering the copy. Black Knight, we don't have much enmity between us. As long as you are willing to let us go, how about letting this matter go? Shall try to stall for time. There isn't much conflict? Subai looked like he had heard a big joke. The two sides were originally in an undying relationship. Either they die or he does. So, you can all go to hell. Cursed fire. The fire burned everything, leaving only a field of ashes. Wow! The eyes of the crowd looking at Subai were nothing but horror. Members of the Queen's gang were exterminated? There are level 60 professionals among these people. This young warrior is a bit strong. If only I could have his strength. These people deserve to die. And not only do they want to make us sign a bully contract, but they want to turn on the code words? Fuck. I've been displeased with them for a long time. And if I wasn't too weak, I would have destroyed them long ago. Wait, I think I've heard the codename Blackout before. There's been a lot of copies lately where records have been broken, and he's the one who did it. One person broke the record in a copy of 10 or so. Hiss, I remembered when you said that. Night God is awesome. Night God, I've been your fan for 10 years. Can you take me? The Night God, this is water. Night God, this is milk, is very nutritious. Subai ignored the noisy crowd and stepped into the copy. Copy, Capital of Doom. Level, 30 to 70. Difficulty, normal. Scale, large replica, open replica. Requirement, kill the zombie king. The blood-red clouds gave off an oppressive feeling. The odor of decay filled the mid-air, and there were many trails of blood on the ground. Green and red intertwined with each other. The crumbling city, not a living soul in sight. Looked down. Crap, old me is surrounded by zombies? Subai looked around. He was on the roof of the building and all the zombies were below him. Entering a copy is a random teleportation. Someone teleported into the zombie wave. Others teleported directly to the zombie king. This could only mean that they were unlucky. And Subai was the unfortunate kind that directly encountered the zombie army. If you want to explore, you have to take care of these walkers first. Flashback. Subai from the roof of the building appeared at the bottom of the building, facing the army of zombies coming at him head-on. These can be moving experience, which is not to be missed. When the zombie army smelled the odor of a living person, their pupils turned blood red and became more and more violent and restless. They surrounded Subai and approached at great speed. Some of the slow runners were stepped on and fell to the ground, only to be reduced to meat cushions, and several zombies were trampled to death alive. A pungent stench could be smelled as he approached, and black liquid continued to slide off his body. Subai waved the staff in his hand, and the black flames spread rapidly, the temperature rising steeply by a large margin. 100 meters in a radius was wrapped in black fire, blocking the zombies' path. As if they were moths to a flame, they turned into dust. You killed a level 30 zombie soldier. Experience value 0. 1%. You kill a level 35 zombie warrior. Experience value plus 0. 5%. You kill a level 40 zombie vanguard. Experience value plus 1%. The kill prompts kept brushing the screen. After ascending to level 30, the experience needed was exponentially higher, but the number of zombies was densely packed, the kind you couldn't see the end of at a glance. For black flames wrapped around them, they couldn't even get close, and some long-range monsters, spitting out green liquid, couldn't even penetrate. Hissing noises echoed around the perimeter, and less than 10 seconds into the engagement, a large swath of people had already been killed or wounded. That wasn't the end of it. There were many zombies lurking on the high floors, transforming into a dark shadow and leaping over the flames. However, their attacks could only do a small amount of damage. Draws up to 100% blood. It only takes 1 second to get back to full immediately. After the experience value went up to 50%, the zombies were also killed. It's worthy of being an open copy. I just came in and gained 50% experience. After walking for about 10 minutes, Subai encountered 3 people. Boss, that kid is so young. A person next to him pointed at Subai. Open copy. You need to be level 30 to enter. Wouldn't that mean he's at least level 30? He's not even 20 years old. I don't think. Lao San, don't snoop on others so easily. It's a provocation to others. Even if the other party strikes out at us, it's still normal. Boss, I'm a level 40 powerhouse, would still be afraid of a junior. The oldest 3 had a confident look on his face. I'm sorry, this brother of mine has a bit of a bad brain. Don't get on his bad side. The strong man ignored Lao San and instead looked at Subai and apologized. Subai ignored the 3 and continued to advance. Just then, a strange sound came from the abandoned building. The sound is zombie bats. Zombie bats are among the nastier monsters. Not only can they spew venom and corrode their opponents to cause damage, they can also drop the attributes of their foes, and they can also fly and are very fast. Whenever they appear, it's a swarm, which is the trickiest part of them. also known as zombie killers. The three were all warrior professions, with almost no long-range means, and encountering these monsters was simply being skykicked. 2. 3. Get ready for battle. The three brothers continue to grow in size, eventually becoming King Kong Barbie. They picked up the wrestling stone on the ground and threw it with force. The zombie bats were so fast that their attacks couldn't hit these monsters at all, and the black pressurized group of bats had already surrounded the four. Only Subai stood still without a trace of panic. If you are hit by these bats, you will only end up dead. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, getting closer and closer. You can already hear each other's heartbeats, only to see Subai's big hand wave. The flames expanded extremely fast, and they were roasted to dust before they even got close, leaving none of them behind. Just like a dumpling, it fell downward, turning into a mess of ashes. You killed a level 30 zombie bat. Experience value plus 0.1%. You kill a level 40 mutant bat. Experience value plus 1%. You reach level 31 and automatically gain 31 years of life every minute. The kill prompts kept brushing the screen. The trio's eyes were glazed over. It was just seconds. The bat they couldn't help was killed by this youth with a casual strike. The gap is too big. Just now, Lao San was confident in his strength and thought that Subai was not his opponent, yet the clown turned out to be himself. Many thanks to the young warrior for his help. The burly man winked at the two men. The two men understood in seconds. Young warrior, just now I had eyes without a pearl and bumped into you. Please be generous. Subai ignored them and picked up the materials that the bats had dropped before speaking. I saved you guys. What are you going to repay me with? Elder, we don't have anything of value on us. Without you we'd be dead. These are yours. The three men pulled out all their belongings, knowing full well the truth that weakness is sin. Even if Subai killed them now, it was normal to be robbing them. Outside the city is outside the law. Do you know where the Queen's gang is? Ha! Big question marks floated above the heads of the three. Subai wasn't wanting anything from them, but was asking questions. The burly man was the first to react. Elder, are you going to the Queen's gang? There are many forces that have a grudge against the Queen's gang. They were usually arrogant and used to offending a lot of people, and obviously the person in front of them was one of them. The Queen's gang is looking for the Zombie King. Anyone in the neighborhood has been banished. They're afraid we'll take the boss. That's what we were expelled from. We can't go near there. If it weren't for the fact that we still have some use and signed the Heaven's Path contract, they would have made a move against us long ago. Speaking later, the boss completely suppressed his emotions. Why? It was so unfair that they had to die 9 deaths to get a copy. But the Queen's gang could get 50% of the resources. Zombie King? Open copies are different from other copies. If someone from the Queen's gang kills the Zombie King, then the others won't be able to pass. And there are many chances in the large replica. But the benefits gained from the pass account for the bulk of it. Besides, Subai still has a grudge against them, so it's a good idea to eliminate the hidden dangers in the process. How are those openers being handled? Queen, they all left of their own accord when they heard your awesome name. Very well, as long as we can kill the Zombie King, we will have completed the mission given to us from above. The Queen has one more thing. Yes, the Queen had long legs, wore a red dress with high heels, had beautiful cheeks and big red waves, giving the impression that no one alive could get close. Kay and the girls are dead. Kay, the 5 people were all level 50 professionals. To deal with a loose person, it should be very easy to deal with them. It had been 3 days and there had been no news. She had vaguely guessed the end. This one called Black Knight has broken many copy records. The woman told Subai about the matter. The Queen's beautiful eyes grew wide. What's the concept of breaking the copy record alone? Not just one copy but many. One person is stronger than a team, and often such people are dangerous. And, what? The entrance to the large replica. There were many sisters. They were all killed. And the one called Darkness entered the replica. Lord Queen, this man is too shameless to kill our sisters. The Queen-sama must kill him and avenge her sisters. I can't bear this. It's simply arrogant, shameless and despicable. Even our Queen's gang members dare to move. The Queen waved her hand in a big, cold voice and said, all right, quiet. We definitely need to kill this one called Black Knight. Or else, where is the face of our gang? But, not now. The mission we were given from above was to kill the Zombie King. But, no buts. Don't you even listen to my orders? The Queen swept an icy glance at them. They bowed their heads and dared not speak again. Departure. A dilapidated palace with many zombies roaming around the neighborhood. The kind you can't see the end of at a glance. In black. Zombie dog. Zombie cats. Zombie bird. Zombie bats. All in one place. The Zombie King is in this crumbling palace. If we kill all these zombies, we'll meet the Zombie King. The Queen ordered. Punch me. A squad of 100 men rushed towards these zombies, Fighters in the front, archers, and mages in the back. Mages converge on powerful magic. Fireball spells, waterball spells, branching out. A large amount of magic hit these zombies, and the battlefield was filled with explosions. Countless pupils looked at these people as they let out heartbreaking roars, their voices echoing in midair. The zombie bats were very fast, far away from the zombies behind them. They were the vanguard force, rushing at the front. Green liquid fired out from their mouths and noses, as if they were bullets densely packed. These skills penetrated magic, and some low-level magic was instantly dissolved. Luckily, the warrior profession blocked the front, and most of the attacks hit their shields, causing little damage. Next, corrosion triggers and the shield's durability drops like crazy. Several rays of holy light wrapped around these shields, helping them regain their durability. Nurse profession. Not only does it add blood to the professional, but it also repairs the durability of the weapon. Nurse, archer, mage, warrior, all performed well on the battlefield. The nurse is responsible for healing in the back, and when her teammates' blood is reduced, she will hide in the back and let the fighters in the row behind her fill in, and then go back up again when their status is restored. There are two types of warriors: reserve warriors and full warriors. The overall strength of the reserve fighters was weaker than the official fighters, but it was still possible to delay them for a moment. Archer professions, on the other hand, are responsible for long-range consumption, and they don't perform as well as mages on the battlefield, but it can kill opponents on point. Countless feathered arrows pierced through the sky, and just as the zombies showed their heads, they were blown away. 1, 2, 3. The speed of killing the enemy was fast. On the contrary, no one on their side was killed. A squad of 100 people, cooperating over a long period of time, was definitely not comparable to a group of casuals. Assassins, on the other hand, are responsible for killing single strong targets. For example, zombie hounds, zombie tigers, etc. They are all part of the elite units. Animals are stronger overall than humans when they turn into zombies, and they are more suited to the zombie form, like natural familiars. Zombie bats are tough. They look around the battlefield for prey and emit sound waves that can do sizable damage. Hitting and not being able to hit and doing damage is just fun. There are a lot of people, therefore, who hate zombie bats. It's a good thing that the warriors in the front row blocked these disgusting bats, or else the bats rushed into the battlefield, and there was only one end for the milkmaid: death. Just 3 minutes into the engagement, the zombie side was at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the zombies made way, and a giant zombie approached quickly, its heavy steps shaking the ground with each step. The giant zombie picked up the two bodies on the ground and twisted them into twists. Rumble. The air made a piercing sonic boom as the walker on the right was thrown. The zombie bombs are approaching at breakneck speeds, and they can't avoid this blow. They can only take it on the chin. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. They couldn't block this strike. Even if they were warriors, they would be killed if they ate this strike hard. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Someone couldn't help but open their eyes and realize they weren't dead. The zombie bombs had been deflected. The queen struck out. The queen was tall, a little over 5 feet 8 inches, and more athletic than the average male. She held a heavy shield in her hands, blocking in front of her, and the enemy's attacks simply could not pass through her with a sense of security. What are you waiting for? Kill! The shield changed from white to black, and a large serpent silhouette burrowed out from inside the shield, biting towards the giant zombie's body. The giant zombie's entire body was dragged inside the black hole, and the shield changed from black back to white. The giant zombie was seconded. Such was the strength of the queen. It was important to realize that the giant walkers were ranked as high as level 70 and were still elite monsters. They couldn't be bothered to lament the queen's strength as the zombie army rushed in again. With fewer giant walkers, the others were not to be feared, and they worked well together. After 10 minutes, the zombies were killed off, and with the queen's protection, surprisingly not a single person was killed or injured. You're too powerful, Queen Sama. That one called Black Knight wouldn't even last 3 moves if he met you. 3 moves? Not that I'm bragging, but Queen Sama can collapse him with a single fart. Have you guys ever bragged like that? How could the Queen Sama fart anymore? Don't call me Lord Queen in the future. It's just too unpleasant. Yes, my queen. The queen had a black face and said nothing as she walked towards the palace. The palace is in disrepair. A large number of traces of cobwebs floating on the throne, on which sits a zombie. It is a sturdy body, more than 2 meters high, next to a sword, made of eyeballs to create a dense eyeballs, is still moving abnormally bizarre. Black paint spread. The zombie king took the greatsword in his hand and aimed it at the intruders. Kill. The zombie king just spat out a word. His figure disappeared, as fast as a stump, and came directly in front of them. They didn't even have a chance to react. Well, the queen moved. the shield collided with the huge sword, and the queen took several steps back in succession before stopping. The queen actually backed off? It was worthy of being a zombie king, a level 70 boss that was incredibly strong. Together, hundreds of people surrounded the zombie king. A variety of skills swept over the zombie king. The zombie king used the giant sword to parry the attacks. The black mist spread quickly, and the damage was actually absorbed? That's not all. The zombie king waved the huge sword in his hand, and several sword chi were chopped out. Chop, sweep, hook, pick, chop. The sword energy did a lot of damage, and the queen used her shield to try and block them, and upon touching it she realized how ignorant she was. These sword chi were so sharp that even with the protection of the shield, a wound appeared on his body. The sword chi inflicted damage across the shield. The speed of wound healing slowed down. Originally a healing spell, suffered in a heavy injury, could also recover some, but now you can't even recover from a skin wound. The most terrifying thing was that the zombie king had a strong ability to recover. After these sword chi caused damage, it could feed back on itself, and up to this point in the engagement, it hadn't even suffered a single injury. But instead, the 100 people on the opposite side were already in a bit of a mess. The queen was known as an undefeatable myth, but in the hands of the zombie king she was just like a toy, not having the slightest chance to fight back, and was pressed throughout. Blood sword. The giant sword turned blood red and its blood-sucking ability increased again, and no one but the queen could block its fierce attack. What should the queen do now? An anxious voice rang in her ears. She is a warrior, second only to the queen in strength. Just being affected by the waves of sword chi was a little too much to stop, let alone fighting its queen head-on. You guys back off, leave this place to me. The queen added. Leave the milkmaid magic to me. The zombie king can't hold out for long. As long as we spend time with it, it will die sooner or later. Queen, the zombie king is very strong. That's an order. Yes. Only the queen was left alone in the palace, and the nurse exited the palace with everyone else. Zombie king, let me see what you're really made of. Dark shield. The giant shield turned ink black, with arcane patterns etched on it. Patterns that looked like they were coming to life. Black rock blasting. The giant ink black snake burrowed out of the shield towards the zombie king's neck and bit. She has another name. Death Rose. Output is her main business. Defense is just her secondary business. In order to take up the core of the team, she gave up output, shifted to defense, but it doesn't mean her output is weak. The giant snake opened its bloody mouth and bit its head. Kaboom! The head was just like a watermelon, instantly exploding into countless pieces, with green liquid splattering in all directions. The zombie king loses his support and falls to the ground. The zombie king is dead? The queen-sama is also too fierce, killing the zombie king in seconds? I shouldn't be dreaming, should I? Red, you pinch me. Oops, not for you to pinch that. You're hurting me. I really wasn't dreaming. Queen YYDS. +1, +2, +3. The queen heard the discussion of the people around her, and instead of relaxing, she became more nervous. After the python bit off the zombie king's head, it tried to swallow its corpse, but it was blocked by a blood mist. The blood mist spread rapidly, and the giant python directly became a feeder for the blood mist. After the blood mist dissipated, out walked a man. Yes, a man. The man was dressed in a blood-red dress with countless pairs of eyes, still bleeding. The corners of his mouth curled up to his ears in a hideous, horrifying smile, and his finger lifted lightly, pointing at the queen. Kill! An ice-cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. Sonic diffusion. Strongly formulate the body. There was no way they could avoid this strike. The queen grunted as the blood was like a sword, shooting through the shield and into her chest. Her eyes drifted off, and when she looked up, the zombie king had disappeared into thin air and came to her. The zombie king stretched out his huge, strong and powerful hands and squeezed the queen's neck in a deadly grip, lifting her up just like a chicken. Kill! The zombie king flung it so hard that the queen flew backwards and smashed into the wall. Kill! Another emotionless voice. The zombie king reappeared when he had already arrived in front of the queen, his giant sword chopping down. The queen laughed. Shields coming. The giant shield appeared in front of him, blocking the blow. Black dragon. The black dragon's silhouette appeared, countless times taller than the zombie king. The head of the zombie king that had grown was once again bitten to pieces, leaving not even the body behind. Is it finally over? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even the queen did the same, as she used her ability twice in a row. Python. Black dragon. The python is killed by the zombie king and the queen suffers a backlash. Forcing the black dragon was another drain. She's not even at 50% of her battle power now, so it's good that it's over. Nope. Wait, how come she didn't get a kill alert? Could it be that the zombie king is still alive? The zombie king is not dead. These words, like a missile, thrown into the calm water surface, set off ripples. The zombie king isn't dead. Are you kidding me? It's not even a corpse. Is it hard to come back to life? Wait, passing the copy. A white glow would appear, but it's not appearing right now. In other words, the zombie king really isn't dead. They looked back and saw a scene they would never forget. All that could be seen was a scarlet mask, devouring the dead zombies. The giant sword. The mask? It seems like just now, the black dragon devoured the corpse of the zombie king, but not the giant sword. The giant sword disappeared into thin air and changed into a mask? The mask is devouring walkers again. This is also too unbelievable. Stop it from devouring the body. The queen's anxious voice rang in their ears, but it's too late. The walkers have already been devoured. Much blood flowed from the mask, and like a waterfall, it came back together as a single piece of flesh. The zombie king resurrected again, and it was even more powerful than just now. Kill! The zombie king disappeared into place, transforming into a bloody shadow as the sword she chopped down and countless heads fell to the ground. Chop, sweep, horizontal, pick, all kinds of fancy decapitations. They couldn't even resist. Slaughter, or massacre. Black inflammation. The black flames spread quickly, forcing back the zombie king. The queen glanced at the casualty count, and in that short amount of time, over 10 people had been killed or wounded. Fight it! The warriors rushed to the front, fending off most of the attacks, and the shooters, mages, and as for the milkmaid were all killed in action. The zombie king had just struck out against these milkmaids. With no nursemaid, they had to fight with their lives. The queen switched to her output form, the only way to quickly kill the zombie king and mitigate the damage. After 10 minutes, the giant sword in the zombie king's hand disappeared. 20 minutes later, without its giant sword, a wound appeared on its body. After 30 minutes, the zombie king finally fell into a state of near death and only needed one more round of attacks to kill it. The queen swept the battlefield. Hundreds became dozens, less than half the original number. Good thing they won. Just then, a black light engulfed the zombie king. The zombie king was robbed? They had managed to cripple the zombie king, only to be robbed, paid for the lives of several sisters. They looked at the visitor. The man wore a black trench coat. His cheeks were handsome and his eyes were cold. Not a trace of joy or sadness could be seen. Who the hell are you and why are you robbing our boss? They hadn't seen Subai and didn't recognize him for a while. Haven't you guys been looking for me? Now I'm coming. You're Blackout? Black Knight. Who gave you the guts to not only kill our good sisters, but also steal our boss? Sisters, kill this scumbag. He's just too shameless. Silence. The queen. Don't you even listen to my words? The queen's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold aura, and they lowered their heads and no longer dared to speak. Darkness. The zombie king was killed by us with great difficulty. It's really out of order for you to snatch it away. Put it this way, you hand over the stuff and I'll let this matter go. Queen. They didn't understand that Subai had snatched the boss without paying a single price. Just return what belongs to them and this will be over? That's ridiculous too. Blackout your choices. I refuse. Subai looked like he was looking at an idiot. The queen was talking a good game now, but when she returned to her full strength, she would surely find herself in trouble. The zombie king had made them much less powerful, and the queen wasn't sure she could take herself down, which was why she offered this decision to concede. Subai was not a fool who would wait for the enemy to recover and then have a real man's battle. When the queen heard Subai's reply, she didn't get annoyed. Instead she smiled. Darkness, to be honest with you, I don't want to offend you, but you robbed our boss and still won't return the loot. Do you think there will be no one behind us? TSK, 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 really think you're invincible. Might as well tell you that our large force has entered the hidden copy. Have you heard of the Other Side Adventure Group? Our gang is subordinate to them. Our goal this time is to kill the zombie king. If you don't hand over the dropped loot today, then you're done for. The Peppermint Adventure? The president is said to be ranked as high as 100. And they're all women. Subai hadn't thought that the person behind the queen's gang was actually an adventure group, or 100-level adventure group. 100 levels? I wonder if it can be killed in seconds. He glanced at his attributes. Consuming 200 years of life and doubling his damage by 200 times, so he should be able to spike it. After the hidden copy is cleared, a large number of rewards can be obtained. Far from ordinary copies can be compared. I did not expect that I was so lucky. Not only killed the zombie king, but also learned the news of the hidden copy. Seeing Subai not moving in place, the queen thought he was afraid. Blackout, get the loot out. You can fuck off now. Rolling? You deserve it. Trial by curse. Black light shot out. The queen's pupils gradually dilated. She never expected that Subai would strike at the drop of a hat. Wasn't he afraid of the Piscionic Flower Adventure Group? That's a 100-level adventure group. Without giving her time to think, the skill had arrived. She wanted to help her sisters around her, to fend off the skills, and her instincts told her that she couldn't block them. The foot that stepped out shrank back. The shooter was so dumbfounded that he was engulfed by the skill and there wasn't even any ash left. Lord Queen. This brat is just too arrogant to kill our sisters in front of us. Unforgivable. Fuck you. You thousand-dagger motherfucker. Facing the oncoming person, Subai didn't even have the intention of retreating. Cursed fire. The black flames spread quickly, and they were engulfed in flames before they could get close. That wasn't the end of it. The attack simply couldn't penetrate these flames. Feathered arrows were directly dissolved when they touched these flames. Fireballs, water balls, vines, collide with the black fire and end up the same way as the feathered arrows. Uniformly obliterated. The spirits of the opponents were more than 1 star higher than theirs. Flashback. Subai appeared 30 meters away and when he got close he set a fire and disappeared again. Just a few flashes in a row. And the Queen's gang, already dead or wounded, now had even fewer people. There are less than 10 people left and they are still struggling. When they faced the Zombie King, they could still resist for a moment or two. When they faced Subai they couldn't even resist. Could it be that the other party's strength was even stronger than the Zombie King? How it's possible. Subai didn't do it right away. Not that he was merciful but he had to ask some questions. Where's the hidden copy? Ha ha ha. Black Knight, I never thought you were this strong. I'll admit that even in my heyday I was no match for you. But you'd better die if you want to fight with the Pisan Flower Adventure Group. I don't have time to bullshit you. Trial by curse. One lucky guy got a straight spike. The Queen's converged smile. Only killing intent remained in her eyes. She knew that she was in trouble today. The hidden copy is in. Subai was a bit surprised. I didn't expect the other party to be so quick to tell the exact location of the hidden copy directly. Wait. There's something fishy about it. What is the Queen trying to do by revealing the exact location of the hidden copy? She's trying to kill herself with the help of the pilgrimage adventure? If I don't travel to the hidden copy, she has nothing to lose. She's a dead man anyway. As for, I can defeat the Peppermint Adventure Group. The Queen might not really have thought about it. After all, the other party is a 100-level powerhouse. Even if I'm strong, she doesn't think I'm a match for a 100-level powerhouse. Good tactics, Subai praised in his heart. Ask what you want to ask. And there's no point in keeping these guys around. Cursed fire. The life sacrifice had evolved after devouring their souls. Subai checked the attributes of his equipment. Name, life sacrifice, enhanced, type, weapon, quality, jade, level, 35, spirit, plus 17, 500. Word 1, forbidden spell consumes 300 years of life, increasing the damage of the next blow by 300 times. Entry 2, killing living beings strips their souls from them, nourishing the weapon and allowing it to evolve. Description, the life sacrifice contains the power of a curse. Each casting of the skill will consume the life expectancy, and when the life expectancy is insufficient, it will be forced to die. Set bonus effect. 1/3 not unlocked. January 5th not unlocked. January 9th not unlocked. Spirit plus 5,500. Consuming lifespan from 200 years to 300 years, and damage increase up to 300 times. What kind of concept is this? Originally capable of dealing 1 million damage. By using this ability, he could deal 300 million damage. After killing the Zombie King, Subai rose to level 35. You automatically get 35 years of life per minute. 1 minute 35 years of life. 1 hour is 2,100 years. A day has exceeded 40,000 years of life. All of the additional attributes are able to enhance 40,000. This is still the basic attributes. After the equipment increase, the attributes were close to 100,000. Even a 100-level powerhouse might not have 100,000 attributes, right? I don't do anything for a day and my attributes are higher than theirs? Is there any justice left? Is there any king's law left? It's good to hang on for a while, but it's good to hang on all the time. Glancing at the white glow, Subai did not walk over. Hidden copies are not to be missed on their own. Besides, Subai had performed really poorly in the capital of Doom. The rating must not be high. After all, the boss went into a near-death state before he made up the final blow. You'd be lucky to have an A rating. So, hidden copies have to be explored and also passed kind of thing. Meanwhile, on the other side, there was a squad of 100 men. They were none other than the people of the Pisan Flower Adventure Group. The chairman's Zombie King is dead. We can move now. I didn't expect those people from the Queen's gang to be somewhat useful, to be able to kill the Zombie King. It's rumored that they messed with a professional called Black Knight, and many of their members died at his hands. Darkness, Mr. President, the Queen's gang is our affiliated force. Do we need to send someone to assist them? The person known as the President, wearing a black swan dress, legs long and slender, and black stockings, slender little hands touching the red dust, giving a sense of temptation. A sweet smile can confuse the man's heart. We couldn't have gotten here without them. After the vice president leaves the copy, you lead the men to settle this one called Black Knight. Yes, the vice president is ranked up to level 90, second only to the president. It's already a bit of a big deal against a loose cannon. The women came to the palace, which was intact, a completely different scene from the outside. The boundary that sealed the beginning walkers has been destroyed. The beginning zombie was countless times more powerful than the zombie king, with a level as high as 100. No damage can be inflicted on the patriarch in the seal, and the seal will not break until the zombie king is killed. It's the copy mechanism. After the seal was destroyed, the full strength of the patriarch was restored. It has an extra bracket after it. King. There are also level distinctions between bosses. Normal bosses have 10 times the blood of monsters of the same level. Elite monsters are 2x the blood of monsters of the same level. The monster, king, has 10 times the blood of a normal boss. For example, a normal monster has 1,000,000 blood. Then a boss has 10,000,000 blood. And a king level monster has 100,000,000 blood. It doesn't seem like a lot of blood, but it's a big difference. That's just for example. The blood volume of a level 100 monster could be more than a little more than 1 million. Boss level distinction from low to high, ordinary, king, emperor, emperor. Each level has 10 times more blood than the previous level. The beginning walker is a king level monster. King level monsters? The girls blanched. Ordinary bosses they could still deal with. But king level monsters, stay wherever you are cool. 100 level monster, king. That's bullshit. Apparently the beginning walkers had no intention of letting them go. Blood red venom appeared in its hands. Sky-breaking strike. Blood flew out as if it were a bullet. Red Rose's entire body was wrapped in flames and turned into a fireman. In flame form, all attributes are boosted by 1. She used her bottom card directly. Flame shield. The heaven-breaking strike hit the flame shield. Spider web marks appeared, and then shattered. Its power dropped by 90%, and was blocked by the Red Rose. Withdraw. A man next to him made a prayerful gesture. The favored one can help teammates get out of monster hate for a short time, but this also has a prerequisite. The monster cannot have an autonomous consciousness. Otherwise, even if it was out of the opponent's hate range, it could still catch up. Divine light wrapped around all of them, and they were all set in a state of being. Power of favor. For the next 30 seconds, hate is reduced to a negative number. Monsters won't actively attack you and lose their targets. Hint, attacking a monster on your own initiative. The power of favor fails. The beginning zombie was just about to converge its skills. As a result, after the hatred turned negative, it stopped attacking and lay back in the sarcophagus. That was close. The favored one breathed a sigh of relief. Get out of here. The power of the favored one won't last long. I didn't realize that the beginning walker was a king level monster. If we can kill it, we'll definitely be able to gain tons of benefits. Kill it? Don't dream of it. There aren't enough of us to kill it. Didn't you see that the chairman's full strength strike was easily broken? What a pity. It's good to be alive. Although we didn't manage to kill the beginning walkers, we wouldn't have been able to come here without the queen and the girls. And this one called Darkness still needs to be killed. Or else where's the face of our Peace on Flower adventure group? Who else will join our adventuring group? Damn. If I can't beat a beginner walker, I can't beat a casualty. Don't anyone stop me? I can easily take care of him alone. Nurse said confidently. The others look like idiots. Just you? Not that I'm laughing at you. Can you beat a level 50 pro? Darkness has killed level 50 professionals. Or 5 of them. Who is it? Kay and the girls. I think. With Kay and the girls teaming up, even a level 60 professional would have to back off. It seems he can't be underestimated. If the vice president makes a move, even if he's strong, he won't be able to make any waves. You know, the vice president is a level 90 powerhouse, second only to the president. Oh, yeah. The youth stepped out of the darkness, revealing a handsome face. They hadn't seen Subai's face though, but by the sound of this, the visitor was Darkness. Darkness, what are you doing here? Red Rose questioned. The queen, her people? Killed by me. Of course. Killed. Everyone, not just Red Rose, sucked in a breath of cold air. The queen was among the strongest of all level 70 professionals. Even a level 75 professional might not be her opponent. When a level 80 professional came, she could run even if she couldn't beat him. But Subai had killed the queen. Wouldn't that mean that the other party's strength exceeded level 80? How it's possible? How old is the other guy? Wait, even if the queen is dead, there's no way he could have come here. Unless, it's not just the queen. The whole queen gang's been wiped out. This person must die. This was the subconscious thought of the Red Rose. Keeping this scourge in, the Pigeon Flower Adventure Group, would have a powerful enemy in the future. It's wise to root out the enemy while they're weak. Come together and kill him. Red Rose didn't hold back and told everyone to deal with Subai together. With 100 people joining hands, she didn't believe that she couldn't take Subai. Trying to kill me depends on whether or not you have the skills. Facing the oncoming attack, Subai did not use the cursed flame to fend it off. Red Rose was ranked as high as level 100, and the vice president had another 90. Facing hundreds of attacks, the cursed flame couldn't hold back. Flashback. The attack pierced through his stump and did not cause a single bit of damage. Next, Subai appeared 30 meters away and had pulled away from both sides. That's the right distance for the cursed judgment to hit. Trial by curse. Cursed judgment is twice as powerful as cursed fire. The shortcomings are also obvious. The single target. The target of Subai's attack was also clear. That was Red Rose. As long as she died, the remaining people are not enough to be feared, and their morale will be in a slump. Unable to exert 80% of their battle power in their heyday, Red Rose had just used her flame form and was now unable to do so again. Fireball. She tries to converge her magic to break up the cursed judgment. The two forces collided without any suspense. The great fireball was obliterated, and the cursed judgment didn't have a single effect. Archers, mages, assassins, and warriors all used their respective skills, trying to block the blow. Cursed judgment suppressed hundreds of attacks and its power dropped a lot, but it didn't dissipate. The moment. Everyone was shocked by Subai's strength. 100 people joined forces and were actually suppressed by Subai? You have to know that the president is a 100-level powerhouse. Luckily, Red Rose still had the means to save her life, and the protective light appeared. Cursed judgment collided with the light, which dissipated, and the skill followed. Without giving them a chance to catch their breath, the cursed trial came back. This time it's not one course but several. With agility up to tens of thousands of points, casting spells became much faster. Plus there's no such thing as a cooldown for a cursor. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. I lack everything but life. If you fight with me, I'll kill you. With 3 cursed judgments going down, even if Red Rose's level was as high as 100, she would still have to kneel. Chairman. The women looked like they were watching a monster. The president had been seconded before their eyes. Hundreds of people surrounded one person, and Subai even killed one person back. Or the president. How is that possible? Don't his skills have to cool down? Don't you need to consume magic? All sorts of questions come to mind. Kill him and avenge the chairman. With you guys, you're not qualified enough to kill me? Subai looked around and realized that after the Red Rose died, their morale had dropped a lot. It's just like you guessed. The massacre will now begin. Cursed fire. Flashback. Cursed fire. Flashback. A cursed fire goes down. Subai will immediately launch a flash. Before the attack arrives, Subai is gone. Just ask if you are angry. The key thing was that there was no cooldown for him to use his skills. Other professions move flash, have CD, and consume magic. He uses flash and only needs to consume his lifespan. You automatically get 35 years of life in 1 minute, and you simply can't spend it all, except for upgrading skills, equipment, and attributes. Of course, all beings are equal in the flame. Withdraw. Want to run? Dream on. 100 meters in a radius was covered in black fire, blocking the way, and they wanted to beg for mercy. Subai didn't have any semblance of mercy. As for the other party's bullshit about being a woman, Subai wouldn't bother, much less care. Other people are trying to kill themselves, so what do they care if she's a man or a woman? Anyone who offends himself will all die. Facing hundreds of ashes, Subai did not have a single emotional fluctuation. Maybe it's just a matter of killing more and getting used to it. After the life sacrifice devoured their souls, the light grew stronger and stronger, and it wasn't far from a breakthrough. Just now, I think I heard them discussing the beginning walkers? It's in that direction. Inside the sarcophagus, the beginning walker reappeared and the entire lid was kicked off. Ancestor zombie, king, no wonder, they ran away. So the other party was a king-level monster. The difference between a king level and a normal boss wasn't half a star. Red Rose wasn't weak and could hold out for a while against a normal monster. But that's just enough to last, and you'll still die if you go solo for a long time. That's the difference between a boss and a pro. The awakened professions are so bad, not to mention soloing bosses. You'll be hammered by pressure when you encounter elite monsters. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. My spirit is only a little over 100. 000. Seconds are fine for miscellaneous fish. Seconds for king-level monsters or don't tease. Wait. I seem to have another ability that I haven't been able to utilize. Why don't we try it now? It only consumes 300 years of life anyway, and it'll be replenished in less than 10 minutes. Having figured this out, Subai decisively used his life sacrifice ability. You consume 300 years of your life, and the damage of your next blow is increased by 300 times. This strike should be awesome. Trial by curse. A black pillar of light rushed into the sky, and the beginning Deathstalker condensed its venom, trying to block the blow. The green venom collided with the cursed judgment and was directly obliterated. Even the sarcophagus where the patriarch slept was used. However, cursed judgment collided with the sarcophagus. There wasn't even ash left in the sarcophagus. The beginning ancestor used all of his strength, but he was unable to block this strike. King-level monsters had a whole 10 times more blood than normal monsters, but under this blow, there was still only one way to end up: dead. The black light pierced through his chest and disappeared along with his body. You killed the ancestor zombie. Experience value plus 500%. You're up to level 40. Congratulations on passing your copy of Doom. Ratings in progress. Rating, SSS+. Reward, you get a platinum treasure chest. Additional reward, you get an additional emerald chest. 2 treasure chests, both high quality. Platinum, emerald. Surprisingly inexperienced? Subai was a bit surprised. I hope these 2 treasure chests don't let themselves down. Open the platinum chest first. You open the platinum chest. You get an all-attribute fruit food, platinum. You get zombie eyeballs times 10, material. You've acquired the Mask of the Damned, platinum. Full attribute fruit food when taken. Full attribute plus 40. Total attribute plus 160. You take the full attribute fruit food. Full attribute plus 40. As for the zombie eyeballs, they can build equipment. The giant sword in the zombie king's hand can also be built to have the ability to draw blood. But, 10 eyeballs, a little too few to create a giant sword. Name, Cursed Mask. Type, Mask. Quality, Platinum. Level, 40. Spirit, plus 160. Disillusionment, you can change your appearance, which can only be detected if the enemy is 2 levels higher than you. Life Sacrifice, consume 1 year of life. Next blow, increase damage by 1. February 3rd not unlocked. You've spent 1,600 years of your life. The Cursed Mask has been strengthened. The Cursed Mask is actually a kit? He had seen what the life sacrifice was capable of. Consuming 300 years of lifespan, the damage is doubled 300 times, directly killing king-level monsters that are more than 60 levels higher than yourself. Disillusionment has the same effect as Scarlet Mask. However, due to the quality, it takes an enemy 2 levels above you to spot you. After reinforcement, it becomes level 200 directly. I'm currently level 40, which means that no one below level 240 can see my true appearance. Levels 1 to 100 belong to Order 0, 101 to 200 belong to Order 1, 201 to 300 belong to Order 2 and so on. There's 1 emerald treasure chest left. I wonder if I can open the Curse Trio and activate the set effect. You open the emerald chest. You have obtained a full attribute fruit food, emerald. You have obtained the Eye of the Ancestor X10, material. You have obtained the Cursed Cloak, emerald. Full attribute fruit, emerald, when taken. The full attributes are increased by 50 and the total attributes are added 200. You take the fruit of all attributes. Add 50 to all attributes. The Eye of the Beginning is similar to a zombie eye. The former were the materials that exploded from killing the patriarch. The latter were the materials that popped out from killing the zombie king. A king-level monster that was still leveled up to 100. A normal boss with a level of only 70. The quality of the materials naturally differs by more than just a half a star. The space ring had 100 cubic meters and wasn't even half full of stuff. Luckily, my own ring was upgraded. What else could 1 cubic meter hold? Name, Cursed Cloak. Type, Cloak. Quality, Jade. Level, 40. Spirit, plus 200. Word, Spirit plus 3%. Word 2, Sacrifice 1. 5 years of life. Next blow. 1. 5 times more powerful. Set effect 1, you can bind 1 piece of equipment to create a symbiotic relationship. Symbiosis, the bound equipment. Up to how many levels? Other equipment. Will become how many levels? The quality is also the same. Note, only the curse set can bind, be bound. March 3rd activated. March 5th not activated. March 9th not activated. You spent 2,000 years of your life, and the curse cloak has been strengthened. Crap, Subai couldn't even help but burst out a foul mouth. This set effect is too sick. For example, if the curse staff evolves to immortal, other equipment can also become immortal level. A symbiotic relationship. One for all. One for all. Wonderful. The cursed staff has the infinite evolution ability, while other cursed equipment does not. Any fool knows who to bind. You have chosen to bind the cursed staff and cannot change it. Are you sure? Cursed staff is bound. Cursed mask, bound. Cursed cloak, bound, triggers a symbiotic effect. Cursed mask evolves to emerald. That wasn't the end of it. The cursed staff had evolved to diamond grade after devouring the soul of the patriarch. Cursed staff evolved to diamond grade. Mask of the damned evolved to diamond grade. Cloak of the Damned evolves to diamond grade. 3 pieces of diamond equipment arrived. The cursed mask has been upgraded by 2 consecutive qualities, and the cursed cloak and cursed staff have been upgraded by 1 quality. This is what makes symbiosis so powerful. One person ascends and the whole family ascends. Set effect 1 is so sick. What about set effect 2? Set effect 3? Luckily, I upgraded 2 pieces of equipment right before I bound it. The cursed mask took 600 years to live and the cursed cloak took 2,000 years. Shit, can't you give me a lower quality treasure chest? I've wasted so much of my life. Cursing on his lips, his heart is beautiful. He checked the attributes of the 3 pieces of equipment. Name, cursed mask, enhanced. Type, mask. Quality, diamond. Level, 40. Spirit, plus 40. 000. Disillusionment, enhanced. You can change your appearance. Any part of you, not limited to male, female, and an awakened person 500 levels above you can see your true appearance. Life sacrifice, enhanced. Consume 250 years of life. Next blow, increase damage by 250 times. Set effect 1, unlocked. Name, cursed cloak, enhanced. Type, cloak. Quality, diamond. Level, 40. Spirit, plus 40. 000. Word, spirit plus 300%. Word 2, sacrifice 250 years of life. Next blow, 250 times more powerful. Set effect 1, unlocked. Name, cursed staff, enhanced. Type, weapon. Quality, diamond. Level, 40. Spirit, plus 40. 000. Word 1, forbidden spell consumes 500 years of life and increases the damage of the next blow by 500 times. Entry 2, killing living beings strips their souls from them, nourishing the weapon and allowing it to evolve. Symbiosis, cursed staff, bound, cursed mask, bound, cursed cloak, bound. Introduction, the cursed staff contains the power of the curse. Every time you cast a skill it will consume your life, and when your lifespan is insufficient you will be forced to die. That's a bit of an anticlimactic attribute. Cursed mask boosts 40,000 spirit, and enemies 500 levels lower than your own can't recognize your disillusionment. I'm level 40 now, and I can't see my true appearance below level 540. That's a 5th order powerhouse, and he's just a 0th order kid. You can't recognize me for who I really am when you're swaying from side to side in front of a 5th order bigwig. I'm just asking you if you're pissed off? Cursed cloak is equally strong. Spirit plus 40,000. Spirit plus 300%. The kind that directly makes the spirit turn over a notch. The original cloak. Along with the hat, add percentage mental power. A total of 200% was added. And after changing into the cursed cloak, it directly changed to 400%. A 1x increase. 2 weapons. Word 2. Only half as effective as the main weapon. After stacking 3 pieces of equipment and consuming 1,000 years of life, the next strike doubled the damage by 1,000 times. Just thinking about it was terrifying. What kind of cowhorse is a king-level boss? Another imperial-level boss? Or a 100-level kind? Could he kill it in seconds with 1 strike? Just ask you if you're afraid. The cursed staff adds 40,000 spirit, and like the first 2 pieces of equipment, Word 2 can consume 500 years of life and increase damage by 500 times. The trip to the replica was very rewarding. He checks his panel. Name, Subai. Level, 40. Occupation, Lord of the Damned, only. Power, 580. Body mass, 82. 380. Agility, 55,720. Spirit, 782,100. Blood absorption, 100%. Blast, 100%, full blast. Life expectancy, 100 years, 40 years automatically gained every minute. Equipment, Cursed Mask LV40, Diamond, Ring of Flame LV5, Gold, Ring of Life LV5, Gold, Dark Hood LV5, Gold, Cursed Staff LV40, Diamond, Blasted Shoes LV5, Gold, Lava Battlesuit LV5, Gold, Lava Battles Pants LV5, Gold, Cursed Cloak LV40, Diamond. After seeing his attributes, Subai was taken aback. You seem to be a little too strong yourself. Physique and agility is only a pitiful few tens of thousands of points. Power minimum 380. The spirit is upwards of 780,000 dollars. It's not far from $1 million. And you're only level 40. A minute of 40 years of life. An hour is 2,400 years of life. A day 57,600 years of life. With full bonus attributes, you can automatically gain over 50,000 attributes a day. If you add all the spirit, you can go over 200k. With less than a day to go before the High Marshal exam, it was time to leave. Just after leaving the copy, Subai received a message. It's from Wang Lei. Wang Lei, the family copy is still 1 hour away from opening. The message was sent a minute ago, and an hour is more than enough to get to Wang's house. There are 2 guards at the city gates, and you have to register your information once when you leave the city and once when you enter. Code name, rank, darkness, level 40. How much? The guard recognized Subai at first glance. Isn't that the one who left town a few days ago? It seems like it was only level 5 before leaving the city. It's only been a few days and it's leveled up to 40. After registering his information, Subai entered the city. Both of their gazes at Subai changed, leaving only shock. He was only level 5 before leaving the city. I thought he would die outside the city. Yet, it's only been a few days since I've seen him, and he's risen to level 40. I shouldn't be dreaming, right? Ha ha ha. Our Jianghai city. There's going to be a supreme heavenly pride. The man in question, Subai, was still unaware that he had caused such a commotion. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Don't you have a hand in leveling up to 35 in a few days? Deal with the loot first, before heading to the Wang family. Welcome to the sale of materials. Equipment. Need to register information. Subai skillfully finished registering the information. It's Mr. Blackout. Young Master Wang said that you'll get the highest price whether you're selling equipment or materials. Well, here's the loot I got. Subai fell toward his spatial ring. I touched a bunch of equipment, still stained with blood, and it looked like it came from killing people. Plunder. Plunder gang? Mr. Darkness, you killed someone from the Marauders gang? The clerk stared at her beautiful eyes in shock. The weakest of the looting gangs were all level 20. How did Subai do it and kill so many people? The marauding gangs would not be protected by the law, and even if they were killed, there would be no recourse. No, this seems to be the looting gang master order. You wiped out the marauders. The clerk was speechless for a moment. The strength that Subai had displayed was beyond her imagination. The plundering gang leader, a level 40 powerhouse, was killed by a teenager, as well as the entire plundering gang. Mr. Darkness, I need to ask for the manager. Good. Subai didn't care either. Was it hard to overthrow the looters? If she knew that she had not only overthrown the plundered gang and the Queen's gang, but even the 100-level adventure troop, I wonder how she would feel. Soon the manager appears. He was also shocked to learn what happened. Just a few days after awakening, he overthrew a gang. This kind of person can't be offended, only drawn in. Or not. You guys ask the boss to come. I've got a lot more stuff here. Mr. Darkness, there's no need to ask the boss for this little thing. Okay then. Subai took out some more captured loot. Separately, the Queen's gang, the stuff from the Pilgrim's Adventure Group. Upon seeing the equipment, the 2 men's eyes glazed over. Nima, if overthrowing the Marauders gang could still be described as genius, then how could it be explained now? The Queen's helpers are ranked as high as level 70. The president of the Peppermint Adventure Troop was even a 100-level big shot. The 2 didn't know what to say for a while. Is this really a young man who was just recently awakened? Even SS class and even SSS class would pale in comparison to this, right? Can you make the call on these? Subai asked again. Can. The manager nodded hurriedly, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. These then. Still not done? The manager was breathing hard. Eye of the zombie. The eye of the beginning. King level material. You have killed the king level monster. Hiss. The 2 men's mouths were so wide open they could fit an egg. We shouldn't be dreaming. The 2 even rubbed their eyes vigorously. And after realizing that they weren't dreaming, they were even more confused. The cerebellum is atrophied. King level monsters were countless times more powerful than normal bosses. Mr. Darkness, you wait a moment. These materials. Aha. A few minutes later, the store owner came rushing in. It looks like the owner of the store at least 300 pounds. Every step, the floor will be creaking sound, but his speed is extremely inconsistent with his size. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Subai, still breathing heavily. You are Mr. Darkness, aren't you? The shopkeeper laughed out loud, his wig falling off without him realizing it was bare. Well, how much are these materials worth? Subai didn't have the time for idle chit-chat. He was going to the Wang family later. The owner of the store had the manager, the clerk, count the loot. In less than a minute, they tallied up the price. A total of 990 million for Mr. Blackout. Including the money inside these black cards. We've cracked the code for you. You know, young Master Wang. A total of $1 billion. There's $1 billion on this card. The shopkeeper pulled out a black card. 1 billion, after buying the villa, buying the luxury car, and spending more than $10 million. He now only had more than $1 million in pocket money. With this $1 billion in hand, one is a billionaire. If you were in a previous life, you couldn't make that much money working for a lifetime. No, 100 lifetimes. And now, it took less than 7 days to become a billionaire himself. It's too easy. After collecting the card, Subai drove the limousine and rushed toward the Wang family. "Brother Knight, you've finally come." Wang Lei ran to Subai and hugged Subai's thigh. "Butler? Servant?" It was the first time they had seen the young master lose his temper like this. "Not only do you recognize someone else as your brother, but you're also hugging them? Hey, you're the young patriarch of the Wang family." Subai had a black line on his face. "Spread out." "Okay." Wang Lei let go of Subai's thighs. With a smile on his face, he had just been informed of what happened to Subai in the store, overthrowing the Loot Gang, the Queen's Gang, and the Pilgrimage Adventure Group, as well as slaying king-level monsters. At first he didn't believe it, but thinking that Subai had a high-ranking person behind him, this might not be impossible. Enhance your equipment to multiply its attributes 100-fold. A few days for a newcomer. To kill a level 100 professional, and a king-level monster should be reasonable, right? Wang Lei tried to convince himself. Reasonable my ass. His own hallowed young master of the Wang family, his equipment was still enhanced by Subai's help. However, his strength was compared to Subai's, not in the same dimension at all. People are worse than people, and the gap is wider than a dog. If Subai knew what Wang Lei was thinking, he would have spat out. Isn't killing king-level monsters as good as having hands? The current version of himself had the courage to fight even when facing an emperor-level monster, consuming 1,000 years of lifespan. A single round of cursed judgment went down, and an emperor-level monster would still have to kneel. That's the kind of confidence that comes from being strong. Yo, isn't this young Wang? How dare you recognize a kid of unknown origin as your brother? You think so? A sneering voice sounded outside. The person who spoke was none other than the young master of the Li family, Li Long. Li Long was accompanied by a strong man. "I'd like to introduce you to this as Joe Bear. The awakened profession is S-rank bestiality, and my awakened profession is an S-rank berserker." Li Long had no intention of hiding it at all, because there was no need. Wang Lei's profession was an assassin with high damage, but he still had to kneel when he met the two of them. Jia Shun looked at Subai with wariness emerging in his eyes. Subai simply ignored it. Two small children who had just recently awakened were just that, so there was no need to care at all. Wang Lei almost couldn't hold back his laughter. How dare they How dare they pretend in front of Brother Knight? It's really a laugh. 100-level professionals, king-level monsters had all lost in Subai's hands, and would be afraid of two little dolls that had just recently awakened. Even if Subai didn't make a move, he was still confident. 1v2. It's not that he's professionally strong, quite the contrary, his profession is being restrained to death. S-class shadow assassin. The damage is ridiculously high, but when it comes to the two hard guys, it will get grunted to death. But one has equipment, the kind that's strengthened 100 times. One little kid per cut is not a problem. Aren't you meaty? I have higher attributes than you, and it's still not 5 stars higher. However, Wang Lei didn't refute it either. Words are worthless in the face of facts. Li Long, your Li family is known for its martial arts, and we, the Wang family, are known for our business. I wonder how your Li family would feel about defeating you. Beat me? Ha? Wang Lei no longer paid attention to the two and led Subai to the entrance of the family copy. The copy hadn't even opened yet, and there were already many disciples arriving. They are the children of the Wang family, and the children of the Li family. Other than Wang Lei, Li Long, the others were all from their respective families, forming teams, one squad for every two people. Inside the conference room, two figures sat, respectively, Master Li, Master Wang. I wonder if you will be able to defeat our Li family this year. Wang family master. Li Yan smiled as he spoke. Defeating the Li family is a dream. In the battle of clans, the Wang family had not once won, and the gap was not even of the 5-star kind. Even if the Wang family had invited outside help, they were no match for their Li family. A martial arts family would fear a merchant family. What a joke. Wang Tao naturally saw Li Yan's mouth, but he was powerless to refute anything. After all, it was a fact everyone knew that their Wang family was not good at fighting. But it wasn't his style of doing things to concede defeat now before the war even started. Family Master Li's copy hasn't been opened yet. It's a bit too early to draw a conclusion. Don't forget that in this competition, people from both sides can't be met. Even if Li Long awakens the Berserker and the one next to him awakens Beastification, it's still useless. Yes? Isn't it a proper slap in the face for an assassin to compete with a warrior for the speed of gaining points? When you encounter a tough monster, you'll have to back off. You come across a group of monsters to fight and you can't beat them. As for the one beside Wang Lei, he also investigated. I don't know what profession was awakened, but the strength must not be as strong as his own son. He had faith in his son. If Li Yan had investigated what was going on outside the city, he wouldn't have thought so. The copy opens in 5 minutes. I'll start with the rules of the game. Killing corresponding monsters earns corresponding points. The replica difficulty is divided into normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. There are 4, and the more difficult the choice, the more points you get. The same goes for the risks that need to be taken. So please consider your own strength before choosing the corresponding difficulty. The contest has a total of 12 hours, and the winner is the one who gets the most points. I will now announce that the game will now begin. The referee finished and the copy was opened. Please select the difficulty level you want to challenge. Most people chose the regular level. Only 2 teams chose different difficulties. Dragon Lee's squad chose the difficulty level. Wang Lei's squad, on the other hand, chose the Inferno level, Hell level. Wang Lei was taken aback. Although there are 4 levels of difficulty for clan copies, most people choose normal and a few choose hard. Subai came up and chose the Hell level. This, after thinking about the other party's strength, Wang Lei was relieved. The king level monsters were all killed by Subai. It makes sense to choose a hell of a level, doesn't it? Crap. Are these two crazy? Li Long was flabbergasted that he couldn't change the difficulty after selecting it. Young Li, I'm afraid these two are clamoring for attention. Even if we choose the normal level, the first place is not ours this time. The guy who doesn't know what he's doing. Hell yeah, how dare you guys? Even I only dare to challenge the difficulty level. Well, it's a waste of time to talk too much to 2 dead people. Enter the copy. The Wang family butler and the servants wanted to stop their young master when they saw the difficulty he had chosen. But it was already too late. They have entered the copy. Inside the conference room, Wang Tao directly rose from his seat. Hell level? Wang Lei was the one he watched grow up, and he knew better than anyone what the other party's character was. But the present scene was too surreal. It's been over 10 years since the copy arrived. Every year the Wang family and the Li family fight. You can count on one hand the ones that pass the difficulty level. As for nightmare, and even higher hell levels, no one passes at all. It's also been tried and within 3 minutes the person is gone. Li Yan smiled disdainfully. Family Master Wang, this is the child you have educated. No self-knowledge and overambitious. Do you really think anyone can pass the hell level? Even my son took some time to pass the difficult level. Copy, Slime Kingdom. Level, 10 to 50. Difficulty, Inferno. Passage requirement, kill the Slime King. Hellish difficulty. The strongest monster was only level 50, which was too weak. Subai spat in his mind. Wang Lei thought very differently from Subai. Level 50 monsters couldn't be beaten by themselves even with the equipment boost. All one can do is yell cheers from the back. Slime twisted his body and approached frantically. As far as the eye can see, you can see dense jellies. Don't let their appearance fool you. These slimes are not weak. Water slime, fire slime, wood slime, gold slime, earth slime. The 5 major elemental lineage slimes. They converge powerful magic. 5 different kinds of magic can also be combined together to become a pentagram formation. After Wang Lei saw the number of slimes, with their strength, the stealth ability was activated. Go night. Wang Lei's voice came from behind the stone. Subai rolled his eyes. There aren't enough monsters to kill. Why are you so scared? Cursed fire. After the spirit broke through 700,000, the range of the cursed flame changed from 100 meters to almost 500 meters. The oncoming attack was blocked. It's not over. Subai disappeared into place with a flash. Cursed fire. Cursed fire. Cursed fire. 3 skills went down and the slime was seconded. You killed 100 level 10 slimes and gained 10% experience. You killed 100 level 20 slimes and gained 20% experience. You killed 100 level 30 slimes and gained 30% experience. You've reached level 41. 41 years of life are automatically gained every minute. Just entered the copy and leveled up one? If he were to be placed in the outside world, he didn't know how many monsters, lower than himself, he would have to kill before he could upgrade. It's worthy of being a copy of hell, and it gives too much experience. Crap, it's gone? Wang Lei ran back at some point. He looked around and there wasn't a single living slime left. Hearing and seeing are 2 entirely different things. If you were to face these slimes alone, could you kill them in seconds? He made a comparison between himself and Subai. The answer is no, let alone killing in seconds. It's a matter of being able to escape. What are you waiting for to go away? Okay, Le Night Brother. Inside the conference room, Wang Tao paced back and forth. The copy was already running and he couldn't stop it. Home, master of the house. The butler's voice rang in his ears. What is it? Wang Tao was now annoyed. He didn't understand why Wang Lei chose the hell copy. That Wang Lei called Black Knight had told him that it was very strong, but exactly how strong he didn't know. Look at the charts. Family Master. Wang Tao glanced downwards and didn't see Subai, Wang Lei in their names. The rankings are from top to bottom. Wang Tao continued to look upwards and finally found their rankings. First place, Black Knight, Wang Lei, gained 1,310 points. Second place, Li Long, Zhao Xiong, earned 76 points. Third place, Li Hu, Li Quan, earned 31 points. Fourth place, 4 digits. Wang Tao thought his eyes were blurred, and even rubbed them vigorously a few times. The second place, along with the third place, only gained a few tens of points, not even a fraction of the first place. The gap was too big. How did this happen? Although Wang Lei's strength had skyrocketed, but it couldn't be that far ahead. There was only one possibility, and that was that this one called Black Knight was very strong, the kind that was frighteningly strong. Not only him, but Li Yan on the opposite side of the room was dumbfounded. Me, who I am, where is it? What the hell with 4-digit points? It's only been a short time since we entered the copy, right? He couldn't have cheated. AI. You're right, Li family master. They don't know the heights of heaven. Surprisingly challenging the hell level. Look at how the points have broken 1,000. Your family Li Long only gained a few dozen points. TSK. Wang Tao mocked. You. Li Yan touched his chest and his face instantly darkened. At the entrance of the replica, there were a lot of Wang clan's children along with the Li clan's children. AI. It looks like our Li family will be the one to win first place again this year in the family replica. TSK. Our Li family is a martial arts family, so it's reasonable to win first place, right? Indeed, if we lose to the merchant family, we'll all have no face. Upon hearing these provocative words, the Wang clan's crowd was powerless to refute them because what the other party said was the truth. There is also a difference between the same one-stream family. You guys, look at Wang Xiao as they rushed to the first place. I don't know who shouted. Number 1, does your Wang family even have the courage to face reality? Wait, the Wang family won first place, and their score is still up to 4 digits. How is it possible? The second place, Li Xiao and the others, only gained a few dozen points. They must have cheated. Aren't Wang Lei and the others challenging the hell level? It's reasonable to say that it's hard for them to survive. So why did they get so many points? Could it be that they found a way to cheat, found the boss directly, and managed to kill it? Impossible. If they gained those points from killing the boss, they should have been teleported out. But they're still in the middle of the copy. There's only one possibility, and that's that the two are far more powerful than Li Xiao and the others. The Li family's crowd only felt a fiery pain on their faces. Previously, they were still bragging about how awesome their young master was and how awesome their Li family was. Next, the Wang family gave them a resounding slap in the face. Just entered the copy. The points broke 1,000. The back still? This time it was the Wang family's turn to mock their Li family. Inside the copy, Li Long swung his axe with both hands, and the slime in front of him was chopped in half. Points broke 3 digits. Young Li, you're too strong. With the same S-class profession, I'm not your opponent at all. Li Long raised his condescending head with a smug look on his face. Players are not able to see the leaderboard. Our goal this time is not just to finish first, and to break records from previous years. I, Li Long, am not weak to anyone. On the other hand, the two of them, Su Bai, had already arrived at the castle. The surrounding slimes had been killed off. Leveling up from level 40 to level 45 was a full 5 levels. Points also broke 5 figures, and first place is assured this time around. There are a lot of slimes outside the castle. A few rounds of cursed fire went down and these slimes were killed in seconds. You killed a level 40 slime warrior and gained 1% experience. You kill a level 45 slime warrior and gain 5% experience. You killed a level 50 slime knight and gained 2% experience. The hit alerts continued to swipe the screen. There was no suspense in pushing all the way across. Soon, the two were strutting around, arriving at the palace. King Slime, King, level 50 King Monster. Copy additions. The amount of blood was a full 10 times more than normal monsters. Even if a level 70 professional, or even a level 80 professional encountered it, they could only retreat. King Power. Golden light covered the entire palace as countless shadows appeared. Wood Slime level 50, Water Slime level 50, Fire Slime level 50. These slimes were all up to level 50 and had been upgraded to elite monsters. The strength is more than a star stronger. Can I kill them again to gain experience and points? Subai used Cursed Flame and realized that he couldn't even gain half a point of experience. These vignettes are considered skills. When the king's power is gone, they will follow. Trial by curse. One round of cursed judgment went down, and the Slime King was directly killed in seconds. The shadow summoned by the king's power disappeared with it. That's gone? Wang Lei was dumbfounded. It seems like it's not even 1 hour since I entered the copy, right? A full stroll through the pass. It takes a lot of effort for others to pass, and they pass like a field trip. Congratulations on passing your copy of Slime Kingdom. Ratings in progress. Rating, SSS, Reward, plus 100% of experience value. Additional bonus, plus 200% of experience value. Killed the Slime King to get to level 47, and passed it to get another 3 levels in a row. When you go up to level 50, you automatically get 50 years of life per minute. 1 minute 50 years. 1 hour is 3,000 years. 72,000 years of life in 1 day. Inside the conference room, Wang Tao looked at the rankings. First place, Su Bai, Wang Lei. Time, 59 minutes and 10 seconds to pass. Gained 100,000 points. Second place, Li Long, Zhao Xiong. Earned 780 points. Third place, there's more than a 100-fold difference between first and second. 100,000 points and passed in less than an hour. It's still hellishly difficult. Li Family Master, Li Long and the others also scored well, earning 780 points, which is only more than 100 times different from the first place. Wang Tao said in a conspiratorial manner. Li Yan coldly snorted and ignored it. He really knew Wang Lei's strength too well. There was only one possibility, and that was that this one called Black Knight had taken Wang Lei flying the entire time. If we can pull the Li family together, the future of that Li family. Thinking of this, Li Yan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. 2 figures appeared at the entrance. The people around them looked at them with nothing but shock. Su Bai ignored the gazes of the crowd and turned to leave. There was still 11 hours until the end of the match. There was no hurry yet. It's not too late to go back and get some sleep and come back to collect your stuff. After seeing the 2 leave, the crowd murmured. Who was it who said that our Wang family is a merchant family? So our strength is inferior to a martial arts family? Open your own eyes and take a good look. Wang Xiao and the Night God gained 100,000 points. The second place didn't even get 1,000 points. This gap. TSK. If only I could have their strength. Shuffle off to sleep dreaming about everything. 11 hours later. Moments before the replica finally closes. Li Long, Zhao Xiong and the 2 of them finally cleared their copies. Young Li, congratulations on breaking the record of previous years. The 2 ended up with 10,000 points. It's over 1,000 points higher than previous years. Sloppy, only gained 10,000 points. In the last sentence, his voice was also increased by 3 points, just to attract the attention of the people around him. Only the crowd looked at him strangely. Instead of the shock of seeing a record broken, it's like watching a clown? What the hell is going on here? He pulled over a random clan member and asked, what the hell is going on here? Young Li, look at the charts. Leaderboard? Wasn't I number 1? What's there to see? Li Long subconsciously glanced at it. First place, Black Knight, Wang Lei passed in 59 minutes and 10 seconds, gaining 100,000 points. Second place, Li Long, Zhao Xiong passed in 11 hours and 59 minutes, gaining 10,000 points. Third place, how is it possible? How could one not be number 1? They are 10 times worse than the 2 Su Bai. The pass also took 10 or so times longer. 10 or so hours ago, Blackout and the gang cleared it. The moment. Both have closed themselves off. That's too big a gap. Game over. The top 3 come with me. The referee's voice rang in their ears. Black Knight, this is your reward. Li Yan walked to Su Bai and patted his shoulder. Black Knight, what the Wang family can give you, our Li family can also give. Wang Tao's face darkened when he heard it. Cripes, this kid wants to dig in? Darkness, this is your reward. A space ring and a skill book. The space ring is 100 cubic meters. Diamond skill book. Compared to the spatial ring, Su Bai preferred skill books. You've consumed 10,000 years of your life. The space ring has been strengthened. You consume a skill book and realize life burst. Name, space ring, enhanced, quality, special item, effect, 10,000 cubic meters of space inside the space ring, capable of stockpiling dead things. Description, this is a ring that contains space. Life burst, diamond consume 1 year of life to enter the berserk state. Under the berserk state, all attributes are doubled. Lasts for 1 minute. Crap, that's a bit of a fierce ability. You only need to consume 1 year of your life to go into berserk mode, which also lasts for 1 minute. Double all attributes. What a concept. Strength, constitution, agility, and spirit are doubled. The spirit in it, which was already upwards of 700,000, would be able to surpass 1,000,000 after using life burst. 5 million spirits. Just ask if you're afraid. After consuming 1,000 years of lifespan and doubling the damage the next time, even a royal level monster would have to kneel. The most crucial thing was that Su Bai was able to consume his lifespan and strengthen his skills. What would be the effect of life burst raised to immortal level? Don't dare think about it. Li Long, Zhao Xiong's eyes changed when they looked at Su Bai. Some people are like that. You will be envious and jealous of others who are better than you, but you will only worship those who are too good for you. Early in the morning, it was the day of the Gomu exam. Subai skillfully opened the panel. Name, Subai. Level, 50. Occupation, Lord of the Damned, only. Power, 680. Body mass, 82. 680. Agility, 55,920. Spirit, 933,100. Lifespan, 50. 100 years, 50 years automatically gained every minute. A day later, the lifespan had automatically increased to 50,000 years, and upgrading the spatial ring had taken 10,000 years of lifespan. 10,000 cubic feet of space no longer needs to be worried about. Items being filled up. Physical fitness. Low agility. Spirit is enough for now. No need to add points. Add 30,000 points to agility and 20,000 points to physique. Body mass, 142680. Agility, 115,920. Physique. Agility breaks the 100,000 mark. 3 attributes have now surpassed 100,000, with spirit being close to 1,000,000. I now have 933. 100 spirit. 186. 200 after using life burst. One shot of cursed judgment can cause that. 186,6200 x 600% x 700% x 200% equals 156760800. A single skill shot can do over 150 million damage. And that's not even counting the curse trio. Consume 1,000 years of life and multiply the damage 1,000-fold. One hit can do over 10 million damage. As for the loss of life bursts, there was no need to care at all. It would only consume 1 year of life every minute. With the system, Subai gets 50 years of life in 1 minute. It was no exaggeration to say that Subai was able to use this skill all the time. It's time to head to the Gao exam. Subai cancelled the disillusionment ability, changing into his original form. He drove his limousine to the test site, and the limousine attracted the attention of the people around him. Holy shit, whose car is this so cool? If only I could own one. I recognize this car. I think it sold for over $8 million. I'll go. Our third form is actually hiding this kind of rich second generation. TSK, TSK, TSK. I haven't met one in all 3 years of high school. What's the use of being rich? I've awakened a B-rank profession, so I'll definitely be able to afford this kind of luxury car in the future. B-rank occupation or save it. Schoolgirl Gu awaken A-rank occupation. Kai Koen awaken S-rank occupation, which is not stronger than you. Look guys, Kai Koen, Schoolmarm Gu and the others are here. Kai Koen was dashing with a vertical center parting, wearing backpack pants and a basketball in his hand, and his eyes lit up when he saw the luxury car on the side of the road. Although one is an S-ranked profession, but the equipment on his body was all bought and signed by Gu Qinghan. The first right of attribution is still their Gu family. Gu Qingxue noticed the look in Kai Koen's eyes and drew a pie in the face. Kai Koen, you have awakened an S-rank profession. Your future achievements are unlimited. From now on, let's not talk about cars, women, villas. You can have anything you want, but before you do that, you're going to get the first prize. Scholar? Kai Koen didn't have much confidence. Although he had awakened an S-rank profession, it wasn't like he was the only one in Jiangchang with an S-rank profession. A familiar figure walked up in the limo. Su White. How is that possible? This limo is yours. Haven't heard from each other lately. Kai Koen thought that the other party awakening curse was self-defeating. He was furious at the thought of that day's humiliation. Subai, you'll see. The person I am now is not the person I once was. Let's show you what a true genius is. Get out. Subai looked like he was looking at a fool. What kind of brainwave do these two have? You. Kai Koen's face was dark. He was an S-level profession. How did Subai dare? He just wanted to retort a few words. And when he thought of the scene of kneeling at that time, his legs couldn't help but tremble. If he cowed out here, he wouldn't have the face to see anyone. Somehow he had a strange intuition in this hands. He was not Subai's opponent. Humph. We'll see. After saying these words, the two left in a sorry state. Subai also ignored these two people as he arrived at the exam location. About an hour later, everyone was there. Hello students, I'm the referee for this one. Welcome to your high martial exam. Let me explain the rules of the high martial exam. This copy behind me has been developed to be free of any danger, and you will be forcibly teleported out after encountering a life-threatening situation. But that also means you're eliminated, whether by a monster or a player. Your points are halved, and the monster that eliminated you gets those points with the player. The high martial arts exam is 3 days long, and killing monsters earns you the corresponding score. There are many other facilities within the replica that earn points. I will now announce the official start of the high martial examination. As soon as the words were spoken, all the students entered their copies. On the other side, in the conference room, there were many figures seated who were the principals of their respective schools. Principals, our third middle school has seen an A-ranked profession, an S-ranked profession, and a hidden profession this year. So annoying, the principal of the third middle school said helplessly. When the others heard this, they were filled with black lines. Listen to this as a human language? This is too Versailles. Old Joe, don't be too happy. Good talent doesn't necessarily mean strength. The principal of the ninth middle school was the first to retort. The principal of the ninth middle school is right. It's useless as usual when the talent is good and the level gap is too big. Having the strength to crush the other side, even if you only awaken a B-ranked profession, you can still hang on to an S-ranked profession, and I'm sure that the students in our school can do it. I remember last year there was a B-ranked profession that defeated an A-ranked profession, and this year it may not be impossible for a B-ranked profession to emerge and defeat an S-ranked profession. You guys are jealous of our third middle school, Jojin said with a smirk. Although it's true that the low professions can defeat the high professions by level crushing, but this so-called level crushing, is it really easy to do? The answer is no. There was a huge difference in strength between those who awaken high-level professions and those who awaken low-level professions, not just in terms of rank. Old Joe, our first middle school has seen two S-class professions this year. Chen Yang, who hadn't said anything, opened his mouth. If I remember correctly, that hidden profession of yours, it seems to be Curse Master, right? Everyone knows that cursors are the most wasteful profession. None of them live past 25. If your enemy is a cursor, you don't have to go to the other side to get revenge. In a few years, he'll be a side of dust. And these two in our first grade are quite a sight to behold. Li Long is from the Li family, awakening the S-rank profession Berserker. Wan Lei is from the Wang family. Although he is not a martial arts family, his strength is not weak. S-class Shadow Assassin. This year's first place still goes to our first school. Jojin's smiling face instantly froze. Just as Chen Yang had said, there were two S-class professions in their first form, and they only have one in 3. What do they have to compete with each other? But the piece of temperament must not be lost, or else they will think that they are afraid of the first middle school and the third middle school. Headmaster of the first school, as you said, just because a cursor is short-lived doesn't mean that the cursor is weak. Besides, what Subai awakened is still a hidden profession. Some hidden professions are even above SSS level professions. We'll see. Inside the copy, Subai was surrounded by monsters just as he appeared. A group of slimes with pitifully low levels. The lowest being only level 5 and the highest being only level 10. Most people were not high enough level to enter the copy as a random teleport. If anyone else was here surrounded by slimes they would turn and run. But Subai was different. He had killed 100 level monsters himself. Would he still be afraid of level 10 monsters? Cursed fire. With one shot of skill, the slime was directly seconded. You kill a level 5 slime and gain 0.5% experience. You killed a level 10 slime and gain 0.1% experience. You get 0.5 points. You get 1 point. Killing a level 5 monster only earns you 0.5 points. With level 10 monsters offering slightly more, adding 1 point. The score changed to single digits. There were a total of 3 days in the high martial exam, and the level of the monsters on the first day was not high. There are far fewer points to be gained. As for the eliminated players, they don't have many points on them now. There is absolutely no need to wait until the third day. The students, the monsters have high scores in the Harvest Challenge Tower. Facilities. The Challenge Tower is one of the facilities, and by defeating the monsters inside, you'll earn the corresponding score, and it's rumored that clearing it will also give you temporary access to the Challenge Tower. Within the replica, there were a total of 100 Challenge Towers, and the closest Challenge Tower to himself was 10 kilometers away. Just enough to make a trip over there. There were already tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room, and every year the high martial arts exams were broadcast live. There was more than a little chatter in the live room. Who do you guys think is the top student in this year's Gomu exam? It's hard to say. It's said that a lot of geniuses have appeared in the third grade this year. One A-ranked profession, one S-ranked profession, with hidden professions. A hidden profession? Our Jianghai city hasn't appeared yet, right? Could it be that our Jianghai city is going to rise? Upstairs brother. You're afraid you're thinking about fart eating. This person has awakened the Curse Master. Cursor? That's okay. Hey, I was just envious of this guy. Cursor to a dog. The dog hates it. The Cursed Master may be short-lived, but he's not weak, and I do think he'll get the top spot. I go, this is which old man drank how many pounds of fake wine. The Cursor gets the top spot and I wash my head upside down. I know this person. His name is Game Dong. He likes to sing the opposite in all the major live broadcast platforms. What others think is impossible, he will see it differently from others. Look at the charts. You guys. The crowd clicked on the leaderboards and looked at them, confused. First place, Lu Yun received 101 points. Second place, Wang Lei received 78 points. Third place, Li Long earned 32 points. Fourth place. This chart is broken, isn't it? Who is this Ryun guy? Wait, isn't Wang Lei a member of the Wang family? A merchant family is stronger than a martial arts family? I shouldn't be blinking my eyes. Wang Lei is more than double the score of Li Long? Does anyone know what school this Lu Yun is from? I've just investigated. This one called Lu Yun is a middle school student, and his awakened profession is a SS rank Thunder Mage. SS class? We only have one in Jianhai City and now another one has appeared? To be precise, it's not from our city, but from a high-level city that came over to fry fish. He felt that in their city, he couldn't get first place, so he came to our Jianhai City. Crap. This is too shameless. A high-level city running to a low-level city to participate in the high martial exam. Isn't this properly playing the novice bureau? Brothers, there's no need to look any further. This year's top student is him. Lu. Isn't Lu Yun he from a high-level city? Why would he appear in our Jianhai City? Wait, he's a first-grade student? Holy shit. The principal of the first middle school is good at pulling together a SS class profession. There is only one SS class in Jianhai City. Ah, the top student this time is from first middle school again. Damn it, why wasn't I so lucky? If we could discover this kind of genius in the 9th middle school, we would fight for it even if we had to pay a great price. Higher city people come to us to fry fish. Isn't this a proper king running to the bronze board? Gaga messy kill? Envy, and more than anything else, jealousy was in the eyes of the crowd. With 2 S-rank professions and 1 SS-rank profession, or coming from a high-level city, the end was already doomed. Principal Chun, you have gone too far. Zhou fiercely stood up from his desk and slapped the desktop. Excessive? The rules don't state that either. People from other cities can't come to other cities to take the high martial exam, right? Besides, the top 3 finishers are all students from our first school. No, it's the top 8. Chen Yang smiled playfully, like he was looking at a loser. He had paid a great deal of money to pull in Ryun to prevent unforeseen circumstances, and Su White is the change in that. Curse masters are weak because they have short lifespans and die of old age without growing up, but in the early stages, there are almost no professions that can fight them, and as long as they aren't afraid to die, this year's top student will most likely come from the 3rd middle school. He, as the principal of No. 1 middle school, would not allow this to happen, so he approached Lu Yun and asked him to take the Gaowu exam in the name of No. 1 middle school, not letting the 3rd form have a single chance to roll over. Originally, Chen Yang thought that Lu Yun would refuse, but it turned out that he answered dryly and agreed decisively. After understanding it, he realized that there were countless heavenly prides in the high-level cities and pools, and it was almost impossible for Lu Yun to get the top spot despite awakening his SS-ranked profession. So he came to Jianhai City to prepare for the high martial exam, and it so happened that Chen Yang found himself with the added benefit of getting a favor and whoring out the scholar for nothing. A fool would refuse, so he agreed. First place, Lu Yun, a student of No. 1 middle school. Second place, Wang Lei, a student of No. 1 middle school. Third place, Li Long, a middle school student. Fourth place. Ninth place, Kai Kuan, student of the 3rd middle school. 10th place, Gu Qinghan, student of the 3rd middle school. There were 2 students in the top 10 in the 3rd form, while they had a full 8 in the 1st form, and they were not even in the same league. What concerned him the most was, Wang Lei was actually in 2nd place? There was only a few dozen points difference with the 1st place, far away from the 3rd place Li Long. You should know that the Li family is a martial arts family, and the Wang family is a merchant family. When did Wang Lei become so strong? Chen Yang couldn't figure it out. Chen Yang looked down and didn't see Su Bai's name and let out a sigh of relief. It seems that I was still too cautious. This one called Su Bai obviously can't make any waves. Inside the replica, the challenge tower, a squad of 10 people squatted here. Their purpose was simple. If they wanted to enter the challenge tower, they had to pay the ticket. The tickets in question are points. You have to pay once to get in and again to get out. People have done this in past years, and it's gone down one of 2 ways. First, the people who squatted here were so strong that no one could shake them and gained a large number of points, far more quickly than those gained from killing monsters. Second, eliminated by others. To enter the challenge tower, pay 10 points each. 10 points. Someone in the crowd was instantly displeased. You only get 0.1 points for killing a level 1 monster. You only get 1 point for killing a level 10 monster. You need to kill 10 level 10 monsters before you can enter the challenge tower. And when you come out, they will also charge you corresponding points based on your performance, which is just a naked robbery. It's fine if you want to not pay the points. The man at the head of the group laughed. We don't recommend helping you finish the high martial exam early. Hearing this, they were speechless for a moment. The people on the opposite side were stronger than them in terms of both numbers and overall strength. If it really came down to it, the ones who lost would most likely be them. People have to bow down under the roof. That's right, get in there. The man smiled disdainfully and glanced at the points in his hand. Splitting them evenly, they all gained 5 to 6 points. You need to kill 5 to 6 level 10 monsters, or dozens if you're a level 1 monster. To enter the copy, you need to pay us 10 points. He repeated what he had just said. What if I don't pay? Not delivering? He looked up, and there was a teenager. The teenager was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows, as handsome as the majority of his readers. Then don't force me to get rough. You don't want to be eliminated either, right? He waved his hand and Subai was surrounded by 10 people. Brother, don't blame me for bullying you. There are so many of us, what are you going to fight us with? Crap! Only to see that the black flames climbed the spell battle, and the temperature around them rose by a large margin. And that wasn't the end of it. The black flames spread rapidly. Trial by curse. The person in the lead fell straight to the ground and lost consciousness after being hit by the skill. Boss got seconded? The gazes of the others looking at Subai changed, leaving only shock. All 9 of them together were no match for the boss. As a result, he was no different from a mole cricket in front of Subai. Although it was a sneak attack, it also meant that Subai's damage was so high that even a warrior would be seconded. Run! Try to run! Dream on! Cursed fire! A 500-meter radius was covered in black fire. Less than 3 seconds into the exchange, 10 men were defeated. Subai snapped his fingers and the flames automatically went out. Do you guys want to be eliminated or hand over your points? Eliminating 10 people shouldn't be too easy. A single round of cursed fire would do the trick. But Subai wasn't going to do that for no other reason. Eliminated contestants only get 50% of the points, while actively surrendering points earns them 100%. Furthermore, this had just entered the copy not long ago. They didn't have many points on them, so it wasn't too late to fatten them up and kill them. Big brother, this is my points. The person at the head was the first to wake up. He hurriedly handed over his points and kicked the person beside him. Don't sleep, hand over all the points you have on you. You guys can fuck off. Yes, yes, yes. How arrogant they were when they came. How wretched they were when they left. Subai enters the challenge tower. Candidate Subai welcomes you to the challenge tower. Whether or not to choose the challenge. Defeat level 1 kobolds to go to the second level. The green-skinned kobold appeared, and it held a wolfsbane in its hand. Freshly awakened professionals who encountered this monster could easily defeat it. Not to mention Subai. Without using a skill, he swung his staff and killed it with a single blow. Congratulations on passing the first level. Whether or not to go to the second level. Not an ounce of experience gained. These kobolds are part of a data mine simulation. Levels 1 to 10 monsters are level 1 to 10. Level 11 to 20 monsters are level 11 to 20. And so on. The later you go, the stronger the monsters will be. There was a lot of audience chatter in the live room. Hiss. This one called Lu Yun is so strong that the monster was obliterated by the power of thunder before it even got close to him. Che, what kind of skill is it for someone from a high-level city to come to our place and fry fish? That's right. Our Jianghai city's top student this year is going to be snatched away by someone else. Don't look at it. This stupid rule. In the future, the high-level city of the college entrance examination comes to the low-level city. The people of the low-level city want to come out with the top student dreaming. I didn't expect Wang Lei to be so strong that he's far behind Li Long, but unfortunately, he's only an S-ranked profession and can't compare to Lu Yun's SS-ranked profession. You guys, look, there's a candidate named Subai. His ranking is rising so fast. Subai? I seem to have a bit of an impression. He's a student of the 3rd middle school, and his awakened profession seems to be a curse master. They were a bit disappointed to hear about the cursor. Mocking to mocking. However, they were even more reluctant to see Lu Yun obtain the top prize. The rankings keep going up. 100th place, Subai. 90th place, Subai. 80th place, Subai. In less than a minute, Subai had rushed into the top 50 and was still growing at a rate visible to the naked eye, with no intention of slowing down at all. Crap. Sushin, I shouldn't have laughed at you before when I had no eyes. You're the real genius. 40th place. 30th place. Sushin cheers to overtake Lu Yun. Who says that those of us from low-level cities are necessarily inferior to those from high-level cities? Open your eyes for me. Sushin is already in the top 10. Just ask you who else is there. It's only been 3 minutes. Wait, I don't think I've seen any images of Sushin. There's only one possibility, and that's that he's in the challenge tower right now, and we can't see his screen. How many levels has this broken through and gained so many points? Sushin is first. Really? Crap, it's still true. I can't be dreaming. Lu Yun was even overtaken. He's awakened a SS level profession. It seems like Sushin awakened a hidden profession. Right. Some hidden professions are even stronger than SSS level professions. It seems reasonable to counter a Lu Yun. Reasonable my ass. Sushin is a curse master. He must have consumed a lot of lifespan to gain such high points. Is it okay to consume lifespan for the honor of our Zhanghai city? Brothers, I'm crying. Some people didn't understand why Subai had to do this. Was it really worth it to lose 10 or more years? Or even more years of life for a high martial arts exam? Inside the conference room, Chen Yang's face, which was originally smiling, instantly froze, and the first place was reversed, taking less than 3 minutes. First place, Subai, student of the 3rd middle school. Second place, Lu Yun, 1st middle school student. Third place, Wang Lei, a student of No. 1 middle school. The large, piercing letters stood out. AI. Subai is really. Lu Yun is clearly a genius from a high-level city. How the talk is backfiring. Old Chen first place is a student of our 3rd middle school. Ha ha ha. Zhou almost couldn't hold back his piggish laughter when he said the last sentence. I knew this Subai wasn't simple. Yeah, we only have one hidden profession in Zhanghai City. It looks like he's the top student this year. If only such a talent could appear in our 9th middle school. Old Chow, congratulations. The major principals changed their faces as instantly as they turned the page. Humph, Chen Yang snorted coldly. Old Zhou, don't be too happy. Subai is a curse master. He must have consumed many years of his lifespan to gain so many points. With the way he's playing, it's going to be a struggle back there. First place is still ours in the 1st grade. No one can take it away from us. No one. The person in question, Subai, still didn't know that he had broken into a challenge tower. It caused such a stir. 60th floor, 70th floor, 80th floor. The level of the monsters had been raised to level 80, and they were all still boss units, but they couldn't go more than a single move in Subai's hands. Seconds. Congratulations on passing the 90th floor. Whether or not to continue the challenge, defeat level 91 Wind Wolf King, to clear the level. King level monsters? King level monsters have 10 times the blood volume of normal bosses. The level is also as high as 91. Kind of interesting. Subai did not intend to consume his lifespan to increase his damage. For one, there was no need to consume lifespan when dealing with a king level monster. 2. It's just the right time to work on your real-world skills to make up for your shortcomings. Having figured this out, Subai gathered powerful magic. Trial by curse. Wind blade. 2 forces collide. The spirit is close to 1,000,000. Want to block their own skills? Dream on. Curse trial hit the Wind Wolf King, and surprisingly, it didn't kill in seconds and only dealt a half-crippled blow. Not only do king-level monsters have high blood quantities, their ability to avoid damage is also outstanding. I was able to do over 100 million damage in one hit and didn't kill it in seconds. Trial by curse. Another skill shot. The Wind Wolf King tried to dodge, but it was too late. Severely injured. Its full attributes dropped. You killed the Wolf King. Congratulations on passing the 91st floor. Do you want to continue the challenge? Go on. 92nd floor, 93rd floor, 94th floor. The further back he went, the more skills Subai needed to utilize. After the 95th floor, you will need to use Cursed Judgment 3 times to defeat the monsters in front of you. It was worthy of being a king-level monster. Other monsters could be killed in one move. Congratulations on passing the 98th floor. Whether or not to continue the challenge, defeat level 99 Dark Eagle, King. The Dark Eagle unfolded its wings, which were very domineering, and its sharp claws slashed towards Subai. The sharp claws pierced through the body and did not touch the entity. Subai used his flash skill and came behind it. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. 3 judgments went down, causing only serious injuries. The Dark Eagle changed into a black shadow and appeared behind Subai, wanting to make a sneak attack. Subai once again used flash and disappeared again. Cursed Judgment went down, finally killing it in seconds. Congratulations on passing the 99th floor. Whether or not to continue the challenge. Yes. On level 100, the space is much more expansive than the previous levels. A black python prostrated on the ground as it opened its icy eyes and gazed at Subai. Next, it stood up as a whole, looking down at the mole crickets below, and opened its bloody mouth to roar. Defeat level 100 Dark Serpent, Emperor, to clear the level. Imperial level monsters? Subai's eyes widened. Royal level monsters have 10 times more blood than king level monsters, 100x more than normal bosses. It's a whole 1000 times more than normal monsters, and it's still a level 100 monster. Just in time to test how much damage I can do with a full power strike right now. You consume 1,000 years of your life, and on your next blow, the damage is increased by 1000 times. You've spent 1 year of your life. Life burst lasts for 60 seconds and doubles all your attributes. Spirit breaks through 1 million. Approaching 2 million. Physical fitness. Agility doubles over 200k. Can you block this blow? Trial by curse. Black pillars of light rushed into the sky and shot towards the body of the dark serpent. Dark spit. The dark serpent spat out black smoke and collided with the black light. There's not the slightest hint of suspense. The damage is in the hundreds of billions of dollars. So what are you going to do to stop it? Even an emperor-level monster would have to kneel under this strike. Black phosphorus shield. A black shield blocks the attack from approaching. The black light collided with the shield and shattered it directly. The skill hit its body, and it was seconded without even uttering a scream. You have killed the Dark Serpent, Royal Class. Congratulations on passing the Challenge Tower. You've been granted temporary access to the Challenge Tower. 1. You get 1% of the points earned by a player in the Challenge Tower. 2. You can view the monitoring of each Challenge Tower. 2 permissions. The first one gets a dividend. Don't underestimate the 1%. There are 100 Challenge Towers in total, and you get 1% points for each one. Even if you do nothing yourself now, you can get a high school diploma. However, Subai wasn't going to do that. The more points you get, the more benefits you can get for yourself. The second permission is also useful. Being able to watch others break into the Challenge Tower from a god's perspective. Inside the Challenge Tower, the viewers of the live broadcast and the principals of the major schools were unable to see the exact break-in screen. There were a lot of people who had hidden their strength and were exploding when they broke through the Challenge Tower. Now with permission too, the undercard they used at the Challenge Tower, they themselves would be able to know about it in advance, and they would be able to deal with it better afterward. But what does this have to do with Subai? Having cleared the Challenge Tower himself, the others were not to be feared. Even if there were more undercards, they wouldn't be able to make any waves. On the other side, the two were frantically killing monsters. A man held an axe in both hands and kept swinging at the monster in front of him. My big axe is hungry for more. Players can't see each other's rankings. You can only see your score and make a guess. I'm not as strong as Blackout, but getting second should be no problem. Although Wan Lei has awakened an S-rank profession, the Wang family is a merchant family. I don't believe that his strength is above mine. The other person was none other than Zhao Xiong. He changed into his explosive bear form and punched a monster. Blood splattered onto his body. He ignored it and instead got more and more brave. Just then, an icy voice rang in their ears. Someone passed the Challenge Tower and got Challenge Tower access? They didn't know about the Challenge Tower permission, what the specific function was, but the strength of the person who could pass the Challenge Tower must not be simple. Youngly, why don't we go find a Challenge Tower as well? With your strength you'll definitely be able to pass. Go. Who passed the Challenge Tower? Could it be Brother Knight? He also took the High Martial exam? How come I didn't see him? Wan Lei didn't ask Subai about his real identity. He knew one thing. He didn't have to ask if the other person didn't tell him. Otherwise it will just turn the other person off. Keep killing monsters. I can't disgrace Brother Knight either. Wang Lei activated his stealth technique and disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already arrived a few 10 meters away and killed the monster in front of him with a single slash. Gu Qinghan converged his magic. The ice skill froze these monsters. Fireballs appeared in Kai Kuan's hands, and fireballs were thrown. Boom boom boom. Dissolved along with the ice. Qinghan, with your assistance, it may not be impossible for us to take first place. Our biggest opponent this time isn't Subai, but Wang Lei, Li Long from the first middle school. Wang Lei, Li Long. Kai Kuan's smile faltered. Both of them had awakened S-rank professions. In terms of monster killing speed, mages have the advantage, especially fire mages. However, the two came from large families and were far ahead of themselves in both level and equipment, so it was too difficult to get the top spot. He was still somewhat self-aware of his strength. Just as the two were talking, an icy mechanical voice sounded. Theirs. Someone passed the Challenge Tower. This. How is that possible? Could it be Wang Lei, Li Long and the others? It shouldn't be. Although they are stronger than me, the strength is limited. Kai Kuan couldn't even think of who exactly had cleared the Challenge Tower. The Challenge Tower was cleared? Gu Qinghan, who was on the side, opened her beautiful eyes wide with a shocked expression. There are dark horses in this high martial arts exam, and they are still very strong. Who the hell is it? If they could pull in the Gu family, it wouldn't be impossible for their Gu family to be promoted to a first-class family. The silver-haired youth, manipulating the power of thunder to bombard and kill the monsters in front of him. Thunder Crossing was affected by the power of thunder. It would instantly explode into a puddle of blood and mist, and not an inch of grass would grow where it passed. It's so boring. A low-level city is a low-level city. I think I should be a distant second in points right now. The youth had a face of pride, and his pupils flashed with thunder-ons. Thunderclap. Thunderclap. Sweeping thunder. Big thunderball. Boom boom boom. The monster was roasted to ashes before it even got close. That wasn't the end of it. He used thunder possession and his speed skyrocketed by a large margin. The efficiency of killing monsters is fast. Just as he was killing the monsters, a cold mechanical voice came. Someone passed the challenge tower. How is that possible? Others didn't know the difficulty of the challenge tower, but he did. The strength of the monsters increases on each level. By the last layer, the level of the monsters had not only risen to 100 levels, they were also king-level monsters. Even I couldn't pass the challenge tower. How did he do it? Could it be that someone from another high-level city has also come to Zhanghai City? This was the only possibility. Otherwise it wouldn't make sense to explain that the people from the lower-level cities were even stronger than him. No, the first place is not mine this time. Even if someone from a high-level city comes, they won't be able to stop me. The audience in the live broadcast room was shocked beyond belief when they saw Subai's score. First place, Subai gained 100,000 points. Second place, Lu Yun received 2,100 points. Third place, Wang Lei gained 1,570 points. Fourth place, crap, I shouldn't be blinking. What the hell is 100,000 points? The second place only gained a few thousand points. A difference of dozens of times. Is this still human? Ha ha ha. Who says that a low-level city must be inferior to a high-level city? We also have geniuses in Zhanghai City. Isn't this one called Subai a curse master? Why is it so strong? Curse master is weak? All of you stand out for me. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. This is strength. Without saying anything, let's kneel down for Sushin first. Sushin is bullish. +1, +2, +10,086. A SS level profession is nothing more than that. You still have to kneel in front of me. Sushin. This year's champion is not me. Sushin. I wonder how the person in question, Lu Yun, will feel after seeing Sushin's score. The players can't see the scores of the other players between them, or else he might be furious. He's from a high-level city, but he's been crushed by someone from a low-level city. There are no wasteful professions, only wasteful people. Wait, it seems like someone just favored Sushin. This prophecy is divine. Hurry up at friends to watch the live streaming of Susan. The number of people in the live room went crazy. 100, 000, 200, 000, 300, 000. It skyrocketed all the way up to $300, 000, and it's not slowing down. Although they couldn't see the process of Subai's battle, they could tell that he must not be simple just based on the score. Inside the conference room, the college president stared with wide eyes and a shocked expression. Old Joe is hiding deep enough. Your school's Subai unexpectedly gained 100,000 points and cleared the challenge tower. How did he do that? No candidate has passed the challenge tower in previous years. If I remember correctly, there's one king-level monster on the 100th floor, with a level as high as 100. Hey, if only this kind of genius could appear in our 9th grade. Damn it, if I had known that Subai was so talented, I would have said anything at that time to dig him over. Old Joe, you really deserve to die. It's not even enough to have an A-ranked career and an S-ranked career. Your 3rd middle school even had a hidden career. We don't even have an A-ranked career in our 8th middle school. Exactly. It's not fair. The corners of Zhou mouth curled up and he almost couldn't hold back a laugh. So you guys just envy. Grrrrrr. Old Chen, your 1st middle school did well too. 2nd and 3rd are all from your 1st middle school. Chen Yang had a black line on his face. Damn. I have seen disgusting people, and it was the first time I saw a Versailles like Zhou. Oof. Don't get too happy too soon. Principal Zhou, the high martial arts exams have just begun. What happens behind the scenes is anyone's guess, and it's a little too early to jump to conclusions. After saying this, Chen Yang no longer paid attention to Zhou. What brings you here? Lord City. City Lord. The principal of Form 9 looked towards the doorway, and there walked an old man, who was accompanied by an assistant. Everyone stood up and respectfully said, Lord City Lord, there are still 2 days until the end of the high martial examination. City Lord Jiangnan interrupted them. Guys, are you not welcoming me? You're joking. Lord City Lord, if you gave us 100 guts, we wouldn't dare. Ha ha ha. Well, sit down, all of you. Principal Zhou congratulates you on the emergence of a talent in your 3rd grade school. This student named Black Knight. No, Subai did very well. Black Knight? The name was unfamiliar to them. There didn't seem to be anyone like that in the candidates. Little King, tell them about the darkness. The man known as Little King was the assistant to the city lord. Xiao Wang pushed the frame of his glasses. Black Knight was level 5 when he first left the city, and when he came back, he directly rose to level 40. And Xiao Wang told the story. Their pupils gradually dilated a face of shock, overthrowing the Loot Gang, the Queen's Gang, and the Pilgrimage Adventure Group. as well as slaying king-level monsters. This was just too magical. And on top of that, this person had just awakened his profession not long ago. Darkness, Sue White. This seems to be a person. Jojin forced a smile. And if it weren't for the presence of the city lord, he would have let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, a true dragon has appeared in our third form. The first place this time is not the third form. It's useless even if the king of heaven comes. That's strength. On the contrary, Chen Yang's face grew darker and darker after hearing about Su Bai's deeds. That end is competing with others. I don't think you came here for this matter. Lord City Lord. Well, do you guys know what level the monsters on the 100th floor are? Naturally, I know that king-level monsters are still 100 levels. Jiang Nan shook his head. No, a level 100 imperial monster. What? Not only Chen Yang, but everyone had their mouths wide open, their eyes glazed over. Royal-level monsters have 10 times the blood of king-level monsters. The strength is more than a star stronger. It was no exaggeration to say that several king-level monsters, besieging a royal-level monster, the final victor would definitely be this royal-level monster. How long has Su Bai only awakened his profession? To have defeated an emperor-level monster, was this really something a human could do? For a while, they actually didn't know what words to use to describe Su Bai. Genius, demon, or monster. Jiang Nan glanced at them and wasn't surprised, as he was also taken aback when he learned about this. A demon is going to appear in their Zhanghai city. AI. It's a pity. If the one Su Bai awakened wasn't a curse master, how good it would have been. Yeah, the stronger the other professions are, the longer they live. Cursors. What a nice kid, favoring the awakening curse master. What are you guys sorry about? Did a student from your school make the top 10? The other Su Bai is already number 1, and is still dozens of times ahead of the second place in terms of points. Su Bai must have consumed many years of his lifespan to achieve what he has now. I'm afraid. A hint of darkness flashed in Jiang Nan's eyes. Inside the challenge tower, Su Bai used God's view. Challenge tower permissions. Nearly 10,000 images appeared in front of Su Bai's eyes, and he was able to pick any player to watch. The vision eventually rested on Kai Kuan. On the screen, Kai Kuan danced a chicken. You're too beautiful. A fireball appeared in his hand. The fireball was thrown and smashed on the opposite monster. The fire continued to expand. The monster was roasted into dust. The blood bar was emptied. I have to admit, Kai Kuan has some tricks up his sleeve, but that's as far as it goes. It couldn't make any waves in front of Su Bai. Immediately after that was the entirety of Gu Qinghan's fight. Ice storm. The temperature around them dropped a lot. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky. The monsters were frozen into ice sculptures. Slender little hands touched these ice sculptures, which followed and shattered into countless paths of particles. Li Long, Zhao Xiong fights in a simple way. Li Long held the great axe. Blood awnings appeared on the axe. Directly 1v1 ing the monster head-on. And the injuries he received quickly recovered. The words kept coming out of his mouth. My great axe is hungry and thirsty. The desire to kill is running high. Plunder. Zhao Xiong transformed into a dog bear and hissed at the monster in front of him. And for a while, it was impossible to tell who was the monster. Wang Lei's figure was like a ghost. Previously, appeared before the monster's eyes. Next, straight to the monster's back for a backstab. What most concerned Su Bai was not these people, but a candidate named Lu Yun. Purple thunder power. Spreading around the perimeter. The monster was eroded by the thunder power before it even got close, and its body instantly exploded. Not only does he do a lot of damage, he's also fast. It can be used in both melee and long range without any shortcomings. When did this one appear in Zhanghai City? Su Bai recalled and confirmed that there was no such person. There are only two possibilities. First, the school hid this celestial pride and did not reveal it, and such cases have occurred, and will catch the enemy off guard when it comes to the high martial arts examination. Second, candidates from other cities. The former is usually the undercard in schools. The latter came for the scholar, and when they could not obtain the scholar in their own city, they came to the lower cities and fought for the scholar. A case that had happened many times. It's almost always the senior city that wins the championship. But, he met Su Bai. This time, the first place. One is bound to win, and it is useless for the heavenly kings to come. The next day, Su Bai had risen to level 51, and he was able to gain 51 years of life every minute, which was equivalent to 51 points of attributes. First place, Su Bai gained 500,000 points. Most points are earned from dividends. The challenge tower was open for a total of 24 hours, and within those 24 hours, Su Bai was able to extract 1% points from anyone who challenged the challenge tower. Don't underestimate this 1% points. Just this alone, Su Bai had gained hundreds of thousands, far away from the second place. As of this writing, second place has only just broken 5 figures in points. Alert, the virtual battlefield is coming in 10 minutes. Virtual matchmaking. It was a facility that descended on the second day, and by winning the top spot, it was said that you could get huge high scores, and it was a chance for the others to overtake them. The virtual matchmaking battlefield is just like the challenge tower. It will descend to 100 seats, appearing in various locations to make it easier for players to find and participate in subsequent races. The nearest virtual battlefield to your own is more than 10 kilometers away. On the other side, there was a team of about 20 people. The virtual battlefield would appear at this location when it descended, and as long as they crouched here, they would be able to encounter the other players. After that, able to collect protection money. Boss, isn't it a little bad that we're doing this? No good? The high martial exam is meant to be a fight, and besides, points are only gained quickly this way. That's not what I meant. I meant, are we going to roll over? Turn over the car? Are you kidding me? There are more than 20 of us. Can we still flip the car? When did you become such a wimp? Old Six rubbed the back of his head. We've flipped cars before. When he thought, the image of Subai defeating 10 of them by himself was still fresh in Old Six's mind. Old Six's failure isn't scary. What's scary is not daring to face it. So many of us will still be afraid of him? Boss said in a bad mood. There are a total of 100 virtual battlegrounds. It's hard to believe that we'll still encounter him. Even if we're unlucky enough to run into him, what can we do? Don't forget that we have more than twice as many people this time as we did last time. Dare to rob us of our points? We'll see. The old boss. Old Six, did I just say something for nothing? No, boss, that one's back. What? The oldest looked in the direction the sixth pointed, only to see a man there, smiling at them. Keep talking. Ha, why don't you guys stop talking? Wasn't that just very eloquent? Hey, big brother, I'm teaching my own men a lesson. The boss was full of smiles, like a different person. Didn't you want to deal with me? Big brother, you heard wrong. How dare we deal with you? Boss, you didn't just say that. Old Six was flabbergasted. He was changing his face too fast. Boss, we are so many people will still be afraid of a kid? Yeah, even if he's strong, he can't be our match. Boss, didn't you just say that failure isn't scary? What's scary is not daring to face it. These people had just joined this team and didn't know Subai's strength yet. Only he knew how terrifying this person really was. Not to mention doubling the number of people. Another 100 people might not be able to deal with him. If you guys don't do it, I'm going to do it. Subai snapped his fingers, and the black flames expanded extremely fast, surrounding these people. You are surrounded. I'll give you two choices. Either that or hand over all the points on your body. Or I'll give you a ride to elimination. You guys pick. Big brother, this is my points. Please also take them. He was decisively the first to pull out his points. Boss, why are you guys looking at me? Big brother, he came over with great difficulty. There's no reason to make a trip for nothing. These points are given by me voluntarily. You guys can also not give them. The crowd could see that this one called Subai was frighteningly strong. Taking a look at the range covered by the black fire, which had reached nearly 500 meters, and the speed at which their big brother had changed his face, there were still 2 days left until the end of the high martial arts examination. They also get a lot of points during this time. Now being eliminated is obviously not cost effective, so they handed over all the points, and when they left, they didn't forget, bragging about Subai wave. This whole Subai is like the villain. How embarrassing. Other people send themselves points and have to please their mood. Hey, so annoying. A cold mechanical voice came from the virtual battlefield. It's the will of the copy. Candidate Subai, welcome to the virtual battlefield. Here are the rules. 1. Advancement tournament. Each player will participate in 3 advancement tournaments, and the winner will be able to advance to the second round. 2. There will be a total of 128 players in the second round. Players who lost in the first round will be put into the losing group until the total number of 128 players is reached, and the second round will officially start. 3. The game is a random draw. To get a place, can get points. The game is now starting. Please players touch the crystal ball. Big data will automatically match the opponent. Subai touched the crystal ball and information surfaced. Name, Subai. Status, 3rd form student. Age, 18. Match in. Match made. Your opponent is Johao, 9th grade student. 2 figures appeared in the ring at the same time. Johao looked at Subai and smiled confidently. I know you from Subai 3rd middle school. Awakening hidden profession. I, Johao, am not weak to anyone. Today I'm going to show you that talent doesn't mean everything. Subai, listen carefully. My name is Johao, awakening F-rank profession rooster. Subai, I've risen to level 3. Scared? Ha! 3 big question marks floated above Subai's head. What the hell? F career. Level 3? That's too weak. 2 levels in 7 days. No, 8 days. How many levels have you leveled up in 7 days yourself? 50. Johao changed into a rooster and made a hooking motion. I'll fight. Subai didn't even want to use his skills, and directly attacked with a general attack. Congratulations on your victory. The rooster fell to the ground unconscious. After the battle was over, Subai returned to the position he was originally in and waited for the second matchup. After about a couple minutes, the second matchup began. This time, Subai encountered a D-ranked profession, a student from the 8th grade, and just like just now, killed in seconds. The third matchup was still seconds. These three were all weak, with their highest level being only a pitiful level 10, and the two sides were simply not in the same dimension. A total of 88 people made it to the advancement bracket. Those who win 2 games go to the losers bracket, and those who win 1 game, versus all losses, are eliminated outright. The losers bracket totaled a few hundred people, and they were on top of a ring. The 40 people standing at the end of the line will move on to the advancement bracket. The battle had just started, and as if they had planned it all along, they specialized in picking on the strong ones. Several people worked together to defeat opponents stronger than themselves, and just like that, the strong ones were instead the first to be eliminated, and those who were weak looked to those around them. There are only 40 slots available, and you can only do it to the companion next to you. Soon, 40 people came out. Round 2, the ring. Players, 128. Touch the crystal ball and draw your opponent. Drawing in. Your opponent is Gu Qinghan, 3rd form student. Gu Qinghan? Subai had wanted to teach the other party a lesson for a long time, and he didn't expect to come across it so soon, so it was just the right time to hit the other party in the face. Kai Koen, Gu Qinghan, these two idiots, really thought they were good bullies. If he didn't give the two a little lesson, he really thought that everyone would dare to provoke him. I've got the system. I'm still afraid of you too? The second round is different from the first. 64 rings, each with 2 people, below which were countless spectators, able to watch the fight from below after being eliminated, unable to leave because the match was not over. All the contestants were here. Those who could enter the second round were generally not weak. The lowest levels are in the 10s. Gu Qinghan's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at the person across from her. One's opponent was actually Subai? It's a solid wave. Subai didn't expect you to advance. I'll remember the shame of that day. Today I'll let you know what a true genius is. Curse Master is nothing but the most wasteful profession. So what if you are a hidden profession? I've awakened an A-ranked profession, and I'm still an elementalist, so it only takes 3 moves to defeat you. Gu Qinghan stretched out her slender little hand, her face showing disgust, daring to make her kneel down and humiliate herself in public. She made a note of this revenge. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Gu Qinghan awakened an A-ranked profession, and Subai awakened a hidden profession. The Gu family is a second-rate family, so I think it's more likely that she'll win. I'm optimistic about Subai. You guys don't know. During the awakening ceremony, Schoolflower Gu kowtowed to Subai in public. That scene was just too shocking. I go, there's still this? Schoolgirl Gu actually knelt down. TSK, 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 if only I could have witnessed it once. Hearing the gossip below, Gu Qinghan became more and more annoyed. If it wasn't for the fact that she was now in a competition, she would have wanted to find a crack in the ground. It was too embarrassing. As the countdown went to 0, Gu Qinghan moved. Ice storm. The frost spread and the temperature around him dropped a lot. Subai stood still and didn't even move as the snowflakes drifted down on his body. Good chance. Gu Qinghan's heart rejoiced, being touched by his frost. Even if he wasn't frozen, he would still receive a slowing effect. Ice needle. Ice needles appeared on his small, slender hands, which cut through the air, and Subai still didn't move. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. The ice needle was less than 10 meters away, and Subai moved. Mental intimidation. The spirit was close to 1,000,000, and the ice needle fell into Subai's hands. This, how is it possible? Gu Qinghan's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Nothing is impossible. It's you who are too weak. The spirit had materialized, and it was not too easy to manipulate the enemy into attacking. Besides, Gu Qinghan's attributes weren't a star's difference from Subai's. Light blue spiritual energy wrapped around the ice needle. Go! The ice needles were thrown out, and because of the spiritual power, the power was even more violent than when they came. And even if Gu Qinghan used her ice shield to block, there was nothing she could do. The shield collided with the ice needle and directly shattered, exploding into countless particles, and the ice needle pierced through the chest, coming to a penetrating cold. Blood continued to slide down the wound. You don't die in virtual battlegrounds, taking fatal damage forces elimination. This was the reason why Subai stayed his hand. Who gave you the nerve to provoke me? On your knees. Subai snapped his fingers, and his spirit was like a tidal wave that violently attacked him. Put. Gu Qinghan bent his legs and knelt down in public. Don't you want me to kowtow to you all in public? I'll satisfy you then. If you like to kowtow, then kowtow enough. Knock me out. No, don't. Gu Qinghan wanted to admit defeat, but Subai didn't give him a chance at all. You want to admit defeat without kowtowing 100 times? So the fighting was strange. The other rings fought back and forth very intensely. Subai, this is good. The opponent to kowtow to him. This is too magical. Novels are afraid to write much. Crap. What did I see schoolgirl Gu kowtowing to schoolmaster Su in public? I didn't think that schoolgirl Gu would do this in public. Serves him right, because Su school grass awakening curse master to break up with him. Break up even if the turn of the eye with Kai Kuan good. If I'm me also cannot endure. Painful. Ha ha ha. A-class professions are nothing but mole crickets in front of school counselor Su. It's a good thing I didn't meet Subai. Or else. Almost no one pitied Gu Qinghan. They had all heard of each other's deeds. If it weren't for the other woman's beauty and her family's good fortune, she would have been talked about a long time ago. A few minutes later, Gu Qinghan directly knocked herself out. Congratulations on making it to the top 64. The gazes of the others looking at Subai changed. This person was simply a devil. Please draw your opponent. Drawing of opponents from. Opponent, Wang Zheng, a middle school student. The two came to the ring, and Wang Zheng's face instantly changed. Damn it, who do you think you're going to meet? But this bastard? His strength was even weaker than Gu Qinghan's, which took the head to fight. 10 seconds to game start. 10, 9, 8, 0. When the countdown returned to 0, Subai was just about to make his move when a voice came. I surrender. Wang Zheng immediately shouted. Congratulations on making it to the round of 32. Subai didn't care. It was better to advance without fighting. Seeing Wang Zheng surrendered, but no one laughed at him. Instead, they felt that his behavior was normal. Why go forward when you know you can't beat them? It's not called persistence but stupidity. Losing is nothing. Kneeling in public in front of nearly 10,000 people and kowtowing is going to be black history in the future. After that, all the people Subai encountered surrendered. They surrendered immediately as soon as the match started. I surrender. I surrender. I surrender. Lao, I'm faster than you. It only took me 0.3 seconds to surrender. What's the use of being fast? A man has to last. Is 0.3 seconds fast? I didn't even use 0.1 seconds before I chose to surrender. And that's what I call a reaction. By the end of the day there were people competing to see who surrendered faster. And there was even a big fight. Subai was speechless for a while. Was he so scary? Nothing all the way through to the final four? This is too easy. Meanwhile, on the other side, two figures stood in the ring. Wang Lei, Li Long. Li Long said confidently. Wang Lei, last time you were able to win against me. It was all because of the darkness. This time I won't lose. I'm going to show you what a martial arts family can do. A businessman is just a businessman after all. Yes, brothers, who do you think will win between these two? Then there's no need to say, it must be Li Long. The Li family is a martial arts family. The Wang family is just a merchant family. Although they are all first-rate families, there is a difference between first-rate families. Did you guys just hear that? Wang Lei is actually Black Knight's little brother? Who is Blackout? You don't even know the darkness? You should know about the Marauders gang. Of course I know. The Plunder gang is usually very arrogant. And it's said that the weakest member is level 20. That's why I don't dare to go out of the city. But what does this have to do with Black Knight? You don't know about that, do you? The Marauders gang was wiped out, and it's rumored to have been Blackout's hand. Hiss, the looting gang leader seems to be a level 40 powerhouse. Right, how did he do that? More than that, the Queen's gang, as well as the 100-level adventure troupe, the Pisan Flower, were all overthrown by him. It is said that he is the same age as us and has just recently awakened his profession. What? Not long after awakening your profession. You have this battle record? The Peppermint Adventure Troupe was a 100-level adventure troupe. How he did it? Taking a look at his level, he wasn't even level 10. The gap was too big. People are sometimes more disparate than people are to dogs. The moment everyone doubted life. Wait, they captured a key piece of information. Black Knight came from this term, which means that one of these people is Black Knight. Who the hell is it? While talking, Wang Lei, Li Long had already started fighting. My great axe is already hungry for plunder. Li Long swung his great axe towards Wang Lei. Invisibility. Wang Lei disappeared. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Trying to stall with me? Li Long smiled disdainfully. He is a berserk warrior Tianke Wang Lei. What can he take to fight with himself? The end is already doomed. Suddenly, Wang Lei appeared behind him and stabbed his dagger into Li Long's waist. Crap! Li Long was shocked. This hit not only broke the defense, but also caused a huge amount of damage. He was almost about to pass out from the pain. Fortunately, he was a berserker, much meatier than the average professional, but he was not going to be able to take it well when he was hit by this hit. Look at the axe. The big white axe chopped. Wang Lei didn't take advantage of the victory. Instead, he took a few steps back to avoid the big axe, and at the same time, he also pulled away the distance between the two sides. One hit, and it's to your advantage to keep dragging it out. Rip trigger. Li Long's injuries were hardly healing, and he was still suffering from bleeding damage every second, so it was obviously not in his favor to keep dragging it out. Roaring, the sound waves spread. Wang Lei was forced to stun. It was this short stun gap that Li Long seized the opportunity. He was like a furious beast. He approached step by step. The whole ring was so far trembled a few times. Before the axe fell, Wang Lei broke free from the stun. How is it possible? There was only one possibility. Wang Lei's physique was not weak, even stronger than his own. He himself was a berserker and Wang Lei was just a brittle assassin. He thought his head could not understand why Wang Lei could break free so quickly. The two people's family background is not much different, and the equipment is not much different. Could it be that his own career is inferior to his? No way. Even if you can break free so quickly, the victor will still be me. If you can't beat Blackout, you can't beat you? If he couldn't even beat Black Knight's little brother, what face would he have? A martial arts family is inferior to a merchant family? The two large axes were thrown with force, rotating in 360 degrees and expanding along the fan. The air made a piercing sound, and the leaves were sliced in half as they approached frantically. Wang Lei used his dagger to block in front of him. Li Long smiled disdainfully. This axe possessed a concussive effect that could directly act on the abdomen, heart and other locations. What are you going to do with that blow? Only to see the dagger collide with the axe, deflating most of the force, and the concussive force disappearing without a trace. There's only one possibility. He was far stronger than himself, and the weapon reduced the impact. Shadow strike. Wang Lei turned into a residual shadow and pierced through Li Long's chest as blood spread along the ground. Berserk. Li Long turned on the berserk state. His injuries healed instantly, and his full attributes increased dramatically. During this time, Li Long will lose any sense of reason and not give an inch of grass wherever he passes. Wang Lei didn't take advantage of the situation. A shadow appeared where he was originally located, and he swapped positions with the shadow. Poison darts. A dart is thrown, and Liren parries it with his axe, which bounces off. Charge. Li Long unleashed his charge skill, and with a distance of several dozen meters, he arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. The axe kept swinging, as fast as a stump, and Wang Lei rolled to avoid the strike. With the advantage of agility, far away from Li Long. Wait for the skill CD once it is good. Launching his stealth technique again. After losing his target, Li Long was like a headless fly circling around. He kept swinging his axe and froze without even touching the corner of Wang Lei's clothes. As time passed, the berserk state disappeared. He fell into a state of weakness. Wang Lei seized the opportunity and stabbed over with a dagger. Dragon Li was eliminated outright. Congratulations to Wang Lei for entering the final four. Wow! The whole room was in an uproar. What did I see? Wang Lei defeated Li Long. I can't be dreaming. Isn't the berserker a tinker assassin? He actually lost. The whole fight has been going on for so long, and it's hard to even touch it. Is this Wang Lei's strength? If Wang Lei is this strong, wouldn't his big brother Black Knight be even stronger? Aren't you talking nonsense? Black Knight overthrew the Pigeon Flower Adventure Group, which is a 100-level adventure group. Have you guys noticed one thing? All of Wang Lei's attributes are stronger than Li Long, including his physique. Under normal circumstances, Wang Lei's strength and agility are stronger than Li Long's, but his physique is not at all at the same level. You mean he's better equipped than Liren? I don't know. Besides the level gap, equipment, and attribute fruits will all open up the gap. If I were Li Long, I would probably be autistic. Losing to a merchant family even if it's not enough. Engaging in battle is still so stifling. Who says it isn't? Wang Lei was not half surprised when he won Subai. 9 pieces of equipment are enhanced, increased by 100 times. If this cannot win, then it would be better to find a piece of tofu and crash alive. Due to being in the virtual battlefield, Li Long quickly regained consciousness and the injuries on his body were gone. I can't believe I lost. How is that possible? I'm a berserker and I lost to an assassin. Only he knew how big the gap between himself and Wang Lei was. That kind of speed and power is simply not something a newcomer can do. Is it because of the darkness? Li Long became more and more interested in this person. First, he took Wang Lei through the hell copy. Now Wang Lei's strength had even surpassed his own. There were a total of 4 people who entered the quarterfinals: Subai, Wang Lei, Kai Koen, and Lu Yun. Subai vs. Choi Kuan. Wang Lei vs. Lu Yun, Kai Koen, as long as you can defeat Subai, I'll give you a free gold equipment on my personal honor. Gu Qinghan gritted his teeth. Subai was too shameless to make himself kowtow in public? In the future, where is his face? This revenge, he must be avenged. Really? Kai Koen's eyes lit up. With revenge and free gear, only a fool would turn it down. Besides, with his own strength, wanting to take down Subai wasn't that easy. Gu Qinghan, it's a small matter if you're loaded or not. The most important thing is that I've been looking at Subai in a bad light for a long time. Alert, both contestants will be teleported to the ring in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 0. After the numbers are zeroed out, both men appear in the ring. Kai Koen raised his condescending head and said contemptuously, I, Kai Koen, will remember Subai's shame that day. It's time to settle this score today. I'll show you the power of an S-rank profession. I never thought in a million years that you would make it to the top 4. But, it stops there. The crowd murmured. Who do you think will win? That still need to say certainly is Kai Koen. He awakened S-level occupation, or fire method. 1v1 has not been afraid of. Not necessarily. Schoolgirl Gu is also an A-ranked profession, but she doesn't stand a chance of resisting at all in Subai's hands. Interesting, both of these two are third-grade students, and both of them have a grudge. We'll see. On the stage, Subai looked like he was watching a fool. S-class profession. How dare he? After the countdown clears, the game officially begins. Kai Koen danced a chicken, you're too beautiful, and a fireball appeared in his hand, releasing blazing heat on it. Buzz. The fireball was thrown. Mental intimidation. The spirit was up to more than 900,000, and the light blue spirit was like a tidal wave that had just touched the fireball. The fireball went out on its own. How it's possible? Kai Koen's eyes widened as if he was looking at a monster. He could still understand the skill of obliterating Gu Qinghan. After all, Gu Qinghan was known for his control, while he himself was a violent output. The two were very different. It was no exaggeration to say that Subai's strength was stronger than him by more than a star. The two were not in a dimension at all. Wait, I want to vote. Before surrender could be shouted, the mental pressure struck again, this time not acting on the skill, but on the whole body. Puff. His entire body then fell to his knees, with no chance of resistance, his head knocking towards the ground. This familiar feeling. I'd vote for. Before the words were finished, the head knocked into the ground, interrupting the spellcasting. Bang, bang, bang. Crisp sounds resounded all around. Weren't you just wild? Why don't you scream now? By the way, I forgot you can't scream now. Subai showed a kind smile as much as possible. In Kai Koen's eyes he was a devil. The devil who likes to make people kowtow. The crowd was left with nothing but shock. Shocking, Kai Koen actually kowtowed to Subai. Damn. It's a good thing I conceded fast or I'd be kowtowing too. TSK, 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 doing this in public. An S-rank career is nothing more than that. It's not that the S-class professions are weak, but Sushin is too strong. Bull. +1, +2, +10,086. A few minutes later, Kai Koen lost consciousness. Congratulations on making it to the finals. The next match is Lu Yun vs. Wang Lei. The audience boiled over at the sight of these two. The fight between Kai Koen and Subai was one-sided without any suspense. You can get tired of seeing it too much, but these two are different. Lu Yun was a high-level city dweller and had also awakened to SS rank occupation. As for Wang Lei, he was from Jianhai City and had awakened to an S-rank profession. One was a local and the other was a foreigner. They naturally wanted Wang Lei to get the victory. But can he really get the win? Go Wang Lei, I'm optimistic about you. Beat this one called Lu Yun. Who says that a low-level city is inferior to a high-level city? Wang Lei's fight with Li Long was crushing almost the entire time. I'm optimistic about Wang Lei. Lu Yun didn't even care when he heard the comments from below. He only had one opponent, and that was Subai. Begin. Wang Lei moved. Invisibility. He didn't dare to be careless and directly activated his stealth technique. Lu Yun's pupils flashed with purple thunder power. Eagle Eye. A small purple bird stood on his shoulder and let out a bird call as the stealth effect disappeared. Poison darts. A dart was thrown. Thunderclap. A purple thunderbolt collided with the dart. The dart fell to the ground, and the lightning continued on. Wang Lei avoided the blow with a roll. That's not all. Thunderclap. 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 The thunderstrike only needed a 3-second cooldown, so Wang Lei could only dodge it in a mess. You can only use displacement skills if you can't avoid it. A mage has more magic than an assassin. Plus he's wearing a blue returning outfit and a mane with a bit of spirit. If he continued to consume, he would only end up in one place, and that was defeat. No way. I'm Brother Knight's little brother. How can I lose to an outsider? Instant shadow chop. Wang Lei transformed into a residual shadow and rushed towards Lu Yun. Resisting aura. A purple shield appeared, and the instantaneous shadow slash collided with the shield, and traces of cobwebs appeared on it. But that's about it. Oops. Thunderclap. Due to being too close to this strike, he was unable to dodge it and could only return to his original position, the shadow swapping places with his body. There's no time for relief yet. Thunder tracking rounds automatically lock onto their targets. He could only block the blow with his dagger in front of him. The thunder touched with the dagger, not causing a single damage, but producing a paralyzing effect. During this time you cannot use skills, displace, or poke. Wang Lei's attributes were not weak, and the skill that could originally control for 1 second now could not even control for 0.5 seconds. But it was that short time that was enough to reverse the situation. Thunderclap. Ryun had already begun chanting his magic when he cast Thunder Tracking Bomb. The lightning element flashed in mid-air, and the powerful magic cut through the air and hit Wang Lei. Everyone thought that Wang Lei would lose in this strike, including Lu Yun. Even a warrior couldn't block this strike, but Lu Yun did. A wound appeared on his body, hideous and horrible. Anyway, in the sparring platform, even if you get killed, you'll be eliminated at most. Might as well let it go. He burst out of the smoke and approached at breakneck speed. Fuck me. Do you really think we don't have people in our low-level cities? You have to ask me if you want to get the top spot. Shadow Strike. Wang Lei appeared behind Lu Yun and came with a backstab. Mages are very fragile and are bound to be eliminated under this blow. But something surprising happened. Lu Yun wasn't eliminated, but only suffered some injuries. I never thought that you, an assassin, would be able to block my full force strike, but don't forget that my body is not weak. Thunder-tempered body. He was even meatier than the majority of warriors. 1 second on me. Dream on. Thunder Half Moon Chop. Wang Lei was eliminated. Congratulations to contestant Lu Yun for winning and entering the finals. The final round will begin in 5 minutes. Seeing Wang Lei fall, no one laughed at him. After all, in their place they still couldn't hold on for so long. The person on the other side was from a high-level city and had also awakened at SS rank occupation. Knight. Brother Knight has let you down. Wang Lei ran to Subai and hugged Subai's thigh in public. The commotion over here attracted countless gazes. Knight. Knight brother? Wang Lei even recognized someone else as his brother. On what grounds? On what grounds? Brother Knight. He's Black Knight, the one who overthrew the Plunder gang. The youth spoke about Subai's deeds. The other's pupils grew larger as they listened. Having just awakened his profession not long ago, he had overthrown a 100-level adventuring group. Was this really a newcomer? Glancing at his rank, he then glanced at Subai. People are more angry than people. It's not a big gap. No wonder. Wang Lei was able to defeat Li Long and also engage Lu Yun for so long. Are you still missing thigh pendants? Knight? Little sister, I just turned 18. Fuck off. Brother Knight is mine. Do you lack a bed warmer? Brother Knight? A greasy uncle said with a smirk. At 18, he was already more than 20 years ahead of everyone else and his hair was already bald. Wait a minute. Black Knight overthrew the Peppermint Adventure Group. So which one of them passed the challenge tower? Crap. I was looking down on him before, saying that cursed masters are too much for dogs. Is it too late to regret it now? Even if the cursed master is short-lived, it would be nice to be able to be brilliant for a few years. Hearing the gossip around him, Subai was filled with black lines. Spread your legs. Just because of Wang Lei, the gazes of the others looking at themselves changed. Okay, Le Knight brother. I was just too excited. He. Wang Lei patted his knee. You're already pretty good for being able to engage Lu Yun for so long. Subai commented. Regardless of attributes or occupation, Wang Lei was all crushed throughout, and being able to injure Lu Yun was just him being careless. After all, one was from a high-level city, and had more or less some means. Go White, help me get revenge. Don't worry. Subai patted his shoulder. Both men appear in the ring. The contempt in Lu Yun's eyes was gone. You are Subai? I didn't expect someone from a low-level city to be able to pass the challenge tower. And although I don't know what tactics you used, the victory is still mine. Subai was speechless for a while. What kind of brain circuits do these people have? Coming up and saying a bunch of words? As a result, he was defeated before he could fight for a few seconds. Passing through the challenge tower, Subai approximately judged Lu Yun's strength. Even if Wang Lei's equipment had been strengthened, he was no match for him. Great. This year's champion comes from our Jianhai city. Sajin, fuck him up, I'm looking at you. Certain people just said that cursors are too much for dogs. Who are some of the people you're talking about? Says whoever's heart is in the right place. After the countdown returned to 0, Ryun unleashed an offensive. The power of thunder climbing to full strength. Thunderclap. Used the most powerful move in the opening round. Subai didn't even use his skills. More than 900,000 spirit to the extreme. Mental suppression. The skills that used to kill and destroy without equal were simply insignificant in front of Subai's strong spiritual power. and he didn't even have a chance to resist. Subai snapped his fingers and the skill instantly obliterated. Is this all you have? Subai was a bit disappointed. Originally he wanted to meet the heavenly pride from the high-level city, but as a result, this? Don't you get too happy. I don't believe you can keep obliterating my offense. Thunder Sea, Thunderclap, Thunder Half Moon Chop. Same as just now, these attacks, not half as threatening. There is a saying that the best attack is the best defense. After seeing Subai's strength, Lu Yun had to face the fact that Subai was stronger than him. Full crush. Subai, this is what you forced me to do. I'm determined to win first place this time. Originally I wasn't going to move this scroll, but your strength is beyond my expectations. Even if you are in a high-level city, there are not many people who are your opponent. Lu Yun had a high opinion of Subai, and while his opinion was high, he did not intend to admit defeat. Bloodline scrolls? I don't know who said it. What's a bloodline scroll? You don't even know about bloodline scrolls? Bloodline scrolls only appear in powerful clans. Clansmen are able to utilize the family bloodline to explode with great strength. But this also has consequences. After the battle, they will fall into a state of weakness, and they will not utilize the family bloodline as a last resort. I didn't expect Lu Yun to use the bloodline scroll here. Hey, it seems like the first place belongs to Lu Yun this time. How despicable. Candidates from high-level cities come to low-level cities even if it's not enough. But also using bloodline scrolls is just too shameless. That's right. This kind of person doesn't deserve to win the first prize. 3 seconds of silence for Su Shen. The opponent has used the bloodline scroll. Does he still need to face it? Wang Lei's heart thumped. It was simply delusional to want to defeat Subai before Lu Yun used his bloodline scroll. But now it's different. Go Su! Lu Yun ignored the comments around him. As long as he could win. So what if he was ridiculed by others? Why should he care about what others see? I, Lu Yun, am not weak to anyone. The power of the bloodline. The scroll was catalyzed and transformed into blood chi and integrated into his body, and his aura soared violently. 1x, 2x, 3x. The thunder element flashed through the arc of electricity. Can you block this strike by Subai? Thunder struck. Black lightning struck, terrifying to the extreme, and not an inch of grass could be found wherever it passed. Trial by curse. This time, Subai was not careless. The two forces collided together with a loud sound. The arc was obliterated and the black fire was still advancing. How is that possible? Even a first-ranked professional might not be able to block this blow. Yet, his own skill was broken? On the contrary, the power of the cursed judgment has not decreased much. Thunder Ocean. The black ocean expanded rapidly, colliding with the cursed judgment. Next, the Thunder Ocean was swept away, and 2 consecutive skills reduced the power of cursed judgment by more than 50%. Resisting aura. The Thunder Shield finally blocked the blow, but it also dissipated. Finally blocked. All that remained of Lu Yun's pupils was shock. He had used the bloodline scroll and exploded several times his strength, but after fighting with Subai, he realized how much pressure he was under. And this was not at all the battle power that a newcomer could exert. Subai, I admit you're strong, but the victory is still crap. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. 3 skills went down, and Subai transformed into a moving turret with no cooldown at all on his skills. Lu Yun shut himself up. Combined with the fact that the skill you just used was a generalized attack, it took a lot of effort to block it myself. He glanced at his skills. They were on cooldown. I concede. Congratulations to the winner of the competition. Dark Knight. Rewards are being assessed. First place, Blackout receives 1 million points. Second place, Lu Yun gets 500,000 points. Third place, Wang Lei gets 300,000 points. Fourth place. The crowd looks at the ring in a daze. This is the end? I shouldn't be blinking, should I? That Subai defeated Lu Yun? Lu Yun also utilized a bloodline scroll. Just how strong is Subai? Hiss, terrifying as it is. If I could have this battle power, I could wake up laughing in my dreams. TSK, this year's top student is still in our Jianhai city. The first place got 1 million points? I don't even have 100 points in my entire body. People are more angry than people. Subai passed the challenge tower and won first place in the ring. The end is already predetermined. Sajin, I've been your fan for 10 years and just want to be your pendant. Can Sushin sign my autograph? Just sign it on your chest. Listening to the comments of the people around him, Subai didn't have much of an expression. Passed the challenge tower for 500,000 points. Plus the ring win. He had a total of 1.5 million points. And second place Lu Yun didn't even have 1 million points. The high martial arts examination is 1 day away from the end. As long as no accidents occur, the first is not his. Brother Su, you are just too powerful. Simply my idol. Wang Lei gave a thumbs up with a face of admiration. Thanks to Subai he got 300,000 points and the fourth place got only 100,000 points. Lu Yun laughed bitterly. It seems that one cannot judge a person by his appearance. I didn't expect there to be this kind of heavenly pride in a low-level city. Alert, rewards have been issued. After 10 seconds, everyone will be teleported to the designated location. 10, 9, 8, 0. The screen turned and Subai returned to where he was originally located. The virtual battlefield had disappeared. The next day, Subai rose to level 52 and his points surpassed 1.5 million. The last day was the most competitive. The first 2 days of development have resulted in a ton of points on both monsters and players. It's time to act. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a certain area, an ordinary slime was devouring a monster. It opened its mouth and the monster was swallowed into its stomach. After consuming it, the slime size changed from 50 centimeters to 1 meter. Immediately afterward, the slime began a path of evolution that left no one alive. No, a monster. In its path, half an hour had passed and his size had skyrocketed to more than 2 meters. On the other side, a squad was raiding a boss. The warrior rushes to the front, blocking this monster's dying counterattack. Nurse heals the warrior at all times. Shooters, mages output in the back and disrupt its movement shenanigans. The assassin prevents others from sneaking up and grabbing the monster. The person in charge commanded while pulling these monsters. Still short of the final blow to kill the boss. A change of heart occurred and the boss was directly killed in seconds. The person who struck was wearing a black trench coat and a demonic mask that made it impossible to see his exact appearance. The man in black didn't have any nonsense. After grabbing the boss he went after the people nearby. After they realized they couldn't help him, they turned around and tried to run. Being eliminated 2 people and managed to escape 2 people. The man in black took off his mask, the corners of his mouth quirking up. I hope you guys can find more people. There was still one last day left in the high martial examination, and even if he searched all over the place himself, he wouldn't be able to eliminate many contestants. Instead of going to someone else, why don't we make a big deal out of it? Don't you guys want to kill monsters? Then I won't let you kill the monsters. If you want to kill the monsters you can then eliminate me first. Although it's almost a solid first place with the points we have now. It's silly to turn down the chance to get a little more points. The number of people who were persecuted by Subai grew, and they converged, ready to confer against him. Brothers, that bastard is just too hateful. It was hard for us to cripple the boss and he just robbed it? So many of us will still be afraid of one person, even if he is Subai. We are not afraid. Is there a possibility that he is Subai? Subai, but he defeated Lu Yun. Can we really win? How do we know if we don't try? As long as there are many ants, even elephants can bite them to death. Besides, we are not ants. There was not a single simple person who could last 3 days. You guys want to deal with Subai? Add me, Kai Kuan said. And me, Subai made me kneel in public. I'll take this revenge, Gu Qinghan said angrily. But can the few of us handle him? He's very strong. Even if so many of us join forces it won't be enough to kill him. One of them worried. Then let's organize more people and join forces against him. Don't forget that he has more than 1 million points on him. As long as we can eliminate him, we'll get 50% of the points. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars. When they heard so many points, they were all a bit tempted. And no one didn't want to be a top student in the college entrance exam, especially Kai Kuan. Kai Kuan looked around and was relieved when he didn't see any sign of Lu Yun, Wang Lei, Li Long and the others. If the 3 of them were there, it would be much easier to eliminate Subai. But will they still coexist peacefully after eliminating Subai? The answer is no. Only those who stand at the end of the line deserve to be awarded the top prize. After this news spread out, most people joined this crusade. Their goal was simple: eliminate Subai to obtain the first prize. The ranks are growing in number. 1, 0, 0, 0, 2, 0, 0, 0, 3, 0, 0, 0. By the end of the day it had reached a horrifying 10, 0, 0, 0 people. 10,000 men against 1 man? It's exciting just to think about it. The live studio was abuzz with viewers. Crap! What kind of sin did Sushin create? Surprisingly, there are 10, 0, 0, 0 players crusading against him together. Looking at Sushin's points, it's normal to be targeted by so many people. You're telling me that 10, 0, 0, 0 people crusading against one person is called normal? There hasn't been a case like this in the high martial arts exam, has there? Ha ha ha. This hate value of Sushin is also absolutely amazing. That's 10, 0, 0, 0 people. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Do you guys think Sajin can win? Winning with the head win. Man, this is 10, 0, 0, 0 people, not some cats and dogs. I just don't know how long Sushin can hold out. Being able to be dealt with by 10, 10,000 people will be something to brag about later. There's less than a day to go before the high martial exam, so as long as Sushin hides well, he might still be able to get first place. Everyone was not optimistic about Subai. After all, there was strength in numbers. Even if one person was strong, it was impossible to defeat so many people. The party in question, Subai, still didn't know that he was being watched by 10,000 people, and he had only grabbed a few people's bosses. As a result, it was dealt with by 10,000 people joining forces. If Subai knew about it, he would definitely give 2 thumbs up good job. He's really worried about the players. This cannot be a direct pot? Just as Subai was planning to go to the next few lucky ones, densely packed people blocked his way. The kind that couldn't be seen at the end of a glance. They came out of the bushes as if they were looking at prey. Subai, you're surrounded by us. Blame it on the fact that you're just too arrogant to snatch the boss. Even though you won the first place in the ring battle, but even if you're strong, you can't be a match for so many of us. Bind your hands and surrender. Kai Koen raised his condescending head. It was like everything that happened before was forgotten. As an S-ranked profession, he temporarily served as the captain. Gu Qinghan revealed a disgusted expression. Subai, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Even Lu Yun isn't your opponent. But there are just too many points on you. And if we can eliminate you, we'll be the top students of the high martial exam. Eliminate me? Subai pointed at himself. These people don't really think that just because there are more people they can deal with themselves. Do they? Who gave them that confidence? The Jade Emperor? Or is it Ka? Brothers, come on with me. Kai Koen set up in his mouth. But more than anyone else, he was a wimp and ran directly to the back, fearing that he would be affected by the skill wave. Facing the oncoming army, Subai had no intention of escaping at all. These people could be moving points. There was no reason to miss them. It's inappropriate to let people come here for nothing. Life eruption. With the full attributes doubled and the spirit close to 2 million, a single shot of cursed flame went down, covering 1,000 meters in a radius, and they were eliminated before they could rush in front of them, turning into a streak of white light. Cursed fire. Cursed fire. Cursed fire. Against these stragglers, cursed fire was better than cursed judgment. A single shot of cursed fire would eliminate at least a few dozen people. The first cursed fire went down, eliminating even more hundreds of people. And just shortly after the exchange, Kai Koen's side was missing nearly 1,000 people. Subai transformed into a moving turret, and his skills had no cooldown at all. Flashback. Cursed fire. Use flash for skills you can't dodge and appear 30 meters away. The roiling attacks could only hit where Subai was originally located. Even if they happen to hit, it won't do any good. 100% blood draw is no joke. Even if you fall into a near-death state, it only takes one skill shot to return to full strength. Berserker? What the fuck? Lousy is a blood cow. He hasn't been afraid of anything more than sucking blood. As long as you guys can't kill me in 1 second, I can keep drawing blood. Crap, did we surround him or did he surround us? Why do I get the feeling that we're tickling him again? There are so many of us and we can't take one person. Man for man. Bigger than a man for a dog. Brothers, don't give up. He's only one person. Curse master casting skill. Need to consume lifespan. I don't believe it anymore. Is his life hard or ours? 3 minutes later, the group of 10,000 became less than 5,000. There was no suspense in the massacre. Monster. Monster. He's a monster. Run. Nima. Obviously we were all awakened on the same day. Why is the gap in our strength so big? Didn't they say that curse masters are all trash? If he's a waste, then what am I? A cow or a horse? Damn. I should have known not to cooperate with Kai Koen and the others, and said that there are many people with great power. Great power is of no use. People, Subai is not even on the same level as us. Hearing the surrounding abuse, Kai Koen's face darkened. How could he have known that Subai was so strong? I've obviously awakened an S-rank profession. Why is the gap between me and him so large? That's not fair. Gu Qinghan wasn't much annoyed. She thought of something. If he could pull Subai into the Gu family, it wouldn't be impossible for the Gu family to become a first-class family. No, not only first-class clans, it was not impossible to travel to an intermediate city or even a high-level city. How arrogant they were when they came. How wretched they were when they left. A group of 10,000 people was killed until less than half of them were left. Dream on. Subai wouldn't just let those points go. With over 200,000 agility, they caught up to them in the blink of an eye. And that wasn't all. A few rounds of cursed fire went down, and they were instantly eliminated. 10,000 men all dead. The points broke through 10 million from over 1.5 million, and Lu Yun in second place didn't even have 1 million points. It's still the eliminated players who gain points fast. Subai muttered. The challenge tower provided almost 500,000 points and the ring battle provided 1,000,000 points. All other points are earned by killing monsters and eliminating players. There was less than an hour left before the high martial exam was going to end, and it was nice to get a little more points. The live feed was completely abuzz. Crap, what am I seeing? 10,000 people surrounding one person being destroyed by a group? More than 10 million points. Is this really a human being? The second place doesn't even have 1,000,000 points. Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. So many people surrounded one person and still got destroyed by the group. If I were them, I wouldn't even have the face to see people. What can this mean but that I, Su Shin, am bullish, +1, +2, +10,086. In the future, I'll see who dares to say that people from low-level cities are necessarily inferior to people from high-level cities. There are no wasteful professions, only wasteful people. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch TV, and I told her that Suishin was just too strong, and my mom watched and knelt down with me. Hiss, is this a genius? I'm not even an ordinary person compared to him. Whoever dares to mock Su Shin in the future, I'll be the first to stand up against it. I'm from the same school as Su Shin, so I'll be able to brag about it to others in the future. The number of people in the live room went crazy. 100, 000, 200, 000, 300, 000. The number of people in the live broadcast room quickly exceeded 1 million, and the title is also very conspicuous. One person fighting 10,000 people, not only did not fall into the wind but also crushed the whole process. Countless viewers flooded into the live broadcast room, and as they looked at the rankings on top of the list, they thought for a moment that their eyes were blurry. Thousands, 10 million points. In the history of Jianghai City, no one had ever gained so many points. Even if it was placed globally, it was quite unbelievable. So what if it was an intermediate level city, a high level city? They could still come out with geniuses in their low level cities. They are fortunate and unfortunate to be born with Subai and one life destined to become stepping stones. Meanwhile, inside the conference room, school leaders are all shocked after seeing Subai's performance. Hey, what a nice kid. Too bad it's a third grade student. That's right. It would be great if Subai was a student of our 9th middle school. Damn you old chow. The other principals were close to writing jealousy on their faces. One man against 10,000 and still got killed? Is there any justice? Is there any law? These 10,000 people were the pride of all the major schools. In the past, they had almost no enemies among their peers. But now what was the difference between them and a mole cricket in the hands of Subai? It's not true that there's a lot of power in a crowd, but the strength gap is too big, and there's no chance of turning the tide. It's as if no amount of ants can bite a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Seeing the faces of these principals, the principal of the 3rd middle school almost couldn't hold back his laughter. You guys are just jealous. This year's top student came from our 3rd middle school, headmaster of the 1st middle school. We in the 3rd middle school will laugh at this year's top student. That's right. I could tell from the first glance that Subai was extraordinary, and sure enough, it was just as I had guessed. Grrrrrr. The principal of the 3rd grade school couldn't hold back the duck quacks of laughter. The first high school principal's face immediately darkened. It's outright humiliating. But he was powerless to refute it. After all, words were so worthless in the face of facts. Then again, Subai's strength was beyond his expectations. In the ring battle, Subai won first place and Lu Yun only won second. Chen Yang, as the principal of the 1st middle school, naturally knew that Lu Yun had a bloodline scroll on his body, and after using it, he was able to explode his battle power far beyond his own, yet still lost. What does that tell you? It meant that Lu Yun was too weak. No, it meant that Subai was far stronger than they thought. Even 10,000 people joining hands couldn't help him. Jiang Nan, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. This one called Subai performed very well. The assistant was shocked. It was the first time he had heard Gangnam praise someone for the first time. Or was it a young man? Lord City Lord, do you think Subai can defeat the devouring slime? Can't. Jiang Nan shook his head in affirmation. Devour slime has 2 abilities. First, eliminate the trainees. Killing the ferocious beasts gets them all the points they have on them. Second, the more points it devours, the stronger it becomes. Devouring slime was the will of a copy, and unless one's own strength was stronger than a copy, it would be a dream to defeat it. Inside the copy, Subai searches for monsters to follow the players. I don't know if it was because of myself that I didn't see a single monster with the cadets. There's less than half an hour until the Gaowu exam will be over. He finally encountered a monster. It was a slime, small in size, only half a meter. A mosquito is neat even if it is small, so naturally there is no reason to let it go. Subai gathered powerful magic. The slime wasn't scared after seeing Subai. Instead it had a feeling of seeing prey. Not sure if it was an illusion. Suddenly, the slime skyrocketed in size. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. It grew until it was 10 meters long before it stopped. Crap, 3 big question marks floated above Subai's head. Level 100 devouring slime. It directly soared to 100 levels. Luckily it was only normal monsters. He had even killed royal level monsters. He would still be afraid of a normal slime? What he didn't know was that this slime was a copy of the will. Otherwise Subai wouldn't have been so confident. Trial by curse. The slime had no intention of dodging and opened its mouth to directly swallow the skill. Subai was all confused. Even if a king-level monster was hit by a cursed judgment, it would be seriously injured if it didn't die. Devouring slime is good. Directly swallowed the skill. Do not bring so play. Subai glanced at the devouring slime. No mistake. It's a normal monster. Is a normal monster this sick? I just don't believe it anymore. You can keep devouring my skills. Trial by curse. Cursed fire. Subai transformed into a moving turret, with skills that had no cooldown at all, and desperately used his skills. However, just like just now, the devouring slime opened its mouth and all of its skills were absorbed, even as it burped. Subai? Aren't you a regular monster? Why, it's so sick. The devouring slime opened its rice bean eyes as if to provoke. That's it? Life eruption. Double the full attributes. The spirit is close to 2 million. I can't believe it. It won't last you. Doubling the damage and devouring slimes to consume that energy. Obviously slowed down a bit, but that's about it. It still couldn't hurt it. And seeing that the human in front of him couldn't help himself, the devouring slime became even more arrogant. It charged towards Subai. An orb slammed into Subai, and being hit by this strike would eliminate himself. The orb crashed through his body and penetrated straight through, and Subai used flash in the nick of time, managed to avoid the blow and displaced 30 meters away. Shit, don't bring this kind of game. Subai felt tricky for the first time. You can't break the defense. The slime attack is simple. Hit people with a ball, and you'll just burp when you're hit. Unless, it keeps moving to flash. Flashing not only consumes lifespan, but also has a heavy load on the body. Continuously utilizing flashing. Sooner or later, the body will not be able to do it. A way out of the situation must be thought of. Meanwhile, after seeing this scene, none of the live stream viewers thought that Subai would be able to get the victory. The strength of the two sides was simply not in the same dimension. Continuing with the status quo, Subai will surely lose. Subai glanced at his lifespan. Lifespan, 211. 100 years. If you add all spirit, can you break its defense? 3 days lifespan has been automatically gained over 200. 000 years. Adding all points to spirit, counting equipment enhancements, gives you 1 million attributes. The system consumes 210. 000 years of life. All plus a bit of spirit. I just can't believe it. This still can't defeat you. You consume 210. 000 years of life. Base spirit plus 210. 000. Subai checks the panel. Name, Subai. Level, 52. Occupation, Lord of the Damned, only. Power, 700, plus 100%. Body mass, 142,740, plus 100%. Agility, 115,960, plus 100%. Spirit, 198,3250, plus 100%. Blood absorption, 100%. Strike, 100%. Lifespan, 100 years, 52 years automatically gained every minute. The spirit is close to 2 million. And that's without using life burst. The spirit was close to 4 million when it opened. Aren't you a good sucker? I'll see how you can block this strike. You consume 1,000 years of your life. And on your next blow, the damage is increased by 1,000 times. What do you swallow with when the damage breaks through the trillions? Judgment of the damned. The black flames merged and turned into a pillar of light that rushed up to the sky. Wherever it passed through, the devouring slime opened its mouth wide to try to devour this strike. Trillions of dollars of damage you're taking? Cursed judgment poured into the body and it instantly exploded like a leather ball. You've earned 10 million points for killing the devouring slime. You're up to level 53. You've reached level 54. You've reached level 55. 8 consecutive levels up. Every minute automatically gains 60 years of life. An hour is 3,600 years. A day has 400 years of life. Meanwhile, the live broadcast audience was completely nonplussed after seeing this scene. Crap! What am I seeing? Sushin was actually suppressed by a slime? Isn't this an ordinary monster? Why is it so strong? Don't understand. Sushin gained 20 million points. The second place Lu Yun didn't even get 1 million points. Wait, it seems like all the contestants combined didn't score as high as him. This can't be possible. There are tens of thousands of candidates this year. You're telling me that one person's score is more than tens of thousands of people? Are you kidding? Even if Sushin is stronger, he's not this perverted. My awakened profession is a master calculator. I just did some math and Sushin's score is indeed more than the other candidates combined. Really? Sushin is bullish. +1, +2, +10,086. Not only the audience of the live broadcast, the conference room was plunged into an eerie atmosphere. Even the usually composed city lord was not calm anymore. Someone killed the will of the copy. How it's possible? He had never even heard of it, let alone witnessed it. Is this really a little doll that just recently awakened? That blow was overwhelmingly terrifying through the screen. The gazes of the other principals looking at Jojin changed. There was envy, there was jealousy, and there was more jealousy. If only Subai was from their school. I wonder what kind of shit luck the principal of the third middle school had. Had he saved the galaxy in his last life? Damn you old chow. I could wake up laughing in my dreams if Subai was a student at our school. Hearing these envious and jealous comments, the corner of Jojin's mouth was completely suppressed. Principal of the first middle school. This year's top student. Our third middle school will laugh it off. Chen Yang ignored Jojin's provocative words. He had been deeply impressed by Subai's strength. Even the will of the replica was killed by him, and the end was already doomed. It was good that the second and third place were still their first school. Barely a wave of consolation. The assistant snapped out of his shock as he glanced aside at the city lord. The city lord's mouth was wide open and his eyes were about to fall off the ground. It was the first time he had seen the city lord lose his temper like this. After thinking about Subai's performance, he was relieved that no one was optimistic that Subai would be able to defeat Copy Will. And yet, he did. Ha ha ha. Subai is the pride of our Jianghai city. Those old guys would die of envy if they knew that such a heavenly pride had appeared in our Jianghai city. Jian Nan did not care about his image at the moment. Usually those city lords were more capable of pretending than one another. And now it was their turn. A supreme pride had appeared in their Jianghai city, gaining 20 million points in the high martial exam. What kind of concept was that? All the other candidates' scores together were not as high as his. And that was tens of thousands of people, not tens of thousands of ants. Little Wang will call Subai over later. I'm going to personally reward him with a wave. No, I'd rather go by myself. Jiang Nan disappeared into the conference room in a flash. On the other side, Gu Qinghan and the others were teleported out, and Kai Kuan grumbled incessantly in his ear. On what grounds? I awakened an S-rank profession. I would not be able to match him. On what grounds? He's clearly a cursor. The most wasteful profession, and won't even live to be 25. We've got 10,000 men surrounding him. What makes him so strong? I'm not happy about it. High school 3 years Subai suppressed himself for 3 whole years. It was not easy for himself to awaken the S-level profession. Originally thought that he could salty fish. However, it did not. Nothing good has happened since he met Subai. Looking at the annoyed Kai Kuan, Du Qinghan was a little disappointed. Look at Subai and look at you. If you can't beat him, you complain that the world is unfair to you. After looking at Subai fighting 10,000 people not only did not fall into the wind but also eliminated them all. This is the man of his dreams. I was possessed by a ghost. Would I have looked at Kai Kuan? Looking back now, Gu Qinghan wanted to find a piece of tofu and crash it. Kai Kuan doesn't even have the qualifications to lift his shoes compared to Subai. If I can make up with Subai, not only will the Gu family's status rise, my future achievements will also be unlimited. When she thought of Subai making herself kowtow, her anger shot straight to the top of her head. No, I can't forgive him. Unless he begs me to get back together, maybe I can say yes. He had already given the other guy a leg up, and he could still be his girlfriend if he came to him. Subai gained 20 million points, and defeated the will of the copy. How is that possible? Kai Kuan was completely dumbfounded. He thought he could crush Subai, but the clown turned out to be himself. What? Gu Qinghan knew that Subai was strong, but he never expected to be so strong. Even the copy will was not his opponent. Even if he was a curse master who wouldn't live to be 25, he could make the Ryu family more glorious in his lifetime. Thinking of this, Gu Qinghan looked as if she had made some sort of determination, and looked at Kai Kuan with nothing but dislike in her eyes. The Gao exams are over. Those who still remained inside the copy were forcibly teleported out. The crowd's eyes looked towards a figure in the crowd. Su White. Seeing Subai come out, Gu Qinghan strides her snow-white thighs. Her breasts are full. Her body is perfectly proportioned, and a sweet smile can capture the hearts of countless men. The eyes of the onlookers turned to the two. The fire of gossip extraordinarily strong. Schoolgirl Lu kowtowed to Subai in public within the replica. And now the meaning of looking for the other party was already obvious. Trying to seek revenge on the other side. Surprisingly, Gu Qinghan stayed less than 1 meter away from Subai as she revealed a sweet smile. Subai, can you forgive me? I had eyes but no eyes before. It's all because that Kai Kuan fellow compelled me. As she spoke, Gu Qinghan burst into tears tears flowing down from her beautiful eyes like a little birdie. The Psychoan people were dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? After returning to his senses, Kaikuan's cheeks were incomparably ugly. He had been betrayed? Fuck. Gu Qinghan, that bitch. Kaikuan had already greeted all 18 generations of Gu Qinghan's ancestors. If Gu Qinghan hadn't seduced her, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation. However, after Gu Qinghan saw Subai's strength, he turned around and sold himself out. Who could stand that? Why am I the victim when it's obvious you seduced me? The noisy crowd around him drowned out his complaints. The more Gu Qinghan spoke, the more red her eyes became. She wanted to pounce on Subai's chest, but unfortunately there was no feeling of touching an object. Subai took a step back and avoided the pounce. And just like that, Gu Qinghan lost her support. One moment. Fell to the ground in a dogfight. Subai looked down at Gu Qinghan below, with nothing but dislike in his eyes. This kind of lower head girl is given to a dog, and the dog hates it. You're breaking up with him just because he awakened the curse master? Even if they broke up, they immediately found Choi gone and got on with him. Damn it, I'm a traveler. Can I take this kind of anger? So Subai made Gu Qinghan lose face in public. It wasn't enough. After a few contacts, Subai had been able to be 100% certain that this woman was pure big stupid, the incorrigible kind. Just because she won first place in the high martial arts exam, she came back to throw herself at him again? Subai only wanted to say 2 words. Ha! If it wasn't for his image, Subai would have wanted to spit a mouthful of phlegm on her. Shit, where'd this retard come from? Gu Qinghan stood up from the ground with great difficulty. Her face was covered with dust everywhere. Even her white skirt was dirty, it was a mess. She never expected Subai to do this to herself. He has changed, become so strange. Obviously in the past will be obedient. No matter what she did, Subai will apologize to her. When she was angry, the other person would find her after a while and ask for her forgiveness. But now it was completely different. Subai not only made her kowtow in front of everyone, but also rejected her. Obviously he has apologized. What else does he want? Gu Qinghan wanted to question a few things, but realized that Subai had already left without even giving her a second glance, as if he had encountered something bad luck. Am I wrong? No, I can't be wrong. Gu Qinghan looked around and realized that she was surrounded by voices mocking her, as if she was looking at a clown. Subai congratulates you on winning the top prize in the high martial arts examination. I am Jiangnan, the lord of Jianghai City. You can call me Lao Jiang. Jiangnan had just arrived, but he didn't immediately step forward. City, Lord City Master. He actually came in person. Wait, the city lord's tone of voice when he spoke to Subai was too kind. Family, I admit to being envious. That's the lord of River City, governing a population of millions. Lord Jiang Chang. Jianghai City was founded 100 years ago. No one knows the specific strength of Jiangnan. Anyway, it's very strong, right? It's more than a little nerve-wracking to talk to such a big shot. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary office worker, and he could not come into contact with this kind of character at all. Jiang. Hello, Jiang City Lord. Subai's tone became respectful. Subai, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me Old Jiang. Jiangnan looked at Wang Lei and the two of them. His kind smile instantly faded into seriousness. You two come with me as well. Yes. Jiangnan glanced at the remaining people. If there's nothing else, you may leave. The 4 of them came inside the conference room, and there were many other principals here. Jiangnan gave them a wink, and they understood. Subai, congratulations on winning the top prize. You are the pride of our 3rd middle school. I have something else to do. My gas tank is off, you guys talk. What did you say? My wife ran off with someone else. Fuck it, guys. Excuse me, I have to go back. What did you say? My summoned beast is square dancing and has become the leader? The reasons they found were all very strange, and even in the back of the room, some people said they were 1 hand short of the diamond, and they had to go back quickly to rush a wave of points. Inside the conference room, only Jiangnan and Subai remained. Congratulations on your good results. You are the pride of Jianghai City. Jiangnan glanced at Lu Yun with odd eyes. Lu Yun is equally embarrassed. His own hall of high-level city ran to the low-level city to take the exam. Not only did not get the first prize, but also was completely abused. Here's your reward. Jiangnan pulled out 3 cards, along with 3 skill books. These 3 cards contain 100 million, 50 million, and 30 million. The quality of these 3 skill books is diamond, emerald, and platinum. This is a reward I give you on my personal honor. It's not anything worthwhile, though. Many thanks to the city lord. Subai's eyes lit up. 100 million was dispensable to him, but skill books were a good thing, and coming with more would not be too much. You consume a skill book and realize immortality. Immortality, diamond, consume 100 years of life to resist an attack. Introduction, Immortality. Immortality? Life-saving skills. Some skills have tracking that can't be avoided even by using flash. But with an immortal body only needing to consume 100 years of lifespan, one can resist lethal damage once. Equivalent to one more life. Although it draws up to 100% blood, getting seconded by a move that takes your head to draw blood? There are also some skills that ignore object collisions and lock onto skills. And now with immortality, there is not the slightest worry about being spiked. 100 years of life is a lot for other people. It wouldn't take more than a few times before his lifespan would be depleted. But Subai was different. He had the immortality system. You get 60 years of life every minute. And you can use your immortality once in less than 2 minutes. You want to kill me? Dream on. Jiang Nan gave a few more instructions not to run around blindly lately. And he had already contacted the people on the university side. In a few days, they'll make a visit. Returning to the villa, Subai zipped into the game room, where there were many types of games. 3 days in the wilderness at all times to be on guard against others. Entertainment time is here. The Gu family had a lot of guests. Gu Qianqiu is the head of the Lu family. After the Wang family cancelled their cooperation with the Gu family, the impact was still great. And some of those who were on good terms with the Wang family drew a line in the sand with their Gu family. Good thing. His daughter out of the blue actually had an affair with Subai. That was the top student of the college entrance exam. As long as he was given time, it might not be impossible to push the Gu family to a first-class family. So when someone learned of this news, they traveled all night to the Gu family, ready to deliver a great gift. Old Gu, I'm really envious of you, that you were able to give birth to a girl like Xiao Shui. Yes, if I could have a daughter like that, I could wake up smiling in my dreams. I even hugged Yuki when I was a kid. I could tell from the first glance that she had an extraordinary future ahead of her. And sure enough, I was right. Lao Gu, our Zhou family has always been an ally with you. Don't forget our Zhou family when you soar in the future. Old Gu and our Lin family. And us merchants. Gu Qianqiu completely couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth. Don't worry. All the family heads. Our Gu family rise will definitely not forget you. Miss Housemaster, she's back. Get her over here now. It's the head of the family. Soon after, Gu Qingxue arrived at the compound and saw that all the great lords were dumbfounded. Snowy, you tell them about your relationship with Subai. Gu Qingxue's lost emotions were gone after hearing this. And only hatred was left in her heart. Was father learning that he had been bullied by Subai and planning to unite the many family heads against him? Thinking of this, Gu Qingxue's heart rejoiced. Father is just too good to himself. Father, Subai is really too hateful. Gu Qingxue told what happened. She couldn't help but cry out at the end of the sentence. Makes one feel protective. Gu Qianqiu's originally smiling face instantly froze upon hearing this. Gu Qingxue actually broke up with Subai? What kind of sin did he commit to give birth to Gu Qingxue? I should have known. I should have suffocated her in the first place. Cannot be angry. Cannot be angry. Gu Qingxue is his own flesh and blood. He as her father should use love to sensitize her. Thinking about Gu Qingxue's behavior. First broke up with Subai and then with Kai Koan. Good. This called Kai Koan, he also has some impression. Awakening S-level occupation of the genius. But compared to Subai, the two are not in a dimension at all. Kai Koan is not even qualified to raise his shoes. What the hell is Gu Qingxue doing? He doesn't understand. Family Master Gu, I still have some things to do, so I won't stay, right? Said Family Master Zhou, taking back the things he was originally going to give away with a look of obscurity. Gu Family Master, I think it's better for us merchants to draw a line with your Gu family. Or else, it won't be good to spread any bad words. We don't want to offend Subai. Yeah, who wouldn't you Gu family mess with in favor of messing with Subai? With such a long brain, I think it's better to forget about the Gu family's cooperation with us. Farewell. Their attitudes changed instantly when they learned of this news. As fast as a book is turned over. How curt they were just now. How sarcastic they are now. District's second-rate family to provoke Subai, how they dare. The other side is the top student. There were only two people in the manor at the moment. Gu Qianqiu. Gu Qingxue. Gu Qingxue, look what you did. 3 large question marks appeared on Gu Qingxue's head. It was the first time she had been scolded by her father. Obviously the victim was himself. Why did his father scold him? Gu Qingxue, normally you're arrogant and bossy even if you are. I tolerated the fact that you are my Gu Qianqiu's daughter. But your current behavior is really disappointing to me. Subai, awakening a hidden profession. Even if it's a curse master, that's still a hidden profession. What the fuck was going through your head when you hooked up with an S-ranked professional? That's even if it's not enough. The Wang family has been cooperating with our Gu family for many years. And it's because of you that the Wang family not only cancelled their cooperation with us, but after the other families learned about this, what did they think of me? That I, Gu Qianqiu, have given birth to a good daughter? The most laughable thing is that they learned that you were close to Subai, and instantly changed their mouths. wanting to recooperate with our Gu family. But you have offended Subai. You fucking said the latter. Gu Qianqiu completely couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, and directly threw a big pussy bucket on Gu Qingshua's face. Pa! Slaps echoed through the compound. Gu Qianqiu as the head of the Gu family strength is naturally not weak. This slap, even if it did not use full force, it also made Gu Qingxue feel bad. She fell straight to the ground. Several of her incisors were knocked out. Blood flowed down from her mouth and nose, and she couldn't even open her eyes. She didn't understand why her father was scolding her, much less understand why her father was beating her. Gu Qianqiu's heart thumped when she saw Gu Qingshue's miserable state. After all, this was still her own child. He was naturally heartbroken. Little Snow, are you alright? Just now father was too angry. You're not hurt. Gu Qianqiu went forward and pulled Gu Qingshui up. Father, I know it's wrong. Well, it's good to know it's wrong. And your relationship with Subai had better be dealt with. Otherwise our Gu family won't be able to stay in Zhanghai City. Father, don't worry. Subai used to be obedient to me. I believe he still has me in his heart. On the other side, Zhanghai City was already bustling with activity. Several college admissions office teachers arrived in person, and they could see the hostility in each other's eyes as they looked at each other. Your Kyoto University is still as efficient as ever, to the point of using a teleportation array to come to Zhanghai City. Your Tianqing University is also going so far as to use a teleportation array for a single student. Guys, we all have the same purpose. There's no need to fight here. How about? The director of the admissions office of Mordor University hadn't finished his sentence. An admissions office teacher had already rushed into the city lord's mansion. Crap, there's old Six can't be upstaged by him. Shit, what are you yanking on my pants for? Fuck. My underwear. Don't you grab there. Do you guys still want to be shameless? To fight with an old man like me for a student? Guys, you can't hold this student or let me do it. Let you? What are you? I'm destined to Subai or let us have Tianqing University. When they learned that a supreme genius had appeared in Zhang City, they were initially dismissive. Genius? They had seen far too many of them. Zhanghai City was only a low-level city. What kind of genius could appear? After reading about Subai's deeds, they were instantly like a different person, and came to Zhanghai City without stopping, and even used the teleportation array, just because they were afraid that Subai would be snatched away by another school. Inside the city lord's mansion, Zhang Nan was dumbfounded when he heard the commotion at the door. This is the city lord's mansion. It's not a place to buy groceries. He just wanted to chide a few words, but after seeing the visitor, Smile Ruohua was like a different person. Everyone you are. Zhang Nan pointed at the director of admissions of Tianqing University. It was extraordinarily comical to find that his pants had been torn, leaving him with just his big red pants. Hey hey hey, the Kyoto University admissions teacher, loosening his pants. Director Tenzing hurriedly changed his pants. Guys, I've contacted Subai. They'll be here later. We're in no hurry. Not in a hurry? The corners of Zhang Nan's mouth twitched. Those who could stand here had experienced a great battle, and none of the clothes on their bodies were intact. A few minutes later, Subai's trio arrived at the city lord's mansion. City Lord Zhang Nan was very sensible and left inside the conference room. You're Subai, right? Aha. Subai nodded with a strange expression. From the moment he first stepped into this room, the way they looked at him was strange, like looking at a beautiful woman with no clothes on. Ha ha ha. I'm the director of admissions at Kyoto University. As long as you come to our Kyoto University, tuition is free, and every semester, there's also a 100 million bonus, as well as 100 credits. TSK. Your Kyoto University is too shabby. Subai, as long as you come to our Tianqing University, not only can we fulfill the above conditions, but we can also give away credits after enrollment. And us at Mordor University. The entire conference room was transformed into an auction meeting, and it was incredibly noisy. It's a prestigious school director who gets to come here. Subai did not immediately agree. Whether Kyoto University or Tianqing University, they are the top universities in the Dragon Kingdom, and the conditions they offer are very good. But, Subai wanted more. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what profession did you awaken? Director Kyoto asked. Because they had come in such a hurry, they hadn't investigated Subai's information. Cursor. Cursor? Upon hearing about the cursor, their attitudes turned 180 degrees. Everyone knows the cursor won't live to be 25. It's 4 years of college, and when you graduate, you're 22 years old, and you don't have a few years to live. Even if they paid a large price to cultivate Subai, it wouldn't take long for him to turn into a party of dust, which was completely uneconomical. Plus, Subai's performance in the high martial arts exam must have consumed many years of life expectancy. Whether he could live past the age of 20 was an unknown, and he GA before he graduated from college. Hey, I think Subai-chan is a good fit for Kyoto University. Old Zhao, you're joking. Little friend Subai is more suitable for your Tianjin University. Didn't you just say you wanted to recruit him? Why have you changed like a different person now? How happy they were just now. How forlorn they were now. Recruiting a cursor into the academy was totally not worth it, and a waste of resources and time. The teacher who hadn't said anything broke the strange atmosphere. Subai, you did very well in the high martial exam. Interested in coming to our holy academy? I'm willing to pay 1,000 credits. Tuition free. The director of the holy academy quoted a figure. After hearing the price he quoted, the others were puzzled. Was it really worth it for a student? Or a cursor? 1,000 credits is no small amount. Converted to cash, that's $100 billion. Is this madness on the part of the holy academy? That's 1,000 credits. Is it really worth it for a cursor? They thought in their minds. Everyone knows that the curse master can't live up to 25 years old. Like Subai, this kind is even 20 years old can't live up to 20 years old. Before graduating from the university to die of old age. This is not a pure waste of resources? Plus, do they have a shortage of geniuses at these schools? Although Subai was strong, it was with his life. However, they didn't say much. The holy academy was no longer as glorious as it used to be. The holy house is trying to fight to the death. Subai, your choices. Zhao Wuji ignored the gazes of the bystanders. You guys know nothing about Subai. I choose the holy academy. Subai decisively chose the holy academy. The others were as if they had changed after hearing behind the cursed master. Even if they didn't, Subai didn't intend to enter their academy. 100 credits versus 1,000 credits, a fool knows what to choose. Although there will be another 100 credits given away each semester. That's 800 credits for 4 years. And counting the ones given away for enrollment, that's 900 credits, which isn't too far off from 1,000 credits. But there's a difference between a lump sum and an installment. He still knows the difference between 900 credits in 4 years and 1,000 credits now. My name is Zhao Wuji, you can call me Old Zhao. Later I'll take you to the academy to report. There are 2 people left who have not picked their trainees. Wang Lei, Lu Yun. Although there was a gap between the 2 of them and Subai, they couldn't make a trip for nothing. Director Kyoto was just about to speak. Lu Yun spoke. I choose to join the Holy Academy. Hiss. The crowd was dumbfounded. Subai joining the Holy Academy was still justifiable, but Lu Yun joining the Holy Academy was somewhat incomprehensible to them. Director Kyoto was puzzled. Can you tell us your reasoning, Mr. Lu Yun? The Sacred Academy has fallen out of favor, and our Kyoto University is the top university in the country along with Tianjin University. While you can't be treated like a special enrollment, it won't be too bad. Teachers, I feel that I am more suitable for the Holy Academy. Lu Yun looked at Subai with wariness in his eyes. He's going to prove himself to everyone. I, Lu Yun, am not weak to anyone. Subai ignored Lu Yun's gaze. Just kidding. Laozi has the immortality system. Every minute you get 60 years of life. An hour is 600 years. Nearly 100,000 years a year. That's 100,000 attributes. If I strengthened my equipment, the bonus would only be more. Internal scrolls, right? I don't need internal scrolls to get stronger all the time, but upgrades are still necessary as you level up. The benefits will follow. Ha ha ha. Welcome fellow student Lu Yun to the Holy Academy. Zhao Wuji was close to writing villainy on his face. In the past, they couldn't compete with others at all in the Holy Academy, and now 2 out of 3 people entered the Holy Academy? Before they could ask Wang Lei had already made a decision. I also choose to join the Holy Academy. Wang Lei has seen the faces of these people just now. Humiliating my big brother, right? I'm not going to your school to piss you off. I'll make you guys come all the way here for nothing. They were flabbergasted. This was the first time that the recruited cadets had all run to an academy. Kyoto isn't too far off from Tenzing University, but what gives the Holy House the right? Farewell. They left in ashes, not wanting to stay here for even a second longer. Are you guys free right now? You can travel to the Holy House now if you're free. Zhao Wuji smiled and said, Senior, I still have some things to take care of. I have to report back to the clan. Lu Yun opened his mouth. Me too. Wang Lei shook his head. I can go anytime. Subai shrugged. Alright, then Subai will head to the sacred courtyard with me. And when you guys have taken care of your recent matters, you should also hurry up and head to the sacred courtyard. Don't miss the Battle of Heaven's Pride. Battle of Heaven's Pride? Subai was dumbfounded. What was that? The Battle of Heaven's Pride is open to anyone under the age of 20. That means both freshmen and sophomores can participate. And the Battle of Heaven's Pride officially begins in 3 days. Just place and get a great reward. But your time as professionals was too short. If I give you some more time, maybe you can get first place. These words were said to Subai. Subai is not only not afraid but full of wariness. Even if the same age is more meaningless, it's only fun to fight at a higher level. Even if it was a SSS level profession, or even a hidden profession. Subai didn't have a trace of fear. This was the confidence that came from being powerful. Zhao Wuji brought Subai to the teleportation array, and it was said that the resources spent on maintaining this teleportation array every year were massive. White light flashed, and the two arrived at the sacred courtyard. This teleportation array goes straight to the Holy Academy. You're back, Director Chen Pingan. You show school brother Subai around the academy, and the other party will just help you with the enrollment procedures. I still have some things to do. Schoolmate? Only then did Pingan Chen notice Subai on the side. The director himself picks up the new students, and that's a great treatment. After Zhao Wuji explained to Chen Pingan, he turned around and left. He still had important matters to deal with. I'll take you to register for enrollment procedures. Subai schoolboy. Then I'll trouble Senior Chen. Pingan Chen led Subai to register for enrollment and then spoke. Subai, you should have credits on you, right? Credits are a good thing. 1 point of credits can be exchanged for 100 million in cash. But no one is usually stupid enough to exchange credits for cash. I'll give you a tour of the academy. There's a lot of stuff here in the exchange shop, with counters full of gear that can only be purchased with credits. Name, Fire Soul Flying Dagger. Quality, Gold. Level, 50. Spirit, plus 150. Effect 1, Flame damage increased by 1%. Price, 1 credit. Most of the equipment here is gold, and you only need 1 credit to redeem one. One has a huge one. 000 credits to redeem for 1,000 pieces of this equipment. Does Senior Chen have any higher quality equipment? Higher quality? Pingan Chen was a bit skeptical. There are also platinum outfits in these outfits, which cost a full 10 credits. Does Subai have that many credits? However, he didn't ask too many questions, and he was responsible for receiving Subai to show him around the academy. Soon, the two came to the second floor, where the quality of the equipment was much higher than the first floor, and there was even diamond equipment, but horribly expensive. A full 100 credits are required. Chen Pingan thought that Subai was just trying to get by. Unexpectedly, Subai came to the 2 pieces of equipment. Name, Cursed Hat. Type, Hat. Quality, Diamond. Level, 50. Spirit, plus 500. Word 1, Consume 2. 5 years of life. Increase damage of next blow by 2. 5 times. Entry 2, Spirit plus 3%. Introduction, it's a cursed hat. Price, 1,500 credits. Name, Cursed Shoes. Type, Shoes. Quality, Diamond. Level, 50. Agility, plus 500. Entry 1, Agility plus 3%. Word 2, Sacrifice 2. 5 years of life to increase the damage of the next blow by 2. 5 times. Note, Cursed Shoes. Price, 1,500 credits. 2 pieces of equipment, both of which are also cursed sets. Now Subai had 3 pieces of equipment and was 2 pieces short of triggering set effect 2. But that's way too expensive. 1,500 points is 15 times the cost of other diamond gear, and 2 pieces of gear cost 3,000 points. I thought 1,000 credits was more than enough. But, well, here it is. Noticing Subai's expression, Chen Pingan was not surprised. Subai, you shouldn't be too disappointed. These 2 pieces of equipment are indeed a bit expensive. To tell you the truth, I've been in the Holy Academy for a year now, and I haven't even earned 1,000 credits, not to mention 1,500 credits. Less than 1,000 credits in 1 year of enrollment. This is too shabby. He had earned 1,000 credits just after enrolling, so it seemed that he was still treated much better than the vast majority of people. Senpai has a place to get credits fast. Getting credits fast? There's a local challenge tower instead. Challenge tower? Anticipation flashed in Subai's eyes. These 2 pieces of equipment themselves are bound to get. The King of Heaven came are useless. Challenge tower. With many students converging nearby. Freshmen who just came to Sanctuary, you listen to me. I don't care how talented you were in high school. In our sacred academy, it's a dragon you dish out. It's a tiger you hold back. The freshman was not happy to hear this. Don't think that just because you're 1 term older than us that you can suppress us. It's still not clear who will win and who will lose. That's right. Who says that we freshmen are necessarily less powerful than you older students? We are considered heavenly pride in our own city. The older students heard these rebuttals and they were not annoyed. A year ago, they were just like these freshmen. As a result, after recognizing the reality, he realized how small he was, and none of the ones who could come to the Holy Academy were not heavenly prides. They have been awakened for 1 more year than these new students. If they can't even compete with this, why don't they just find a piece of tofu and crash to death? Here's the deal. No contest, right? Just enroll to get some credits. Dare to bet with us? The winner gets the loser's credits. Hearing this, Quite a few people began to hesitate. They weren't stupid. These older students had awakened 1 year more than them, and it was nearly impossible to defeat them. But there are still people who won't turn back until they hit the wall. I, Li Hu, am not weaker than anyone else, even if you have awakened 1 year more than us. A few minutes later, Li Hu came out of the challenge tower, and at the moment, he had a dejected look on his face. His strength was not at all on the same level as the sophomore seniors. Anyone else not convinced? The sophomore provoked. Seeing that no one was slow to reply, his tone became even more arrogant. Those are moving credits. Where is the sense in missing out? A bunch of goons will go around our sophomore seniors from now on. Got it? When the crowd saw his arrogant face, they were angry inside, but none of them stood out to refute it. After all, it was a fact that their strength was inferior to the other party. Li Hu was not weak among them. The older student was a bit disappointed to see that no one had stepped forward. He had wanted to pit a little more credits, but the other side didn't take the bait. Just then, a voice came. I'm not convinced. Looking in the direction of the sound support, it was a youth. He's Xiao Xian. Who is Xiao Xian? You don't even recognize Xiao Xian. He has awakened a SSS-ranked professional foreign flame and is said to be able to harness multiple flames. What? SSS-ranked profession? I'm not even a S-ranked profession. People are more angry than people. The new students saw Xiao Xian arrive as if they had a backbone. Xiao Xian came from a high-level city, also awakened SSS-level occupation. Far from Li Hu can be compared. Later there will be a good show to see. The man who had provoked earlier shut his mouth. He awakened an A-rank occupation and belonged to the heavenly pride in his own city. However, when compared to Xiao Xian, the difference between the two was not half a star. Wait, I've been awakened for 1 more year than Xiao Xian, and even if he's stronger, he's only just awakened his profession a short while ago. How could I possibly lose? Figuring this out, the man mustered up the courage to try to agree to his opponent's challenge. A voice suddenly interrupted his movements. You are no match for him. Who the fuck are you talking about? There was a hint of displeasure on the man's face. He was a sophomore veteran and he would still be afraid of a freshman? Just kidding. When he looked back in a clear view of the visitor, his angry face changed to one of curiosity. King Power 2 Top 100. Kung, sorry, I didn't know it was you. You want to challenge Xiao Xian to let you? The man's face was curt. His head bowed. Wang Chang ignored him and instead looked at Xiao Xian. You are Xiao Xian? Awakening the SSS-ranked profession Fei Flame. Give you another half a year's time, and you might be able to reach the heights I'm at now. But you're too weak now. How about this? Let's make a bet. As long as you can beat me, I'll give you all the credits I have on me. Wang Chang pulled out 100 credits and displayed them. Other people's breaths became sharp when they looked at it. It was 100 credits. Just parlayed for only 1 credit. Xiao Xian looked and smiled confidently. I have 100 credits here as well. If you can beat me, these are yours. 100 credits? This time it was Wang Chang's turn to be confused. How many credits you earned when you enrolled? It seemed to be 10 credits, and Xiao Xian was 10 times his. But one's own 1 more year of awakening was not at all fearful. I'll laugh at the good schoolboy's credits. The two signed the Tendo contract and entered the challenge tower. The rules of the game are simple. Whoever breaks through more levels is the winner. And if they break through the same level, it's all about who takes the shortest time. 10th floor, 20th floor, 30th floor. The two were equal in speed for the first levels. Xiao Xian's speed had obviously slowed down by the end of the day. On the contrary, Wang Chang was not affected by a single thing. In the end, Xiao Xian broke through to the 91st floor and was forcefully teleported out. There was some despondency in the freshman's eyes. Even Xiao Xian was no match for the sophomore veteran. There wasn't much ridicule on the sophomore side. The vast majority of people were stuck at the 90th level, and Xiao Xian had only just awakened a short while ago, and he was stronger than them? People are more angry than people. Soon, Wang Chang was teleported out, and after seeing Xiao Xian's strength, his pupils gradually dilated. Not to mention half a year, with Xiao Xian's strength, giving him another 3 months would easily surpass him. It's true that demons can't be measured by their age, but he still won. Many thanks for the credits sent by senior brother Xiao. Wang Chang had a villainous look on his face. He'll be able to brag to others about it later. He had defeated Xiao Xian himself. TSK, 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 free credits again. And having defeated a future powerhouse. Just thinking about it was awesome. This is the sacred courtyard not lacking in geniuses. Want to fight us for a few more years? Anyone else challenge us? We'll accompany you to the end. Me. Pingdong Shan looked at his schoolmate on the side with a confused expression. He hadn't expected Su Bai to take the initiative to come forward. One must know that Xiao Xian was not even a match for Wang Chang. Xiao Xian was a demon who had awakened a SSS level profession. Everyone's eyes rested on Su Bai, confirming that they didn't recognize this figure. Are you sure? Wang Chang smiled disdainfully. Okay, But the credits you have on you are too few. Subai remembered that 2 pieces of cursed equipment cost 3,000 credits, and he had 1,000 credits on him, still short of 2,000 credits. Although you can earn credits for breaking into the challenge tower, it's still a drop in the bucket from 3,000 credits. It was an opportunity to get yourself a chance to purchase 2 pieces of equipment. Subai naturally wouldn't miss it. Too little? He had gained 100 credits from defeating Xiao Xian and had 200 credits on him. And the other party even resented it as being too little. Think I have few credits? Then show me your credits. 1,000 points. Everyone's eyes widened after seeing the credits Subai displayed. Xiao Xian only earned 100 credits for enrollment, and Subai is 10 times his size. What can that mean? Subai's strength was far above Xiao Xian's. SS-level professions are already the ceiling of combat power. Unless Subai had awakened a hidden profession. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Even if a SSS-ranked profession appeared today, another hidden one appeared? Dare? Don't dare even. Subai shrugged and retrieved the credits. Wang Chang glanced at himself and then at Subai. Even if he was as talented as he was, he couldn't possibly be his own opponent. Borrow some credits and win him and I'll give you half. Half. I have 10 credits here. Old Wang 10 credits and still have the nerve to take it out. I have 20 credits here. I have 30 credits. It seemed to them that Wang Chang was 100% capable of winning, and only a fool would turn down a chance to give away credits for nothing. And soon, 1,000 credits were put together. Pingon Chen said anxiously, Subai, Wang Chang is very strong. He didn't show his full strength just now. He can rank in the top 100. There's no way he only has this tactic. Senior, don't worry, I know in my heart. Subai smiled confidently. After the two had signed the Heaven's Path contract, the same person entered the challenge tower. Same rules as just now. Whoever breaks through more levels is the winner. And if it's the same, the one with the shortest time wins. 10th floor, 20th floor, 30th floor. At first the two pass at the same rate. Seconds. Toward the back the two pulled away. It wasn't Wang Chang who dumped Subai, but Subai who dumped him. How is that possible? Wang Chang can be ranked in the top 100 in our Big 2, but he's not as good as a little doll. Could it be that he's even stronger than Wang Chang? How long did he guess awakening profession? It's just getting started now, and who knows what's going to happen behind the scenes. Maybe he's put his best foot forward by now. Inside the challenge tower, on the 101st floor, level 101, Royal Monster. After the 100th floor, all the monsters are royal level monsters. Subai had some trouble coping with it. Originally, it only needed a cursed judgment to kill in seconds, but now it has to use life burst. With the attributes doubled, it would take more than 10 seconds to kill an emperor level monster. AI. My current strength is still too weak. It takes so long to deal with an imperial level monster. Subai spat out. If anyone else had heard that, they would have rolled their eyes. Nima, is it reasonable to kill a royal level monster in 10 seconds or so? Unreasonable. Royal level monsters have 10 times the blood of king level monsters, 100 times that of a normal boss. Subai was only level 60, killing one level 101 imperial monster would only take 10 or so seconds? Is there any justice in the world? Is there any law in the world? 1 hour later, Subai arrived at the 199th floor. The amount of time it takes to kill a boss later in the game is massive. From the first 10 seconds or so, it changed to over a minute. Turning on life burst for a minute consumes 1 year of life. He could only gain 60 years of life per minute, but the good thing was that as long as he could defeat Wang Chang, he would be able to gain 1,000 credits. It also comforts oneself with a wave. Kill level 199 Twisted Tree Demon, Emperor, to clear the level. A level 199 Royal Monster, or a Meat Tan Monster. The tree demon was very tall, and it opened its pale eyes to gaze at the mole before it. Several vines broke out from the ground and wrapped around Subai's ankles without touching the entity. The tree demon reacted quickly. The vines instinctively lashed back, but it was too late. A cursed judgment went down, causing sizable damage and several vines snapped, and that wasn't all. The cursed fire covered several thousand meters, retreating to attack and defending, and the vines would have to take damage if they wanted to penetrate the flames. It deals huge amounts of damage every second. Subai transformed into a moving turret and kept using his skills as the vines managed to penetrate the flames. Flashback. Subai disappeared and appeared 30 meters away. It just kept depleting. And the Twisted Tree Demon was very resilient. The damage you just took can be repaired in the next second. With high damage and control and rep, it does make it a bit tough to deal with, but he met himself. Recovery is strong. So let's see if my output is higher or you recover faster. With life burst on, Spirit Infinity approaches 4 million. Physical, with slightly weaker agility. However, with an immortal body to protect his life, it was unlikely that he would be eliminated even if he encountered an unexpected situation. Forest cage. Countless vines wanted to wrap around Subai. Cursed fire. The fire burned everything, and the vines were burned before they could even get close. The fire blocked the tree demon's retreat. Then output Subai has not been afraid of. As the tree demon's injuries became more and more severe, the speed of self-healing became much slower. It was supposed to take less than a second to recover from the injury. Now 10 seconds had passed. The injury had only recovered a fraction of a second. The injuries hadn't recovered well enough for more to appear, and the burned vines kept falling to the ground as it was wrapped in a sea of fire. The tree demon looked like it was enraged. It desperately pumped the vines but could do nothing. With the flash in place, it couldn't touch Subai at all. What's the point of even touching it? 100% blood sucking. Understand? As long as you can't kill me in seconds, I can transform into a vampire. Sucks blood like crazy until it drains you dry. Numerous skulls hung from the trees, and red lasers swept in. The light passed through the body without doing a single bit of damage. Subai had already used his flash, and this strike only touched the remnants. The tree demon fell into a weakened state, and with a few rounds of judgment, its blood bar was emptied. Congratulations on passing the 199th floor. Will you continue the challenge? Kill level 200 Flaming Ape, Emperor level, to clear the level. Emperor level. Imperial level blood is 10 times that of Imperial level. The level was still as high as level 200, and after fighting with a level 199 monster, Subai judged his specific strength. Even if it was a level 200 Emperor ranked monster, one could still fight it. In exchange for an Emperor level monster, one could only use the curse equipment skill. Passing the challenge tower earns you corresponding credits. Defeating Wang Chang will earn you another credit. Consuming 1,000 years of life is totally cost effective. You consume 1,000 years of your life, and with your next blow, the damage is increased by 1,000 times. Black smoke engulfed the entire staff as life drained away quickly. Trial by curse. The flaming gorilla let out a roar. The fire flickered in midair and collided with the cursed judgment without a hint of suspense. The cursed judgment pierced through the fire, and the fire was extinguished outright. Lava blast. A huge rock appeared in the hands of the flaming gorilla, and the rock collided with the cursed judgment, directly skyrocketing away, sparks flying in all directions. Fire shield. Fire dragon roll. Oversized fireball. Flaming gorilla tried to stop cursed judgment from getting close, but there was nothing he could do. Trillions of damage, which is so easy to block. Spirit is close to 4 million, and the damage has also increased 1,000-fold. Even the Emperor level monsters still have to kneel. I'd say, cursed judgment penetrated the barrier, which disappeared, and the body was directly pierced through, the blood bar being emptied on the spot. You have killed level 200 Flame Gorilla, Emperor level. Do you want to continue the challenge? No. Subai shook his head. Killing the flaming gorilla consumed 1,000 years of life, and the monsters behind it would only get stronger. Plus one has enough credits. Passing the 200th floor of the challenge tower rewarded 1,000 credits, plus the bet with Wang Chang totaled 3,000 credits. Meanwhile, outside, the crowd was wide-eyed, their eyes dropping out. What the hell is 200 floors? Glancing at Wang Chang and then at Subai. Who's the freshman and who's the senior anyway? Crap. Sushin Bull passed the 200th floor. That's 200 floors. It's rumored that there's an Emperor-level monster inside. How did he do it? I used to be confident in my own strength, but I realized what it means to be a true heavenly pride when I compare myself to him. So what if you awaken for one more year? You're still inconspicuous in front of my Sushin. Is this a genius? The freshman vented his displeasure. So what if the older students still have to kneel in front of Sushin? Who says freshmen are necessarily inferior to older students? You look at Wang Chang and looking at Sushin. 200 floors. Xiao Xian repeated these words. Even when he lost to Wang Chang, he didn't have many mood swings. After all, the other party had awakened for one more year than himself. But Subai was different. He was awakened in the same batch as himself, but the difference in strength between the two wasn't half a star. The hidden profession turned out to be this strong? For the first time, Xiao Xian doubted his awakened profession. Are SSS level professions strong? It's very strong. Even in the advanced cities, it's considered to be at the forefront. But he had only cleared 91 floors, while Subai had cleared 200 floors, as if the other party was still from a low-level city. Guess you can't judge a book by its cover from now on. Chen Pinggan was shocked by Subai's strength. No wonder the director personally went to pick up Subai. There's something to be said for earning 1,000 credits when you're just enrolled. Subai had just left the challenge tower when countless gazes were cast. There was envy in the freshman's eyes, and more admiration. One person is better than them, they get jealous and try to outdo each other. A person is too strong than themselves, then they will only admire. People are so strange. The older students had different expressions. It's so embarrassing for a senior to lose to a freshman. But they did not refute anything. After all, the facts are in front of us. Is the king strong and weak? No. On the contrary, Wang Chang wasn't weak, or else he wouldn't have been able to rank in the top 100. It's by the end of the line, but it's not something a freshman can contend with. Now, he was defeated. If they encountered Subai, there was only one outcome, and that was defeat. Soon, Wang Chang also walked out from the challenge tower. When he saw Subai forcing himself out ahead of time, his smile was completely concealed, only broke through to the 150th floor with average play this time. Hey, if I played a little better, I might be able to pass the 150th floor too. Kid just enrolled in school and you've earned 1,000 credits. I admit you have some skills but you're not good enough compared to me. Ginger is still old. Willing to bet 1,000 credits, hurry up and take it out. Wang Chang's smile was completely hidden. Strong. Brother Chang, look over there. A person next to him pointed towards the challenge tower. I've already won. What's the point of looking at that thing? Wang Chang muttered under his breath, still subconsciously glancing at it. He was shocked to the point of incoherence when he saw Su bypass the 200th floor. How is that possible? You cleared the 200th floor. Freshman passing through 200 floors. He had never even heard of it, let alone witnessed it with his own eyes. You're telling me this is a freshman? It can't be an old student pretending to be one. Looking at your grades is like a joke. You're a sophomore veteran, or a top 100 student, and you're being run over by a freshman? Willing to bet. Subai extended his hand. He didn't have time to talk nonsense with Wang Chang. 2 pieces of equipment are still waiting for him now. Wang Chang could only shell out 1,000 credits even if he was reluctant. The heavenly contract he hadn't dared to break. Here. Wang Chang handed over 1,000 credits. Watching the credits arrive, Subai's smile grew wider and wider. Feel free to contact me anytime in the future for this kind of credit-giving goodness. Thanks for those credits. By the way, pust. Wang Chang almost sprayed a mouthful of old blood. Killing people to kill them. You're just too powerful. Senior brother Su, Wang Chang isn't even your opponent. Chen Pingon admired Subai's strength. Even he himself was not Wang Chang's opponent. Yet this schoolmate had just enrolled and defeated the top 100 sophomores? No one has ever done that before. As for posterity, it's also incredibly tough to surpass that record. After the two left, a group of sophomores surrounded Wang Chang. Wang Chang, you borrowed my credits. And mine. I borrowed 10 credits from you. Don't renege on your debt. Wang Chang, I didn't expect you to lose to a freshman. You are such a disgrace to our sophomore class. It's just that if I were you wouldn't even have a face to show for it. They put all the fault on Wang Chang. If it wasn't for him, they would have gotten half the credits. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have to deal with the provocative faces of the freshmen. It's all Wang Chang's fault. Wang Chang's head was lowered with a depressed face. Subai, you give me to wait for this revenge. Wang Chang remembered. I and you are incompatible. Achoo. Subai sneezed. Who is cursing me? I've only just come to the sacred house and I haven't made a grudge against anyone. If he knew that Wang Chang was holding a grudge because he lost, he would have been dumbfounded. Come on. Isn't it normal to lose and win in a betting match? The dish is just more practice. You spend 500 credits to obtain the cursed hat. You spent 1,500 credits to obtain cursed shoes. Private villa, which is a residence provided by the school. The villa is large and has a garden, swimming pool, entertainment area, etc. 2 pieces of equipment appeared in Subai's hand. You've consumed 5,000 years of your life. The cursed hat has been strengthened. You've spent 5,000 years of your life. And the cursed shoes have been strengthened. Both pieces of equipment are diamond quality. And with level 50 sake, it takes 5,000 years of life to upgrade 1 piece of equipment. If only the quality was lower. It's really not so white Versailles. The cursed trio has a symbiotic effect. Even if these 2 pieces of equipment were no goods and leveled at level 1, when they were bound, they would be directly raised to level 60 and their quality morphed into diamonds. It's the same as getting stuck with a bug that consumes less life. Subai checked the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment. Name, cursed hat, enhanced, type, hat, quality, diamond, level, 60, spirit, plus 60, 000. Word 1, consume 250 years of life. Next blow, damage increased 250 times. Word 2, spirit plus 300%. Set effect 1, activated. Set effect 2, not activated. Set effect 3, not activated. Name, cursed shoes, enhanced, type, shoes, quality, diamond, level, 60, agility, plus 60, 000. Word 1, consume 250 years of life. Next blow, increase 250 times. Word 2, agility plus 300%. Set effect 1, activated. Set effect 2, activated. Set effect 3, not activated. New effect, live and die together. Live and die together, consume lifespan. Strip life from enemy. Increased damage increased to 1500x, consuming 1500 years of life. The next strike, increasing the damage by 1500 times, is horrifying just in retrospect. Spirit and agility have also increased 100-fold. The key thing is set effect 2. If I consume 1,000 years of lifespan and activate the same lifespan, will the enemy lose 1,000 years of lifespan? If it was possible, even a level 500 powerhouse would still be able to kill the other party if they had enough lives. Subai estimated that it should be related to the other party's strength, as well as his own strength. For example, if synesthesia is unleashed on someone who has just recently awakened, the loss of a few years of life may be enough to kill the other person. Another example would be if Sane Life Unleashed was unleashed on a 1000-level Big Brother. Even if it consumed all of his lifespan, the effect on the other party would be almost negligible. However, this was all speculation on Subai's part, and he needed to find a suitable object to test it out. Set effect 1, symbiosis. Set effect 2, live and die together. So what's set effect 3 now? Subai had some expectations. He checks the panel data. Name, Subai. Level, 60. Occupation, Lord of the Damned, only. Power, 780. Body mass, 142,980. Agility, 466,240. Spirit, 339,6610. Lifespan, 75. 500 years, 60 years automatically gained every minute. Life expectancy automatically increases to over 70,000 years after a day passes. This was still the life expectancy after reinforcing the equipment and consuming 1,000 years of life expectancy to unleash the strongest blow. Otherwise there will only be more. There are still 4 parts left to change to diamond gear. These lifespans, Subai planned to leave them untouched for now, and it wouldn't be too late to strengthen them after the equipment was replaced with diamond armor. Enhanced gear is 1 to 10 anyway. Enhanced attributes are just 1 to 1. There were still 3 days before the Heaven's Remarkable Grand Competition, so Subai planned to bar his level up and let the earnings rise again. Inside the duplicate hall, there are many duplicates here. The staff is responsible for registering the information, and each participant has to register the information in advance before they want to enter the replica. Subai finished registering his information. Every new student gets a free 3-day copy when they first enroll. At the end of the 3 days, copies will be charged. Subai chose an open copy. Levels are 60 to 100. The staff's beautiful eyes widened when they saw the copy Subai chose. Classmate, are you sure you want to choose this copy? What's the problem? Subai was a bit confused. It's like this, I don't have the authority to do so. This copy is a bit special and requires the permission of the hall master to enter. Special? She told the story of what had happened. There are many entrances to the open copy that can be accessed. And within this copy, the monsters are not the most dangerous but the humans. Alien. An anti-human organization that believes humans can coexist with monsters. Anyone who wasn't a fool would have scoffed. The overthrow of the island was the work of the abyssal monster. It's impossible for humans to coexist peacefully with the monster side. The other side has to be completely wiped out for peace to come to the world. The Fae help these monsters by gathering useful information in human society, assassinating geniuses, and so on. It's no exaggeration to say that humans hate them more than monsters. It is said that the fall of the island was the work of the Fae, and that without these Fae, they would not have fallen so quickly. That's why the jobber had such a big reaction when he heard that Subai was going to enter this copy. A few minutes later, the hall master arrived. It was an old man with kind brows. Your name is Subai? I'm checking. Are you sure you want to enter this copy? Okay, go inside. The hall master wasn't stopping Subai. Everyone had their own choices. He has advised. After seeing Subai leave, he took out the manual above with Subai's information. Name, Subai. Age, 18. Occupation, cursor. Level, 60. 18 years old. Cursor, level 60. Just enrolled as a freshman. Or a cursor profession, no wonder it's so brave. Level 60 is the minimum requirement to enter the replica. The hall master shook his head, obviously not optimistic about Subai. He drew a big cross on the message, representing that this person had been removed from the list. He didn't think Subai could walk out alive. On the other hand, Wang Chang owes a huge debt for losing the bet. His pants pockets are all lost, and he still lacks a few hundred credits, which will be lost until the monkey's age. It was all Subai's fault. Without him he wouldn't have to be in such a mess himself. Without him he himself wouldn't have to be reduced to a laughingstock. Thinking of this, Wang Chang found someone. Moribuchi, top 10 in sophomore war. Mo came to see you this time because he wanted to ask for something. What is it? Mo Yuan raised his eyes. Here's the deal. Wang Chang told the story. After hearing that Wang Chang had lost to a freshman, there was nothing but contempt in his eyes. Wang Chang was his little brother, and if he couldn't even beat a freshman, wouldn't he be disgracing himself? When he heard that freshman passed the 200th floor, the teacup in his hand dropped to the ground without paying attention. 200 floors? Even for sophomore veterans, there are not even 20 people who have cleared the 200th floor. What kind of concept is that? Is it really true that Subai is a freshman when he's ranked in the top 20 as a sophomore? A little doll who had just recently awakened was stronger than the vast majority of people who had been awakened for over a year? Is there any justice in heaven? Is there any law of the land? I know. I will personally pay attention to this one called Subai in the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition. Ha ha ha. I'm relieved to have Brother Mo's words. Copy, Nightmare Forest. Level, 60 to 100. Copy type, open copy. Introduction, nightmares can pass through the dream world to influence the enemy's mind. The lower the mental strength, the easier the nightmare erosion is, and after being successfully eroded, you will turn into a walking corpse and never leave the dream world. But what does this have to do with Subai? The spirit is up to more than 3 million, and when the life burst is turned on, the spirit exceeds 6 million, not to mention a level 100 nightmare, even a level 200, or even a level 300 nightmare would have a limited effect on oneself. A few strange cries came from the forest, and when he looked around, he saw a few nightmares. The nightmare's pupils flashed with blood. Nightmare staring, an invisible spiritual force came, and Subai didn't even have the desire to dodge it. The mental collision instead nightmare was affected. It was like hitting the top of a big truck, and Subai's spirit was so high that it was scary. Subai's cursed flame shot killed them in seconds. You killed a level 60 nightmare and gained 0.1% experience value. You get Nightmare Core *3. You get Nightmare Fragment *3. Nightmare Core, Nightmare Shard. The ability to create equipment that restrains nightmares. These materials go out and are exchanged for corresponding points. It's a treasure trove of points and experience. Nightmares encountered along the way are killed in seconds as soon as they show their faces, even when they activate their nightmare gaze. Not only was he unable to make Subai fall into a deep sleep, but instead, the spiritual gap was too great and suffered a backlash. The nightmares froze in place, and when Subai sent a shot of cursed fire down, they were instantly killed in seconds. And just like that, it's not far to level 61. There was a sound of footsteps on the ground and a large group of nightmares appeared before them. They surrounded Subai. The nightmare at the head was an elite monster with a level of 100. Darkness. Nightmare has two abilities, dragging in dreams and making the surrounding area dark and affecting the enemy's vision. Both of these skills are related to mental power, and those whose mental power is too weak will become clueless after being affected by these two skills. At that time, it would be too easy for Nightmare to decapitate you, but in front of more than 3 million spirits, these two skills are just like ornaments. Although it affected his line of sight, he could tell where the other party was with a slight sense. Even with my eyes closed, I can sense it. After killing these monsters and leveling up to level 61, you can automatically gain 61 years of life every minute. You get Nightmare Savvy. You get the Eye of Nightmare. You have obtained the Nightmare Hypnotic Charm, prop. The dropped equipment was put into the spatial ring, just as Subai wanted to continue his journey. 4 figures appeared on the opposite side. 1 woman, 3 men. Men chasing women. The woman was running away in front of her. She was wearing a red dress. Her breasts were full, her body was hot, her legs were long, and she was wearing red high heels. Her cheeks were beautiful, giving people a feeling of lust. Her clothes were already a bit tattered and torn, and her snow-white globes were vaguely visible. She screamed for help as she ran. Can anyone come to my rescue? The 3 strong men heard the woman's cry for help and became even more excited. Little beauty, don't run to your brother. Not only will your brother not kill you, he will also give you good things. That's an obscene smile you've got there. Lao San. Boss, this little beauty is just too pretty for me to hold back. Well, hurry up and get this bitch. The woman looked back to see 3 ugly faces and fear shot straight to her brain. If only someone would come to my rescue. She saw a man ahead of her, a youth in a black trench coat with cold cheeks. The woman ran quickly towards Subai as if she had seen hope. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, and she could even smell the fresh scent of her body surface. My lord, please help me. Before she could finish her words, a spiritual pressure swept over her. And before she could even get close to Subai, she fell to her knees with a thud, and the dagger in her back fell to the ground, which was still stained with nerve venom. The woman tried to get up, but she simply couldn't. The spirit was like a tidal wave, she couldn't get rid of herself. How did you know? It's simple. A woman in high heels is surprisingly slow to catch a woman who can run faster than 3 strong men. Secondly, how can you be sure that I'm any stronger than these 3? If I'm not as strong as them, not only will you die but you'll get me killed. So you can go to hell. Wait, as long as you can spare me, let me do anything. Facing a life and death crisis, the woman was completely flustered. She wanted to tempt Subai with her posture. However, Subai didn't fall for it at all. The other party was trying to kill herself, and she was going to let go just because she was a woman? Subai is not a person who can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman, and there is only one thing that will happen to those who offend him, and that is death. The flames engulfed her, and she was reduced to ashes before she could even scream. The three were horrified at the sight. The woman was the captain of them all and was very strong, but he couldn't even resist in the face of Subai. The person in front of him was so strong that it was scary. Hurry! Run! The three of them split up and fled, intending to report this piece of information to the people above. Want to run? Dream on! Agility is upwards of 400,000 second only to spirit, and they're as fast as snails. In the blink of an eye, they chased one down, and a round of cursed judgment went down to kill them directly in seconds, and there were still two left that they couldn't escape from. Killing 4 people. Subai did not have too many emotional changes. Their identity is clearly alien, collaborating with monsters, traitors of the human race. As soon as they found the human race's heavenly pride, they would try to obliterate it by all means. These 4 people wanted to make Subai careless through the bridge of a hero saving a beauty, and then come back with a backstab. They hadn't thought that Subai wasn't a holy mother at all. For tokens were dropped and turned in for a certain amount of credits. Open copies can be more than just this bit of alien. These guys can be moving credits, naturally can't be missed. There were also some trophies that were collectively put into the spatial ring. Just then, the golden pillar of light shot straight up into the sky, and the nearby nightmares were attracted by the commotion, and they became more and more berserk. After some monsters saw Subai, they would launch a fierce attack, and some other monsters would ignore Subai and rush towards where the golden light pillar was. War chest. So-called war chests will only appear in open copies. Every time the war treasure chest descends, all the monsters in the replica will be attracted by the commotion, and they will become incredibly frantic, guarding in front of the war treasure chest. The items that can be opened from war chests are also of high quality. Equipment, skill books, special items and more. I didn't realize that I was so lucky to have come across the war treasure chest, so naturally there was no reason to miss it. On the other side, near the war treasure chest stood a squad of 10 people, all of whom were Fae. The golden pillar of light blocked these people from approaching and touching the treasure chest. They used the lure of the war treasure chest to attract more professionals. They will attack as soon as the professionals arrive. The strength of 100 level powerhouses was quite terrifying when they joined forces. Plus their professions weren't weak. Even a first-ranked professional could only retreat when they encountered them. Cooperating with monsters is the right choice. Since you guys are stubborn, then I'll give you a ride. The youth chopped off a head with a single slash. The head rolls to the ground. The youth shook off the blood from the blade and revealed a hideous smile. The Holy Academy is nothing more than that. It can't even block a single slash from me. Old Ford, don't be careless. The previous splendor of the Holy Academy is not something you can imagine. Brilliant? Boss, you said that was before. The youth smiled disdainfully. These damned beasts. How dare they call us a foreign race? Simply outrageous. They're the ones who look like the Fae to me. And we're the humans. Newly minted humans. The person in the lead didn't retort. In the Nightmare Forest, they were much more powerful than the Sacred Courtyard in both numbers and overall strength, so there was no need to be afraid at all. If they hadn't wanted to attract more people, they would have taken on the monsters around them. Then in getting the treasure chest, painfully come and compare who has killed more people. The youth revealed a cruel smile. Yeah, whoever loses buys the other a drink. 10 men began to compete to see who killed more people, and the one with less had to buy the other a drink. That's how the neighborhood suffers old age. Before he could get close to the golden pillar of light, a long knife that flashed with a cold aura slashed, and several heads rolled down to the ground. These people tried to cooperate together, only to find that these 10 people were frighteningly strong, and it was simply not something they could handle. The blood continued to expand along the ground, and the pungent odor of blood filled the midair. Old 10, I killed 10 people. Old 9, I killed 10 people just like you. Lao X smiled disdainfully. You can't see any living people nearby, so it's considered a tie? A tie? There's another one over there. 10, you're just waiting to sell us a bar. TSK, 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 kid, it's your honor to die at my hands, said Lao Jiao as he charged towards Subai. Old 10's heart thumped. He was some distance away from Subai, and he himself felt that the youth across from him was about to be killed. Abominable. Old 10 cursed angrily in his mind, but a loss was a loss. Everyone thought that Lao Jiao could easily cut down the teenager in front of him. Suddenly, the change came. Spiritual pressure swept over, and Lao Jiao gave Subai a slip and shoveled directly to his knees. Lao Jiao? Lao Jiao was confused. Who am I? Where am I? Shock surfaced in the eyes of the others. Except for the oldest, the others are comparable in strength to the oldest 9. Even the boss would have to put in some effort if he wanted to take care of Lao Jiu. Yet Lao Jiu voluntarily knelt down and begged for forgiveness in the face of a teenager? This is also too unbelievable. There are 2 possibilities. 1, Lao Jiu wants to tease them. The second, the young man on the opposite side of the street was frighteningly strong. Not something they could even imagine. They thought it was the former. After all, the Nightmare Forest was a level 60 to 100 copy. Even if Subai was stronger, it was impossible for him to make a 100-level powerhouse kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Lao Jiu, stop acting, hurry up and kill him, we have business to attend to. The man at the head urged. Lao Jiu's face was pale and incomparable. He acted a hammer. This person was really strong. Warrior, I just had eyes but no eyes, please go around. Before he could finish his words, a round of curse judgment went down and he wasn't even left with dust. The remaining people's eyes widened at this scene. Old 9 had been killed in seconds? Not even touching the corner of the other's coat. Could he have blocked that blow in his place? Even the boss of them couldn't stop it. You. Who the hell are you? The man at the head of the group didn't act rashly. Kill your people. Subai appeared behind them with a flash and patted their shoulders. Trial by curse. Lao X's face was white with fear. The voice was like a demon's whisper. There was no chance to resist and he was seconded. Together, the man at the head ordered. The remaining 8 people rushed to Subai. In front of hundreds of thousands of agility, their skills simply cannot hit. He is like a loach, weaving in and out of the crowd. Just exchanged a moment has been killed and wounded a large number of people. The remaining people didn't have half the will to fight. They wanted to turn and run. How arrogant he was just now is now how wretched he is. The hunter turned into the prey. Soon, none of the 10 survived. The progress bar went up significantly after the cursed staff devoured their souls. Before he could harvest the loot, Subai was surrounded by a group of monsters. The kind where you can't see the end of the blackness. Level 100 Nightmare Monarch, Imperial. 1 Royal level monster, 10 King level monsters, hundreds of 100-level monsters. Subai not only did not fear but instead looked as if he had seen his prey. All the monsters in the copy were here. How many levels could he rise by killing them? Thinking of this, Subai's eyes lit up, rushing towards the monster army. Cursed fire. Life eruption. Attributes are doubled and spirit breaks the 6 million mark. Several thousand meters in a circle were wrapped in flames, and they were killed in seconds before they could rush to themselves. It's not over. Due to the spirit gap being too large, even the skills of an emperor-level monster didn't have half the effect on him. Darkness, nightmare sleeping, falling into the abyss. Not only did their attacks not have an effect, but they were also countered. The nightmare army is directly forbidden to be slaughtered in place. You're up to level 62. You've reached level 63. You're up to level 64. The hit alerts kept coming, directly rising 3 levels in a row with no tendency to slow down. This place is simply a treasure trove. Again, you can get war chests and level up. The corners of Subai's mouth were completely hidden. More of the monster. Please. Anyone else would have rolled their eyes if they heard that. Nima. All the monsters in the replica are running here, what else do you want? Is 1 open copy not enough to kill? 1 person facing the nightmare army. Slaughter, or massacre, without the slightest bit of suspense. Soon, all the nightmares were killed. Subai's level had risen to 70, rising 10 levels in a row. War chests have also become openable. You open the war chest. You've gained full attribute fruit food, diamonds. You've acquired the Ring of the Damned, diamond. Full attribute fruit food adds 60 full attributes for a total of 240 attributes. Cursed ring has a 3% blood draw before it is enhanced. The Ring of Flame adds blast. The Ring of Life has blood draw. And the Ring of Curse is decisively replaced with the Ring of Curses. Still 3 outfits short of a 9-piece set. Set effect 1. Effect 2 are sick. Set effect 3 will only get stronger. You've spent 7,000 years of your life. And the cursed ring has been strengthened. Due to being level 70, it takes 7,000 years of life to consume. The treasure chest open depends on the level of the root professional. For example, if the pro is level 100, the equipment opened will also be level 100. Just right for the pro. Typically, the equipment that a mage opens up is French. Physical professions open equipment that is suitable for physical professions. There are only a few probability cases where a mage will open physical equipment, which can only mean that he or she is unlucky. You're taking a full attribute fruit diet, diamonds. All attributes plus 60. Name, cursed ring, enhanced. Type, ring. Quality, diamond. Level, 70. Spirit, plus 70. 000. Word 1, blood absorption plus 300%. Word 2, sacrifice 250 years of life to increase the damage of the next blow by 250 times. Set effect 1, activated. Set effect 2, activated. Set effect 3, not activated. Note, still missing cursed top. Cursed ring X1. Cursed pants. Attribute boosted by 68. 500 in blood draw boosted by 200%. What's this concept of 300% blood absorption? A random shot of cursed judgment can do more than a few hundred million damage. Even emperor level monsters, could deal 10 million damage. You can suck hundreds of millions of blood just by sucking blood. As long as the enemy couldn't kill himself in seconds, he could keep sucking. There is immortality. Consuming 100 years of life to resist damage once, it's hard to die. Upon ascending to level 70, you gain 70 years of life in 1 minute and 4,200 years of life in 1 hour. It's not far from 1 day and 100,000 years of life. Hey, too much lifespan isn't a good thing. Subai was a bit tired. Even high-ranking professionals have a lifespan of a few hundred years at most. You yourself are good to gain 70 years of life every minute. 100,000 years a day. And who understands that? Family members. Wait, I passed the copy. Didn't get a settlement reward? It is said that when the war chest comes down, the person who gets the war chest, not being able to get the pass bonus seems to be true. What's there is lost. The war chest expels the cursed ring, and a full attribute fruit, much better than the pass reward. Having figured this out, Subai was relieved. On the other side, several hours had passed since Subai entered the copy. Suddenly, the workman's beautiful eyes widened and she violently stood up from her seat, her legs trembling unceasingly, her mouth open and her eyes glaring out. Subai unexpectedly came out alive. This is also too unbelievable. Not only are the monsters in Nightmare Forest disgusting, there's also the Fae. It's a 9-way tie when you go in there. Subai came to her, his right hand outstretched and shook it. I want to sell the loot. The woman then came back to her senses as she wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead. Subai student. Wait a moment, I'll go report to the hall master. Aha. Subai nodded and didn't refuse. With that, the woman rushed towards the location of the hall master at the fastest speed in her life. Inside the small courtyard, the hall master leisurely fished. Upon seeing the visitor, he didn't even raise his eyes for a moment, but asked directly, "What is it?" "Hall master, the one called Subai has come out." "What?" The hall master stood up so violently that the stools were lifted off the ground and the fish on the rod were scared away. But he didn't care about that right now and pursued the question. "Take me there quickly." The two of them came to the replica hall, and the hall master was like a different person when he saw Subai. "Ha ha ha, hello fellow Subai. My name is Chen Duan, the hall master of the replica hall. We've met once before. Truth be told, I could tell from the first glance that you must be extraordinary. Just as I thought. You managed to get out of the copy." The corner of the clerk's mouth twitched madly. "That's not what you just said. After Subai enters the copy, you cross out his information directly in the manual. And yet, it's like a different person now. She wasn't stupid enough to break it down though. Who called him his own leader? This is the loot I obtained in the copy." Subai waved his big hand and a bunch of bloodstained tokens appeared out of thin air. Fae order. It's more than 10, to say the least. Subai killed 10 or so foreigners. The biggest shocker was yet to come. Subai looked as if he hadn't noticed Chun Shen's shocked emotions. Another room of material was pulled out. Nightmare core, nightmare heart, nightmare pupil. With these materials, it is possible to build equipment that restrains the nightmare. Just now it could be described as shock. Then now it's a shock. A room full of materials. That's a little too much future. Is Subai really a freshman? Wait, it seems like he's only level 60. Killing a 100-level professional across levels is still in the dozens. How did this happen? The most crucial thing was that among the nightmare monsters, there were also 10 king-level monsters and 1 emperor-level monster. King-level monsters in the same rank situation. Professions that hadn't awakened too powerful were no match for the monsters, not to mention the royal-level monsters. Now, Subai had not only killed the king-level monsters, he had even taken out the emperor-level monsters altogether. For a moment both men were silent. Subai was a bit speechless. As far as that was concerned, it's fine to have a hand in killing royal monsters. One should know that Subai had killed even emperor-level monsters in seconds, or as high as level 200. Level 100 royal monsters really aren't enough to fear. Selling materials. Subai knocked on the desktop, and the two of them then responded. "Subai student, you wait a moment. We need to register due to too many materials." A few minutes later, the clerk finished registering the information. Over 100 credits were earned. Subai was a bit tearful. Credits were just too hard to earn. You've gained so much material on your own, and you've only gained a little over 100 credits. When you pass the challenge tower, you will only receive a one-time reward. For example, passing the 100th floor earns you a sum of credits. After that, You need to clear 200 and even 300 levels to get credits. This was one of the reasons why Subai chose to give up after clearing to the 200th floor. In a few hours, from level 60, he continuously rose to level 70, a full 10 levels. Subai picks second copy to go down. After 3 days, the lifespan is close to 400,000 years. Lifespan, 370, 900. Only one war treasure chest has been obtained in this time, and no other copies have seen any sign of war treasure chests. Credits were also gained in abundance and redeemed for 3 pieces of diamond equipment. Dark top, dark pants, ring of darkness. You spent 9,000 years of your life to strengthen the darkness top. You spent 9,000 years of your life to strengthen your dark pants. You spent 9,000 years of your life to strengthen the ring of darkness. A total of 27,000 years of life were consumed to strengthen 3 pieces of equipment. Name, dark tunic, enhanced. Type, blouse. Quality, diamond. Level, 90. Physical fitness, plus 90,000. Entry 1, physical fitness plus 300%. Introduction, possessing a certain degree of invisibility in the darkness. Name, dark pants, enhanced. Type, pants. Quality, diamond. Level, 90. Physical fitness, plus 90,000. Entry 1, physical fitness plus 300%. Name, ring of darkness, enhanced. Type, ring. Quality, diamond. Level, 90. Spirit, plus 90,000. Word 1, strike plus 300%. Introduction, for every 1% overflow of strike over 100%, convert to 2% strike damage, changing into 3 pieces of equipment. The whole body was diamond equipment, and they were all level 90. Blast is up to 300%, with the overflow 200% transformed into burst damage. Initially coming with 200% burst damage, it is now boosted to 600% burst damage, tripling the damage. There's still over 300,000 lifespan left to upgrade your skills. You consume 80,000 years of your life, and the power of the curse evolves to diamond level. You consume 40,000 years of your life, and the cursed aura evolves to diamond level. You've spent 8,000 years of your life, cursing the divine judge to evolve into a diamond class. You consume 80,000 years of your life and flash evolve to diamond level. You consume 8,000 years of your life, and the cursed fire evolves into a diamond. After consuming 216,000 years of life, all skills have been upgraded to diamond level. Over 120,000 years of life left. Diamond skills needed 160,000 years of lifespan to be raised to starburst, directly doubling it. Might as well add some attributes. Currently, spirit is not lacking. Constitution and agility are on the low side, only a few 100,000. Add 60,000 years of life to physique and 60,000 years of life to agility. Lifespan, 7,900. The remaining life can be used as a backup. Subai checks the panel. Name, Subai. Level, 90. Occupation, Lord of the Damned, only. Power, 1140. Body, 1995140. Agile, 827,680. Spirit, 5480230. Blood absorption, 300%. Strike, 100%. Explosive damage, 600%. Lifespan, 7,990 years automatically gained every minute. Skills, Cursed Power, Diamond, Cursed Aura, Diamond, Cursed Judgment, Diamond, Flash, Diamond, Cursed Fire, Diamond, Life Burst, Diamond, Immortality, Diamond. Equipment, Cursed Mask LV90, Diamond, Ring of Darkness LV90, Diamond, Cursed Ring LV90, Diamond, Cursed Hat LV90, Diamond, Cursed Battle LV90, Diamond, Cursed Shoes LV90, Diamond, Dark Top LV90, Diamond, Dark Pants LV90, Diamond, Cursed Cloak LV90, Diamond. Cursed Power, Diamond. Consume the corresponding lifespan to strengthen equipment, skills, and attributes. Cursed Aura, Diamond. Each time you attack, casting a spell drains your lifespan, and your lifespan flows 100 times faster than normal, but the damage dealt is increased by an additional 1000%. Cursed Judgment, Diamond. Consumes 30 days of life, inflicts 1000% damage to enemies. Flash, Diamond. Consumes 300 days of life, displaces 0 to 50 meters to any location. Cursed Fire, Diamond. Consumes 60 days of life, casts a skill that deals 500% flame damage per second to enemies within range. Range depends on mental strength. Life Burst, Diamond. Consume 1 year of life to enter the Berserk state. When in the Berserk state, all attributes will be doubled. Lasts for 1 minute. Immortality, Diamond. Consume 100 years of life to resist an attack. Note, all skills of the Curse Master. No cooldown. Only consumes life. Physique breaks through the 1,000,000 mark. Equipment added on for good measure. 1 point of constitution gains you an additional 6 points of constitution. 1 year of life is equivalent to 7 points of attributes. You can gain hundreds of thousands of years of life in a day, and close to 1 million in full plus body mass. Spirit was upwards of 5 million, and that was without skills turned on. Otherwise, in a berserk state, the spirit can break through 10 million. Over 10 million attributes in less than 100 levels is scary just thinking about it. There was also 600% burst damage, and now he was more than just a star stronger. Except for strength, agility is slightly lower. The other 2 attributes are strong. When the skill is turned on, agility can also break through 1 million, and strength doubles to just over 2,000 points. There were less than 10 minutes left until the Heaven's Pride competition. Just then, the door to the room was knocked on, and after Subai opened the door, he found that it was Pingon Chen. What brings you here, Senior Chen? School brother Su went to the Heaven's Pride competition together. Good. The top 10 in the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition will be able to obtain an entrance ticket to the Abyss. With your strength, Subai, it may not be impossible for you to enter the top 10. Envy flashed in Pingon Chen's eyes. It would be a pipe dream for any other freshman to finish in the top 10. After all, they're going to be battling sophomores. But Subai was different. He had cleared 200 floors and was already in the top 20. A little bit of work might actually get you into the top 10. As for Pingon Chen, there was not much difference between his strength and Wang Chang's, and it was already good enough for him to enter the top 100. He did not even bother to consider the rewards for the top 10. Soon, the two arrived at the playground, where many people converged. On the stage stood a middle-aged man. After seeing the trainees arrive, the middle-aged man opened his mouth and said, "Welcome, all the trainees, to the Heaven's Pride competition. I'm one of the judges this time. Swordheart Battle God Hall Master. Let me introduce the rules. I have a copy behind me, and this copy has been developed without any danger. Encountering a life-threatening situation will force you to be teleported out, though 50% of your points will be deducted after elimination. Points for people or monsters that eliminate you are transferred to them. Killing monsters earns you a corresponding score. I announce that the Heaven's Pride competition will now begin, and everyone will enter the replica." At the sound of the words, everyone entered the copy. Inside the conference room, several figures sat. "They're the judges on this one. Old Zhao, who do you favor?" An old man next to him asked. "Subai." "Subai? There doesn't seem to be this person in the sophomore year." The old man had an odd look on his face. "Old Zhao, the person you favor is a freshman? Aha. What? Knowing that the sophomore year awakens 1 year earlier than the freshman year, and that freshmen can only be relegated to accompanying them, Zhao Wuji actually looked at a freshman. What's so attractive about this guy? I'm also optimistic about Subai." Just then, Chen Shan also added a sentence. The others were even more confused. Who the hell was this Subai? Can get both referees to look favorably on him? Recently they were not in the school. After the opening of the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition, they only rushed back on purpose, and it was normal that they had not heard of this figure of Subai. Otherwise they wouldn't have made a fuss. "I cleared the 200th floor of the challenge tower shortly after coming to school. Strength is straight up in the top 20. Most sophomores are not as good as him. Even more so, he entered the nightmare copy and killed a dozen or so Fey. Copy, Plague Road, level, unknown. Requirement, kill Tuki, Mouse King." Introduction. A group of rats were infected by an unknown force and changed into mutant rats, which not only possessed a powerful mind, but also the ability of giant poison. Under the cover of the well, the surrounding environment is very harsh. You can smell the pungent surrounding. The surrounding is very dark to reach out. The river goes straight upstream, and you can hear the rats screaming. A copy of the Plague Marsh Road, which is one of the more hostile environments. However, Subai didn't care. It's good to acclimatize ahead of time when you'll encounter harsher environments in the future. Squeak! The rats were frantically approaching. Subai's spirit was up to more than 5 million. He sensed them before they even showed their heads. There's a big rat up ahead. The body size is about 1 meter plus out. You heard it right, it's more than 1 meter. Ordinary rats are not even enough to stuff their teeth in front of them. The rat's pupils flickered with blood. Its teeth were sharp, and it spat venom from its mouth. A shot of cursed judgment went down, and the venom was instantly obliterated, as well as the body. You gain 0.1% experience value for killing mutant rats. You get a rat's tooth *1. The commotion on this side attracted more rats. The left and right sides were blocked. Even the back followed the front. It's a bit unlucky where you teleported yourself. Looks like a rat's nest. Listen to the size of this commotion. A black swarm of rats rushed forward. Cursed fire. Thousands of meters in a circle were wrapped in flames to prevent the rats from approaching. And the rats in the front row were too fast to break, directly roasted to dust because they were too fast to break, leaving only ashes on the ground. You have killed Mouse Vanguard and gained Sharp Claws *1 material. You have slain the Rat Archer and gained Venom Arrow *1 material. You have killed the Mouse Warrior and gained Mouse Skin *1 material. The hit alerts kept coming. The dropped materials can build equipment. Sharp Claws can create a melee weapon with an additional poison effect that reduces enemy healing, along with a constant blood drop. The same is true of Venomous Plumes and Arrows. 1 long range, 1 melee. The equipment created from rat skins has a certain poison-free effect that restrains these mutant rats. The mutant rats were smart enough to see their companions mothballed and slow to pass. They collect groundwater and use it to fight the flames. The cursed flame was no ordinary flame, with a spirit of upwards of 5 million, and it was a fool's errand to try to extinguish it. They couldn't get close, but Subai could. You are surrounded by me. A flash appeared in the tide of rats. The fire of the curse goes down to burn everything, and today is destined to be an extraordinary day. Subai looked at the rising experience value and the corner of his mouth curled up 180 degrees. Jia. At this rate of progress to level 100, it would take less than 1 day. The points went up with it. You get 1 point for killing a rat soldier. You get 1 point for killing the Mouse Vanguard. You get 2 points for killing a rat fighter. On the other hand, Wang Lei was not so lucky. He didn't have a wide-range attack means, and his strength wasn't as strong as Subai's, so he couldn't fight a group of people at the same time. One can only activate stealth to carefully go after the fallen rats. Not far away, there was a mutant rat nibbling on something, when suddenly, a dagger came out of the tank from behind and came straight through. Mouse didn't understand until he died that he would be stabbed in the waist by an old six in his own territory? So close. Wang Lei waited for the stealth art to cool down well and launched it again to look for his next prey. Not only Wang Lei, Lu Yun was also looking for monsters in the sewers. He's different from Wang Lei. The terrain here is not suitable for assassins. But what does that have to do with elementalists? A single shot of heavenly thunder could kill a large group of people. And the most crucial thing was that the thunder he cast also had a sense of electricity effect. Touching sewage deals 2 damage and also paralyzes enemies. Boom boom boom. Thunderclap rats turn into roasted rats before they even get close. Subai, this time I won't lose to you again. I, Lu Yun, am not weak to anyone. Xiao Xian manipulated the foreign fire to burn everything. He was now able to utilize 2 types of foreign flames. Ice flames. Flames. The former freezes enemies. The latter can burn everything. The rats were frozen before they even got close. And then the flames melted these ice sculptures. The mutant rats couldn't even get close. Even if we don't get first place this time, take a second as well. The second in Xiao Xian's mouth was naturally the second in the grade. Fire burns in the sky, nearby when the rat is killed directly in seconds. It didn't end there. As the blazing heat continued to spread and the points rose wildly. Brother, chill with your strength. The number 1 freshman is yours. Yeah, Brother Chill, you awakened SSS level profession. Absolute 0. If only I could have 1% of your strength. Brother Chill. Ha ha ha. Brother Chill is mighty. The monster was seconded before it even got close. Hearing these boasting sounds, Chen Han's mouth curved up in an arc as he humbly said, Xiao Xian's strength is not weak. He has awakened a SSS ranked 4 in fire, and his strength is not below mine. Chill seems to have one there. Oh, Chen Han looked to where the youth's finger was pointing. It was a freshman. Unrecognizable. Just came to the holy house not long ago and don't know this side of the world yet. Brother Chill, we can eliminate him without you. The little brother next to him said confidently. Chen Han waved his hand. He could gain 50% points after eliminating the players. So naturally, he couldn't miss it. A mosquito is still neat even if it's small. Among the new students, only Xiao Xian was worthy of being his opponent. Absolute 0. The water was directly frozen, and the coldness continued to derive. Coming towards Subai. Seeing Subai standing still, is this being dumbfounded by his own power? Chen Han was a bit disappointed. Next, the frost stopped spreading and simply exploded back to life. This, Chen Han's eyes widened in horror. Is this really a freshman? Even Xiao Xian would take some time to break the ice seal, and Subai took one look at the ice seal and shattered it? Wait, it looks like he just unleashed his mental powers. And yet, I only felt a slight weak wave fluctuation. It means he's far stronger than me. 3 SSS ranked professions appeared in this session? He was not given time to think. Subai had moved. A shot of cursed fire went down. Blazing heat spread. Chen Han tried to freeze the flames and was directly dissolved just as he touched it. And there wasn't a single drop in the power of the flames. The ice shield was instantly destroyed. Wait. Before the words were out of his mouth, he was eliminated. The 3 juniors' mouths were wide open, their eyes dropping out. Nima, the gap is too big. Subai's gaze rested on them as a shot of skill went down. 3 flashes of white light and they too were eliminated. A small team rushed towards Subai's position. The person in question, Subai, is still completely unaware. The man you asked me to find is here. M.O. The hawk-hooked man prostrated himself on the ground, his nose pressed against the sewage and inhaled vigorously, as if he was reminiscing about something. Skinny monkey awakening tracking profession. As long as you can get a whiff of the scent, you can track it with precision, no matter where the other person runs to the ends of the earth. Of course he couldn't do that with his current strength. The air held many flavors, and he added one of them, the scent of Subai fighting the mutant rats. Is it necessary for M.O. to send so many of us to deal with a freshman? The thin monkey was a bit puzzled. What do you know? The one called Subai is not simple. He cleared 200 floors and can be ranked in the top 20. Mo Yuan gave him a blank look. The pupils of the others gradually dilated when they heard about Subai's deeds. To have a top 20 battle power just after enrollment. This was too much. No wonder Mo Yuan would send so many people. Is this for fear of flipping the car? You know, Mervin is a top 10 pick. Even if Subai had cleared the 200th floor, he was still far from being a match for him. Brother M.O. you must help me get justice, Wang Chang said sadly. This kid screwed me out of a large amount of credits. His pants pockets were now cleaner than his face, and he owed hundreds of credits on his body. Inside the conference room, people were looking at the big screen and talking. AI. This Subai is also too unlucky to be targeted by M.O. Yuan. Looks like he's making an early exit. Top 10 sophomores and a couple top 100s. Kenshin asked. Old Zhao, do you still favor him? Zhao Wuji didn't say anything. With Subai's battle record, it was a struggle to deal with one M.O. Yuan, plus so many people. Which end of this fight? Chen Duan shook his head helplessly. The end was already doomed. Inside the copy, Ma Yuan had already brought people to surround Subai. Subai, you didn't expect it, did you? That I would get so many people to join forces against you? Wang Chang said smugly. I admit that you're strong and I'm not your opponent, but you're still going to be eliminated today. Wang Chang couldn't help but laugh out loud when he said the latter. It was just too painful, and the bitterness in my heart was finally vented. Subai was dumbfounded. He didn't seem to have done anything himself, did he? They're bringing in people to block their way. What's wrong with them? If Subai knew that Wang Chang had brought so many people because he couldn't afford to lose, he would have rolled his eyes greatly. Please, don't play if you can't afford to lose. Subai, you're very strong. Not eliminating you, you're likely to be a variable. There are only 10 abyssal entrance tickets, and I, Murray, am a top 10 sophomore. You also want the abyssal entrance ticket? Subai casually asked. No one would not want an entrance ticket to the abyss. I've waited a whole year, and this time I'm determined to win. Subai, with your natural talent, you will definitely be able to obtain the abyssal entrance ticket after waiting for a year. So, don't blame me for bullying the few out of the many. Eliminate him. Ma Yuan was not careless and directly let 10 or so people go up together. Trying to eliminate me? That depends on whether you have the qualifications. Life eruption. Double the full attributes. Spirit surpassed 10 million. Physique was upwards of 3 million. And agility also surpassed 1 million. The cursed fire had covered more than 10,000 meters. One shot of cursed fire went down and a radius of 10 or so kilometers was covered. More than a crowd. I haven't been afraid yet. The cursed fire kept expanding and sweeping towards them. Paper and pen appeared in Ma Yuan's hand. He drew a river on the paper. The white paper disappeared into a real river, and the river collided with the flames and was actually vaporized. The corner of Mo Yuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Is this really a freshman? You're in the top 10 yourself. Is it possible to lose to a junior? See, endless seas, water cage. Mo Yuan moved faster and faster, his hands appearing as phantoms. SS-level professional pen and ink. For example, if you draw a house you can make it materialize into a real house. However, this required a prerequisite of consuming pounds of spiritual energy. Every second consumes mental energy, so you can't draw your means against the enemy before you fight. You need to draw on the fly. The water cage tries to force back the cursed fire and is vaporized before it can get close enough. Several skills down, the power of cursed flame was greatly reduced. After some cooperation from the others, the cursed fire was extinguished. They were just about to breathe a sigh of relief. The skill is cast again. This time it wasn't cursed fire, but cursed judgment, which was much more powerful than cursed fire. Trial by curse. Subai transformed into a moving turret, frantically converging his magic. Ma Yuan almost couldn't hold back a foul mouth. Nima, don't your skills need to cool down? Water truck. A large water wheel came towards the cursed trial and upon collision turned into a toasted car, scrapping it outright. Without stopping, cursed judgment continued on targeting none other than Mo Yuan, who did the main output. As long as he was defeated, the others were not to be feared. He couldn't block this blow at all and was directly eliminated. Defeating Mo Yuan in front of dozens of people? Still a freshman? This is too magical. Are you really a freshman? Wang Chang subconsciously said. Before, he was still a bit upset. Losing to a freshman was just too humiliating. But after seeing Su Bai's true strength, he was relieved that even Mo Yuan was not his opponent. It seems reasonable to lose on your own. Reasonable my ass. It's been less than a month since people awakened their careers. He had awakened for one more year than him. Why? The gap was so big. Didn't you guys want to eliminate me? I'll give you a ride, don't thank me. There's no Murakumo. One shot of cursed fire goes down. Dozens of streams of light appeared, and they too were eliminated. The conference room was silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the end, Zhao Wuji broke the strange atmosphere. Ha ha ha, if those people knew that Su Bai was so strong, they would definitely regret it. Zhao Wuji couldn't control the corners of his mouth from rising as he thought back to the faces of those enrollment teachers. What a treasure you found for yourself. Just how long had passed, and Su Bai had already grown to this point. In the past, their holy academy had also recruited curse masters, but when compared to Su Bai, those people's professions were as if they were fake. This was the main reason why Zhao Wuji recruited him. Certain people weren't optimistic about Su Bai before. Chen Duan looked toward Jian Xian and smiled disdainfully. Who are some of the people you're talking about? I say who? Who knows in his heart? You. Kenshin tried to retort with a few words, but realized that he was powerless to refute it because the other person was telling the truth. Surrounded by so many people, including a top 10, it turned out to be eliminated by a freshman. Which who would have thought? Where did you find the students? Lao Zhao. Yeah, why didn't you tell us in advance about such a good seedling? If I had known, I would have recruited Su Bai. They're like a different person. Jianhai City. Jianhai City? They suspected that they had heard wrong. Jianhai City was only a low-level city. How could this kind of heavenly pride appear and be snatched away by their sacred academy? After learning that Su Bai was a curse master, they were relieved. No wonder. Other schools are letting such a good prospect go. It's an age-old rule that cursors don't live past 25. Someone like Su Bai, who had just awakened his profession less than a month ago, was able to defeat Mo Yuan. You may not even live past 20. Zhao Wuji didn't explain much. There have been awakened curse masters in past years who have added points like crazy without fear of death. However, the strength displayed was not even 1% of Su Bai's. There must be a secret in him. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to grow so fast. Even as a curse master, he had no intention of pursuing the matter though. Everyone had their own secrets meant to want to explore the truth. Instead, it can sour the relationship. We'll see. Within the copy, Yi Yunfei slashed the monster in front of him. He was second in the sophomore standings. I won't be losing to you this time. Lin Shoheo. Yi Yunfei said icily. Nearby monsters were hooked up to a layer of negative effects. Blast! A thought. The monster exploded into pieces. Blood flying in the air. Almost there. The first place is mine this time. No one can take it away from me. Yi Yunfei walked out of the mist and saw 10 altars. At one of the altars stood a man. This person is none other than Jeremy Lin. Lin opened his eyes. I'm ahead of you. Damn it, another step slower than you guys. Yi Yunfei reluctantly walked to the second altar. A third person appeared immediately afterward. Le Van. Third place in the rankings. Li Fan was a bit disappointed after seeing the two. Hey, slower than you two again. When am I going to surpass you guys? The three of them were very different in strength. Lin is the strongest. Ever since his freshman year he had always won the first place in his grade, while Yi Yunfei was the second in a million years and Li Fan was the third in a million years. The three came to the top of their respective altars. The altar has to be full of people standing on top of it in order to challenge the final boss, Tu Chi, and those 10 must also be the top 10. It's the copy mechanism. That's why the three were so slow to make a move after they met, just waiting for the others to arrive. Infighting now will only cheapen the people behind it. Even though Yi Yunfei, Li Fan wanted to win over Lin for once, they didn't make a move here. 10 minutes later, the 9 altars were filled with people. There is still one last altar left empty. That fellow Mo Yuan has not been too slow. How long has this been going on? I heard Mo Yuan went to deal with a freshman. What? Mo Yuan is getting more and more alive. It's just that our sophomore seniors are losing face to him. Well, at least he's in the top 10 of our sophomore class to take on a freshman. Isn't that pure bullying? You guys, look, someone's coming. Wait, this person isn't Mo Yuan. I haven't seen it before. Is it a freshman? How is it possible? To stand on top of the altar, the rankings all have to be at least the top 10. Did he make the top 10? Only Su Bai stood on top of the altar and displayed the basic information. Name, Su Bai. Level, 90. Status, freshman. After seeing Su Bai's basic information, The others stared blankly. Subai, I know him. The one that Mo Yuan wants to deal with is Subai. It's hard to believe that he eliminated Mo Yuan. How is that possible? Although Murakumo is the existence of 10 people by the end of the list, but that's still top 10 in the class. Subai had only awakened his profession for how long, and he was already this strong. Everyone put away their contempt, including Li Fan, Yi Yunfei, and Lin Shoheo. The boundary is gone. Let's go, Lin said, stepping into the light, followed by others. The scene around them changes radically. The ghostly blue street lamps, the sound of water dripping down to the ground could be heard. The smell of decay filled the air in mid-air, and you could smell blood. Just one word to describe it. Dirty, very dirty. Just as I came in, I heard the sound of a large group of squealing rats. People with a dense phobia will definitely be shocked when they see this scene. A black wave of rats came toward them. The warrior stands in the way. Mages, shooters output in the back. Nurse is in the back and is bleeding the warrior. Lin set up the play. The others didn't object. After all, he is the strongest of the 10. Lin glanced at Subai as a staff appeared in his hand. Clearly a law profession. It was labeled as a brittle body. What he didn't know about Subai's physique was second only to the spirit. With life burst on, body mass is close to 4 million. The mutant rats looked like they had gone crazy and attacked directly at the sight of any creature. The venom stains the top of the shield. The corrosion effect triggers, and the durability of the weapon is drastically reduced. Nurse used restoration and the shield durability was instantly restored. There are 2 uses for the recovery technique. Acting on homebuyers can give them a blood boost. Acting on a weapon restores durability. But there was one prerequisite for this, and that was that the weapon could not be destroyed, or else no amount of recovery spells could do anything about it. Mages bring together powerful magic. Fireball, water ball, endless vines. The fireball spell exploded, filling the sky with sparks. Water ball spells don't do as much damage as fireball spells, but they have a control effect. Several elite monsters, wrapped in bubbles, are temporarily floating. Endless vines wrapped around these rats, restricting their movements. Shooters, on the other hand, are aimed at the elite monsters in the back row, limiting their proximity while dealing sizable damage. Karmic fire burns the sky. The fireballs that Li Fan gathered were different from the others. Karmic fire burned everything, and after the mutant rats hit, only ashes were left on the ground. Not bad for a SSSS-ranked professional karma fire. During the course of the battle, Subai was also analyzing the abilities of his nearby teammates. Don't look at them as a team now. Everyone knows it's temporary. There is only one boss. Yi Yunfei controlled the magic sword to kill the wave of monsters, and each time he chopped, the residual blood chi would be turned into energy and transformed into attack power. It also recovers from injuries sustained. SSS level professional knife demon. Li Fan's role in this kind of battle was clearly more outstanding than Yi Yunfei's. Each attack could kill a large group while Yi Yunfei could not. A holy book appeared in Lin's hand, and holy light covered the nearby monsters, who actually struck out at the companions around them. Baptism. More and more rats are showing defections. Lin killed monsters more efficiently than the 2 of them combined. While Subai was observing others were also observing him. They were all curious as to how strong this freshman was. It's a shame Subai didn't reveal his bottom card. This is just the first round. Soon, the first round ended. Subai rose to level 91. Round 2, final battle. Pestilence Tucci, Imperial, arriving on the battlefield. The large black rat appeared. It was the size of an average adult, and held a crossbow in its hands. The arrow stained with neurotoxin. Before I could see exactly what it looked like, it disappeared. Invisibility. The shooter activates Eagle Eye to prevent the Mouse King from approaching, and a small purple bird lights up the surroundings. The Mouse King's figure was revealed. Shoo shoo shoo. Feathered arrows flew in the sky, and the warrior fended off the front, his shield blocking them with a sound. The venom continued to spread along the shield, and the durability dropped crazily. Even if the nurse used a recovery spell, there was nothing she could do. Yi Yunfei charged forward, holding the magic sword in his hand towards the Rat King's head. Mouse King reacted quickly to avoid the strike. Venom Bomb. A small pill bottle appeared in its hand, which touched the air and directly exploded and spread at a rapid rate. Yi Yunfei was within the range of the intense poison. You take huge amounts of damage every second, and you also get a slowing effect. The Mouse King pulled away. Using the advantage of his long hands, Yi Yunfei could only retreat. It's a good thing we have Livan behind us. Lin. It's the only thing that's not so lousy. Li Fan gathered powerful magic and a fireball smashed into Tucci. The giant poison collided with these fireballs, and the power of the giant poison dropped a lot. Lin can not only control living things, even dead things with skills can be controlled. Originally, The giant poison was sweeping towards their position, but after being eroded by the power of holy light, it instead turned into resistance and attacked Tucci. Tucci has high poison resistance, barely taking much damage. Tucci's blood level dropped like crazy. It's trying to do a cloak and dagger thing. Hawkeye launches himself into manifestation. With that, it entered its second form after its blood level dropped to 50%. In its second form, Tucci can use the venom around it to attack, and the terrain here suits it well. The venom transformed into countless paths of particles that merged into the feathered arrows, rising in power by a large margin. Not only that, these venoms also possessed a penetrating effect, hitting the front row targets. Those in the back row were subject to the same damage. Even if the warrior used his shield to ward off the attack, the venom would turn into feathers and arrows and penetrate, with those in the back row taking equal damage. The warrior is less than 30% blood. It's a good thing they have the nurse's replies, or else they would have been eliminated outright if this round had gone on. The output of Tucci in its second form is not a 1-star increase. Don't even hide. Watch out for the gutter. Lin reminded. He closed the Bible and the light of the Holy Spirit shone brightly. A golden glow covered the front row of warriors, along with the weapons in their hands. The feathered arrows hit and cannot penetrate, and the holy light also absorbs most of the damage. Yi Yunfei opened the blade demon form and completely lost his mind, swinging madly. With a big wave of his hand, the surroundings were covered by a sea of fire, preventing Tucci from escaping. The others also used their undercards, and for a while, Tucci was suppressed to death. Trial by curse. The black flames hit Tucci, and its blood level dropped by a steep margin. The others noticed Subai's output and couldn't help but look twice more. 40%, 30%, 20%. Tucci entered his final form after his blood level fell to 20%. Countless rats were summoned and rushed towards them. Karma fire. Cursed fire covers the surrounding area to prevent these rats from getting close. As if they were moths to a flame, they were killed in seconds before they even got close. Tucci in his ultimate form not only summons rats, but also does a lot more damage. Even Eagle Eye couldn't capture its exact location. Good thing it couldn't escape because the wildfire closed the road early. After the invisibility spell ended, the army of rats had been killed off, leaving only a single bare bones commander. The blood drops to the chopping block line and they deliver their best shot. Lin controls the magic sword and Karma Fire attacks the Mouse King. Shit, he counted again. Yi Yunfei cursed. The three of them were the strongest among the 10. Now that Yi Yunfei, Li Fan's attack was used for him, the end was doomed. As expected, the other people's skills were directly obliterated when they collided with the Karma Fire. Demonic Blade. Getting closer to the Mouse King, Lin glanced at Subai. Looks like I won. Crikey. The words were not yet finished. Only Subai was seen in the guise of a moving turret. Nearly 10 skills attacked. The crowd was shocked. Good lord. This is a normal attack? Don't your skills have to cool down? Without giving them a chance to think, the Cursed Judgment had already collided with the Karmic Fire, Demonic Blade, and Holy Light. The Cursed Judgment was still advancing, and the 3 attacks had been obliterated. Tucci was killed straight away with that strike. You killed the final boss Tucci and cleared the Plague Marsh Road, gaining 1 million points. You've reached level 91. You're up to level 92. You're up to level 93. 10 levels in a row. Directly elevated to 100 levels. To continue upgrading you must complete promotion quests, and you will be able to pick up promotion quests when you go out. Millions of points in hand this time the number 1 spot is secure. The gazes of the 9 people looking at Subai all changed to be very unfavorable. I didn't expect a freshman who just enrolled to be this strong. It was our carelessness. Yi Yunfei laughed bitterly. Originally thought his biggest opponent was Lin, but it turned out that he killed a Chen Biaojin. Now that Subai had the most points everyone was greedy. As long as they eliminated him, they would be able to win the championship themselves. Want to eliminate me? Are you guys qualified enough? Arrogant. Just too arrogant. You know, there's not a weak person here. The worst of the worst are top 10 on the charts. The top 3 are even more on their side. What can Subai fight them with? Even though Subai had just utilized the skill dozens of times, the consumption must not be small, and he would not be able to use it continuously in a short period of time. Don't talk too much, be careful of flashing your back. 9 people surrounded Subai to use his bottom card. Subai likewise had no reservations. You consume 750 years of your life, and on your next blow, the damage is doubled by 750 times. Can you guys block this blow? Life burst. Attributes doubled. Spirit breaks through 10 million. Cursed fire. A dozen kilometers around was covered in black fire. The black flames continued to expand, and their power was monstrous. Holy light, magic blade, karmic fire, were directly obliterated when they collided with the cursed flame. Oops. The crowd was wide-eyed and shocked. A joint strike that was easily obliterated? You're telling me this is a freshman? That's what they are. Shroud of Holy Light, Knife Possession, Resisting Aura. They unleash their life-saving skills, but all beings are equal under this blow. Rumble. There were explosions and a few flashes of white light, and they were eliminated. We lost. Are all the freshmen so fierce now? One skill down and we're seconded. Crap. It's nothing like what I imagined. We had to be bullied by sophomores that freshman year, and then after a year, we were bullied by freshmen. Is there any justice? Is there any king's law anymore? Damn. I feel like I'm just a regular guy compared to him. They had all closed themselves off, and their strongest strikes were inconspicuous in front of Subai. Even if you get robbed of a boss, you lose to a freshman. It was still a case of 9 people joining forces, and it was too humiliating for them to try to find a crack in the ground. Lin Shaheo, Yi Yunfei, my target is still you guys. Li Fan's eyes flashed with wariness. As for Subai, he hadn't thought about it at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to defeat the other party, but it was unrealistic. One more year of awakening than the other party, and he was still killed in seconds. Yi Yunfei had the same idea as Li Fan, aiming to defeat Lin. Lin didn't say anything. He's been number 1 since he started school and has his own pride. Now he's being eliminated by a freshman? The moment. The old arrogance was gone. Is he a genius? If you're a genius, what is Subai? Demon. Or monster? The crowd had more than a few words to say when they saw the scene. Crap. Lin Shaheo and the others have been eliminated. How is it possible? Who could have eliminated him? Did a dark horse emerge this year? It's not true. I haven't heard of anyone better than Lin in the sophomore class. Is it possible that the person who eliminated them was a freshman? The youth offered a guess. The others look like idiots. Freshman year awakening profession to now full of even less than a month. How can it beat Lin? Then again, it's still a one-time elimination of 9 people. You guys, look at the leaderboard refresh. First place, 2 million points for Subai, freshman. Second place, 180,000 points for Jeremy Lin, sophomore. Third place, Yi Yunfei, sophomore, received 150,000 points. Third place, 140,000 points for Li Fan, sophomore. Except for the first, the others are not too far apart. There's a whole dozen times the difference in points between first place and second place, and not even a fraction of the other. The bottom line is that the top 10 scores combined are not as high as his. Crap, what do I see? First place is really a freshman. This is too fantastic for novels to be written in any way. Awakening for less than a month and winning first place in the Heaven's Pride competition? I feel like such a waste compared to him. Who says it's not? Before I thought I was so talented that even Jeremy Lin could touch it, but now I realize that the gap between man and man is even bigger than man and dog. Is this really a man? This is a fucking god. What I do not say. I first give Su God kneel. Does Su Shin still lack a little brother? The kind where I can warm the bed. The bald burly man revealed a lewd smile. Those nearby subconsciously moved away from him. Inside the conference room, there was silence. Eventually Kenshin broke the strange atmosphere. I didn't expect this one called Subai to be so strong. Pity. If only he wasn't a curse maker. Old sword, what are you pitying about? People, even if they are curse masters, awakened for less than a month and won first place in the Heaven's Pride competition. Zhao Wuji rolled his eyes. Yes, even if he has a short life, he can still blossom into his own splendor in this short period of time. Chen Dust added. He was deeply impressed by Subai's strength. No wonder. The last time he entered an open copy he was so decisive. Old Zhao, I didn't mean that. I meant that what he awakened wasn't the words of a curse master. It's not impossible that our holy academy might be able to return to its former glory. But he's powerful now because he traded his life for it. In his current condition, it's unknown if he'll live past 19, let alone live to 25. Other curse masters could live for a few years even in a short life, but like Subai, he didn't want to fight for his life. Surviving a year would be a high compliment. Soon, the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition ended. Everyone was teleported out. Lu Yun closed himself up after seeing Subai's ranking. First place, 2 million points for Subai, freshman, 2 million points. He doesn't even have 10,000 points. Wait, isn't Subai also a freshman? Why? He gets first place? Lu Yun knew that he was strong, but he never expected to be this strong. He's been awakened for one more year than you and you've surpassed him? Subai shouldn't be open. Brother Su, you are just too good. Wang Lei gave a thumbs up and came to Subai with a sliding shovel. Hugging his thigh, Brother Su, it's the honor of my life to be your little brother. Black lines surfaced on Subai's face. Spread your hands. Hey, long time no see Su. You've gotten stronger again after not seeing Su for a few days. The two chatted for a few moments before Swordheart announced. The Heaven's Pride Grand Competition is officially over. Top 10 on stage. Kenshin himself gave them the honor. Subai, this is your reward. When he walked in front of Subai, Swordheart stopped, patted the other party's shoulder, and took out a skill book, along with an abyssal entry scroll. Name, abyssal entry roll. Type, consumables, props. Effect, when the abyss is opened, you can enter the abyss with this entry ticket. Introduction, the abyss is watching you. This skill book is of starburst quality. Second place received a diamond skill book. Third place received an emerald skill book. Thank you, senpai. Ha ha ha. You deserve it. Behave yourself, I'll watch you. After the awards ceremony, Subai returned to the villa and a skill book appeared in his hand. You consume a skill book and realize windy wings. Extreme wind feather wings, star flare consumes 2 years of life every minute. Flying in mid-air. Flight skills? Flight skills, like life-saving skills, are relatively rare. You can also restrain flying monsters a bit when you encounter them. When encountering a professional with no long-range means, they can completely hang around. The opponent can't touch himself, but he can hit the opponent. Just ask you if you're angry. Here I go again. Here I go again. How about that? Can't hit it. Pissed off. No CD is required for all skills due to the Curse Master. You can fly all the time by consuming only 2 years of life per minute. After leveling up to 100, you automatically gain 100 years of life every minute. And 2 years of life is not even a drop in the bucket. The wind plume. Subai came to the compound. A pair of green wings appeared on his back. The breeze blew, and he flew directly up, overlooking the scene below. As he got farther and farther away from the land, the objects became smaller and smaller. In his previous life, he had never even been on an airplane. And this life itself can fly. It's such a cool feeling. Subai soared in the sky, flew for a while, and then rejoined the ground. Good. The next step is to complete the promotion task and break through to the first rank. Career hall with a majestic statue erected. The man held a large sword in his hand, which was thrust into the ground, giving a sense of majesty just by standing there. To advance in rank, you must travel to the Hall of Professions. The need to register their information to prevent the Fae from mixing in is also restricting them. Subai finished registering his information. The difficulty of promotion is divided from low to high, normal, difficult, nightmare, hell, purgatory, and abyss. 6 levels. The more difficult it is to complete the task, the more benefits you will receive. For example, completing a normal trial gives you a 1 multiplier. Leveling up increases the secondary attributes by 11 points and the primary attributes by 22 points. A 1-fold increase. Completing the difficult trials gives you a 2x multiplier, increasing your secondary attributes by 12 points and your primary attributes by 24 points for a 2x boost when you move up a level. Nightmare level 1, 3 times, Hell level 1, 4 times, Purgatory level 1, 5 times. As for the Abyss, Subai had no idea. No one has ever cleared the Abyssal level in the history of mankind. Even the number of Purgatory level passers could be counted on even one hand. And these people had already become the lords of the party. There's one in Wasia. I wonder if I'll be able to pass the Abyssal level. There was no one who didn't want to achieve more, including Subai. Completing promotion quests also gives you access to career skills. The vocational skills mentioned here are not learned from skill books but come with the profession. Cursed Judgment, Cursed Aura, and Cursed Power are all skills that come with the profession. Cursed Judgment, needless to say, the single damage is high. Curse Aura, the power of the curse is even more perverse. The former increases damage, but the downside is also obvious, with life flowing 100 times as fast as normal. But what does this have to do with Subai? He has an immortality system that gives him 100 years of life every minute, so it's hard to die. Cursed Power is the core skill of the Lord of the Damned. Consuming lifespan can strengthen equipment, attributes, and skills. This was also Subai's bottom line for fighting at a transgressive level. Ding, random mission triggered. Subai just wanted to choose the Abyss difficulty, and right at this moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded. 1. Passing normal trials increases earnings by 1 times. 2. Passing difficult trials increases earnings by 2 times. 3. Pass the nightmare trial and increase your earnings by 3 times. 4. Passing the trial of hell will increase your earnings by 4 times. 5. Passing the purgatory trial will increase your earnings by 5 times. 6. Passing the abyssal trial will increase your earnings by 2 times. Hint, please make your choice carefully. You can't change it after choosing. Revenue enhancement. Now you get 100 years of life per minute. Even if you only pass the normal level, you get an additional 10 years of life per minute. If you can pass the abyssal level, you'll directly double your life expectancy and gain 200 years per minute. The benefits will also follow as you level up, but the risk is also high. There has never been a case of a human passing through the abyss in recorded history. After hesitating for a moment, Subai not only had no intention of retreating, but was instead filled with fighting spirit. So what if it's abyssal level? I'm not afraid of even the number 1 blue star powerhouse in the same class. If other people can't pass it, I may not be able to pass it. System, I choose the abyssal level. Mission, pass the abyss promotion. Penalty, none. Bonus, double your earnings. While there is no punishment, failing a promotion quest will result in immediate death and no punishment at all. There are many professionals who have died on promotion missions. I'm going to challenge the abyss to promotion. Ha! 3 big question marks floated above the clerk's head as she suspected she had heard wrong. No one has cleared the abyss level yet. Mr. Abyss difficulty has not been cleared since history, the clerk still kindly reminded. Although the higher the difficulty of the pass, the more benefits you will receive. But after failing the promotion quest, the ushering in is death. I know. I still plan to challenge the abyssal Jinn God. This, store clerk no longer discourage? Everyone has their own choice. Others have no right to interfere. Okay. However, the abyssal trials can only be opened by the pavilion master. Just wait a moment. Sir, I'll ask the pavilion master. Okay. The clerk came to an office and knocked on the door. Enter. A pale voice came from inside. Upon opening the door to the room, there was an old man sitting on the seat with a newspaper in his hand and a cup of hot tea on the table. What is it? The old man put down the newspaper in his hand. Pavilion master is like this. The clerk told the story. There wasn't much of a change of expression on the pavilion master's face. Another guy who sends himself to death. There were countless heavenly prides who had challenged the abyssal level in previous years, but none of them had come out alive, and he didn't think that Subai would be able to pass the abyssal level. Even Blue Star's number 1 powerhouse had only cleared the purgatory level. Come along with me. I would like to see what kind of god this person is, daring to challenge the abyssal level. He simply doesn't know the heights of heaven. The 2 men came into the hall and the courtier glanced at the message. Name, Subai. Status, freshman at the Holy House. Profession, Lord of the Damned, hidden. Level, 100. 100 levels? How long has it been? Less than 1 month and you've risen to level 100? Even the clerk on the sidelines was taken aback, learning that Subai was going to challenge the abyssal trial. His personal information hadn't been looked at carefully, but even so trying to pass the abyssal level is simply delusional. After seeing Subai's occupation, the pavilion master released his mind. So it was a curse master. This is trying to go against the grain. In the past he wouldn't have even bothered to remind him, but Subai was growing too fast, and it was too bad to lose a genius. I'm the loft master of the career hall. Let me make it clear beforehand that there have been people who have challenged the abyssal level in previous years, but none of them came out alive. There are even existences not weaker than you in this. Not weaker than yourself? He means rank, I think. Subai's strength couldn't be measured in terms of level, even if it was a level 200 emperor level monster. It wasn't like he hadn't killed it before. What's the difference between a salted fish and a salted fish if you don't have some pursuit? Subai's gaze was firm. The pavilion master was a bit moved when he heard this. Yes, professionals were supposed to be the ones who danced with swords, facing life and death every moment. Is how long ago he had this hot blood. It doesn't seem to exist anymore. In the past, even if it was a copy of 9 deaths, one dared to break into it, but anything remotely dangerous right now, he won't do. The young man in front of me has as much enthusiasm as he did in his youth. Same shit. Subai's challenge was the abyssal trial, which was not 9 deaths at all, but 10. Just as well. Everyone has their own path to follow and no one else has the right to interfere. I respect your choice. Replica trial, abyssal battlefield. Level, 100. Difficulty, abyssal. Requirement, defeat the 0th level abyssal demon. Introduction, the abyssal battlefield has only darkness and no daylight. It's very dark around here and you can't see anything. A prop appeared in Subai's hand. Illumination technique, prop's a one-time prop. When used, a radius of 1,000 meters will be lit up for 1 hour. Illumination cost 1 credit, and Subai had purchased a full 100 of them, just in case. When illumination is used, the perimeter is lit up and the darkness recedes instantly. After advancing for about 10 minutes or so, Subai encountered the first demonic creature, Abyssal Slime, Imperial. It was a 100-level monster, much larger than a normal slime, surrounded by a black aura. A royal-level monster? This is too weak. A level 200 emperor-level monster. One who has killed himself would still be afraid of an emperor-level monster with a pathetic level 100. Trial by curse. Skill hit Abyssal Slime was surprisingly absorbed. The corner of Subai's mouth couldn't help but twitch. The abyssal monsters were really disgusting and had diverse means. And this slime in front of him was somewhat similar to the devouring slime he had encountered before, being able to devour his opponent's attacks. That's not all. Abyssal Slime actually used Cursed Judgment. I'll go. Subai almost exploded. This is a royal level monster. Are you teasing me? Trial by curse. The two judgments collided together, and the opposite side skills were instantly obliterated. It seems it devours skills that can be copied, but the damage depends on itself. After Subai turned on Life Burst, his spirit broke through 10 million, and even if he didn't use the skill, he still had more than 5 million attributes. So what are you going to block with? Curse Trial hits the abyssal slime and is devoured again, but this time it's a little less so. At first, when he devoured the first attack, he was still able to replicate his responsibility, but this time, he was unable to do so. Devouring doesn't require a cooldown, but it does require a drain on the energy in your body. Copying requires energy consumption and a cooldown? Subai judged the abyssal slime's ability. Figuring that out makes it a lot easier to beat it. As long as the energy in its body is depleted, it will not be able to devour skills and will only be reduced to a fish on the chopping board to be slaughtered. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. Trial by curse. With 3 skills down, the abyssal slime's devouring speed obviously slowed down a lot. At the back it couldn't even devour it anymore and could only use its body to harden the damage. The consequences were also tragic. Subai's output was so high that it was terrifying, and being hit by his skills would seriously injure you even if you didn't die. Slime is getting in worse shape. From 4 meters at the beginning, it became less than 1 meter. Another shot of cursed judgment and it was killed in seconds straight away. Due to the trials, no experience can be gained and no loot can be dropped. The first monster was so strong, the monsters behind it would only get stronger. Whether the abyssal demon was an emperor-level monster or a monster of emperor level or higher was unknown, and the only way to explore the truth was to keep moving forward. Soon, Subai encountered the second monster, abyssal kobolds, imperial, 1 quality higher than the abyssal slime, with 10 times the amount of blood. It was more than 1 star stronger. The kobolds were about 2 meters tall, wearing animal clothing and had a long, vicious spear in their hands. Yada yada yada. The kobold launched an attack. His spear pierced through the layers of air, emitting an ear-piercing sonic boom, and his sharp spear stabbed towards Subai's head. The 10 meters passed in the blink of an eye. The spear pierced through Subai's body, intuitively penetrating without causing a single damage. Subai's figure appeared 50 meters away, and a shot of cursed trial struck. The kobold instinctively blocked with his lance. Dang! Goblin takes 3 to 4 steps back before letting go of the force of that strike. It just raised its head, followed by dozens of skills. Trial by curse. Cursed fire. Life eruption. Spirit breaks through 10 million. Cursed fire covers more than 10 kilometers. Aren't you good at blocking? Can you block or do I have high output? The kobolds could only retreat in disarray under the furious bombardment. A black mist spreading to drain away most of the attack. Goblin warhorse. A warhorse that looked like a kobold appeared, and the kobold rode on it, unleashing a fierce charge skill. Ignore any control skills while charging. The spear stabbed towards Subai's chest. Flashback. When he was about to hit Subai, he launched a flash to avoid the blow. Subai appeared 50 meters away, right with his back to it. Trial by curse. Another new round of attacks. The kobolds were hit point blank, and even with the warhorse's boost and becoming nimble, they couldn't avoid all the skills. The black mist on the warhorse became dimmer and dimmer until it disappeared. It wasn't much better on it, with its blood level having dropped to 50%. Goblin summoning. Dozens of kobolds were summoned. Abyssal Goblin Warrior, King, General Abyssal Goblin, Royal Class, King of the Abyssal Goblins, Emperor Class, 10 King-level monsters, 1 Emperor-level monster, 1 Emperor-level monster. King power. Kobolds become kings, have the power of kings. The number of kobolds they summon, the stronger they are, the more feedback they get. It's even stronger now than it was in its heyday. Not bad for an abyssal trial. The first abyssal slime was only an Emperor-level monster, yet it managed to last so long in Subai's hands. You can also devour skills, and copy skills. Abyssal goblins are even sicker. Can summon 10 king-level monsters and 1 royal-level monster. Charge. The Goblin King raised his arm and all the goblins rushed towards Subai. Killing it other kobolds will also disappear, but it's hard to kill it forcibly when it's hiding in the back. Not killing it first other kobolds are still annoying. Subai chose the second one. The king's attributes are boosted a lot over the course of the goblin's existence. Cursed fire. The flames expanded rapidly as Subai continuously utilized his skills. 10 king-ranked goblins were directly killed in seconds, and there was still 1 royal-ranked goblin left, which had much more blood than the king-ranked goblins. But that was all. After 10 seconds, the royal kobold was killed. All that's left is a bare-bones commander, the Goblin King. After losing its summons, its attributes were much weaker than even the vast majority of Emperor-level monsters. A few minutes later, the Goblin King was killed. This time, Subai didn't act immediately, but rested for a moment. waiting to act after he had recovered to his full strength. Half an hour later, Subai finished his rest. After walking for about 10 minutes or so, we came across a demonic creature that, it had a head with long ram's horns. Its face was hideous and terrifying. Its teeth were incomparably sharp. Its eyes were blood red, and its blood-red wings unfolded, blocking half of the sky, and before it even got close to it, it could feel the power of killing, and just by gazing at it, it gave people a sense of awe. Level 100 Abyssal Demon, Immortal. Immortal. Immortal level? Worthy of being an abyssal trial, immortal level monsters had appeared. Immortal level monsters had 10 times more blood than Emperor level monsters, and were stronger by more than a star. On top of that, the abyssal monsters have a lot of means, which makes it even trickier. The abyssal slime can not only devour its own skills, it can also copy them. Abyssal Goblin can summon goblins to aid in battle. Subai had a bit of a headache. It seemed that wanting to pass the abyssal trial was by no means an easy task. No wonder the system told him to choose carefully. The abyssal demon's finger lifted lightly, pointing at Subai, and the black mist spread rapidly. The cursed judgment collided with the black mist, and it was actually an even match, casually blocking your own skill with a single hit. A bit of something, but my skills are also pugilistic. Let's see who lasts until the end. Trial by curse. Cursed fire. Subai transformed into a moving turret and kept using his skills. The abyssal demon snapped its fingers, its face becoming more and more hideous and terrifying. Abyssal invasion. The black mist came in like a tidal wave. Cursed judgment. And cursed fire was instantly obliterated. Crap, Subai almost exploded. Shit, don't bring how to play. The old man had a spirit of over 5 million and could deal huge amounts of damage with every attack, but it turned out to be so insignificant in front of it. The black mist penetrated Subai's body without causing any damage. Abyssal fall. Countless black hands wrapped around his ankles and wrists to drag him into the ground. Shit, you made me do it. Life eruption. Spirit breaks through 10 million. Other attributes are doubled, and the flames obliterate the black hand. Another round of clashing. Subai realized that not only did the abyssal demon have many means, but its abilities were also disgusting. Trial by abyss. A large cross sword was suspended in midair, and the locking skill could not be dodged, so it could only be carried hard with the body. The large sword penetrated Subai's body. The abyssal demon withdrew his arm and walked towards the throne, and just after taking a few steps, an incomparably strong attack came from behind. You spent 100 years of your life to activate your immortal body and successfully resisted a blow. You consume 750 years of your life, and on your next blow, the damage is doubled by 750 times. Immortality blocked the abyssal judgment. Can you block this blow? The black mist collided with the skill without any suspense, and was instantly obliterated, and the black shield departed, exploding into countless particles just as it touched. The body was engulfed in flames. Immortal level monsters are nothing more than that. Subai just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. Next, the abyssal demon is resurrected. Nima, more blood, nasty ability even, but also can resurrect. It's a fart fight. Wait, it's using the power of the surrounding abyss for resurrection? Unless it drains all the energy around it, it won't be able to kill it at all. Damn, normal attacks couldn't hurt it at all, so it could only use forbidden spells. The forbidden spells were powerful, but they also consumed heavily. Each spell consumes 750 years of life. If you pass the abyssal trial, you'll double your earnings, gain 200 years of life every minute, and use the forbidden spell once in less than 10 minutes. Thinking of this, Subai didn't care about consumption. More than life, I have never been afraid. You consume 750 years of your life, and on your next blow, the damage is increased by 750 times. You consume 750 years of your life, and on your next blow, the damage is increased by 750 times. Life expectancy is decreasing like running water. The abyssal demon just showed its head and was killed in seconds. Immediately after that, the power of the abyss converged and it reshaped its body. It went back and forth like this, and Subai couldn't even remember how many times he had killed it. Trial by curse. The abyssal demon is engulfed, and this time it doesn't come back to life. You slay the abyssal demon and pass the abyssal trial. Congratulations on completing the first rank promotion quest. Abyssal level. Attribute multiplier increased by 2x. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the random quest. Double your earnings and gain 200 years of life every minute. Unlocked the skill Deicide. Godslayer, no item enemy's blood level drops to 5%. Ignores level. Kills opponent in seconds. No cooldown. Crap, Subai's eyes widened. The doubling of attribute multipliers and the doubling of earnings were all expected of him, but the effects of the new skills are so counterintuitive. Ignore the level to kill the enemy in seconds. Crap. Doesn't it mean that I can kill even a 1000 level big guy in seconds? As soon as his blood level drops to 5%. Wait. I seem to have forgotten something. I can evolve skills and the initial skill kill line is 5%. So at the immortal level, how much is the kill line? 10%. Or 20%? Gaining 200 years of life every minute. An hour is 12,000 years. Nearly 300,000 years a day. All plus a bit of attributes and all get 300k. And that's not even counting the bonuses that come with the gear. Or it would only be more. Hey. So annoying. Too much lifespan is not a good thing. Subai had a bitter face. Career hall. The clerk was confused when he saw someone come out. If I remember correctly, the guy who just went in. The challenge was abyssal difficulty, right? Could it be that he passed the abyssal trial? How it's possible. The first person in the history of Blue Star to pass only the purgatory level. Mr. Subai, you passed the level. The clerk's voice was raised 3 points. She opened her cherry mouth wide in shock. Is it hard? Subai shrugged his shoulders with an unimpressed face. The clerk didn't know what to say. Is the trial of the abyss hard? Of course it's hard. Or it's unlikely that no one would have gotten through it. There were people who challenged the abyssal trials every year, but none of them came out alive. Now that she had witnessed someone pass the abyssal trial, how could she not be excited? Mr. You wait a moment, she said, passing promotion quests. All of us in the career hall need to register. You passed the abyssal level. I need to report it to the pavilion master. Good. Subai didn't care. The woman's legs were shaking as she left, and she walked with a limp. Inside the office, the pavilion master leisurely sipped his tea with a newspaper in his hand. Bang! The door was opened directly and violently, and the newspaper came off in the courtier's hand. Even the teacup almost came out in 3. Discontent appeared on the pavilion master's face. How many times have I told you to do things steadily, not to be in such a hurry? Don't you know how to knock before you say anything? How many years have you been in the career hall? May, it's been 5 years, if I remember correctly. When will you act like a veteran employee? Don't get anxious when something happens. Do you understand what I'm saying? The courtier is. No, but don't you listen to anything I say? That professional just passed the trial. Isn't it normal to pass the trial? This little thing also comes to me. Wait, what did you say? If I remember correctly, that young man challenged the abyssal trial, right? Are you kidding me when you tell me he passed? The first person in Blue Star also passes the purgatory level. If his subordinate hadn't told him himself, he would have thought the other man must be crazy. Come on, come with me. Can't slack off on him. The clerk man was dumbfounded. That's not what you just said. Courtier, isn't being a man meant to be steady? Why? You're more agitated than me now. She didn't say this out loud. After all, she was a subordinate. Mr. Reintroduce myself. I'm the pavilion master of the career hall. You may call me Lao Wan. Mr. I could tell at first glance that you are a dragon among men. I didn't expect that. Just as I thought. You passed the abyssal trial mission. The pavilion master's gaze at Subai was very wrong, as if he was looking at a beautiful woman with no clothes on. The little sister beside her was dumbfounded. It was the first time she had seen the pavilion master lose his temper like this. Pavilion master, watch your image. You're drooling. The corner of Subai's mouth twitched. This change of face was also too fast. I still like the way you were just untamed. Pavilion master, I'm in a hurry. I need to go practice. Leveling. The pavilion master looked Subai up and down. Mr. I know a practicing location. Desert copy. The monsters there give more experience value than monsters of the same level, but also stronger, but not enough to fear with your strength. Many thanks, pavilion master. Subai thanked. Desert copies that converge on many people. There were family sons and daughters, and students from prestigious schools. The elders stand guard outside while the juniors enter the copy. These elders use an ability called third sight to see every move inside, also to prevent their offspring from getting into trouble. Although they couldn't intervene, they would be discovered if they tried to take a shot at their juniors. The second, it can hone the fighting skills of the juniors, reminding them how to fight and in making up for deficiencies. Subai was wearing a demon mask and couldn't see his exact appearance. It would be better to hide his information in order to prevent unnecessary situations. There are a lot of people dressed like him. This kind of people either do not want to expose the real identity, afraid of enemies of the pursuit, or simply do not want to pay attention. Subai decisively entered the copy. The scene around them changes radically. An endless desert. The kind you can't see the end of at a glance. Copy, endless desert. Level, 100 to 200. Type, open copy. Difficulty, normal. Introduction, half-snake people live here all year round. They have the ability to adapt to the harsh environment. and they also have a certain degree of intelligence. Before he had time to finish reading the message, a black shadow drilled out of the desert, and upon closer inspection, he realized that it was a half-snake man, which opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Subai. Trial by curse. The monster was killed in seconds before it even got close. You have obtained the tooth of giant poison *1. You get skin of giant poison *1. Dropped 2 pieces of loot. The fangs of mega venom can create melee mega venom gear. Skin of giant poison can build defensive outfits with some giant poison resistance. Some people enter the replica and equip the specified equipment. For example, equipment with giant poison resistance, or equipment with flame resistance. Subai simply did not have so much examination. The District 200 level open copy can still be difficult to get him. After about 10 minutes of walking, he encountered 2 more old 6s. The half-serpent man would love to hide in the desert and then strike a fatal blow to his enemy. If those who did not have a high level of mental power, they would easily be sneaked by these old 6s. The experience provided by killing 300 level monsters is massive. It was equivalent to killing 600 level monsters. Not bad for an experienced copy. It's just that the number of monsters is a bit low. Only 3 monsters were encountered. Just then, Subai saw several figures. There was a fat man in front of him and a couple of guys chasing after him. Apparently Fatty is being chased by someone else. The fat man weighed about 200 pounds or so, but put on weight extraordinarily fast, and left several people far behind. Can't catch up with the little master, angry or not? The fat man ran while still provocative. Patted his butt. A look of beating, waiting to go out after my family elders. Will not let you off. Get out, you will definitely die today. A prop appeared in the hands of the person in the lead. This is a prop that shields the sky. As long as I'm near you, your elders outside won't be able to receive the image. Even if you die, they'll just think you died at the hands of a monster and have nothing to do with us. You. The fat man's face was white as a sheet. He realized something important. The men were getting closer to him. They got faster. No, I'm the one who got slow. A glance at the racing machine in the man's hand showed a total of 2 items. Props that shield the sky, along with cold procs that slow down the enemy. Damn it, you used 2 props to kill yourself? Didn't I just see you guys hogging the practice area? As for that, Fatty looked ahead and saw a man. The man wore a demon mask and had a cold face. Just from the figure he could tell that the man's age wasn't too different from his own. Hurry up, brother. I'll draw these people in. My name is Joe Tong. If you can leave the copy safely, please also trouble yourself to say to our family that I died heroically at the hands of a foreigner. They'll give you a payoff. After saying this, Joe Tong fled in the opposite direction. Boss, there's one more person here. What should we do now? Hawkhook man said grimly. There's no rush. Kill this kid first, and then kill the guy who's in the way. Yes, kid, don't run, you can't get away. Obediently tie your hands and maybe we can still leave you with a whole body. The Hawkhook man licked his lips. He's a typical violent personality and enjoys killing. That's why they joined the Fae. To kill without any qualms. Kid, wait to kill you. I'll kill him again. Jia jia jia. The Hawkhooked man didn't hide his voice at all and laughed uncontrollably. After a while, he couldn't stop laughing, because Subai had moved, with an agility of nearly 1,000,000. A distance of over 100 meters passed in a flash. Subai patted the eagle-hooked man's shoulder, revealing a kind smile. Who gave you the guts to dare to hit your ideas on me? Fatty looked back and tried to persuade a few words. Brother, you are not their opponent. They are very strong. Only to see Subai go down with a shot of cursed flame. They didn't even let out a scream before they turned into a field of ashes. Fatty held back the words he wanted to say. What did you just try to say? Nope. Nope. Fatty shook his head frantically. The man in front of him was just too strong. Obviously the age difference between the two sides was not that big, but the difference in strength was so big. People are more angry than people. I just saved your ass. How are you going to repay me? Jotong subconsciously backed up a few steps, glanced at Subai, and then glanced at his own figure. With his face, if you don't mind. Sir, a trace of shyness still surfaced on Jotong's face. Hearing this, Subai's face was covered with black lines, and he almost didn't hold back a shot of cursed fire to go down and kill him in seconds. God doesn't fucking mind. Let's not talk about your likeness. You're a fucking man. I'm a man. Do you know where there are more monsters? Subai resisted the urge to beat Jotong to death and asked patiently. Jotong collected his heckling and seriously returned. I know. However, it's dangerous there. There are many foreign races. I saw them hijacking an area to practice leveling, and I don't know what kind of madness they had. But when they saw me, they directly sent people after me. Fat Master can't fight, but Fat Fast. Hey, they froze and chased me for a long time. If there is no props to assist, I can dump them a street. Speaking later, Jotong instead revealed a proud smile, as if escaping was something honorable. Faye, Leveling area? Subai's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a treasure trove? It's a mobile credit for practicing again and killing foreigners. Seeing Subai's expression change, Jotong thought he was afraid. Benefactor, you are very strong. But those foreigners are not only strong, they are also numerous. Take me. Subai didn't have any nonsense and directly stated his purpose. This time it was Jotong's turn to be confused. He had just explained so much, and Subai still had to travel there. Wasn't he afraid of the Fae? Good. Jotong didn't refuse. After all, if it wasn't for Subai, he would have been a cold corpse long ago. The big deal is to die with your benefactor at the hands of the foreigners. It's not a loss if you can kill one. It's a gain if you kill two. Subai didn't know what Jotong was thinking. Who wants to die with you? This copy was only a level 200 copy, and you could only encounter up to a level 200 professional. The more people that come, the less they will be able to help themselves. Skeleton Desert, converging on a lot of people. They're all Fae and cleaned up the leaky perimeter. Boss, all these beasts have been killed by us. No one can bother us practicing anymore. Very well, when we level up, we'll go kill more people. The man in black said icily. They were just about to practice when one of the people next to them said, "There are two more people there, boss." A fat man and a thin man came in their direction. Oh, the man in black glanced at the other party. The other party was not very old, so he must have just awakened his profession not long ago. Kill him. The man in black waved his hand, not taking the two men seriously at all. Leave the boss to me. The bald man stepped out from the crowd, strutting, "Boys, it's an honor for you to die in my hands." The bald man rushed at them with a sledgehammer in his hand. Jotong was just about to run away, but he realized that Subai was standing still, with no intention of dodging. Was he confident that he could block the blow? It didn't give him too much time to think. Subai moved. With a casual strike he was directly killed in seconds. Hiss! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The bald man was not weak and could be ranked in the top 10 among them. Even the black-robed man couldn't do it so easily. Wait, I recognize this fat guy. We just sent out a few people to go after him, and they haven't come back yet. Could it have been killed by this kid? Go together and kill them. Just in case. The black-robed man didn't dare to be careless and directly locked onto Subai. That's not enough people for me to kill. Life eruption. Cursed fire. The flames covered a dozen kilometers in a radius, and they were engulfed in flames before they could even get close. Only the black-robed man was left undead. He was spared because he had life-preserving skills, plus the fact that he was too far away to be within the flames' reach and didn't venture forward. Hundreds of people surrounded Subai and were killed in seconds in a single shot? Jotong was shocked beyond belief. He felt so mediocre compared to Subai. He was being chased by a few people, while Subai was fine, facing hundreds of people and killing them directly in seconds. The gap between man and man is bigger than man and dog. Jotong muttered in his heart. Weren't you guys crazy just now? Why aren't you mad now? Jotong revealed a villainous smile. TSK, my big brother is just awesome. So many of you are simply not enough to kill. Hurry up and call some people over here so that my big brother can have a good time killing. The black-robed man's mouth twitched. Goddamn little man. You guys don't bully people too much. The black-robed man originally wanted to put down a few harsh words, but after noticing Subai's eyes, he got scared. Killing hundreds of people in seconds at the drop of a hat. They were too merciful compared to him. Who did I mess with to have such bad luck? Isn't this copy only accessible under level 200? He couldn't figure out why Subai was so strong. You can go to hell. Wait. The black-robed man wanted to live, but it was already too late. Cutting the grass had to be done. The flames engulfed him. The whole fight lasted less than a minute, and 100 people were wiped out just like that. Big brother in the future where I am useful. You can contact me anytime. I, Jotong, swear to go up the mountain of daggers and down the sea of fire without hesitation. Jotong patted his bulging stomach with a silly smile on his face, and he also pulled out a business card. Subai rolled his eyes and took the business card before heading towards the practicing area. Jotong was patting Subai's ass in the back. Big brother, you are just too good. I'm a sophomore at Northern Empire University. What's your name? You don't know. Big brother. How arrogant those people were before. But they are simply insignificant in front of you. Big brother, you kill the monsters in front. I'll help you pick up the stuff. Don't look at me so fat. But I'm fast. Which school do you come from? Big brother? Jotong asked a lot of questions at once. Subai was a bit speechless. This fatty talked too much. Quiet. Jotong closed his own mouth, his face reddening like it would be hard for him if he didn't speak for a second. What's wrong with Big brother? Jotong revealed a crack and whispered. Subai didn't reply as he disappeared into place. Next, a large group of black pressurized monsters rushed towards the direction they were in. At least more than 100 monsters. Jotong was startled by the scene. Crap. No wonder. The foreigners would overrun this place. It's a treasure trove for leveling. While the monsters outside were pitifully few, the monsters here were horribly numerous. Only hundreds of monsters didn't even last 3 seconds in front of Subai. A shot of cursed fire goes down for a direct second. Congratulations on reaching level 101. 202 years of life gained per minute. Big brother is bullish. Jotong was not idle and did not forget to brag about the wave. He ran behind Subai upside down and was responsible for picking up the equipment. Subai looked at it and had to admit that Fatty's speed was indeed fast, saving himself the time to pick up the equipment. As for the fact that Jotong would swallow it privately, Subai hadn't really considered it. Without his permission, Jotong couldn't use the equipment or include it in the storage space. Jotong naturally wouldn't do such a classless thing. Without Subai he would be a cold corpse. Then again, all of this equipment is just basic materials with little use. As for what it was like for him, it was better to play nice with Subai. Congratulations on reaching level 102. Congratulations on reaching level 103. After rising 3 levels in a row, Subai was still a bit dissatisfied. You can only get 206 years of life in a minute, which is still too slow. Fatty, are there any stronger demons? A stronger demonic creature? Jotong pointed at a level 200 half-snake man on the ground. It has turned into a mess of ashes. Under normal circumstances, the strongest monster in the endless desert is level 200. But there's another area. Jotong pulled out a map that recorded the areas where the monsters were distributed. He pointed to a big red cross. This is a high-risk area. Monsters above level 200 exist. It's dangerous. Jotong originally wanted to persuade a few words. However, after thinking about Subai's strength, he released his mind. Level 200 monsters were just like bigger ants in front of him. A high-risk area? Subai's eyes lit up with interest. I know, said Subai, intending to head to the high-risk area. But he was called back by Jotong. Can big brother take little brother along? He hurriedly assured. Don't worry, you'll have the experience all to yourself. I just want to pick up the equipment for you. Subai naturally knew what Jotong was thinking. Trying to play nice and make friends with myself. Okay. Subai did not refuse. It was not bad to have someone who would help him pick up equipment. At least you don't have to bend down to pick up the equipment yourself. The key thing was that Jotong was comfortable kissing ass. No one will resist someone complimenting you. Just like the leaders in his previous life. He was just an ordinary employee and it was too suffocating to look at their faces. The good thing is that now it's the other way around. And other people have to look at their own faces. A high-risk area where the monsters are highly ranked. The weakest were all level 200. And a few level 300 demons were seen. Jotong hid behind Subai and shivered. He knew that high-risk areas were dangerous, but he never expected it to be this dangerous. Next, Subai went down with a shot of cursed fire and the monster was directly obliterated. After the life burst, the spirit breaks through 10 million. So what if it's a level 300 monster? It's still seconds. Unless it was an emperor, imperial, or even immortal level monster that would be a bit troublesome. Ordinary monsters really aren't afraid. Just like this, Subai killed monsters along the way. Jotong picked up equipment along the way, and he was a bit numb. Who am I? Where am I? Aren't these monsters over 300 levels? Why it breaks when you touch it? Just how many levels did Subai have? Wasn't the endless desert only accessible to those below level 200? The moment. Jotong thought a lot, even recalling images of bedwetting as a child. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kyoto University, as one of the top universities in the country, they qualify for the abyss much more than other universities. In total, there are 1,000 places, 100 times as many as in the Sacred College. Some cadets with good potential were given this chance to enter the abyss. Kai Koen, Gu Qinghan successfully entered Kyoto University. Originally, he thought that he would meet in the university, but it turned out that he didn't. And when he learned that Subai had left for the Holy Academy, Gu Qinghan smiled disdainfully. Subai, you and I are not destined to be in the same world. I will definitely double back the previous grudge. Gu Qinghan's small hands clenched, her nails touching the flesh and blood. Tick-tock tick-tock. Blood slid down the small, slender hand, kneeling in front of everyone and being slapped in the mouth by her father. It was all Subai's fault. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have ended up in the situation she was in now. Kai Kuan patted her shoulder and comforted her. Alright, Qinghan. Subai is a curse master, destined to not live past the age of 25. No, with the strength he showed before, he must have consumed many years of his lifespan, and with our bright future ahead of us, he won't even live past the age of 19. Why take it out on a dead man? Gu Qinghan nodded, feeling that what Kai Kuan said made sense. Kai Kuan, you're right. I don't need to get angry with a dead man. That's right, Ki Yahan. As long as we can obtain the abyssal entrance ticket, our strength will definitely be able to rise again. Qinghan, I'm already a member of your Gu family. Don't forget me. The purpose of the two's visit was to purchase the abyssal entrance ticket. I know. Gu Qinghan was confident in her looks, so as long as she hooked her finger, the opposite sex wouldn't be mesmerized. Gu Qinghan knocked on the door of the room. Is Li Chun home? Soon. The door to the room was opened and the youth smiled like a flower when he saw Gu Qinghan. What's the matter with Qinghan? Li Chen glanced at Kai Kuan again quite unkindly. If it wasn't for his concern for Qinghan's feelings, he would have gone up to teach Kai Kuan a lesson. You're the only one named Kai Kuan? With a basketball in your hand and a vertical centerfold, wearing backpack pants. Luckily, he was skilled in the Heaven's Pride competition, or else he would have to be stolen by Kai Kuan to steal the peach. Li Chen naturally looked at Kai Kuan with displeasure. Kai Kuan likewise looked at Li Chen with displeasure. Every profession has a restraining relationship. It's unfortunate to be restrained yourself. Li Chen awakened S-rank water mage, awakening the S-rank fire mage himself. With a small difference in rank, Li Chen was stronger. I want the spot on you. Gu Qinghan opened the door and said, as long as you agree, I can let you hold my hand. Ha, this time it was Li Chen's turn to be confused. He admitted that Gu Qinghan was a bit of a looker. Otherwise he wouldn't have pursued the other party. But how can you not understand the words together on their own? For a woman, abyss entrance ticket is going to be given away for free. Isn't that pure dog licking? He himself was horny but not stupid. Isn't it purely sick to give up such a great opportunity just to hold hands? Qinghan, the abyss entrance ticket is precious. Gu Qinghan heard the meaning of the words. This one called Li Chen was too greedy. Letting the other guy hold his hand for a bit was enough to look down on him. What more did he want? Gu Qinghan just wanted to question a few words, but was stopped by Kai Kuan who was at the side. Qiahan, we need the abyssal entrance ticket badly. Think about the situation your Gu family is in now. Since breaking up with Su Bai, the Gu family is now in deep water, and everyone is shouting at them like street rats. The family that used to work with their Gu family was like a different person, and they even declared it to the public. Cancel all dealings with the Gu family. Originally, the Gu family was considered to be at the front of the second-rate families, but now even some third-rate families dared to stand on their heads. Recently, Gu Qianqiu had been worrying about the family. This time is a chance to change the Gu family. I know. Gu Qinghan hesitated for a moment and was eventually compromised by reality, revealing a disgusted expression. Li Chen, as long as you give me the abyssal entrance ticket, I can let you hug me again. Ha! Li Chen was once again confused. What was wrong with this woman? He felt that the other party was missing a tendon in his brain. Isn't that just plain sick? It was as if they were giving themselves away, and now the good impression was gone. Gu Qinghan, if you want the abyssal entrance ticket on me, exchange it for an equivalent item. Ha! This time it was Gu Qinghan's turn to be confused. You're generous enough to let the other guy have a hug and not be satisfied. But you want something equivalent? Is he or she still no better than equipment and materials? Li Chen was anxious when he saw Gu Qinghan's delayed response. Although the abyssal entrance ticket was great, the risk that needed to be taken was equally great. And he didn't want to take that risk, might as well exchange it for an equivalent item. He stated his requirements, the equipment he needed along with the materials. Gu Qinghan was a bit moved. Li Chen's conditions could not be described as excessive. The Gu family would have to hemorrhage a lot of money if they wanted to shell out for these things. Seeing Gu Qinghan's hesitation, Kai Kuan beside him hurriedly said, Qinghan, as long as she can obtain the abyssal entrance ticket, these losses are nothing. Yeah, Kai Kuan is right. I'm already cheap at this price. It's almost impossible to find a better one if you miss mine. Gu Qinghan thought for a moment and finally nodded. Good. Ha ha ha. Good cooperation. Li Chen glanced at Kai Kuan. Do you still need the abyssal entry scroll? I can get 10% off. Kai Kuan was overjoyed in his heart. The reason he did this was because he wanted to enter the land of the abyss. Didn't this opportunity come? Qinghan, it's just too dangerous for you to travel to the abyssal land alone. One more person to look after. Gu Qinghan naturally heard the meaning of Kai Kuan's words, and the two had already signed the Heaven's Path contract. He was now considered half of the Gu family. Yes, Gu Qinghan gritted her teeth and finally made a decision. The Gu family hadn't been in a good position lately, and now they were going to lose a large amount of resources. This trip to the abyss, we must make up for our losses. 3 days later, Su Bai had risen to level 130, rising 30 levels in a row, averaging 10 levels every day. Su Bai checks the panel. Name, Su Bai. Level, 130, First Order. Occupation, Lord of the Damned, only. Power, 1840. Physique, 200,0040. Agility, 990,480. Spirit, 689,0030. Blood absorption, 300%. Blast, 100%, full blast. Riot damage, 600%. Lifespan, 956,000 years, 260 years automatically gained every minute. Agility is close to 1,000,000, gaining over 300,000 years of life per minute. It has automatically grown to nearly 1,000,000 years of life after 3 days have passed. With full bonus attributes, one could gain millions of attributes. And that didn't even account for the equipment enchantments, or it would only be more. Deicide can kill any enemy in seconds, regardless of level, provided the enemy's blood level drops to 5%. This skill can upgrade a wave. Godslayer no rank upgraded to bronze requires 100 years of lifespan. Regicide has the same lifespan required for upgrades as Cursed Power. You've spent 100 years of your life to raise Deicide to bronze. You've spent 1,000 years of your life to raise Deicide to silver. You've spent 2,000 years of your life, and you've raised Deicide to gold. You've spent 4,000 years of your life to raise Deicide to platinum. You've spent 8,000 years of your life, and you've upgraded Deicide to emerald. You've spent 80,000 years of your life to raise Deicide to diamond, consuming 95,100,000 years of life. Deicide ascends to diamond. Deicide, diamond enemy's blood level drops to 12%. Ignores level. Kills enemy in seconds. No cooldown. Chopping line went up from 5% to 12%. It would take a full 160,000 years of life to upgrade to the Starburst level in Kingslayer. You consume 160,000 years of your life and Deicide rises to the Starburst level. Consumption of 255,100 years of life. Kingslayer went straight from classless to Starburst. Godslayer, Starburst enemy's blood level below 15%. Ignore level. Kill opponent in seconds. No cooldown. It takes 1,600,000 years of life to upgrade the Godslayer Starburst to the immortal level, and it cannot be upgraded without a sufficient lifespan. Nearly 700,000 years of life left. Agility plus 400,000 years. Physique plus 300,000 years. The panel is updated again. Body mass, 410,0040. Agility, 259,0480. Physique is up to 4,000,000 attributes and agility has over 2,000,000. After turning on Life Burst, Physique breaks through 8,000,000 and agility breaks through 5,000,000. Big brother, you're just too good. Jotong gave a thumbs up. He went from shock at the beginning to numbness at the end. 200 level monsters, 300 level monsters in front of Subai, there is no difference, are killed in seconds. He is only responsible for picking up equipment. Materials are somewhat unable to keep up. The most crucial thing was that Subai's space ring was huge. Exactly how big he didn't know. Anyway, after 3 days and 3 nights of killing, the spatial ring had no tendency to be filled. It seems that Big Brother's identity is not simple, or else he could not have such a large space ring, much less be so strong. The two were of similar age yet their strength was so different. He was suspecting he was a fake genius. If he was a genius, what was Subai? Demon or monster? Subai had just left his copy not long ago when the abyssal entrance ticket flickered with induction. The abyssal lands are open. All it takes is a thought to travel to the land of the abyss. Subai didn't enter immediately, but found a corner where no one was. Alert, abyssal land has been opened. Consume the abyssal ticket to go to the abyssal land. You consume a ticket to the abyss and travel to the land of the abyss. Huaxia. Inside the conference room, there were several figures seated. They were the directors of the university houses. I didn't expect that someone from the Sacred Academy was also involved in the abyssal land, Wang Mang said in a conspiratorial manner. Wang Mang, director of WU. WU didn't have a good relationship with the Holy Academy. The previous year, WU only had one spot to enter the land of the abyss, while this year there were a full 10. Just like the Holy Academy, the most crucial thing was that WU was founded much later than the Holy Academy. This led to the fact that they had forgotten the former glory of the Holy Academy. A long time ago the Holy Academy was the #1 school in China, the kind that had no one, and now that it was no longer as glorious as it used to be, even the upstart school, Wudan University, dared to stand on top of them and step on their heads. Director Wang, if I remember correctly, the previous year our cadets outperformed your WU cadets by a wide margin. It seems to be one place higher. Zhao Wuji naturally had no intention of retreating. Others are outputting to the face. If you can tolerate that, why don't you just become a ninja? Besides, he represented the face of the Holy Academy. If he was afraid of Wuda, wouldn't that be saying that their Holy Academy was inferior to Wuda? Hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Wang Mang was speechless for a moment. What the other party said was the truth and he was powerless to refute it. Poof! Wang Mang snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Director Zhao, cut the trash talk. This year, our WU will definitely be able to crush you. Trash talk? Zhao Wuji was dumbfounded. It seemed like Wang Mang had provoked him first, and he had disliked him a few times in return at most. WU is really a bunch of no-brainers, Zhao Wuji thought in his mind. Press us? What are you pressing with? A demon can appear in our holy academy this year. Zhao Wuji recalled the scene that day. Subai alone battled the top 10 people on the leaderboard. Eliminates sophomore cadets as freshmen. It's also more than a star stronger. Not to mention your Wodan University, even Tianqing University, Kyoto University can also touch. If you give him a year time, crushing his peers is not too simple. But this owed speech, he did not say, not for fear of. Rather, there were many school directors present. These words were undoubtedly provoking everyone present. The students of your academy are all trash. This is a proper face-to-face output. Director Tianqing, Director Kyoto is here. I don't know who shouted. The gazes of the others went to the doorway, where there were two figures. Director of Celestial Youth University. Director, Kyoto University. On the left was Director Tianqing, who wore a green-colored Daoist robe. His cheeks were cold, and he couldn't even tell that he was already over 100 years old. On the right is the Kyoto director, who wears a white practice suit and is not far from an ordinary old man. Although those present were all the top brass of the various university houses, but there are gaps in the academy. No exaggeration. Even the principal of their academy had to be respectful when he saw these two. Everyone sit down. Director Kyoto spoke. Directors of the academies, the purpose of gathering everyone here this time is simple. The land of the Sacred Academy has opened. Your school sent 1,000 people to participate in it. This trip to the abyss is incredibly perilous. Not only do we have to face the dangers in the abyss, but we also have to face the dangers among our companions. The Lighthouse Nation, the Tri-State, and the Eagle Sauce Nation will all be involved in the trip to the abyss. And the Fae. When they heard about the Lighthouse Kingdom and other countries, their faces didn't look too good. Huaxia didn't have a good relationship with them, and they were targeted at every turn. The bottom line is that the Fae will be involved as well. The Fae lived among the common people before they were exposed and were hard to spot. Foreign professionals, foreigners, the dangers of the abyssal lands. There are just too many enemies. But, when they heard the word but, they were delighted. Worthy of Kyoto University, it must have its own means. Our Kyoto University, Tenzing University has a good quality of students this term. As long as we join forces, we may not be unable to deal with the crisis. The other directors' hanging hearts relaxed as they listened. Director Kyoto, Director Tenzing didn't look too good. The land of the abyss was already dangerous enough. And foreign professionals, Fae, the one who hadn't said anything. Director Tianqing looked at Zhao Wuji and asked, Director Zhao, that student you recruited this year. The student in Yanfeng's mouth was naturally Subai. Because of the other party's awakening of the Curse Master, the other academies stopped pulling in, just for fear that the other party would die young before graduating from college. He was also involved in the trip to the abyss. What? If I remember correctly, there were only 10 spots in the Holy Academy, and logically, they should all be in the hands of sophomore seniors. Subai had only just awakened his profession not long ago, right, and he was able to obtain the abyssal entrance ticket. How it's possible? Wang Mang's heart thumped. No wonder, Zhao Wuji didn't panic at all. It turns out that a demon has appeared this year. Damn it, could it be that they, are going to lose again this year? Wait, abyssal entrance tickets can be traded. While most people won't trade entry tickets, it may not be impossible if enough favors are given. Moreover, Subai had just entered the academy rewarded with 1,000 credits, so it wasn't difficult to obtain an abyssal entrance ticket. Having figured this out, Wang Mang was relieved instead. Luckily, I was resourceful enough to figure things out. Zhao Wuji wants to scare me. Dream on. I, Wang Mang, am not intimidated. The other directors thought of that as well. Zhao Wuji had spent 1,000 credits to recruit Subai, and still knowing that the other party was a curse master, it was hard not to let others remember. AI. What a pity. What a good kid, to be awakened to another profession. His future achievements can't be said to be high. Director Kyoto laughed bitterly. Within the screen, countless figures appeared. They were students, or sons and daughters of Huaxia. Meanwhile, in the Huaxia live streaming room, the numbers are rising like crazy. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, all the way up to 5 million people, and it's not slowing down. Guys, come on at your family and friends. Come watch live. I saw the Kyoto University Tianzhou. Whether we can save the day in China this year depends on them. There are more heavenly prides this year than in previous years. I saw my kid on TV. Ha ha ha, I'm going to pay homage to the old man. Brothers upstairs. Although the abyssal land has a lot of opportunities, it is equally dangerous. Not only do you have to face the dangers posed by monsters, but you also have to face foreign professions and foreign races. What's going on in these people's heads? Damn, a while ago, did the island fall and forget? Our biggest enemy now is demons, not infighting. Who knows anymore? Some people will just take it as a joke when disaster doesn't fall on their heads. Go for the sons of China. +1, +2, +10,086. You are on the future of our Wasia. Damn it, if only I could awaken a profession as well. But unfortunately I'm just an ordinary person, so I can only watch them. Who says it isn't? The land of the abyss. Inside the slums, Subai sat up from the bed. A cold mechanical voice reached his ears. Welcoming night to the land of the holy house. Tasks issued below. Main quest 1, join a force. Time limit, 24 hours. Reward, unknown. Punishment, forced to leave the abyss. A tidal wave of memories flooded his mind. Subai digested the memory. This identity he inherited is not too far removed from him. All orphans, their parents killed by demons at an early age. And the original lives in the slums and has to pick up rags to make ends meet. In this world of order and chaos, it is incredibly difficult to stay alive, and even more difficult to get enough to eat. His goal now was simple: to join a power. There were a total of 2 major forces in Black Wind City. City guards, exorcists. The city guards are responsible for security and managing order within the city. Exorcists are much more dangerous than city guards, who have to go out of town to kill monsters. Subai favored the latter. It's hard for city guards to reach demons, but exorcists are different. Then again, the city guards need a family background to get in. The original owner was just an orphan trying to survive, was incredibly difficult, and could not join the city guards at all. Then again, each world has a dwell time, and the more monsters you kill the more benefits you get. This was also the reason why Subai chose the exorcist. Dum 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 dum. Just then, the door to the room was violently knocked on, and a shrewish voice came from outside. Kid, hurry up and open the door for me. Boy, I know you're home. Hurry up and open the door for the old lady. As long as you obey the old lady, this month's room charge will be waived. The sound of a shrew screaming and cursing came from outside. Landlady, we're not even halfway through the month and you're in a hurry to collect the rent? Charters do this all year round, and at the age of 40 plus, it's not yet her day to collect the rent. She'll just come in early and make you pay the rent early. What was 1 month's rent needs to be paid for 2 months or more. If you don't pay, then get out. It's a slum and it's chaotic. No one cares if a pauper lives or dies. It's like getting to whore out each other's bodies for nothing and collecting rent. The original, for his own sake, dared to be angry, but could only shell out more than double the rent to her. It didn't occur to me that this time she'd come faster. And to be precise, it hadn't even been 10 days since she'd come up with the money to pay the rent. Now there are 2 options. First, shell out a month's rent to stay on. Second, only agree to the demands of the bag lady and agree to her subterfuge. Not to mention the age of the bag lady, but the body type is hot to look at. Weighing at least 300 pounds or more, who can top that? Just thinking about it turns my stomach. Seeing the delay in the house, he tapped on the door, louder, attracting the attention of the surrounding tenants, who poked their heads out of their respective room doors. It's simply bullying. Are our poor people's lives not lives? It's only been 10 days and she's eager to collect the rent. Needs to pay 3 times as much, and if she can't get it, she has to be subpoenaed. Keep your voices down so she doesn't hear you, or you'll be in for it. Hey! 3 seconds of silence for him. You pity others? Why don't you pity yourself? Have you gotten this month's rent together yet? Get the hell back. The charterer glared at them and they honestly closed the door to the room. It's obviously irrational to antagonize a charter for someone you don't know. Bunch of losers. The charterer cursed angrily, then proceeded to knock on the door of the room. Suddenly, the door of the room was directly pushed open by a force. Because of being too close, the whole pig face slammed into the door, the pig's snout madly sliding down the blood. She covered her nose and rolled back and forth on the ground. Subai, you're very good, actually dare to hit me. Lao Mian gives you 2 choices. Now kneel down and beg me and kowtow 100 times. This matter will be considered over. Otherwise, you get the hell out of my house. The landlady stood in front of Subai with her fat belly, and that smelly child's mouth looked like she wanted to kill someone. Kowtow, are you worthy? And I for one hate threats. Subai directly threw a slap on her face. Although this palm didn't use its full strength, the force wasn't small either, and the landlady directly smashed on the ground, coming to a dog-eat-dog. The commotion on this side attracted the attention of the others, who retraced their steps from the houses to see a scene of a lifetime. The landlady was facing the ground, her face swollen like a pig's head, her teeth had fallen out several times, and it was a bit difficult for her to try to speak. Subai, you seek death. The landlady stood up from the ground with difficulty. Her face was covered with dust everywhere, and she was unrecognizable at first glance. "Buddy, someone hit me," the charterer roared. Bang! The door of the room was violently opened, and the burly man walked towards Subai. The ground trembled for every step. "Who dared to hit my old sister?" The crowd scrunched their necks in horror. "This kid is finished. Li Chang is extremely protective. Subai hit his sister. Hey, still too young. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. If I were me, I couldn't stand it either. It's just too much of a bully and doesn't treat us like human beings at all. Can't bear it but have to bear it. Who told us that our status is there?" Li Chang ignored the gossip as he stood in front of Subai, his fierce gaze looking straight at Subai. "You're the one who hit my sister?" The landlady looked like she saw the savior. Instantly had a bottom. "Old brother, is he beat me and slapped me? You must avenge me. Ah, kid, you are quite bold. Even my Li Chang's sister dares to hit. Are you tired of living?" Saying that, Li Chang's big hand grabbed towards the corner of Subai's clothes. He wanted to give this young man a little lesson, letting him know who was the boss. Before his big hand could grab the corner of Subai's coat, his wrist was pinched, and Li Chang wanted to pull out but found that he couldn't move. Thousands of points of power to understand. Although it was low in comparison to the other three attributes, it was still much higher than Li Chang. "Who gave you the courage? Touch me with dirty hands? This hand will be tuition." Ka-ching! The sound of bones breaking. Li Chang's arm was ripped off hard. Ah! The screams resonated throughout the corridor, attracting nearby occupants. Crap! Li Chang was beaten up by someone else. I shouldn't be blinking. Subai's strength is too strong as well. Li Chang isn't weak, but he's just like a chicken in his hands. Ha 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 ha. The two Li Changs have finally counted the sanctions. Painful. Just too painful. The charterer's brain buzzed at the sight of his fallen brother. I am who I am. Where am I? Big brother, I was wrong. Li Chang was as fast as turning over a book, directly kneeling in front of Subai. Li Chang glanced at his oldest sister and made a wink. Subai, I know I'm wrong. Please be generous. It's okay if you want me to spare you. Give me all the money you have on you. The two are not in the same position as yourself. You'll get in trouble if you kill it. Unless, become an exorcist yourself to do whatever you want. Exorcist enrollment fees are expensive, and the entire value of your body is not enough to pay the enrollment fee. It's just as well that these two are providing the funds. It's just a beautiful thing. Someone is giving away money while they are lying down. Is there such a thing as a good thing in the world? Subai, you don't go too far. The landlady was just about to roar a few words in anger when she noticed Li Chang's voice next to her. Old sister people have to bow down under the roof. They were now less powerful than Subai, could only submit to each other. Most importantly, if Subai fought with them and killed them, that would be the end of it. The two men could only hand over all the money they had on them. The charterer looked regretful. When he came, he wanted to pit Subai against a wave. And when he left, he was in such a sorry state. You guys can fuck off. Yes. The two left the place in a lurch. The crowd was wide-eyed and shocked. Brother Su was bullish. These two, I'd been looking at them for a long time. Ha ha ha. It's just too good to be true. It's the first time I've seen them suffer. If only I could have Subai's strength. I wouldn't have to worry about being bullied. Old dog, didn't you just say that Subai was too reckless? Hey. Looks like I'm getting old. Subai ignored these people's comments towards the exorcism hall. I must take revenge on Li Chang for this. That little brute made me kowtow in public. I can't endure this revenge. Older sister, you also saw that person is very strong. We are no match at all. I don't care, you have to figure it out for me. Don't worry, old sister. I won't let that kid off the hook if he dares to take so much of us. Although I'm no match for them, as long as my boss makes a move, I'll definitely be able to take care of him. Exorcism hall. To take the exorcist exam, you need to register your information and then pay the registration fee. Subai finished registering his information and paid the fee. Why did you become an exorcist? The man asked. This is a question that everyone who participates in the exorcist test has to answer. Revenge. My parents were killed by demons. I want to kill all the demons, Subai said decisively. The man nodded. There were many cases like Subai. There are quite a few such cases of people whose parents were killed by demons when they were young and who want to kill demons to avenge their parents' deaths. Poor kid. You can go in now, the man instructed. The exorcism test is difficult, so be careful. After saying this, he stopped paying attention. Subai didn't care and came to the examination location, where there were about 100 candidates. Most people want to fight to the death and become exorcists to improve their lives, while others simply enjoy the process of killing. And going out of town to kill monsters is something they dream about, and can make money, but also can release their desire. This kind of good thing they naturally will not miss. And this class of people are generally much more physically fit than the others, and each of them is tainted with several human lives. The scarred man walked up to Subai and made a gesture of touching his neck. Kid, you'll have a good time on stage later. Subai was dumbfounded. He was standing in a good place, and up came a brainwashed person to provoke himself? Soon, he understood the truth of the matter. The scarred man would come up and provoke whoever he saw, not taking them seriously at all. In his opinion, these people were his stepping stones. On the stage came a man, an exorcist, the referee this time. Guys, I don't care what your purpose is for being here, but the exorcist doesn't need waste. You can only join us if you pass the test. The first round of the test is that only 10 out of 100 of you will become exorcists, and that you cannot surrender or leave as long as you are on stage. It's not too late to go. Hearing this, the crowd was a little apprehensive. However, no one left. They learned about this on the way here. Either to become exorcists and become human, either that or turn into a side of dust. Seeing that no one left, the referee grimaced. Only 10 out of 100 could walk off the stage alive, and the gruesomeness was quite tragic. 100 people came onto the stage and they could see the hostility in each other's eyes. Everyone present is their own enemy. Only 10% get through the first round. So what about the second round? The tussle will now begin. The referee announced. 100 people wrangled together. The person next to Subai happened to be the scarred man. The scarred man smiled evilly. Kid is saying you got lucky or you got unlucky. To be the first to die by my hand. It would be your honor to be killed by me. Die for master. Seeing that Subai didn't have a trace of fear, he was suddenly upset in his heart. It's just so boring. The fist slammed into Subai. Subai had no intention of dodging. The fist was getting closer and closer to him, and when it was less than 1 meter short, he moved. Bang! The fist was directly blocked, and Subai didn't step back even a little bit at all. It was very easy. How is it possible? Scarred man stared with wide eyes, as if looking at a monster. This punch, although he did not use his full strength, also used more than 50% of the force, was easily blocked. Without giving him a chance to think, Subai pulled hard. Ka-ching! The sound of bones falling out. Ah! Before the scarred man could scream out in misery, a slap was thrown at his face. Pa! Crisp sounds echoed all around. Several of Scarman's teeth were knocked out, and he fell heavily to the ground. Who am I? Where am I? At this moment, the scarred man's entire body was in a state of confusion. You've been slapped by someone yourself and you can't even fight back. He tried to get up but realized he had stepped on something in his head. Weren't you wild just now? Why aren't you screaming now? I for one hate threats, especially from dead people. How dare you? Saying that, Subai lowered his head to look down at him. It's like looking at a mole. The scarred man knew that he had kicked in the iron plate. Had he known that he wouldn't have provoked him before? The man in front of him was simply a devil, so strong that it was scary. Subai would have been speechless if he knew his inner thoughts. Come on, my strength is only a few thousand points, and my other attributes aren't even in the same ballpark compared to this. The physique was up to a few million, and even standing still he couldn't break the defense. So what was he going to fight himself with? I was wrong, please let me go. Before he could finish his words, a chopper appeared in Subai's hand. It's a weapon of this world. There are no attribute bonuses, but even mages can equip it. The white flowery chopper slashed down. Put! A head rolled to the ground. Scarab is dead. The commotion over here attracted a lot of attention. It couldn't be helped. Scarman had provoked everyone before the battle, ushering in everyone's revulsion. And now that he had been killed, it wasn't normal for him not to be noticed. Seeing Subai decapitate the scarred man with a single slash, the others subconsciously moved away from him. This man can't be messed with or he'll die. The moment the thought popped into everyone's head, Subai was a bit speechless. These people were also too wimpy, making themselves look like some kind of bad guys. Never mind, it's better to advance without having to fight. Is that okay with the referee? The youth said. The purpose of the test is very simple. That is to put 100 people to kill. Only 10 people can survive. As a result, Subai was so good that he just got into the ring and directly took a contestant for a second, shocking the others, who didn't dare to look for Subai. What is the purpose of the assessment? Of course there's no problem. The fact that they don't dare to go on represents that they are too weak, while this one called Subai is too strong. I do think it's a little condescending to put him with these guys. The youth's pupils gradually dilated. It was the first time he had heard how a man complimented a person, or a young man. Soon, the first round of examination ended, and Subai successfully advanced. The second round of assessment is about to begin.